Well, it's another beautiful day here in Western Sydney. A beautiful morning here at Sydney Motorsport Park. We are back for the final day of the Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge for 2023. Oh my gosh, records will be broken, trophies will be awarded, Warren Luff, as we stand in a pit lane that is now coming to life.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's going to be another record-breaking day, record crowds, and obviously that lap of Barton Mawer's yesterday, breaking that all-time lap record here at Sydney Motorsport Park. He lowered that benchmark into a 1:18.8 yesterday, and those guys are excited to do it all again today. So it's going to be an amazing day. Looking forward to see what those guys can do. Talking to them this morning, but here we have the onboard of the car. End of the front straight here, 280 kilometres an hour. That right foot stays flat to the floor, and this car just glues itself to the ground. Coming into turn 2, that Bosch ABS system is working hard into there, but Bart just makes it look so easy. The drivability of this car, the way it gets in and out of the corners through turn 3, all that aero starting to come into play. Down here into turns 4 and 5, it's been recently resurfaced, and again, this car just sticks like glue all the way through 4. Looking for a good run out of 5. Really good power down. And again, up to the all-important turn 6 for the run up to then Corporate Hill. And again, this car, it just looks so effortless coming through here. Corporate Hill, again, high aero, maximum attack through here. But you can see right on the limit there into the all-important hairpin and for that run up through that last sector. And also, this has been recently resurfaced through this last sector. So there's a massive amount of gain to come through this part of the circuit here. Maximum attack through here using all the curb on the inside there, and then that all-important run onto the front straight here. Get the nose of the car in. It's all about power down. And there we see that record lap of Barton Mawer, 1:18.88 yesterday. But the most important thing is, what can we expect today? Speaking to the guys this morning, they had a couple of troubles there yesterday. They're looking to go again this morning, and they're going after their own record this morning. So it's going to be exciting. But also in terms of excitement, we're about to go live with our Club Sprint guys. So we're going to go over to the commentary box with Diggles, and they're going to talk you through it all.
Oh, yes. Good morning, Luffy. Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone watching on the World Time Attack live stream right across the country, right across the world. The world is back. It is open. Destination New South Wales. Sydney Motorsport Park is the place to be, and no better venue. I'm hearing, listening to our international visitors here, they're digging this track. We dig this track, of course. It's so good to have this as one of our iconic Australian racing circuits. And, of course, Josh Bucket, you've done many laps around this course as well. It's a pretty special track, is it not?
Certainly is there, Diggles. Great day to be car racing here on this fine Saturday morning. The weather's turning it on. We've got the track map up here. This is what everyone's chasing. Starts at turn 1, the fastest corner we have here on the venue, down to second tightest corner at turn 2, up through 3, 4 and 5. The new surface there, which has made a hell of a difference for track time and lap time. Turn 6, still the old surface, quite slippery. 7, Corporate Hill, very difficult downhill, bumpy corner into turn 8, which is a tight hairpin again. You need to get a good run off there. Bit of track limit stuff to watch out for before the fast 9, 10 and 11 section to finish off the lap. All very important.
Of course, we're into a Haltech Club Sprint to start off the day, like we did yesterday, and this is a jam-packed category with more minute 30s than we've ever seen before. Anyone, as we were talking about yesterday, anything that can get near a minute 40, anything's quick. But then when we start to see minute 39s come up and so on, that's a whole bunch of them. And of course, you don't really have a lot you can do in Club Sprint. We've opened it up a little bit recently. There are minor body and aero mods allowed, which we've seen that get pushed to the limit. Unlimited engine mods, which I love. That's my favourite line. Engine must be of the same brand as factory, same or number of cylinders as factory. Sequential trans are allowed now. They must run that Yokohama Advan 8009 or AO52. Pro drivers definitely not allowed, and minimum weight 1425 kilo or factory minus 5%. So we've seen that over the last couple of years really come down as far as performance is concerned. And as we're starting to see now, as you know, Josh, the later model vehicles that are coming out, that's why the transmission rule was relaxed, I think. It's because, all the modern cars, either DCT or a sequential style transmission. But this is how it all ended up yesterday, and what a great few laps we saw, and it got really tight there near the end. Trent Grubel, well, look at this, minute 33.493. Jamal Assad, of course, last year's winner, 34.031, but from what I can believe, either has not fixed the car, has decided that, there's too much damage from yesterday's incident. Adam Kazmiri, doing double, triple, quadruple duties. He's in third and fourth spot. And even all the way down, look at that, even into 18th spot now. 18 cars in the minute 30-somethings, Josh. That's up by about 4 or 5 cars. 7 cars, I think, from last year. So they're all chasing what they want to do, and that's probably, one, get a PB for their own combos, and two, as we said, minute 30-something. There's a certain club when you get into that. That's pretty quick.
Sub 40 Club is a club. You buy your ticket when your car's quick enough and you make it happen. So, that's what everyone chases, particularly in the club sprint level. Obviously, once you start going up to open, you buy your minute 30 ticket.
Yes.
And apparently, if you Barton Mawer, you buy a sub-minute 20 ticket. So
that's it. There's not many of those tickets around.
No, there aren't many at all. I don't have mine. But, there are certainly levels to the game. But club sprint this morning. This is the session yesterday, if you tuned in, that we were talking about, that is going to probably decide the class, I feel. Obviously, we have the shootout later, and you never know what can happen there. But this will be the session where everyone's going to throw the best of the tyres, the engine, the driver at it. They'll limber up, they'll do their stretching, and hopefully punch out their personal best of the weekend. Noticing before, Trent Grubel on top has gone faster than the club sprint lap last year. So currently it's the fastest club sprint lap we've ever had. Can he best it? Obviously Jimmy Evo, unfortunately, out with that incident, but see what we can do here.
All right, Warren Luff, fresh as a daisy, ready for some more pit reports today. What have you got, Luffy?
In the pit lane here, and straight from the Formula One playbook, we can see some of this high flow Viz paint being sort of sprayed onto one of our club sprint cars here. Now, we saw a lot of this action yesterday, and what this paint actually does is it moves with the aero over the car. So it actually shows how the aero works and how the wings and everything like that. You can see it on the rear wing as well. And also what they're trying to look for is how that airflow comes over the roof of the car and then gets back to the back wing. So great technology and great to see here at World Time Attack.
Yeah, well, it's something we hadn't quite seen until this year. I was mildly aware of it, but then when we saw one car appear like it just absolutely poured like the whole tin over it, we thought there was some vandalism at foot, but then next thing you know, quite a few more of them started to get that paint on there. Now look at this for a little bit of an old school competitor, the One Stop Racing Solutions RX-7 of Artemis Kazangas. And you know what? Everyone wishes they had one of these RX-7s in their garage, because I know they're harder to get these days. They're a perfect weapon, really light car. And, out of all the RX-7s, I've kind of got a bit of a soft spot to these ones because, free to air on our own television screens, the Australian Touring Car Championship in the 1980s. A Ford hero called Alan Moffat decided that, I'm a racer, I want something with an advantage. And our RX-7s, basically, left-hand drive ones, mind you, Moffat turned up at a few in the Australian Touring Car Championship. And again, I suppose just influenced quite a few people that way. Rotary power, probably their first exposure to it. It certainly was mine, but they will live a long time, the RXs. And I do love this particular model B, like the Series, I call it the Series 1, the first one, the OG RX-7.
Yeah, great little car. Obviously that sound that we all know and love, the rotor sound, a couple of different versions of the rotaries back then, obviously, with your 12As and 13s, but that would obviously be a 13B, and it would be a lot quicker now than what it was when it was new.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure if Mr. Moffat could still have a passing interest in just exactly where the Mazda rotary ended up from what he was doing, and kind of, I know he wasn't really pioneering. He was getting a lot of technology from the United States where it was all happening, and Mazda, the factory themselves. But Mazda can only do so much sometimes. We've learned here in Australia, Motorsport especially, you can only ask from the manufacturer for so much, and then after that, the rest of the aftermarket industry really kicks in. So here we go. We've got another one out there too, which we love. The flat shifting Motorsport 350Z on screen now of David La. Gorgeous car. And this session early, we say it's a quick session. Josh, is it, does a cold track make any difference to these cars? Does that hurt that it's probably the coldest the surface is, or this is all right?
Once you get your tyre temperature up, this is prime time.
Yeah.
This really is. So the track surface is working with you, not against you.
Yep.
So once your tyres get up to temperature, the track surface being a little colder kind of holds the tyre temperature there, whereas when the track surface is sort of on that sort of 40 degrees or so, you've got a 90-degree tyre, 40-degree surface, they kind of mould and make quite a hot
hot mess.
platform. Whereas, yeah, when it's a bit cooler like this, it really helps, particularly down the straights, just cool the thing off a bit. So this is as good as it gets. And as we can see on our timing screens here, for a lot of the cars out there now, there's lots of green boxes. So Josh Muggleton has gone 36.0 in his car out there at the moment. That's about the quickest time I can see for this session. Sounds like it's cutting through the air there. There's the Z with its little rear wing there, so that's very cool.
Isn't it great to see? We're looking at the top 10 in front of us here on the screen, and just 30s of the world, just 30s everywhere. Didn't quite get to that last year. We didn't have that many all in the group, but here we are in Club Sprint. We threw them down to 12th last year, was all in the 30s, but now we're up at 18 odd. So it's a good sight to see and good development in the class. And you can even just see between Kazmiri and himself that there's only about half a tenth there between those two different combinations.
Imagine knocking yourself off the podium with yourself.
With yourself.
Go figure.
Well, I mean, when we've got quite a few guys that are doing the double stints in different vehicles, and but not too many in the same category. And it's good, I suppose, with Club Sprint. A nice big roll up there, probably 40-odd cars, is that, you can hop in the last session, stagger yourself so you're not, having to sacrifice time in one car to get into another. You've got, a session to get into the other one. But these guys are lighting up some green there. Kazangas in that little RX-7, minute 51 for him. I'm trying to see what Kazangas has done in the past with this car, because he's been a regular with us for a while. So, he's gone... Well, put it this way. Last year, Kazangas went minute 58.352, and that sort of car doesn't take long for it to get into its sweet spot. So you would think last year to now, that is a 7-second improvement from what he turned in last year.
Wow, significant.
Yeah, minute 58 last year. Minute 51's in that RX-7 now. So some guys are having really good 2023s by the look of it.
So some more personal bests here. Rudin Martin has just gone 39.1. Muggleton's called it with his 36 dead. He's happy with that. That's put him into 8th place. So the top 10 leaderboard here has shuffled since yesterday afternoon. There's your favourite, Diggle.
Yeah, Eleanor.
The inside rear kicking up there with Eleanor.
She's got that tyre in the air early here this morning, and that i20N is just got so much front end grip. You can throw so much into that car, and it just rewards me. I need a bit of air. I like air. I like to see it. I like to see air under tyres. I really do. It's fantastic to see. And Eleanor's having a good go out there. Eleanor Terry and her i20N for semi-pro motorsports. I said semi-pro. I should have said semi-pro, but it's
all right,
from the movie.
Let's see what she can do here. She's gone personal best in the middle sector. I think the fastest lap ever for an i20N was a 47.5 last year by Tunehouse. I might be wrong. I think that number rings a bell. So she may be on track here to go fastest of any i20N around Sydney Motorsport Park as she comes around the last corner. Looked fairly tidy to complete the lap. Nothing really that stood out as an issue. Crosses the line.
Yeah, 47.695.
Oh, that's going to be close. I should know. I don't know my numbers exactly, but that'll be very close to as quick as a 20's gone around here, and that's great work.
All right, down to Luffy real quick for an update.
Yeah, look, one of the common things you'll see here in the pit lane at World Time Attack is tyres sitting like this out in the sun. What they're basically trying to do is get some residual temperature into the outside casing of the tyre. You can look up and down pit lane, and so many teams have got their tyres out here. As the sport evolves, and obviously this year now with the pro cars being on slicks, if we come through here, our friends here with RP968 have kindly let us walk through their garage, sorry. We come down the back here and you can see they've actually got their tyres in these nice big blankets here to get some temperature in them. And when we look down on here, we can see we've got temperatures of 80 to 90 degrees, basically getting these tyres nice and warm, getting them into their sort of operating temperature and getting ready for that first open pro session in about 45 minutes' time.
Yeah, there we go. They've got a set in the oven ready to go. And, some of the other guys just need a little bit of the Australian sun, which is just as effective sometimes. But
it can be later on in the day. Basically, what they're trying to do by having the tyres out in the lane is to heat them up a little bit so they can start taking pressure out from their set pressure. So they'll all be set at whatever PSI they feel like they want to go out in. Having them in the sun means that they'll heat up. And obviously, as that happens, pressure goes up in the tyre. You can take a little bit out. That will mean that you can run a lower tyre pressure for your session, hopefully get a bigger contact patch on the surface. And if my friends down with the Mission Johnson OM-GTR in Pro-Am can do that for my driver, please, that'd be great if you can hear that over the radio.
Let's have a look here what Indawara GT can come up with. That's the Got It Rex team number 66, the Impreza. And he goes minute 45.626, so that's the best for him. And Indawara GT, that's the name. It's coming up as IGT actually. So he's out there. We didn't see him yesterday from memory, so we might have the odd entry that just couldn't make it here yesterday, coming in and going to make these sessions count.
Well, again, another personal best. So great effort to go out and just say, the track's at its best, we'll put tyres on and whatnot, is one thing, but actually going and doing the lap is another. So to go out, produce in the morning and get it done is great work. Another car that's gone personal best was Greg Kerber from Sydney Composites, the man who's in charge of all the carbon up and down pit lane, most of it anyway. He went personal best as well with a 40.7, so that's a great job by him. Much faster than he's ever gone in that car, and he's finally tamed it, so well done, Greg. Good on you, mate.
That's not messing around either. So, everyone just have their own little individual milestones. And look, here's the other Hyundai coming down the straight right now, being Sheepy's Garage and Jeremy Morris, and of course the OG Paul Kovaceski in the 944 out there to see if he can't nibble another 100th or 10th off the old school Momo car. 144.157. There we go. So. Sorry, I do apologise. That was Holleran on top of that. Sorry, 47.89 for Paul yesterday. Jeez, I nearly talked him up a 3-second improvement. 49.343 to start his account out open today. But some good PBs coming up now there for Holleran. A minute 44.157. And then entrant number 72 came through there with David Lahr. The flat shifting 350Z goes minute 44.245. So they're all getting some improvements out there in bits and pieces, Josh. So it's good. As we said, it's not always about podium for these guys. It's just about, putting something out there that you would at least like to be measured from last year's or yesterday's performances. But we are lighting a fair bit of green up here again.
Well, even the 3 lap times that we've just had across the line, 44.4, 44.2, 44.1. It's certainly their own race back here between a few of the drivers as Eleanor goes back out, goes 47.53. So clearly they've heard what I was saying and they've found another 10th to go as quick as what I think the previous 20 has gone. So that's a great job. Jeremy Morris is going personal best in the middle sector, and this MX-5 is smoking up the track like the drifting was last night.
Yeah,
so I hope that car's okay there. Looks like it's still running okay. So they'll make it to the line, not slipping on anything, so not dropping any oil, it doesn't seem, but
well, we would certainly hope that that's just something wearing off on an exhaust there and not laying it down on the track. We've got the flying lap for the Sheepy's car coming through right now, and it goes through, minute 45.254. Here comes Holleran now for a Holohan rather for another lap, and minute 44.765. Earlier, minute 44.157. But yeah, that's definitely
this
coming out of somewhere.
It's got something wrong with it. That probably needs to call it.
All right, they're checking on Artemis's front end here, just to see if they've got any sort of indication, maybe some feedback from the driver to say that we're a little bit vague in the steering, or it's almost like we've got some play there which she'd love to have a look at. So
that looks like all of the play in that right front, which is no good. And at this point, you'd like to see a car like that kind of just move offline, like he is there, just in case there's something going on with that. You'd see all your temperatures and pressures on the dash, and you'd know what was going on, but down to Luffy.
Down to Warren Luff in the pit. Sorry, Luffy.
Yeah, just here with the driver now, talking about this beautiful RX-7. I've always got a soft spot for the old school rotaries, but some front end damage there, a few dramas. What actually happened out there?
Yeah, well, just on that last flying lap, I was coming around Armando and I just felt something not quite right with the suspension. It looks like we've broken a component, steering component. It might be this thing's got like an old steering box set up, so it might be an arm or something.
Yeah.
But we just got to put it in and just see what we can do.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed they can get this car back out. As I said, definitely got a soft spot for the old school rotary, so look forward to seeing you guys back out there.
Thank you.
And I do remember, yes, Mazdas during that sort of era, through that sort of 70s and 80s, yeah, they still kept the old steering box in those things. Mazdas didn't really have the steering racks in those in their vehicles for a long time. They were steering boxes, yeah. I remember our family 929 or my RX2 or whatever I've had there, always steering box, drag links, all that sort of stuff. For Artemis to obviously sense that and have a look, other than, jack the thing up and observe everything else. Could be a ball joint, could be anything.
And where he's felt at turn one, kind of the worst spot on the circuit to have a feel of whether you have steering damage.
It's not a bad place to load everything up, isn't it? So
it's a terrible place to find out.
Yeah, to find out the hard way, which is not what you want to see. Beautiful Sydney, New South Wales. We are back. The world is back here at Sydney Motorsport Park for the Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge 2023. And look at our peak hour traffic here on a Saturday morning. I like this sort of traffic. The Haltech Club Sprint class, another session about to roll out. Three groups all having a go this morning. And have a look at this. The class of 2023. And look, we're mixing it up. There we are. We've got our traditional muscle cars of the era, and then you throw in the GR here and an i20 there. And, we do get the Euro invasion. We get the Golf in there as well. So this is really the class where you can really mix it up with a variety of different platforms. We still like to say that there's certain preferred platforms that seem to dominate, but that I'm sure that that does shift every year. Evos are a hell of a thing to try and go up against, but we've got plenty of Rexes that can do it, and as we've said before, we've got still some very quick front-wheel drive vehicles that can put a number down.
Yeah, well, the top three are all-wheel drive. The car in fourth, less than half a tenth behind Kazmiri. Kazmiri is a front-wheel drive, followed by another couple of all-wheel drive. So, they're proven to be a class where you can run lots of different variations of car and be successful. This second group here, there are a few heavy hitters in the session. Obviously, Adam Kazmiri going out. He's currently in fourth with this car. He will be looking to go quicker. 35.1 is an amazing time for a front-wheel drive Integra on an AO52 tyre, a semi-slick effectively, or a good road tyre basically.
Yep.
So that's an incredible time. There are a few heavy hitters. It starts to ramp up in this session, and I'm sure the timing boards will light up and follow suit.
Just watching Jonathan Munro go through a little bit of a warming up procedure there, a little bit more temp in the tyres there, and brakes. Doesn't take too much probably for these guys to get any sort of get a good pedal and good brake temp, and they'll be up for a flyer as soon as they can get themselves a little bit of room. That's the downside to this sort of glorious traffic jam that we see down pit lane, is that it's going to be just one of those days where you've got to try and find a bit of room to get that one perfect lap. Don't forget, hashtag one perfect lap. It's all about the ethos we live by here at World Time Attack Challenge. You've just got to try and get one in if you can, and all of these guys are going to attempt to do that this morning. They're not out there to do anything other than try and improve. No one's out there for a consolidation this first session. They all know that this is the prime condition. The track is all of theirs. And, of course, we had to go through this whole track with a fine-tooth comb last night after the Drift Lunatics tore it apart. And all you got to do is have a look at those long shots coming down the main straight, just how much they thrashed the top of the circuit.
Speaking of perfection.
Oh, my goodness.
Here's a fair wedge of it.
Would you have a steer of this? If you had the chance to steer this, would you have a steer of that, Josh?
I was looking for Bart last night. I had the crowbar ready. I don't know if I'd fit in his seat position, though.
Yeah.
I might have to move it back a touch.
Yeah, he's really probably... No one else has really probably got that seating position.
He's got that locked in. But, like you were mentioning, warming tyres up and whatnot, you've got to have a plan for this session, particularly if you're in contention. You need to go out, have a plan, how you're going to warm the car up, what lap you're going to do your lap. If it's not going to be immediately, you don't want to take too much out on your first timed rotation, so that when you do go for your flyer, you've got enough left in the bag. Too often, you can go too hard too soon, have a great turn 1 and 2, have a bad 1 and 2, have a great rest of the circuit, get round again, have a great 1 and 2, have a terrible rest of the lap. You've basically got a lap from like turn 3 to turn 3 that's really good. You need flag to flag perfection here. As Kazmiri, as you can see instantly, has rolled out of it. He's seen he's down on the sectors, so potentially that means the car wasn't ready. If he goes again, that's him playing a bit of eyes up time attack footy and seeing that the car isn't ready on this lap. So that's a perfect example if he comes in. He might have a problem, and my theory is proven wrong, but you really have to plan your tyre phasing correctly to get that one perfect lap.
Absolute weapons on track. And speaking of weapons on track and off track, Warren Luff, more information for us, please.
Yeah, speaking about that one perfect lap, I'm here with the guy that is now the fastest person around here at Sydney Motorsport Park, Barton Mawer. Talk us through that lap yesterday, 1:18.8. What did it feel like from the driver's seat, and what does it mean to the team?
Well, as you know, it's been a long time coming, Warren, and it was good, and I knew it was fast. I knew we'd be close to the 18 mark. And to be honest, there's more in it. You know, that we haven't got the car quite as stable through the corners yet. We've gone to the Yokohama slick tyre this year, and we're still perfecting that. So we're hoping there's more to come.
So in terms of that, we're about 40 minutes away from that first session this morning. We've seen the tyres down the back, the guys here in the background getting the car ready. How much more is left in this car? What can we expect to see today?
The beauty of this car is it feels like the opportunity is untapped. You know, there's so much more to come. I'm expecting we can go faster. This morning, as you know, the conditions are really ripe to go quicker. We've got a new set of Yokohamas on, and we'll just go for it.
So full send this time out?
Absolutely.
Look forward to it, buddy.
he gets that.
Come on, Barty boy. Come on, mate. We're all backing you, mate. We all want to see you go and do what you can, mate. So everyone here is rooting for you.
He's all smiles there, and then right at the end there, he just got a little bit serious at the end there. Barty the smile went away, and goes, and then we're going to go for it. It's like,
he doesn't mess about, old Bart.
No, the smile went off his face right at the end there. It's like, oh, business is on already. Now let's have a keep an eye on Kaz Meary here. I honestly thought he was on another good one. Something may have, actually, you don't
peeled out of it again.
Yeah,
so he did what I was mentioning. He went for it again, and obviously it's just not happening on the dash. A lot of cars are going faster, though. We've had Andre Tan, Dr. Dre go 38.3. That's a personal best. We had Andrew Price get so close to the 38 that team down there are looking for. He went 39 dead. 39.0. It's almost insulting how close it is to a 38. Yeah. I know those guys were fighting hard. Hopefully there's more left in the bag and they get one more run at it.
Well, Shoot's found a little bit there. He's gone 35.860, so he's just sort of tickled it up a little bit. Greens everywhere. Middleton, minute 45, 3.53. Minute 42, 1.88 there for Clark Lynch. And we haven't seen him as yet. That was Adam Clark Lynch, the ACL Bosch Motorsport Supra. So we're not, here he is. We've got him on camera now. But a few more guys are out there still on a few flyers, including this guy, Ben Shoots. This cranky, angry Harrop supercharged flat 4. Is going to try and put another one here together, but it'll be interesting to see what happened to the Integra coming in for Kaz Meary. Two pretty decent sectors, and then, either an issue there or just coming in for a minor adjustment. Who knows?
Nakarado, 42 dead, so another PB again. Lots of PBs. Fisher with a 38.6. So we're all starting to really start to ramp it up. The top 10's changing as we're progressing through this second session of Club Sprint.
No, he's just having a little cool down there.
He's fairly wide through turn 4, so either just didn't have the grip or peeled out of it a touch. Here's Rahul Victor, always entertaining to watch this car go around. Not sure what his session's looking like so far. Haven't seen much of him, but looks like he's tipping into turn 1. The headlights are on, so it could be a flyer here for this RX-7.
Yeah, that's Rahul again. Watch out, Rahul. He's been every other piece other than the tarmac this weekend, but this looks like a good one for him. Let's see if we can tune our ears into a bit of rotary action this morning for all those fans watching on the live stream. Let's see if we can pick up some 13B here. Rahul not lining anything up there. Or Sector 2, though, a little bit smoother, a little bit more together. And again, these cars aren't a light RX-7 at all. They're quite a, as we said, only 5% you can take out of the total weight. So they were not a light thing at all. But this looks a nice smooth lap there for Rahul Victor. He'd already put down semi-representative yesterday, but let's have a look at his time this lap. Yes, minute 37.697. So Rahul gets himself in there.
So
still
close
can't
to the
make
top 10.
Still can't make the 10.
So close to the 10. Only 4 tenths would have put him in the 10. 241 k's an hour.
Yeah, that's all right.
Into turn 1.
That's all right.
That RX-7, so it might be a little bit heavier, and it's got a fair old wedge of wing, but clearly it's got a bit of horsepower as he wags the tail out of turn 2 there. So did a good job. 2 out of his 3 sectors were his personal best. That's about as much as you can ask for. Shoots has gone faster again with a 35.7, so solidifies his spot in that top echelon of cars a little bit more. Although, ideally, you want to be in that top 5, don't you, for our shootout later on this afternoon?
Oh, look, anything can happen when we get to shootout time, but you've just got to try and get into that 5. Honestly, you could take that concept and take it to a 10 or a 15 or a 20 car sort of thing. I do like the idea of that one shot at it. The flying lap. You start a flying lap, and then the next opponent comes out on a warm up, and then we see them nail it all. It's really quite an exciting concept, and can't wait for that this afternoon. We've got so much to do between now and then, and Rahul just cooling down. As we just heard from Josh, Shoots goes minute 35.779 and improves again. And as we said, Rahul minute 37.697, an improvement for him as well. So everyone's nearly getting what they want here, and I'm just trying to remember Rahul last year. I did have that name up yesterday just to see where he was. Yeah, so 38.693 was the best for him last year. So he's got himself a little bit quicker in the class of 2023.
Looks like he's going to go again.
Have another crack here.
It is very hard if you do a push lap to get 2 back-to-back quick laps at it. So let's see how this pans out. Yeah, fairly wide through 1 straight out of the box. So probably the best of the tyres gone there, unfortunately, there for Victor, but a great couple of days of driving and a personal best in this session.
That's all you can hope for, is just that little bit more every year as an indicator. And again, you just need that one perfect lap to do it in. And sometimes as the traffic starts to drop off, you do get that open space appear. And you feel like you can give another one in there. But obviously, as you said, Josh, the feel he got through turn 1 was probably not enough. Thinking if this is why, and you know what, it's a great circuit for that, to test how you're going, see how you go through turn 1. What a perfect corner to really tell you one way or another, I'm not ready, it's not ready. Or you go, wow, this feels really, really good, I think I'm ready.
It's nice to have the hardest part of the circuit,
yes,
or the bravest part of the circuit.
The bravest
straight
part.
Up. I know every time I drive here, if I get turn 1 done, it's like, okay, the rest of it's a little bit easier. It's more technical, whereas the first turn's just a bit of bravery. So yeah, certainly an intimidating one. You have a lot of time to think about turn 1 coming down the straight. It's such a long run down into turn 1. I don't know the exact measurement of it, but it's nearly 1 kilometre long, the straight. And just coming down thinking the entire time, God, where am I going to brake? And if you're in a car, even worse, that doesn't need to brake, where am I going to lift? How much am I going to lift? It's almost easier in a car where you're doing ridiculous speed that's just flat. You can just keep it buried and hope it sticks, and if it doesn't, blame the engineers. Yeah,
blame the engineers. It does reward the brave. I don't know of too many other corners that I've seen around that quite reward like that corner does. And I think for all of the international visitors too, they're talking about it, talking to Ferris and the rest of our guys from the United States, just even Ryan, they say that turn 1, like that's something else, it's
Yep, it is a very intimidating corner, and I guess that's why we come here, separate the brave and see who's willing to put it on the line for that one perfect lap, and that's what it's all about. Is you need a bit of technicality, you need a bit of bravery, you need a bit of car. It all needs to work to produce that lap. So always very exciting, and that's why we've got a great shot nice panning shot through turn 1 so we can see the entire thing.
All right, so you saw the checkered flag out for this session, so we've got another lineup, another group there ready to come out. So Club Sprint, thanks to Haltech, one more group. Session 1, Class 3 coming up very, very shortly. So some improvements everywhere. No big juggling in the top 10. Just a lot of sharpening of the list there. So Kazmiri, I think, has got to jump into another one. If he just couldn't make the Integra do what it needed, he did get probably a little bit of data there which was going to help him. But this is the thing. We've just got to see how these guys do in this next session. But Warren Luff, you've got some more info down there. Tell us what's happening.
Yeah, I'm down here with the guys of this beautiful Ferrari. Now, these guys had gearbox problems yesterday, and they've pretty much all worked all through the night. They said they got kicked out of here about just after midnight. They were back here at 4 a.m. You can see down on the ground there, they've been handing out the cases of Red Bull because these guys have been working so hard to get this car back out on track. They're just about ready to fire up. They think they've got it all back together. So really excited to see this beautiful Ferrari on track later today.
How about that, eh? Kicked out at midnight and back at 4. I did stop past that pit on the way out last night, and yeah, there was no motor in it. The motor's out.
That's incredible. Look at that.
Yeah.
So to change the box on that, the engine had to come out.
That's right. Yeah.
So that's an incredible job from those that team down there. Thanks for that, Luffy. And look, if that car can run again today, whether it runs at on idle or if it runs at all, that's an amazing effort. Dude, it's fine.
Yeah.
Sure looks it with pipes hanging out, bits not back on it, but it'll get there.
It's some fantastic stuff to see. Look at this, the crowd already in the infield, our stylised show and shine. 300-plus cars of the most amazing builds. I can see a few in, geez, there's an old E21 BMW, which takes me back to wish I never sold mine. I think that other van's a ring-in, but there's plenty of other beautiful JDM examples, Euro examples, old school, new school, stuff you've never seen before. I'm sure you haven't seen everything, folks. And this fantastic stylised show and shine. Of course, Shannon's on board with all of that as well. Fantastic venue, Sydney Motorsport Park. So much room to just pack it full of automotive awesomeness, which we do every year. And just back to that Ferrari just for a moment. Yeah, Mike Burrows from Stance Works. That engine and transmission was out last night. He was told initially, because it's a Quaife sequential in that car, and when he broke it, and the news was like, oh, Quaife sequential. There's no way you'll get parts for Quaife sequential. And he said literally 6 pit garages up, the offer came down to say, I've got one of those, let's go get it, and the rest is going to be history. And you know what? Great content from Mike Burrows and Stance Works that we're going to see, no doubt, in the future. All right, in that session, none of those numbers have particularly changed too much. Maybe a tweak there from Ben Schutz at that 35.779, but yeah, no, we did not see the JDM Yard hard race Integra do any better for Kazmiri, but there were signs of hope. We've still got to see him probably out in that Yaris yet. Rahul Victor, minute 37.697 is an improvement for him. Dr. Dre down there in 14th with a minute 38.335, and all the way into 18th position, Ruben Martin in the minute 30s, 39.121, and such a great group all the way through. Nakarada, Gordon, Tang, some of these guys yet to have another crack at it, but this group will be the rest of them, and they're all going to be out there trying to push as hard as they can.
There's Trent Grubel on screen in the Bosch turn 2 there, hard on the brakes, coming through 3. He's had a nice warm-up for this lap. Sector 1 we're going to see in a moment. Is it green? It is for Trent. So he's gone faster. The leader of Club Sprint has gone faster in Sector 1 than he has on his fastest lap yet. So, as we mentioned, this is the session that, really turning it up. He's 0.3 up on the previous
lock up,
that has not worked at all for Trent.
Oh, it was a lock-up, surely.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's lost a motor, but... look, turn 6 braking is so difficult. You've actually got a bump right in the middle of the braking zone at turn 6. And if you brake a fair way before it, you can modulate over it. But when you start going really fast, you get really close to that turn 6 bump, and it can upset the car. I'm not saying that's exactly what happened, but it certainly looks like that didn't help. So turn 6, Trent Grubel is locked up and sprayed the lap for the DC Automotive WRX. Let's have a look again. Yeah, just that inside front. So easy to do.
You just throw these tyres away after that, do you think? Can you save those after that?
the smoke looked bad.
Yeah.
But if he's just recognised it and peeled off the brake, he might get another go at it.
It's alive. It's alive. There we go. So the another Quaife sequential transmission there in the chassis of that fantastic Ferrari build, and looks like the boys just got a few little things to button up, and that thing might be ready to go out a little bit later on. But yeah, you don't travel nearly all the way around the world to pack it up after some breakages. This is Australia. We can just about fix everything here for anyone that comes over. So look at these greens everywhere. We've got greens for Ty, we've got greens for Marshall, we've got greens for Wong and Garland. Garland, minute 34.465, threw one in there.
Yep, so that's shifted the leaderboard around.
Yeah.
So that takes the car into position 3, knocks out Kazmiri from the podium spot at the moment, although we do have the shootout. Jonathan Wong's finally put a lap together, 36.5. That's moved him up a few spots. There's still more in that car. There's more potential to be untapped. He'll probably carry on and have another go. Ryan Marshall with a 37.7 in that WRX we just saw, which is a great effort. So starting to ramp up.
We've got to find Kazmiri. He's just gone past on I think the start of a fly by the sound of it. But right now all eyes are on Paul McKinnon out there to see what he can do. Not dazzling us in Sector 1, but let's see what the rest of the lap takes. And you know what? It's the info from you, Josh, that just really does bring that depth to the broadcast. When you can talk about what that corner's all about and to say about the bumps, no one else is ever going to read that. You have to relay that to everyone to just tell us, well, that corner's got X amount of bumps in it. This is the sort of... You can even hear these guys, like even McKinnon, struggling to pull these things up at the moment.
So this would still have the road car ABS, and, you know, we've obviously got Bosch Motorsport as a sponsor on board with World Time Attack. That can really aid that slowing down into those downhill tricky braking areas, and that's a great example there. You heard the tyres chatter, a little bit of compression on the gear change, a little bit of braking, but Paolo is having a red hot crack here.
He sure is.
I don't know if the times are too flash, but he's certainly having a dip. He's currently 35.2, I believe he is, 5.5, so no improvement there from McKinnon.
I'm not an expert, but there was a few areas on that lap that I think he could have been a little bit better at, and I'm sure he knows about it too. But now the things that are doing a little bit of huffing and puffing, yeah. Gorgeous, gorgeous shape, gorgeous colour. And this is Jonathan Wong in that fantastic Supra for DNA Motorsport, Autosport. The GR Supra as it disappears into the Australian bush. And speaking of going to the Australian bush, is that McKinnon now just trying to stay off track?
Yep, so that's an experienced hand.
Yep.
Recognising that there. He peeled off right after turn 1 to the inside, peeled off before turn 2, Bosch turn 2, and if it has expired, which you can see, it looks like there's some smoke coming out of the vent, and there's some smoke coming out the back. If he's lost oil pressure or anything, he'll know that. Hopefully it's not on fire there.
All right, so he's off over to this side now.
That's some stuff. There is a bit of a flame under there, so I think that thing is dropping oil.
All right, he's going to be onto it here. We're right next to near where our officials are, so we might be putting the shout out there. We've got the red flag out, so we're red everywhere, and that's not getting any smaller, that situation. So give us something there. Give us that bottle, yes, please. And Paul's going to take it upon himself there to do the fire suppression before we need the crew there. But the full course red means that they'll have to go and fetch him. I'm trying to think exactly where he's turned up. He's at
turn 3, so he's done a good job there. You can actually see from that overhead shot, the drone shot, just a little bit of oil line across the track where he's gone. That'll be a very easy clean-up. So depending on how long we have left in the session, that won't take long at all to clean up, if you even need to clean up that small amount of oil. So, it's in an awkward spot, but it's just a trail. It's a very easy fix. So hopefully half of that smoke that we see is the extinguisher. Otherwise, we need to get the fireys out there up to turn 3 to give Paul a hand.
How good are our flaggies? She had double duty there. She had the yellow and the red there. If she had 3 arms, she would have had to have had 3 flags out there. She's really doing the job. A big shout out to all of our Sydney Motorsport Park officials. They don't get enough of a rap, but I know that they see plenty of action around Sydney Motorsport Park with various events. But then you get to an event like this, it's a little bit different again, where we're dealing with all sorts of different vehicles that can be, literal time bombs. These things are, the ability to make upwards of 1,000 horsepower if you want, and sometimes 1,000 horsepower comes at a bit of a cost.
Well, they're wound up so much. A traditional circuit racing car is designed to do a lot of miles, whereas these are designed to, if you can do a lap, do your PB, the thing goes amazing, and then finishes and expires over the start line. Half the crew in the sheds would take that. So they're not designed to do massive miles. They're designed to go hard, absolutely haul for a short period. So in that fact, they are wound up. They are stretched. And usually, as a marshal, you don't always see that.
No, well, whatever's gone on there, he's all okay. The thing's still simmering away, whatever it was. But, obviously got his attention a little bit more as the lap had finished, probably what he'd seen in the mirror, and then realised that, whatever it is, it's getting worse, not getting any better. And as Andrew touched on yesterday, sometimes when you do slow down, that's when it really does start to light up. If you're at speed, it can help keep the fire at bay, or it turns it into a blowtorch, one of the two. He's managed to get that stopped and under control, but not before, he's putting up something close. Minute 35.504 is what he managed to pull out there after a previous best of a 35.226. But right now, that's why the red is out. We need to make sure that we can get McKinnon and the WRX out of that tricky little situation. So where will we get him off from there? Josh, where's the next opportunity on the circuit to be able to get him back out there, like back into the pits? Near 5 there? Or
base
4?
of turn 4, there's a gap in the wall. He'll be fine.
So we can just get that back out from there. But look, that's the sort of stuff that does happen on occasion. And we certainly won't be driving that thing back to the pits. We'll have to escort him off via the tilt tray service. But fantastic scenes here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Really, circuit-wise, just elevations, the various changes in elevations, the repaving that's happened at the circuit since last event here has really started to add to some of those PBs as well. It's fantastic scenes here, and more scenes from Warren Luff in the pits.
Yeah, down here in pit lane. And one of the great things about World Time Attack is the different things that everyone gets to see, not only on track, but also later on today, what we're going to see up in the air. Now, Matt Hall has got his beautiful Red Bull plane here today. Later on, he's going to be taking off from the main straight here, doing some amazing aerobatics. I was actually lucky enough at the start of this year, I was actually doing a film shoot, and Matt was there. We did some filming down on the coastline of Wollongong, and I was driving one of the camera vehicles and had him coming down sort of probably within about 10 feet of the roof of the camera car and all that sort of stuff. So this guy, what he can't do in a plane is almost, you can't even talk about what he can't do. So it's going to be exciting to see Matt up in the skies today. Beautiful blue skies here, so it's going to be exciting to see him out there and enjoy some of his aerobatic stunts up in the air.
Yeah, absolutely, Luffy. And you know what? When he turned up with this thing here this morning, a little bit of a cross. I wouldn't say too much of a crosswind landing, but this thing's an absolute weapon. I mean, it looks like it probably weighs only 300 kilos. I know it's not quite that light, but it is an absolute hot rod designed solely to show off in. And when he rocked up, apparently last year, Ian Baker, well, the last time we had him here, he turned up. He was on the phone when he turned up. I
don't think there's a fine for flying.
No, flying while on the phone.
So
it's hard to set the cameras up for that one. Well, Matt Hall has got the plane there on display. A great place for the pit walk when that happens later on in the day. But you know what? We'll take a break and be back with more from Sydney Motorsport Park shortly.
Now that you've got the power, let Haltech control it with our complete vehicle control solutions. Haltech have a wide range of vehicle management systems, solid-state power distribution devices, and display dash solutions. With Haltech, your engine has never been in better hands. Whether you're building a time attack monster, a street warrior, or a resto mod cruiser, with Haltech, we've got you covered. For more information, visit haltech.com or visit your local Haltech dealer.
Oh, what a picture-perfect view this morning here in Western Sydney. It is Sydney Motorsport Park, destination New South Wales. This is a playground of speed.
That gets my heart pumping.
A playground of speed, and of course the reservoir in the background there. And Josh Buchan, what can you say about this venue? This has been a playground probably since you were a very small child.
It's one of the greats. If you're based in Sydney, track days held all the time. The venue's always busy, and there's certainly everything to do here, from track days, skid pan stuff, all the stuff in between. So you can see a little bit of oil recovery. I don't know how bad it was through one. He certainly got it sorted pretty quickly thereafter. So. Just dragging that car back in through turn 4, so only a few hundred metres where it was finished off, and I don't think it'll be too much stress for the other competitors with that oil down.
Well, Josh, you know this place back to front. In fact, let's have a look at Josh Buchan around Sydney Motorsport Park from another angle.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. My name's Josh Buchan, and I'll be taking you for a lap around Sydney Motorsport Park in our lovely brand new Hyundai Ioniq 5N. So come for a ride and we'll show you the way around. Well, here we are, folks. We're in the amazing, as I mentioned, Hyundai Ioniq 5N. The first time this car has circulated the track in this country since its release. And we are down at the main straight here, coming into Advan Corner, turn 1 at Sydney Motorsport Park, the fastest corner we have on the circuit. 100 metre board. If you're not flat out right up until that point in any category, you have no hope of competing for a win or a podium. Super fast, super committed, well over 200 k's an hour in a lot of categories, and well over 240 k's an hour in the pro categories. As we exit turn 1, you have to be careful. There's quite an aggressive ripple strip. You don't want to get the car onto that and upset the balance. Before coming into turn 2, an extremely difficult double apex left-hander where there's several lines you'll see drivers taking through the weekend. The main thing is, though, getting a good exit off of turn 2, pointing straight to turn 3 for this long and again bumpy right-hander. Right here, big bump in the middle of the corner. It can upset the cars. In the really quick downforce cars, you're going to see scraping, bottoming out through those corners, even at 150 k's an hour. Coming into turn 4, well over 200 k's an hour in a lot of cars. It's an extremely fast corner where you need to just think about setting up for turn 5, this next left-hander, past our lovely Hyundai zone on the right-hand side at the South Circuit pits, which you can come and see anytime over the weekend. Track limits at the exit of turn 5, you need to be careful of that. There's a red line there, your wheels cannot go past that. There's a surface change now into turn 6, braking, followed by another bump in the braking zone for turn 6, where you need to just gently caress the car through here. The surface is the oldest surface here on the venue up at turn 6, so it's probably got the least amount of grip out of any corner on the venue. Coming around Corporate Hill now, under the bridge, turning in, it's downhill, more bumps. These are quite long bumps though, so they can actually really be an engineer's nightmare to set up for those long bumps for the car. The hairpin at turn 8 here, again, another one of those open for interpretation corners for the drivers. You'll see lots of different lines, narrow, wide, centre. All that matters though is that when you come off the hairpin here, your foot flat to the floor for the extremely fast turn 9 that we have here at SMSP. Try and turn as late as possible to open up the corner and just gently slow the car down here. You don't want to attack too much and hurt this last little bit here. The last two corners, so crucial, particularly this last corner here we have at Sydney Motorsport Park, because it leads onto the straight. Get a good apex, late apex, and accelerate down. At this point, you'll turn all your dials up to 11 on the boost controllers, fire for the main straight, and hope that the lap time's good. 84% of the lap is spent turning, so it's important that when you do get that little breather on the straight, you're making the most of it. So that's the lap of SMSP here at World Time Attack, Yokohama World Time Attack, in our Ioniq 5N. Hope you enjoyed it.
So I'm down here with this beautiful Ferrari. We just saw it fire up after the dramas that we saw out there yesterday. Mike, a credit to you and the guys. I heard it was an all-nighter for these guys. How good is it to have this car back out here today?
It's the best feeling. It's why we do this. No question about it. I'm excited. As long as I get to turn a lap today, I'm going to be happy. And I think we're going to get to.
No, that's great. But look, tell us a little bit about the story behind this car, because I was talking to the guys before. So what was the motivation behind sort of wanting to build a Ferrari Time Attack car? And is it true that this car was a fully road registered running Ferrari, and this is what you guys have created?
Yeah, this car started out as what I would call a mint condition 308 GTBI. It was a nice one, and that wasn't my intention to start with the nicest I could find, but it's what was the cheapest. And I bought this car because I think they're beautiful, and I think what's underneath is a bit lacking. It's antiquated, so I said let's build one hell of a car to match the looks.
Yeah, it's a beautiful car, and as we said, it's so exciting to see it back out here. But obviously, your first experience at World Time Attack here in Sydney, what's been your thoughts on the event, and can we expect to see you back in the future?
There's no question. I already want to come back. It's just a matter of making it happen at this point. The event's been fantastic. I've never been to an automotive event like this. The amount of culture that's here, the enthusiasm that's here, this is incredible. Everybody should experience this.
Well, as I said, I'm so excited to see this car out on track today. I'll let you go. I know you've got to get ready. And, yeah, excited to see what these guys can do with this Ferrari today.
Oh, absolutely. Mike Burrows from Stanceworks, Warren Luff bringing us the information there. Hashtag one perfect lap. Don't forget that one at all. The stylised show and shine going off there on the dummy grid. Light breeze, which is nice, Josh. It's good if it just stays this way all day, that we don't get any sort of higher wind conditions kicking in, because it sort of does play havoc with us. But it is so good to see that 308 getting fixed and going to be back out here, and he's already trying to plot and plan that one day he might be able to bring the Ferrari back, or something back from Stanceworks, to a future World Time Attack challenge. Josh Buchan off for the moment. Club Sprint was run and done, and some good numbers there. So Josh has got very busy schedule today running around the place, and doesn't raise a sweat doing it either. He'll just be off to do what he needs to do. But how about that, hey folks? This was a pretty immaculate 308 GT B Ferrari, and as he said, gorgeous shape. I agree with him. I do think it's actually quite a beautiful shape. I think Pininfarina was just one of the best styles, still one of the best group of cars ever styled, and of course we've got quite a few examples of that sort of styling with our personal Lamborghini collection that is around, and I'm sure we're going to see that before the end of the day. But it is M-Tron Pro class time, and you know why I know that is because you can see that 968 from space. Our drone shot, you could just see how menacing a presence that car is. When it comes to almost the perfect time attack car, would you ever think, Andrew Brilliant, that it was going to end up as that sort of a 968 out of all cars?
I think it's actually a really fantastic base for a time attack car. You know, I was just digging through the numbers. You want to know who our top three first year cars were?
Go on.
So, yeah, you go with the specs first.
Andrew Billy's got some great stuff to tell us in a sec. But I tell you what, the Pro Class, thanks to M-Tron, composite and carbon materials allowed. Yes, plenty thanks. All windows can be Lexan. Tick. Unlimited engine mods allowed. Tick. Paddle shift transmission. Pro drivers. Nitrous injection. Minimum weight 1,200 kilos, or factory minus 20%. And yeah, we'll have to update our little screen there. Of course, 2023 minute 18 so far, and change for Barton Mawer. But that's interesting, because this car was a rookie car at one stage, but you tell us about the best ever debutantes there, Andrew, when you get a chance.
Yeah, so they did a 26.8 their first time out. They were number 3. Number 2 was Alex Danielson in another 968, and that was in 2019. 25.6, and then Nemo in 2011 with 25.0. That was our number one.
That's not bad for debutantes, is it? And this car, as we said, was a debutant at some stage, but that's the top 3 debut cars. Luffy's got some hot news coming through from the pits right now.
Yeah, we spoke earlier to Barton Mawer and we were talking about conditions being perfect this morning to be able to maybe even go faster than that record lap that we saw yesterday. But what is not ideal conditions is when we've just had an oil down, and when we look through turn 1 here, you see the cement dust that they've had to lay down to try and sort of soak up some of that oil. I had Tim Slade down here just a moment ago having a bit of a look, talking to the officials just to understand the extent of this oil down and obviously what that's going to mean for the cars out there. We look up on straight now, we see Barton Mawer just coming down, and you can actually see the plumes of dust from behind the car. And if that doesn't give you a good understanding of aero and how it works, then nothing will. So you can see that cement dust is going to play havoc with these guys in this session right now. So let's see what they can do, but I think it's going to be a tough one for these guys to go faster.
Luffy, just as you've stood at the hot end of turn 1, there Bart looks like he sort of ditched it halfway through turn 2, decided to abort the lap. We know how aggressive he can be out of turn 2. He's so early on the throttle, Andrew, in some places to show that he's really happy with the car on some corners, and he's also using the incredible torque out of that 4-litre Thor engine, because that, you know, torque is becoming something that's that really plays a part, which would, you know, talk about power, but, you know, the ability to not unsettle the car on gear changes. And Luffy's got even more hot news for us down there as this is starting to heat up. Thanks, Warren.
To obviously turn 1 down here. It's obviously one of the most it's the fastest corner on the circuit. So when you're coming down the straight and you can see there's that oil down, there's just always that little bit of doubt in the back of your mind as to where the grip level is actually going to be, and you just can't commit that 100%. And as we know, this is all about creating that one perfect lap, and if you can't commit 100% through every corner, it's always going to make that task that little bit more difficult. So these guys will probably be doing a bit of a sighting lap now just to understand where the oil is, how this cement dust is going to affect the balance of the cars. And you can see Barton Mawer, you see that car have a big twitch halfway through turn 1 there. That's exactly what we were talking about, just that confidence to be able to commit and what it might do to the balance of the car. So these guys are going to be out there just trying to understand what this has done to the surface of the track and what's it obviously done to the grip level out there.
Well, Luffy, it looks like he's continuing on the fight here, Barton Mawer. So he got to turn 2 and he was still under a fair amount of intention there. And in fact, the intention is very great here, Andrew. He is pushing. He's up in that sector still. He's green in the sector.
Yeah.
He is green already, Barton. So ignore the dust for now. If anything, 968's done the whole track a favour by sucking it clean, throwing it up and bringing it down. But he is fast, Barton Mawer. He is putting one down here now, very quick through this apex. He's still on it. He is still on it. Let's see what the second sector is. The second sector is up here as well. Barton Mawer, he is going for it on this lap. It's only a half a corner away. He is on it. He is still on it. He is still pushing hard. Hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen, because I think the 1 minute 18.837 might be something a little bit quicker. And he puts it through 17. A 17.86. Don't forget about another minute 18. How about you have yourself a 1 minute 17.86, another world record pass. Andrew, what can you say, mate?
What are you going to say about that, man? Wow. Wow, wow.
That is the most stunning lap I have ever seen out of an automobile, period. And remember, minute 18, we're going, wow, the first ever minute 18. If only he ran a low minute 18 again. It goes minute 7. It goes a second quicker, folks.
Yeah. 1
second quicker than yesterday. Nearly a neat second,
with
Andrew.
dust on the track.
Go and analyse that for me, mate. I need some data out of you from that, mate.
Yeah, that was insane, man.
Oh,
Absolutely
my God.
insane.
Oh, my God. I knew we were going to lose it today. I knew we were going to explode. If something went like it was going to go. And remember that last interview Luffy did to Barton. He goes, oh, yeah, we're going to go and have a go. And he's smiling. He goes, I think we're going to go for it. And then Barton's face went to no smile. And it's like, when I saw Bart lose the smile, it's like, dude, you are seriously going to push this thing.
Wow.
That is the most insane lap, folks. Honestly, the Earth just tilted on its axis in Time Attack World. The Earth just tilted another couple of degrees off its axis. And, we've got Cole out there now again. We've got Ewan out there in minute 42.48 territory. I know that, we'll be looking to see whether Slady gets Tanuki out there. But, look, thank you, Bart, for also sucking all that concrete dust up for us. The best way to get rid of concrete dust at turn 1, go through there at 270 with some big aero. That's just, it's all gone.
Whatever vacuum cleaner for us.
Whatever debris was on that turn is not there anymore.
No.
Bart, you've done us, you could probably throw us a bill for a bit of track prep there, bit of track prep servicing. But Andrew, what else can we say that we haven't said already about this?
He really put that together. Like every sector was faster. I don't know. It just looked screwed down, man. It just looked like they had everything working for him.
You talk about one perfect lap. What about one more perfect lap? We need to change it all. Ladies and gentlemen, the most impressive lap you will ever see up till now. Barton Mawer has just uncorked the most amazing lap time, and when he lost the smile in the interview, so I think we're going to go for it. And the guy had mega game face on. The previous lap, he obviously had a bit of feedback that it wasn't right. Yeah, son. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. That's got to feel good. Yeah, man. That's got to feel good. Yes, sir. Careful, little Bart. That's just, he knows it. How does that feel? To take a second, where do you get a second? Where do you grab a second? Mind you, Cole's just gone minute 25.945 out on track.
25.9, whoa.
Cole's improved, minute 25.945. Ron Popestick there. Rob's got the smile on the face as well. But Bart, that's not faking that stuff. I mean, this guy's done a lot in his motorsport career, but then to see that go and do what it just did, that is the most insane lap I have ever seen.
And hold on to your hat. We still got a shootout later to come.
I know. We've got to save some. Now, hopefully, let's save the drive shafts for later, eh?
Yeah.
Wow, they lasted, and now we're going after him here, Luffy. You definitely need to get on him because here he is. He does need to have a cup of tea and a lie down now.
Yeah, mate.
Luffy, go, Luffy, go.
Barton Mawer, we saw the lap yesterday. We spoke about how much faster could you go this morning. What did that feel like out there? How was the car, but how was the track?
The track was slippery, hey. We had the concrete dust down at turn 1. I honestly didn't think we'd have a 17 in it, but I was a bit surprised when I looked down and saw the 17. I thought it was a scrappy lap. I was definitely not flat through turn 1, which I know you like to do on the commentary. But and we're actually going for a second lap, but it just started getting untidy early in the lap, so I decided to abort. But, mate, there's just more and more keeps coming out of this RP968.
Yeah, mate, that was an amazing. I was down there at turn 1. It looked loose as going through there. But, look, you've done some amazing things in your career. Obviously, this has to stack up there as an absolute highlight. What does this mean to you, and what does this mean to the team?
Look, more importantly to the team and Rod, it's so much, It's a 10-year project with his car. He's had high goals to get to this sort of lap time, and now we're doing it. But, mate, there's more to come, If we could just keep dialing it in and keep going, I reckon we can go faster.
So what do you think? Shootout later tonight. Can we see this car go faster again?
We definitely can. If the conditions can be okay for us, why not, mate? Let's just keep going.
Mate, look forward to seeing it. Congratulations again, mate. You are the fastest man around Sydney Motorsport Park. Well done, my friend.
Thanks, mate. Sounds really good when you say it.
Yeah, it sure does. It sure does. He was already the quickest guy around here until he goes and knocks another second off it. The very first tilt, he goes, all right, folks, you know what? I think we're just going to let this breathe this one, Andrew. Let's let it breathe. an absolute enigma. If you could call anything an enigma, that is an enigma. That's exactly what an enigma looks like. And you know what? I didn't look at him go. He is, isn't he? For a guy, for such a small little guy, he's got some. He's just ready. Watch out for the guttering on the. Bart's just. I've never seen Bart carry on so much in my life. This guy is just feeding off the energy. That's got to feel good. And you know what? We picked on that long drone shot. Turn 3 wasn't perfect at all.
No.
Turn 3, it did a big move in the middle of turn 3 there. That I think Bart had to lift. There's got to be lift there. I'm sure if they go back and check that throttle trace for that lap. There's a lift in turn 3 because we saw it do that halfway through turn 3. It got really squirrely. Everywhere else looked perfect.
Yeah.
Everywhere else looked perfect.
But you see the way he was huffing, man. He was driving the wheels off that car.
Yeah, he was definitely doing that, and the man is quick in that car. But look, immediate feedback from him is that, you know, this car feels infinite at the moment. He's saying, you know, they're getting to a sweet spot where it's feeling infinite. It's like we are tuning this, we are tweaking that, we are working more at it. And for a guy that's so switched on as Bart as a driver, mate, for a little guy, doesn't he pack some aggression? Doesn't he just throw that thing the way it should be?
Oh yeah.
And you know what? As we said this year, we didn't know what we were going to get with slicks and how that was going to play into everything. But I think they're starting to find their way on this slick.
Absolutely.
Because he did his initial feedback was he didn't have that initial feel of the, you know, the treaded tyre into the turn. He said the slick was a little vaguer, but he said it ended up with more grip feedback. It actually provided more grip than the initial feel. So he's probably trusting himself, you know, throwing that thing a bit more, knowing that he's got the grip to back it up.
Yeah, well, and just knowing that you've got a stronger tire underneath it, you build confidence with that. And I think that they're unlocking that next step where you really start to refine the car and not just do what you can do with it, sort of running on the fringes, you know. I
can't believe that yesterday we were looking up there saying Barton Mawer minute 18.87, and that was going to be enough, but now it's in minute 17 territory. So while Andrew Brilliant goes and crunches some numbers and pulls up some analysis, we've got Eric Sue coming on in just a tick, but crazy stuff. How about that for sharing a moment? That was just fantastic. We've got GCG Open class just about to kick off. And, yeah, there we go. This is why I think we get up in the morning. We want to see days like this. We want to see moments like this. And what moments did we see? We did have a lot to talk about. It just did it all in front of us there. And I do apologise, we're a little bit over the edge. But I'm sorry, mate. When you go minute 18, and that's the quickest lap we've ever seen, and you start lighting up green sectors on the very next lap that you do, well, that's going to be something even more special. Never did we ever think that we were going to see a second off at Eric Sue. What was your impressions of that before we get into GCG Open?
Oh man, that was an insane lap. I mean, like you said, I think almost every turn he had almost perfect there.
Yeah, it was. Well, as you said, almost perfect. Almost perfect. We did notice a little bit in 3, but everything else was still sort of working really, really well. Oh, well, that's it all, Mr. Johnny Healy. No, the drift cup's on tonight, mate. You don't give us the drift cup straight away, but it's got to be cold tyres, you would imagine. The GCG Open class, as we saw with the regulations there, opens up a little bit as far as aero's concerned, a little bit more weight reduction as well. And these guys also can, sort of mess around with their combinations as well, if they are wanting to push the friendship with the dynamics of the car. But this great little 510. You were a 510. You had some Datsun 1600s in the early days, didn't you, Eric? You're an old Datsun guy, weren't you? Oh, you're a Z guy, weren't you?
Yeah, I'm more of a Z guy, but I like the 510s.
And as you said, you just don't seem to find too many of these in the USA anymore. As you said, they'll turn up at car meets, but they very rarely turn up anywhere else.
Yeah, not at a reasonable price.
Cars, yeah, or at a reasonable price. You know what I'd love Nissan to do is actually redo a 510. Imagine if they took the old boxy shape, did it as the 2-door, because we never got the 2-door. You guys got the 2-door in the United States. Yep. We never got the 2-door. I mean, this isn't a 2-door either, by the way. We had nothing but the 4-door. But imagine if Nissan did decide, you know what? And again, it all comes from the boardroom down, mate. Some people just aren't going to see that as a priority. But if we had the right people in the boardrooms of Nissan, they would look at doing a 510 or a 1600 coupe as a redo.
And you know what would be cool if they did that in an EV?
Absolutely, absolutely. If anything, wouldn't that just rebirth that whole brand?
Yeah.
Because it would probably work a treat, especially if it went way quicker than what they did in the early days. And again, none of them were quick out of the factory. It's not like you could buy a factory muscle 510. They were pretty much cookie cutter cars turned into race cars. Fantastic. And not too many cars had IRS in the 1960s, but that's a car that did have it. Here's this Supra starting to scrape a little bit of splitter out there. That's John Sabelic. And JZA 80s, where do you get them from? What's our average Supra price in the United States? Can you get into one of these things cheap? Nope.
I'd say minimum 75K for a pretty beat-up one.
A 75K US for a beat-up JZA 80.
Yep.
Yeah, so they've gone through the roof. They're ridiculous, and as long as we've still got guys out there like Sabelic and these guys that want to not only turn them into pretty tough race cars, but for everyone that's got one on the street still, that was one of Toyota's best ever creations. Pretty successful on track.
Sabelic got his PB, looks like.
Oh yes, minute 40, 995 for Sabelli. Godjanix in the MRS, minute 42, 921. Also off screen, improving as well, but some good numbers coming out of these cars in the open class. As we would expect, we'd see a few green sectors light up in this, considering Club Sprint gave us all of those. So where might we end up here? Who knows? All right, Johnny Healy, tyres must be warm by now. He had his aero paint on yesterday. It's all been cleaned up, but he's going to do a flying lap. Oh, look at the shutter out of the front splitter of that car. Like, it got that real sort of shutter up where it's, not obviously directly fastened to the car enough. He's definitely having a good go at it. He peeled out a 38.975 out of it. His hopes were to try and get it into the minute 30s, and he did that yesterday to a fair margin. We've got Bishop in the background doing a warm-up lap now. That's Darren Bishop, the Evo 7 out there, but we're keeping an eye on this gorgeous Datsun 1600 of John Healy with V-Sport signage on the side.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Datsun had another lap in it compared to the other cars.
Yes.
Just because of the car
weight.
Just as
Eric Sue, that's your commentator's curse for the day. That is your commentator's curse. I wouldn't be surprised if we had another lap in him. Washka, the very next corner. I'm sure they know they've got the cameras on them because they just love sort of contradicting what we're trying to say. We'd love to predict what they're all doing, and then they go and do that. There's that for the replay. Oh, yes. No, that drifting cup's on tonight there, John. I know we already had a go at you about that, but that's the other side of the tyre. I think initially that was the tyres cold. Now the tyres are gone.
Yeah,
that's the difference.
Right.
But now a gorgeous shape. May they live forever, and long live the 510. And I don't think they'll end up being $1 million car like, you can get to GTRs and WRXs one day. They'll end up being so ridiculously priced, but you can still probably get yourself into one of these still at prices that you wouldn't think you'd ever pay for one.
And if Nissan did a retro EV,
oh, absolutely,
I'd be all over that.
It should be that.
I'm not an EV fan, but
yeah,
I would do that.
If you had something in a more modern styled version, because you know what they did to things like Camaros and where they took the old shape and made it into that modern slippery shape. A 510 EV might just go off the shelves, fly off the shelves. Because you know what I reckon you'd find? There we go. This is good news, ladies and gentlemen. This is good news. Mr. Mike Burrows from Stance Works, brand new Quaif sequential on board the Ferrari, and he's already pumped to want to try and come back and do it next year. But he's lit up a circuit. Well, I think everything for him's going to be PBs to start with because, no luck yesterday. But folks, this is all the way from the other side of the world, the Stance Works garage. I think he's based. Where is he based out of? Cali there?
Based out of Costa Mesa, California.
Yeah, right.
Southern California.
And here it is, the K-swapped Ferrari 308. So let's get some eyes and ears on this for a lap. Let's just have a tune in on the Stance Work Ferrari here with a brand new Quaif sequential. 1,000 horsepower, 1,000 kilo. That's kind of the figures we're throwing on around this fantastic car. But again, Mike, from California to Sydney Motorsport Park, definitely not his home track. So, yeah, every lap's going to be a learning experience for him, and I just hope he gets himself a whole bunch of quick times out of this car, because it is a good benchmark to see. It's a definite treat for everyone that's come from right around to see it in person. You can only watch a car on a screen for so long before you got to see it in person, and this thing is worth seeing in person.
Yeah, it's a really cool car, right? It's super unique.
There we go. So, look, easy. Minute 45, 1:87 for Mike Burrows on his first flyer. He had a bit of a go here on Thursday, but I think, the transmission breakage happened yesterday.
Yep.
So, basically the whole day sourcing and getting the bits and pieces to get it back together. And, the thrash. Last night he was waiting for parts, so he had a bit of time to talk to the guy. And you couldn't get a more humble, unassuming fellow. People sort of start to build a profile for themselves, and some people believe in their own hype. But at the end of the day, if you stay humble and show a human element of it, that's why I think where people gravitate to you if you're real. And you wouldn't get a more real guy than Mike Burrows out there, because as he said, he wanted to build something different. This was very, very different.
You know what we call that, Chris? In the States, it's called chill.
Yeah, he's chill. He's chill. So chill. He was actually at the stage last night. He goes, we're getting a new quote. He goes, I don't know how I'm going to pay for it. I said, listen, we'll sort it all out later. He goes, I'll just have to go and make some more money. I said, you go and do that, but don't worry about how we're going to pay for that right now. We'll sort it out right now. So again, he's not a guy that's talking about he's got $100 million out there.
Right.
He's worried about how am I going to pay for this transmission. We'll sort it out at the end of the weekend. He might hand it back. You know what I mean? It might not be that he needed to use it. Buy it. He might have just used it to use it for the weekend, and maybe that's all. Let's just see what happens. All right. Talk about commitment. We're throwing some commitment out there right now, keeping an eye on the Evo.
Yep, Bishop's on it.
Yeah, Bishop's trying to have another crack here. And that was certainly some commitment into turn one. We're looking for Bishop's incrementals there through that first sector. He definitely was throwing that through with heaps of commitment.
Gotta love that four-wheel drift there.
Not what Evo should be doing too much, but the ones that can do it really well, it's a sight to see, is it not?
Yep.
I get flashbacks to Sierra days, actually. I really do.
It is red.
Yeah, It is red. That's where I got it from, and it was just mind-blowing to have one from the other side of the world, one from Japan, and then they literally fought cat and dog all day, all weekend, and then Tarzan just getting Emperor Hand by a little bit at the end of the last day. But yeah, Bishop's decided to cool the heels there. That's enough of a lap to tell him that it's not going to end up with an improvement. But he certainly attacked turn one like he meant it.
Maybe that was practice for later.
Yeah, well, I think that might be the other case too. We've got Adrian Pazman ready to go on a flying lap with that K24 Sylvia. We'll see if we can pick him up somewhere. He was coming up on our timer screen. Here he is now on camera, and another great build that they're just popping up. I shouldn't say they're popping up out of nowhere. These guys have been around Time Attack for years, and I think the goal starts to sharpen. You realise where you might want to end up, and this is another one which I think is supercharged. So it's designed to actually go out there and it's not 1,000 horsepower time bomb. Sometimes you think, well, grenade. Sometimes you think there might be a grenade at that. But this I think is a Rotrex is the supercharger they might use on it. So it's it gives you a lot of low down torque. Hondas have never been a torque car. They've always been all RPM and high RPM horsepower. But these supercharged K series seem to be a nice way to do it as well.
Yeah, they have a pretty linear power band, and I think BYP's been doing quite a few of them, so they got the formula down quite a bit.
So he's definitely not getting himself on a flying lap right now, Pazman, but I'd say with a few minutes left in the session, he might be able to try and throw one good one down. He's ended up with a, where are we? So far, they reckon, well, it says there 39.342 sort of in front of his name. It did say minute 42.459 there before that. But maybe just, I don't know, it's just idling it around, whether he's got some little issues that he just wants to pursue. It doesn't look like he's going to start this lap on a flyer. In fact, I would say, just imagine, yes, pulling into the pits just for a moment. Not one representative lap out of the car of that session just yet. But again, it's another way to do it. It's the a K-swapped S chassis. You know, you guys got those, what is a 240 SX in the United States. So you said you never got the 15 though.
Nope.
You got the 14.
Yep.
You got the 14, but you never got the 15.
We didn't get the 14 either. We got the 14.
Oh, yeah. You know, you got the 240 SX, which, I don't know, what are they worth money-wise in the United States, that chassis, that 14 chassis?
They're starting to trickle up.
Are they?
They're still probably mostly under 20 grand.
Well, because they were a showroom car for Nissan in the United States.
Yep.
So that was a car that literally was a readily available vehicle to buy.
Yeah, there was hundreds of thousands.
Is that right? Okay, so they're not quite there yet. Yeah, well, I mean, over here, our drift boys destroyed every 13 and 14 they could. So we're a little bit light on numbers.
Yeah.
Eric, we might need a few containers from the United States with some left hook S14s coming out. We're going to get some 240 SXs.
I think the American drift boys have attacked all the 13 and 14s as well in the States.
Yeah. So that chassis, it might go down as one of Nissan's most successful and most versatile chassis platforms.
I agree.
Because you know, they're never going to know when they release a vehicle unless they've deliberately aimed a vehicle at the enthusiast market. You don't know which vehicle ends up being grabbed by the enthusiasts. And you know, who would ever know, Nissan back in the day, oh, we're going to make S13 an iconic chassis, you know, for drift and time attack. They're not to know that. 25 years later down the track, here they are as that car, and I can't believe they're nearly that old. They are that old. And I rate them as a modern Nissan in comparison to our old Chrome Bumper 510 days. But this is some excitement here. I'm going to start getting now the pulse up because I'm seeing cars on screen that are yet to deliver us a representative lap time. And yes, I'm looking at you, Benny Tran. I just had the BYP Integra firmly on our screen. That is a car that rolled to a 31.124 with the blower belt coming off on the straight. So Benny was talking about that car was coasting for a fair amount of that last turn before it rolled a 31.1. Now he's just out of the number 5 spot. That would put him in the shootout if he could get in there. So this is an important moment for Benny Tran. We also see out there, of course, Lane Baird from WA. We saw Tim Slade out there in the Extreme GTR as well. So we've even got Cole out there, Racer Cole in the foreground there, the Oldham's WRX. So we've got some excitement still to come here if those guys get enough room and don't get in the way of each other. So there's some exciting stuff to see. We're waiting for flyers. Here's one now, and it is Slade. Slade's now on a flyer. So let's go to Tim Slade. Let's tune in, get our ears on for some RB. Get any more effort than that from Tim Slade. He's up in the first sector, and he took a lot of real estate out on that side to rag the Extreme GTR in. He is on a flyer over a corporate now into here. Let's have a listen as he gears it down. All right, now a little bit of traffic there. He's staying over the side. That's good. That's Johnny Boston. But, yeah, Tim Slade, Sector 2. He is up here as well, the Extreme GTR. 2 clean greens. And he's just trying to make this last corner count. It looks good to me. It looks very clean. And from here on end, if he gets the power down, here comes this screaming RB down the main straight. Tim Slade in the GCG Open class. Does he go a little bit better? Tim Slade, 26. Minute 26. 5:16. Just puts it out of reach of Morecambe a little bit because they're after each other, would you believe? Minute 26, 5:16 for him. Boston in behind just then with a minute 30. Day just went minute 35, 467. Cole went minute 32, 596 in behind. So we had a bunch of guys finishing really fast in behind that great lap from Tim Slade. Here comes Damon Ashton on his flying lap, and Ashton goes minute 32, 271, about 1/10 off what he's run already. But that was an exciting lap from Tim Slade. It looked pretty good.
Yeah, overall, I think the car was pretty much glued.
he did need a bit of real estate out of that corner. You know, I suppose with the four-wheel drive systems, if you do get it on a little bit early, that you might get a little bit of that understeer as it's trying to, you know, you're trying to control the tyres one way. It might spin them a little bit and, you know, push you out like that. And, you know, I suppose that's the risk when you get on the throttle a little early, is that thing might want to push you out a bit far.
Yeah.
Some good flies. Benny Tran, there we go. Minute 29, 2:52. Back in the fourth. So from sixth to fourth, Benny Tran. So we've seen an improvement for him. He's getting back on that fine line, but I think there's more from Mr. BYP, because the 31 on the roll yesterday, there's a 29.252 as his first representative lap today. So we've got him in that top four so far. Boz in fifth with a minute 34.72. We've got Cole Powelson out there trying to find some room. Ashton might have another crack here by the look of it. He's lit up one sector there as a good one, so let's just see what happens. Again, they're all going to stay out of the way of each other here. Ashton's still having a go. Second sector just may have got held up, or something wasn't right there for him, but you know what, he could finish with a nice third sector here and see what the consolidated lap is here. Yeah, Bob's still on a flyer for him. There he goes. Ashton goes, yeah, minute 32.807. So yeah, he did lose a fair bit in the last two sectors. So it might be enough for him now, as these guys can normally got a little bit more chance per lap to do well. What about Cole? Minute 59, maybe he's on one. So let's keep an eye and see if we can find Cole. Here's Boz. They had to do the cylinder head gasket last night on this car. The cylinder head was off. We had a few SR20s out of the frame last night.
We did.
There was a little bit of SR hurt. Oh, Bozza! Maximum attack there for Johnny Boston. Love that turn. For you can kind of tell how people's intentions are at that turn. It's like, how much real estate do you want? And then as F1, they can your lap for that, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Exceeding track boundaries. We don't mind a little bit of exceeding the track boundary. We don't mind that.
As long as they go fast, they can use up the whole track.
Well, you know that any time that in a race, exceeding track boundaries might give you an advantage in position, but here it would just chop your time down. So we don't mind if you do it, because it's only going to bite you. Only going to bite you time-wise. They were so stoked. They didn't ever think they'd run a minute 30, like minute 30, but they did. Oh, Boz, nearly out of tyre, Boz. I think they said they're putting new tyres on it today, give it a real crack. So, and I mean, put it on some decent boost. And that SR20, it's been a little bit untidy, a little bit messy. Oh, look, he still goes a PB in the car. Minute 30.424. So he did actually find some. I mean, it wasn't the clean lap by any stretch.
Yep.
It was not a clean lap, but it's still a PB for the car. Minute 30.424. Lane Baird having a crack here. Lane Brandis, rather. Lane Brandis.
Yep.
So Lane Brandis, Brandis Racing R32 out there. Have a listen to this screen for RB fans. Got to let those things howl for a little bit. Come on, Lane. Finishes up here. Here we go. Absolute treat. No PB on that lap, but still a 35.850. Tiny bit untidy, bit of early braking there as well, so not a full 110% attack lap by any stretch. But this man, he can attack. This guy can steer. Benny Tran, have a look at the nose. Here we go, of the Integra on the way down at full attack. Yeah, that's just one of the crankiest Integras that we've got in this country. Benny Tran, what's he going to give us here? He is he's pushed through already at earlier, minute 29. Yeah, minute 29.252. Has he got any more? Let's see if he lights a few. See, we need to keep an eye on this man. Let's have a look. Let's have a listen to this. Supercharged. I think we're into K territory now. I know he was pretty big in the B series for a while, but whether he's, I think, blowing K series now. That's a cranky sounding car for years. It's been one of the loudest ones we've had. Oh, Benny. Just a little bit loose on the brakes. Not particularly happy just on that lap. I know that sometimes, we hear about the traction control kicking in and the thing running a bit raggy, but that just got our attention there because the car is such a loud car. Yeah. It's very obvious when you can hear the car like that, and it's not quite 110% happy, but he's still able to just peel out a 29.252 to put himself back in at least an opportunity to do something between now and the shootout. But so far, provisionally in the shootout would be like Boston, Trad, Ewan, Morecambe and Slade. Big improvements, of course, Tim Slade, minute 26.516. We haven't seen Morecambe yet, but he'll be coming out, you would imagine, in the next session. But good to see Benny improving. Boz got another tenth or so out of the motive car. And, Cole, he's been in, he's been out. And he's been trying to get a little bit more out of the WRX. So this is Dan Day in his Impreza. Just having a listen to the attitude of the car here. Maybe not particularly happy, I do not know, but he's just basically just circulating that car, whether or not he's confident that he's ready to give it a run.
I think this car's a hill climb car primarily.
Is that right?
Yeah. I mean, it's a nice looking Subaru.
It's also not a bad place for cars of this sort of ilk to get. Yeah, if you are going to use the car a little bit more than just that sort of, a couple of times a year, it's perfect for hill climbs. If you're a subscriber to YouTube like I am of Hill Climb Monsters, I watch all the Euro Hill Climb, and the weapons we're seeing in there, you can see.
Some of those are insane.
You can see that here at Time Attack, you get a fair amount of that sort of monster in this sort of arena as well. But what's happening in Europe just blows my mind when you see the Hill Climb Monsters over there of various types. Pure weapons, and again, all we've got to do is sow the seeds into some of those guys and go, you know what, there's a little event here in Sydney called World Time Attack Challenge. You should bring some of those weapons over here one year because the whole world comes. I even saw that Eddie Ng is here from Singapore, because Eddie ran a few years ago 2 cars from Singapore, and Eddie was here with his family. I saw that he's actually made the trek down under again from Singapore, and messaged him to say, good to see you here. And he goes, it's a lot cheaper coming this way as a tourist than it was bringing the cars over.
I had dinner with them the other night, actually.
Did you really? Yeah, there we go. So we've got people from all over the world here taking in the gorgeous Sydney, Australia. Sydney Motorsport Park looks fantastic from this view. We're starting to fill the car park areas up. You can see that we've got that stylised show and shine on the dummy grid there in the middle, really starting to pack up, and we've got them rolling in from all avenues. I can see a whole mixture right down the alley there. Bit of an early Mark 1 Escort, bit of RX3 on the left-hand side there. So we've got them all out, and make sure you get to every inch of this venue if you are walking around Sydney Motorsport Park.
And don't forget the GCG garage sale.
The GCG garage sale. I know that we're going to have Brett up here for another session of Open a little bit later on, and he'll probably talk to us a little bit more about that fantastic garage sale. Anything you buy from the GCG stand will get you a ticket in the draw to win one of, I think, 2 under Suzuki steering wheels that we have here, valued at $1,500 odd.
That'd be pretty cool, right?
It would be a cool wheel to have, right? You almost don't want to put it on the car, but you feel you must. And especially all those Sylvia owners out there, how fantastic will that be? You know what? We're just getting started here at Sydney Motorsport Park. We're soaking in the atmosphere. Beautiful day. And if we haven't seen you yet, we'll see you soon. A break and back with more here from Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge.
Are you after quality performance products for your car? Talk to the people that speak your language. At highoctanedirect.com, we bring you the best deals on all the top brands. Tomei, TurboSmart, Hypertune, Nitto, HKS, Greddy, PPG, Haltech, Extreme Clutch, and much, much more. HighOctaneDirect.com, your gateway to automotive performance.
I'm Fraser Ross, driver number 59, McLaren 720S GT3, and my McLaren features the latest Motorsport ABS system from Bosch.
Motorsport ABS is my greatest asset in the McLaren. I'm able to change settings each lap depending on the grip available, wet or dry, and it gives me the confidence I need to win. Motorsport ABS can improve even the best professional race driver's braking performance because it has the individual control over each wheel. When quality and performance matter, I can rely on Bosch Motorsport.
Great to have you with us here. Fantastic sign. Busy car park, busy infield. We are into Plasma Man Pro Class. Chris Diggle's with you and Andrew Brilliant back, Mr. A&B Aero. Never is he not looking at sheets of paper and doodling and drawing things and things going on in that mind of yours. And great memories, pulling out a million little facts for all of his. How many years you've been on this earth? How old are you?
Yeah.
He's
44.
He's only 44, but you can pull some stuff out from 44 years of age. Just some fantastic stories about the development of some of these most iconic vehicles out of the factories and manufacturers. And Eric's got plenty of stories too, because he's right in the thick of things in motorsport in the United States of America, where, you know, race day is his job. You know, aero is your job. Cars are your gig every day of your life.
Yeah, that's right, man. You live, breathe, eat, drink, and sleep.
And you don't have time. And you don't have time for golf or any other hobby.
Or remembering when I was born.
Yeah, or remember when he was born. All right, we are in Plasma Man Pro-Am class. This is the one that's really sort of expanded over the last couple of years. And,
yeah, deep field.
And I just hope we see a little battle again. You know, do we see, you know, Wayne Lee, you know, well, he's going to have to get more laps in this car. I mean, you know, when you're footing the bills on a build, you know, at some stage, like Wayne, you want to steer this thing. You don't want to build the ultimate weapon and not have a little idea of what that feels like. He had a taste of number one yesterday for about 90 seconds before a gentleman called Ferris Kultumi come in right over the top from the good old US of A with the big old dang Corvette and took number one spot away from Wayne Lee again. But I don't think they're both done yet either. I think there's bunch left in both.
And I think conditions are improving. I think Wayne's really continuing to improve as a driver. Like he went a second faster between two sessions. So I think there's, for us as well. For us, it's going heaps quicker every time he goes out. So I think there's to come, and I think the shootout should be epic.
And here's again another car you've been involved with. We just saw on screen the Lotus. Another fantastic build. Matt Plowman steering the Skura Motorsport Lotus. There is no sexier Lotus in the world than that one there, Andrew. I don't know what, you know, probably as a child you were drawing cars as a child, were you?
Oh, well, I used to have one of those. I had an Elise, and I just loved that car. So
any idea you've ever come up with? Well, now you're actually living the reality. You're actually...
Yeah, I got to draw the one.
Yeah, look at this thing, mate. This is, it is just sex on legs, this thing. It is a fantastic vehicle. That's a full A&B catalogue right there, is that not?
Yeah, we got to design every part of that car.
That's right. So you know this car more intricately than anyone. Maybe
I'm going to say Matt knows it inside and out, man. Matt's the man, yeah.
So he knows every nut and bolt on it?
He does.
He's had to put it together.
He figured it all out.
And when did that sort of come to fruition? When was the first contact where it's like, you know what, I want to do a new kit on this thing?
Oh, I just saw it at Queensland Raceway a few months back and just had a look at it in real life and just touched my heart. You know, it is beautiful. You got to see it up close. If you can get in the pit walk, you got to go see it.
Yeah, well, that's it. The pit walk's going to be where you see these things up close and personal, and just to marvel at them stand right next to and get the photos. Now, look, he's got a little bit of traffic here. We've got, well, what traffic? What elite traffic do we have out here?
Just a GT car.
Just a GT car. Yeah. Matt Plowman was trying to get himself something good here, but there's a 350Z in the way. Not for long. Mind you. Mirrors, gentlemen, mirrors. Mirrors, gentlemen. I think because Dale's driving of course, his 350Z. Matt Plowman's trying to get a good one together. He might have to have another crack here. And, you know, they might be, as you said, 2.5 laps worth of good tyre on these cars.
Yeah, I think they can keep going on that. Especially, I think Matt's on a medium compound, so that should be able to keep going. Dale might have just been on a cool down up there. We don't know.
Well, I don't know. Right here, I don't think Dale quite saw him.
I don't think he saw him.
Yeah.
Because he was right on the side of him.
I mean, honestly, that car, I don't know how you can get that car in a blind spot. You can't miss that Lotus. That's got more...
The wing's bigger than the car.
Got more wings than Qantas, that thing. Righto, so Plowman just, still having a go at settling out there. Malone as well. Now, we saw the Ginetta G50, which is a different deal. Anthony Shaw driving that, the Ant Racing. We might even be K-swapped in that Ginetta. I didn't quite catch the engine in it the other day. We know we're K-swapped in the Honda. In the Lotus. That's K-swap, isn't it? So the K24 is pretty much our hot 4-cylinder engine of choice, more and more every year. And Dale Malone, just wouldn't change this thing for quids. And as you said, this thing's been opened up a little bit, probably not running the little GT300 inlet restrictors.
If you did it, it'd be out of love, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. And again, even with those little restrictors, and the thing should last forever, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It should do 1 million laps. Listen to this thing. Listen to the lungs of the old VR here. VQ, I apologise. All right, a few more cars out on track right now, but we're keeping an eye on Malone here. Does it all right. I would hazard to even guess sort of what the ticket price was for him to be able to procure this car, because they don't really just give them out, do they?
No, in fact, they're usually not for sale at all.
Yeah. It's crazy, crazy stuff. And another engine that was pretty good for its time, you know. Well, what do you do when the RB26 was kind of a pretty killer engine, and then you decide, you know what? No, we're going V6, right? We're repackaging GTRs in a V6 platform, and you know, complete redesign when they did the 35. You know, the RB26 will live forever, but it's just interesting to see where VQ and VR style engines will be. They certainly have proven since then that, you know, sometimes you wonder whether manufacturers have taken a step sideways instead of a step forward. But they've proven themselves in time that they, you know, that they can, honestly, Nissan can do a good engine. Trust me, they can do a very good engine.
Yeah, I think that era was when a lot of the, you know, the OBD2 and all those regulations came into force. So I think a lot of manufacturers had to take a bit to get back to where they were.
But essentially, another one that'll be etched in history for a long time to come. You can hear it from here. All right, mirrors, gentlemen, just remember. So we haven't seen Kurakara-san yet out in this group, because I think he's already lining up in pit lane to have a go. We can see just across here on pit lane, the Lotus is just in the pits for the moment. So Matt Plowman just gathering his thoughts. All eyes now coming down the straight. This is the Carbons Australia Impreza of Daniel Callow having a good crack at it. You could just see some of the debris offline there, so we've still got a little bit of debris from probably our early hijinks. But Bart, you know, did a fair deal of getting rid of it on the line. Anyway, she's pretty clean on the line. You'd want to be the next car out after Bart went through that line, because he sucked that thing dry.
Yeah, we brought out the street sweeper and
that's the best darn street. Well, it's a pretty expensive street sweeper, but it's effective, very effective. You know, we're giving you 270 kilometre an hour suction, and then some. So he's doing a good job here, Daniel Callow, not lining up anything green as yet, but sometimes it's not all about that for everyone. It's just getting the circumstances right. And again, not featuring in that top 10. So, yeah, for a lot of guys, the focus then has to shift on just improving yourself and getting value for money, because, you know, the cost to win at these events, it ain't cheap. You do want to get some laps in for your money to participate, let alone how much you pay on your tyres and all the other consumables by the time you get here. Yes, these guys want to throw a few laps down. They want to go at the end of the day, you know what, I got 20-something laps. That's enough to warrant your entry and be a part of it.
Yeah, and I think this is another one of those cars that's he's just loving it out there, just turning laps and having a good time.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to be your own, enemy, your own nemesis, and try and get the best out of yourself. And he does it. Minute 36, 296. So Callow does just blow us all away in that second, or that last sector, and then there we go, 36.296 is the best there for him. So a good one from him. Now, Dale Malone's still out there, and just I don't care. He can roll around all day in that thing.
I'm happy to sit here and watch.
These things best not be in a museum. They're better to be doing exactly what they were designed for. I don't think there should be any motor racing vehicle. They should never go in a museum permanently. They should be able to be, get the cobwebs off them and get them out there and let them live and breathe and show, future generations of motorsport fans, what these things were doing in their heyday. And let alone, mind you, let's just put this in reality. They were racing each other, so they're actually swapping paint.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, these guys actually swapped paint. Not too much, so, still pretty good driving, but, they were in battle. So you'd have, 2 wide, 3 wide coming into a corner fighting for position.
Oh, yeah.
So we can't do that. No way in the world can we do that here. We don't want to do that here. It's all about just that one perfect lap around here. And no, we're not trying to jockey you for position side by side through one corner. We don't want people to fight through the one corner together. Just fight through your own corners on your own time together, and at the end of the day, the time cards will tell us exactly how well you went. Gorgeous conditions. I don't know forecast-wise whether we're going to be 22, 23 degrees here, and just picture perfect day, like most days in Sydney, like most days in Australia. This is a typical gorgeous Australian spring day.
In the background.
We
beautiful blue sky.
We are the second day of spring here. This is what spring in Australia feels like, and you know what? It's just about as close to perfect conditions as you can get. Mind you, come and see us late December in summer there, and a lot of people tend to drop off and don't think it's as lovely because we get hot, we get humid, and less tolerant if you're out in the open. But we love our sun, we love our sand, we love our surf, and we love.
Oh, you guys have the best.
And we love our steering. We love our steer.
Yes.
We love our steer. It'd take a lot to get you to come here and live here, Andrew, wouldn't it? I know you love Japan. I know you love where you live. It'd be hard to get you over here. But
you couldn't go wrong.
It's quite a tempting apple, is it not?
Yeah. It's a bit expensive these days, but
absolutely. But we're still pretty good here in good old Australia. Sydney Motorsport Park, of course, owned by the New South Wales government. Breaking back from more from this gorgeous facility, and don't you go anywhere.
At GCG, we stand behind the products we sell. That's why you won't find cheap knockoffs, no-name imports or subpar turbos on our shelves. We only sell genuine brands that offer genuine performance and genuine reliability. We are the most respected turbo supplier in Australia. GCG, genuine brands, genuine prices, genuine service.
Are you after quality performance products for your car? Talk to the people that speak your language. At highoctanedirect.com, we bring you the best deals on all the top brands. Tomei, Turbo Smart, Hypertune, Nitto, HKS, Greddy, PPG, Haltech, Extreme Clutch, and much, much more. highoctanedirect.com, your gateway to automotive performance.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery. Race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
Yokohama.
Oh boy, doesn't things happen around here in a blink, because before we knew it, we've got half the world out there in one session right now. Plasma Man Pro-Am, you are seeing from the United States, Ferris Cortumi, that Corvette on a fly, and we're going to keep an eye on this thing. You want to, oh, Ferris! Just as we talk him up again, as soon as the camera gets on these guys and go, watch this, Ferris goes so hot into turn 2 that it just washed itself off to the outside. Look, lucky enough, he saved the car, hopefully saved the tyres. We've got Nishio out there as well, Kurakawa out there as well. Of course, a story there from Mitsuyoshi Nishio is that last night they were swapping the engine. Here's the replay. Ferris just could not pull that thing up. I mean, that thing is an absolute weapon. And oh, look, and Wayne Lee is out there as well too. Tanuki's out there. So it is all happening. It is all happening. Drew Hall as well, the Croydon. Oh, the wheels come off! The wheels come off! The wheel is at the right-hand front wheel, left-hand front wheel.
God.
And that has gone for a journey, and that's gone out back. So that one has gone out back. Wayne Lee, is that a left-hand front? Left-hand front has gone. And he has, by the looks of it, I don't know, we kind of went and watched the tyre for a bit because we didn't see what Wayne did before he ended up where he is. But huge moments here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Here we go, coming into turn 1. He goes to turn it in. It's made the turn, and then from here, we are keeping an eye on the replay as he goes to try and pull it up into turn 2. The car, he's trying to pull it up, he's trying to get on the brakes, and then, we lose, you would assume, the left-hand front. We're trying to have a look here now because that tyre's now trying to come across the front of Wayne, goes around the back of Wayne Lee, so it is the left-hand front that's gone. So he spun the car around, but then, of course, we went looking to see what that was going to do. And, boy, I'd love to get a radar trap on that thing because look at this. Bang, clears our fences there, and that's gone out way out back. You know what? We've got a rubbish dump over the back there. That's going to be someone's prize possession there, and we're going to go fetch that somehow. We're going to go find that.
That was scary.
Wow, that, you know what, if they run a bit of GoPro in that car, that'll be scary stuff to see as well. So, we've had to go red there right across the circuit. We apologise, not only to everyone out there for, we're trying to ramp up the action, but this is the action that we've, it's all about safety, and we've got to go and recover Wayne there for that because that was a huge moment. I mean, he's not mucking around there. He's getting more and more confident in the car, and you would assume a breakage. You would assume some failure, some breakage there in a component that's just let that wheel go, whether it's disintegrated something in a brake rotor or something, or a suspension failure. Look, Wayne's in the car communicating with our recovery. We've got medical there. I think he's all A-OK. If he had a Fitbit on that, I'm sure that thing's over 100 beats a minute. You know what I mean? I think that guy's got the pulse up big time. That thing would already have your heart racing, trying to line the... the back of it, Andrew, not good. The back of that thing, Tanuki, it's had a baptism of fire, huge baptism of fire here. There won't be, you would assume, any more Tanuki for today.
No.
He has backed that thing in, lucky enough, and all that gorgeous work, Andrew. You've kept the drawings, right? So we can make them again. Good.
We do have CAD.
Yeah, yes. You don't make it, Schroeder.
Yeah. I think there's a bit of work in between.
I know there will be, but just making sure we get the other tunnel for it and everything like that. We've got that for it. But look, we're just so glad Wayne's out of the car. I mean, he's. Obviously the investment's just been huge. The promising, everything, the carrot was dangled.
The thing, table,
this thing was starting to really show. It was all about laps, and Slady brought the best out of it. A second-only vehicle to sort of go 19 anything, 1 minute 1 something in the car. Wayne coming on it as a driver into the 27s with so much more to go, and that looked really good even through the beginning of turn 1. But it was all good. The thing was intact in turn 1. It was getting it stopped towards turn 2 that something's just gone on that car. That takes the wheel off. Like when the wheel comes off like that neat, it's like you wonder, well, have we got a hub there or something that might have sheared
God only
or
knows.
something?
We'll have to wait for Luffy to get in the pit lane once they get that towed back. But it'll be a minute to get it up there.
Well, the tyre didn't really have anything off it, did it? It was just the wheel and tyre itself just going off into the wilderness.
You never know. You can have an upright, like you can snap off control arms right there, the upright, or it can be just the wheel came off. Like it can be the wheel just not on. But you have to wait and see what's still on the car.
All right, so they've just put Wayne in the medical vehicle, and they're probably just running back to the pits. You would imagine. He was out under his own power. He was looking at the vehicle. We've got our recovery crew there just trying to have a look on the inside, see if there's any clues just on the inside there with the trying to get the hood up to have a look, and that was just drama, and you can't write scripts like this. You don't expect this to happen. These cars are prepared, to the nth degree, and then to have something just let go. And we were just watching again. We were focusing on Tanuki through here. It looked good through there. It really did. He really sort of
ripping,
gave some really good effort through there, and then brakes, and then bang, something's just gone at a great rate of knots, and that wheel is just it's gone out back. So
the brake torque is actually the highest load on the suspension.
Well, there we go. So that might be something to consider. Wayne would have needed a fair amount of big right foot there to pull that thing up, and you're trying to gear down through the transmission. So none of that's obviously part of the factor that's caused that. But when you think about how much speed you must carry through there, let's just say conservatively Wayne's at 240, 250.
Oh.
Do we actually we haven't got a flying lap on him from the previous one to see what the speed was, but there we go, 286. So there we go, 286 trap speed. I can see, is that right? 286 on the right there. So we
was on the straight.
Yeah, so we're 286 on the straight. So that was, speed-wise was doing very well up till then. But Warren Luff, you got some more information pertaining to that?
Yeah, I'm with Dave from GD Auto Garage here. Obviously disappointing to see what's happened on there. You've spoken to Wayne on the radio. What's he said's happened?
Basically, come into turn 2, he's lost brake pedal straight away, and then obviously with a slow-mo we can see a little bit more, and it looks like we've either lost the wheel studs, snapped, and we've lost the whole front wheel. Wayne's okay, but we'll wait and see once we get it in.
Look, obviously from a team's perspective, it's very, very disappointing because the car had been showing so much potential up till this point. Slady had gone the fastest this car's ever been before. We saw him out there this morning with that oil down, wasn't quite sort of ready to sort of push. What's the chance that we could see it back out on track today?
Not sure yet. We run carbon front rotors, and if they're gone, then we're kind of, they're very hard to get. But we'll wait and see. We'll get it back in, and we'll try our hardest to get back out.
Look, obviously we'd love to see you guys back out on track, so fingers crossed. But over to you, Charlie, and we'll keep you posted with some more when we get the car back.
Yeah, so much breaking news coming from pit lane, but you have to look behind me. How busy is the paddock here at Sydney Motorsport Park? Everyone lapping up the action off track at the World Time Attack Challenge. We just had the drift cars warm up, ready for their demo coming very, very soon. But at 2:30, you're going to want to take your eyes to the skies, because not only do we have action on the track, we have action above with the one and only, the Red Bull Air Race World Champion, Matt Hall. Welcome to Sydney Motorsport Park.
Yeah, thanks for having me. What a place. How good's the crowd? My God.
Sensational, isn't it? But I can't wait to see you completely thrill them from above. Give us a taster. What can we expect from the incredible Matt Hall this weekend?
Well, obviously the plane's here. We brought it in this morning, landed on the track, so we'll be putting it back out on the track. I'm going to blast off right in front of the crowd, and then I'm going to take it out just off the side of the track and put it through its paces up to 12G, 500 kilometres an hour, just really turning it inside out of what this plane can do.
It's incredible what your body takes. 12 Gs. I'd be a goner. I'd be a goner. What even goes through your mind when you're up in the air and you're doing all these, and then you just want to push harder? You've got that terrible disease, push harderitis.
Yeah, it is a terrible disease. I've definitely got it, but it's one of those things you build up for it. Most people pass out at about 4G, so going to 12, it's a fairly significant increase. But I've been doing this all my life. I've been flying fighters in the Air Force since I was in my late teens, and I've been doing this for a long time, and my arteries have probably hardened up and all crusty, so I can just deal with it.
Well, we don't mind because you put on one heck of a show. So 2:30, make sure you turn your eyes to the skies, and there will be a very big surprise during the 30-minute session. So make sure you do not miss it. But it's only just one of the on-track demos and one of the very, very, very many activations that we have here right at World Time Attack. Dibs, guys, there is so much going on down here. You're not going to see me for the rest of the day.
Well, you know, I'd be the same as you, Charlie. I'd be gone. I'd be a goner. You talk about 12 Gs. I'd be an absolute goner. But yeah, Matt, 12 Gs in this thing, fighter pilot, the whole lot.
Imagine,
yeah, he's going to be turning this thing inside out. We watched it land here this morning, and it is really, it's a deceptive thing, Andrew, because it looks like it weighs nothing. Like it is such a light vehicle. When he landed that thing, the thing's bouncing around all over the place. It's like, well, that thing is not a heavy. It's not a heavy plane at all, and it is just designed to be chucked. Just like World Time Attack cars are designed to grip the ground and go around corners really fast. This thing's designed to be stunted to the nth degree. So Matty Hall will be doing that a little bit later on. But excitement aplenty all over the place, and when he does that to the sky, I don't commentate many air shows at all. So whatever Matt's going to do in the sky, I think we've just got to let him do it. I can't talk through anything that he's going to do there. It'll be hard in the mouth stuff. It's certainly a spectacular part. There's not too many automotive festivals like this that you get to get a stunt plane in the middle of the day, throwing up some amazing stunts and taking off on the main straight, which would be fantastic. Now, Josh Buchan, you've got some more information happening for us out there. He's roving with us too.
Hey everyone, it's Josh Buchan here. I've taken a break from the commentary booth and come to the Hyundai zone where I'll normally be hanging around. I'm here with Nick, technical specialist for HMCA in Australia, and we are basically running a bit of a show where we have customers coming in, booking a tech check for our Hyundais. Certain models are applicable. Nick, mate, can you talk me through a little bit about what we've got on our little sheet here that our customers will be receiving for their service and health check?
Of course, Josh. So, yeah, basically today it's just an opportunity for HMCA to reach out to our customers, especially our loyal customers, and just give them an opportunity to see what happens in a genuine service. Being that connecting a diagnostic tool to see what fault codes they have, which is specifically to a Hyundai dealership with the GDS, and just having a look at all other aspects of the vehicle, whether that be their oil level, their coolant level, brake fluid, checking their batteries, checking their wipers, and then checking their wheels and tyres and suspension and brakes. So, yeah, that's pretty much what we're here doing, just to give them that initial insight as to what's happening so they can go to a dealership and get those things looked at.
Now, if you do book this for World Time Attack, you do get a double pass for the event, valued at $275. So it's a bit of a kicker there. Plus, you get $100 off your next scheduled service for your Hyundai at your Hyundai authorised dealer. Now, our cars are obviously notoriously reliable. Is there anything over the last day or so that you've seen in cars that have come through that has stood out, or maybe hasn't been where we would normally spec them? Maybe washer fluid?
Honest, Josh, to be honest, really, at the moment, the main thing we've been seeing is low tyres. I think that's a pretty common occurrence. Most people don't check their tyres just obviously because it's one of those things, get in your car and drive it. So yeah, seeing tyres has been a common one. Obviously, we've been seeing a few low batteries as well. But otherwise, yeah, we haven't seen any sort of issues with the vehicles themselves.
To be expected. So come on down, have a look if you haven't already at the Hyundai zone. We've also got a couple of cool things happening. Thank you, Nick. You can see here we've got a massive lineup waiting for DK Keiichi Tsuchiya, doing an autograph signing session throughout the day in scheduled timings. So he's signing next to the Hyundai Ioniq 5N, and we've also got our TCR Hyundai race cars on the right-hand side of the stage. So come on down to the Hyundai zone and check it out.
So speaking of Tsuchiya, you will not want to miss his other signing session right here in the World Time Attack Challenge paddock. Come on down to the Yokohama big screen. You cannot miss it. We are behind Tower B, and there is all the Yokohama action to immerse yourself in. Grab yourself some merch as well. But 11:30, Tsuchiya and the one and only Mad Mike will be right here, joined by Ryan Tuick for a signing session for 30 minutes. Now, if you think the lines were big at Hyundai? Wait till you see how big they are here. So make sure you do not miss out on meeting your drift heroes. They will be here at 11:30 and then followed by our all drifting legends at 12 p.m. We cannot wait to see them. And you've got to grab that all-important selfie. Selfies are very important these days, guys, aren't they?
They certainly are, and I've got a Suchiya selfie. It's a few years old now. I looked a lot thinner in those photos too, so I keep that one. That's my keeper. And they go, when was that photo done? It's like, yesterday. Yeah, so some long shots here, Andrew Brilliant, of all that amazing hard work and effort to get it here to have a dream weekend, and it's turned into a little bit of a nightmare. But you know what? I suppose when do you find a weak spot to a vehicle? When sometimes a failure is something you just can't engineer for. It's a failure for a reason.
Yeah.
You turn that into a learning, moment. But that's a huge moment to be learning from. That's an expensive learning moment.
Yeah, but I can say I've been wanting to redo that rear diffuser, so I think this would be an opportune moment.
An opportune moment to redo the diffuser. So Andrew's already onto it. So he's looking at offering another AMB 2023 and a half diffuser coming out on Tanuki when they fix Tanuki up. But you don't want to see that happen to anyone. I mean, as much as that's spectacular and we call it as we see it, but that was something that you just don't. Well, you just don't wish that on anyone, to see that sort of trouble. I mean, it does add for the excitement, but you just don't want to see it, especially when Wayne. It's a big commitment to just say, you know what, I want to redo this car. I want to get plenty of laps in it, and I wanted to, obviously, one day get to the pointy end of the pro class, which they were starting.
You never want to
there,
see it end like that. Yeah.
Don't want to see it end like that. Warren Luff, more info from the pits. Luffy, what's happening?
Yeah, down here, we're standing here waiting for Ryan Turk to come out. This Supra is one of the best sounding cars. It's probably one of the most hyped and talked about cars on the internet today. If you look up this car on YouTube, even just this car being on the dyno has got over 3 million views. The sound of this car is unbelievable. We heard it out here yesterday. Ryan's in the car now. They're sort of warming up, ready to go out for this sort of Comparo speed run. So if you're here, get up on a fence, have a listen to this car. If you're on the live stream, turn your volume up, because this car is insane. It reminds me of Formula One cars from 10 years ago, and this car is unbelievable. And you get up close, the carbon work on this car is absolutely beautiful. It is an amazing piece of machinery. I was having a talk to Ryan about it. He's loving his time here at World Time Attack. We're going to try and have a chat to him a little bit later, but this car is amazing. Enjoy the sound of this car when it hits the track.
I have a word for cars like this, particularly normally aspirated cars. I say lungs. I want to hear the lungs. The lungs are, normally the lungs are the intake. But it's the whole package. It's really what's coming out of the exhaust is what we're all. Honestly, I've never. I shouldn't say it chills up the spine, but it's for some reason our brains are wired. Our ears are wired to our brain. So when our ears process that and we hear that, you just cannot process that. But you know it's a beautiful thing. Speaking of all things beautiful, Charlie, you've got more info for us down in the pits.
Oh, gents, you are way too kind to me. But you know what? I think I've found something that my very esteemed colleague Warren Luff should take some interest in. It's the world's or the market's best hairdryer. Of course, we are down here at GCG Turbos, and this weekend they have their exclusive giant sale. So, Luffy, you've been warned, mate. This is where you find the market's best hairdryer. And you also find Brett from GCG. Brett, this garage sale is only exclusive to World Time Attack today, and everyone that's watching on our live stream as well. So thank you for that. But tell us what people can get their hands on in terms of discounts this weekend.
Oh, thank you. Up to 35% off for all our products here today. We're representing Garrett Turbochargers, Deechworks, Forge, Funk Motorsport, and come down and grab a bargain. For those that are not here, you can jump online. We've got all these products online as well, and that's up to 35% off. While you're here, may as well go in the draw for Under Suzuki World Time Attack legend, who has give us a couple of steering wheels to give away. So $1,500 worth there. So yeah.
There's no reason why you should not get yourself down to GCG right now. We are behind Tower B in the paddock, and of course online. Get yourself your hands on a fantastic turbo or a hairdryer, as Luffy likes to call them. Luffy?
GT3s of you guys, and then Pikes Peak.
Hey, I'm down here in pit lane with one of the godfathers of drifting, Mad Mike. It's great to have you back here at World Time Attack. Not your first time here. How was it out there last night?
Yeah, it's good fun, man. A lot of smoke with no wind, so yeah, it's quite a lot to hard to see. We got through qualifying. We've qualified pretty well, so looking forward to the main event tonight.
Now, you've had a massive year already. You've been travelling here, there and everywhere. You were in Japan only just last week. You've been at Pikes Peak. Tell us about your year and what's still to come this year for Mad Mike.
Yeah, well, you know, we've had a few years of lockdown in New Zealand. I've just taken that as an opportunity with my kids, invested time in them. Link, you know, won the New Zealand Nationals, racing the stadium trucks, racing the adults. My little daughter, she's 7 now in the dirt carts and stuff. So, but yeah, for myself now, this year has just been absolutely hectic. I remember putting on my boarding passes and just about filling up half our dining room table, and this is in March this year. So I'm going to do a competition at the end of the year. Guess how many planes I've been on this year, but yeah, Pikes Peak, 2 world records there for Mazda, and the 101 years of Pikes Peak's history. We're now the fastest rotary up the mountain, fastest Mazda up the mountain, and for us, like a really big learning curve for us to like learn the hill, 156 corners, not just that, but the altitude, the elevation, my body, learning the tyre. With Toyo created this amazing slick tyre for us to run on, the support from Mazda to be able to build this crazy 1400 horsepower. I'd love to actually one day bring it here for Time Attack. You know, it's like, it's built for going in a straight line, but yeah, a lot of power. We had no assist, so it's really like managing that car for, 10 minutes to get up to the top of the hill.
Well, that sounds exciting. And Ian Baker, you've heard it here. Mad Mike wants to bring that car back to World Time Attack, so we need to make that happen next year. All the best for tonight, mate.
Awesome, bro. Thank you.
Absolutely awesome. Warren Sayre actually in here with me. He reckons that Luffy should get some dreadlocks like Mad Mike. All right, here we go. This is the lap I can't believe. Coming into turn 1, remember the concrete dust. He gets a little bit of feedback through there, but it's almost like we press fast forward on the DVD player. It's almost like we're watching a game, but we're not. This is no game. This is the baddest Time Attack car on the planet. Short shift traditionally through this corner. Let that big 4-litre, that torque, get you down to this corner here. And Bart just gets a nice feed into that turn. No traction control in there at all. Now watch this. 1 corner, no gear change. No gear change through there at all. The torque pulls him through, probably a third through there. Oh, look, nowhere near perfect. 2 places it hasn't been perfect. We thought it was turn 3. And now as we come through 7, it wasn't perfect through corporate. Now through here, power on early, bit of traction control on the exit, but horsepower, brute horsepower right now helps you propel this 968 through this last turn and a half. Just washes it out over to the far side, lines up this corner, look for the right foot now, engage. You can't do anything more than what you've already done on the lead up to that. And who would ever think that after that minute 18 the day before that you go and take a neat 1 second off the very next day. It is just absolutely mind-blowing. You know what, even watching the replay there, Warren Sayre and I need to have a cup of tea and a lie down. We've got a break and back for more here from Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge, Sydney Motorsport Park.
Plasma Man Racing is a world leader in performance intercoolers and EFI intake manifolds. For over 25 years, we've been at the forefront of performance turbocharged induction technology. When you go with Plasma Man, you go with proven, tried and tested technology. A combined experience of over 100 years in the performance racing industry, and a product renowned for its quality, appearance, and reliable, repeatable performance. Plasma Man, no limits.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces, open arms, open all night. Come feel it all and feel new.
The
Bosch Motorsport BR540 high-flow in-tank fuel pump sets a new Bosch standard for quality and performance. With class-leading fuel delivery at high rail pressures, it's ideal for both boosted and non-boosted engines, suitable for most fuels, and compact in size. The BR540 suits high horsepower motorsport applications. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Yokohama.
Oh, yes, indeed. It is action aplenty anywhere you look. But now we won't be needing to look too much soon, Warren said. We're going to need to almost... Yeah, this is a hard session to commentate, Warren. We don't want to. We don't let it sing. We don't want to commentate this. We just want it. We want the lungs, the V10 lungs. Ryan Tuick, already an absolute. The hook is in the mouth. Sydney Motorsport Park is one place he wants to be. He's already felt an affinity to the place after the first few laps. But you know what? It's about more than anything. Another car that's an enigma, right? And I know we're going to do a V10 comparison. We've got three very quick V10 cars here today, but we're going to let this guy go out by himself. If you want to know a little bit more about this Supra, well, have a look at this. Whoa, Ryan.
That was well timed.
It was, Ryan. You want to know a little bit more about Ryan? Well, there's a bit more we didn't know about Ryan. Remember, he was a drifter, of course. So
he still is a drifter. Still drives the Formula Drift Corolla.
All right.
Should we try the package again, Chris?
Have a look at this. A little bit more info about Formula Supra. Just the fantastic machine. Machinery everywhere. It's a machinery overload. Awesome machinery overload. And Ian Baker has a habit of sniffing out the greatest stars that we've got in cyberspace as well as on real racetracks. A few other freaks in the background there, but let's just concentrate on one freak at a time, Warren Sayre.
And he is a freak of a talent, right? Ryan Turek is a Formula Drift driver, regular. He is a weapon behind the wheel. And he's not here to, well, we jokingly say everything in Australia wants to kill you, right? Yeah. He's not here to mess around with spiders. Ryan Turek's a racer. He's out there and he's gone faster and faster just about every lap we've seen him. And I was actually just looking at that package there. So he's obviously bought the car and they must have started off on like a road type tyre and it's now running on the full slicks, and it just... isn't it amazing just to hear it sing over the hill?
Mm.
I love the aural symphony, Diggles. It's almost as exciting as listening to you caller 117 this morning. Now, there must be something that they want to have a look at here after that car looped itself around there. So it's going to run back through the pit lane there. Even just listening to it idle down the pit lane, though, is a bit of an experience, isn't it? The once in a lifetime things that Ian Baker brings to Sydney.
Well, I mean, from my understanding, we're still dealing with camshafts in this engine. Of course, there's a certain, they went to pneumatic valves, they went to 20,000 RPM, all different sort of F1 style engines, but the Judd V10, traditionally still, camshaft, probably cam-on bucket, that sort of Formula One technology. And yes, we talked about the exhaust system on this car. I was talking to some of the guys that helped put this thing together, and it's got Inconel exhaust pipes on it. So Inconel is, an exotic metal, and it sounds fantastic. I don't think the thing would sound as sexy if it's through mild steel pipe work. It's through Inconel. We're talking about the exhaust flanges. So for them to make the headers for the car, they actually digitally print the exhaust flanges, because there's something called powder metallurgy, where it's actually like digitally printing, except instead of you laying a molten plastic media, you're actually laying, in this case, an Inconel media. It's actually welding, dropping metal as it welds. So that's how they did the flanges on that. So look, until we're ready to see Ryan back here in a sec, we're going across to Charlie. She's got some more amazing information.
Oh, I absolutely do. And what an amazing view that we have up here on the Shannon's big rig. And we are here for the stylised Shannon's show and shine. Okay. Try saying that 10 times fast, Gavin, from Shannon's.
You are doing really well with that. There's a lot of S's in there. And it's a sunny day. Could be better.
Exactly, a sunny day in Sydney. We could keep going. We could keep going with this. But the most important part is, of course, this stylised show and shine. It's back. It is bigger than ever. And there are some absolute beauty. So maybe talk us through a few of your faves.
Oh, look, there's a great lineup of IS Lexus here. There's a massive display of RX Mazdas R3s and 4s. There's a whole bunch of rotaries down there. There's everything else. I mean, there's some great European stuff. So many great cars. Even on the Shannon's display, we've got an AutoZam. We've got a Cappuccino, a couple of old Mazdas, a Bongo, and a beautiful Cosmo. So there's lots to see here at the stylised Shannon Show and Shine. Adam's done an amazing job, as usual.
Absolutely. It is one of my favourites when I come to the World Time Attack Challenge. So make sure you head over to the skid pan and completely immerse yourselves in the beauties that are here on show today.
Thank you, Shannon's. Thank you, Charlie. Warren Sayre, Chris Diggles here with you at the moment. We've got Jared Deander on the way up, so JDA not too far away, but this fantastic Formula Supra beast. Here we go. We're just got to let this go. Let's let it breathe.
Let it breathe, Diggles. Here we go.
Breathe.
Our original two-time champion back here at World Time Attack, Tarzan Yamada. It's amazing to see him back here, and how excited is he to be back here at World?
どのぐらいエキサイティングですか?
Good morning.
Hello, Jared Dander. Welcome
Yeah.
into the commentary box. Good
Oh,
to
my
see
gosh.
you bright and shiny this morning.
Yeah, man, thank you. I don't know about shiny, a little
summer glow,
yeah, summer glow, baby. How sweet does this vehicle sound? I mean, if you're not in the building and you're watching online, you have to see the Formula Supra in person, or better yet, hear it, right? I mean, this car is just so phenomenal. He had a little bit of trouble yesterday, but Ryan Turk is a great friend of mine. I officiated his wedding, him and his lovely wife Shannon, his son Roman at home. They're watching back in New Hampshire. Live free or die. That is the motto of the state of New Hampshire. I don't know if you know that.
I've heard you say it once or twice. I haven't heard you say it once or twice.
Well, but Ryan Turk and the Formula Supra. Now, this is a brainchild of his that he's had for many years, and I hear you guys doting on the vehicle. It really kind of kick-started with a GT4586. He took a Ferrari 458 engine and put it in the vehicle that is the 86, Toyota 86. I don't know if have you seen that vehicle?
Yes, I have.
I mean, that was really cool,
Yep,
right?
very cool.
So that really kind of kick-started his ideology of like doing something super unique. So this Judd V10 developed many moons ago and kind of shoehorned it in there. And also he's got this 3S GTE Toyota Stout, which is the first Toyota truck that ever came to the States. I think it's a 70, I think it's a 70-something. Take a look. He just debuted that vehicle at Lime Rock Park, which is up in the Northeast where he lives. Look at the wing. This is the second wing he's gone through. One actually, it's RS, and basically it created so much downforce it pushed on his trunk and it actually snapped. So just fun random facts.
I love it. I love it. Now, something that is a bit of a feature of Ryan's car is race service. And I know you know a little bit about this too. It's always good to talk about the workshops that are involved as well. So
yeah,
tell me a bit about race service as well. And Ryan's obviously got a bit of a program with Mobile One and Rockstar as well.
Yeah, Ryan Turk is a Toyota supported Nitto Tire Rockstar Energy Drink driver. This vehicle heavily funded by Mobile One. It's a great partner of his. Race service is what you call an automotive hub. Great friends of mine, Jacob Agajanian, James Kirkham, Andy Lapuka, Sam Nalvin, you know, just an absolutely stacked team. Ornamental Conifers, their creative director. They are an automotive hub. They're doing a lot of F1 content. They're working with different drivers like Charles Leclerc, Daniel Ricciardo. That's basically an automotive agency. So they do a lot of cool creative stuff. So even as simple as the graphics are, they are curated. That kind of blue signature tonal monochromatic stripe to even just the yellow details. You'll see his race suit, mimics this kind of lack of livery, or therefore little kind of subtle livery.
That was what you said to me as well too, because you said to me, come with me, I'll show you the car, because you do need to go and look at it and appreciate it. And it is down there in the pit garages, and they are pretty good about letting you have access to it within reason. Now, I guess we throw in the health and safety warning at this point. If you've got children with you, keep your fingers out of anything that they shouldn't be. And if you're a big child who likes touching things, I wouldn't suggest running rings over some of the carbon and Kevlar that's floating around the pits here at World Time Attack. But I would head down there and I would have a look at that car, and I would have your phone out and take photos, because it is a memory you want to have going away from World Time Attack. Ian Baker truly has brought a masterpiece down under. Ryan Turek doing a great job flying the flag. And how good was it to hear it sing?
Man, it's really cool. I've seen the vehicle perform at tracks in the States before, but this is his basically third time taking the vehicle out. So he's really kind of getting his way about it. Having some alternator issues, more so of the actual I don't know what you call it. Basically, it's throwing belts. So that's the problem with it right now. Just developing this car over so much time. Him and Dom, Brian Hartsock, aka Biddies, a lot of hands on this vehicle. Really cool, really curated, and Big Diggs over here was talking about this thing being developed over CAD. He said it, or actually, excuse me, the Stout was developed over CAD, utilizing CAD technology. So really cool team, really lean. Love the car. I mean, center lock wheels. I don't know if you noticed that. They're center lock, so obviously just knockoffs. Just really cool, rad details. And I'm really happy for Ryan Turk, where he's at, what he's doing. We have Formula Drift here in a couple weeks. We got Riggs cracking a cold one there. All right, and Tarzan Yamada.
Tarzan, living legend in the Spoon Civic, about to go and do his demo laps, and he'll just crack on. He'll go out there, he'll do as many laps as there are names on the window. We'll talk to you about why the names are on the window very shortly as we run through a bit of a run list, but Tarzan's certainly someone who should be in the Hall of Fame. We are going to go down to Luffy in the pits with Tarzan before he goes out and turns the wick up.
Well, it is fantastic to have our original two-time champion back here at World Time Attack, Tarzan Yamada. It's amazing to see him back here, and how excited is he to be back here at World Time Attack?
今日こちらに戻ってこられてどのぐらいエキサイティングですか?
Hello, WTAC. I'm happy. Sydney, Kafa. I'm very happy. WTAC. Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, that's what he says in English. Everything. So he's so happy, exciting. That's what he says.
Good to have you back and look forward to seeing you on track, my friend. Well done.
Oh, Jared Dander. I think Chris Diggles just got out.
I don't speak Japanese, but I think I understood what Tarzan was trying to get across there.
Big Dig's energy.
He is harnessing the Tarzan Yamada energy. Tarzan has a long storied career in motorsports, not only exclusive to road racing. We talk about all those names on it, that vehicle in particular. That vehicle's built all about attrition, but the Spoon plays such a soft spot in my heart, places such a soft spot. From the Riga Master Spoon wheels to that blue and yellow livery, all that. Oh, Luffy, he's with Ryan Turk. Down to you, Luffy.
Yeah, guys, I'm down here in the pits with Ryan Turk with this amazing Toyota Supra. It is the best sounding car out here, mate. It's so good to have you here. How's your experience of World Time Attack been so far?
I mean, this has been a dream come true. When Ian contacted me over the off season, I instantly called my crew chief Brian. I was like, we got the invite. So now that we're here, we just we came from the airport to the racetrack and we haven't even wanted to leave. So it's been awesome, amazing experience from the fans to the other competitors here and drivers and teams and just everybody. It feels like we're still at home in the U.S. and everybody's just so nice and accommodating, and it's been awesome. And that racetrack is unbelievable. So we're having nothing but one of the best times out here for a motorsport event.
Yeah, look, obviously we're very, very privileged to have you and this car here. But what's next for you in your year ahead? What have you got on for the rest of the year with drifting and everything? What's next for this car even?
Yeah, so for back to the States, and then we got one weekend off, and the following week we go back to Formula Drift to finish out the last two remaining rounds of the season. I'm trying to finish strong there, and then towards the end of the year we're gearing up for a new project, a new car build, which I haven't announced yet, but it should be cool. I think a lot of people are going to be fans of that. And for this car, we're going to take it back, probably get it 3D scanned, and continue with the aero development on it, and just try to progress it from where it's at.
Yeah, well, exciting. Well, hopefully, with whatever this new build is, hopefully we can get Ian Baker to get you to bring that car back maybe next year or the year after.
Yeah, I'm hoping we bring it back, do some aero development, test it, and put it back in a container to come back here next year.
Look forward to it there. Look forward to seeing you back next year.
Thank you, guys.
Cheers, mate.
What do you make? Is it your first time? Is it your first time meeting Ryan Turk?
It is my first time meeting Ryan Turk here, and do you know what I just saw then though? You can kind of take the boy away from the drift scene, but you can't take the drifter out of him. As soon as he heard those cars going sideways, in his peripheral vision, it just sparked his interest, didn't it? And he's got to have one. Has he still got one mind on the job? Because he's still in with a shot at the FD title, right? So for those who don't know, Jared Dander, of course, the voice of Formula Drift, he's got to get back and get back down to business, right? Because you guys are at the point end of the competition. So Ryan will be kind of thinking about that, right?
Ryan. He's been qualifying. I think he got #1 qualifier twice this season. I love seeing the freaking youths, man. Sorry, I love seeing youths. We don't get those in the States.
No, you don't. This is as Aussie as it gets. It's a whole new Jordan Sampson.
Yeah, and then Levi Clark in that 32 Ford. I got to shout out my boy Larry Chen, Lewis, and Tyler. They're shooting some amazing content, some photos, some videos. They shot Levi Clark's exiting 32 Ford, and I'll put it out there. Larry Chen said this is quickly becoming one of my favorite events in the world. I don't know if you saw that.
Wow, look, it's one of my favourite events in the world, and hopefully it's one of yours too, Joe. Ricky Bobby, Rob White making it super down the main straight. Rob White is, I don't know what to do with Rob. Yeah, I don't know what to do with my hands.
I don't know what to do with my Rob.
Booger, Brendan O'Grady. We saw him last night.
Show last night.
Yeah,
man.
he did, man.
I think he was, not reflected in his score. I would say that he was probably one of the most aggressive drivers.
So the thought that's come out that I've heard discussed, because drifting's a big online thing, right? The thought maybe horrifying, is that maybe Brendan O'Grady was just hurt a little bit by qualifying early. Really hard to get a big score early, right? We've seen that over decades and decades. It's just if you go to 100 too early.
We got some fire there.
Well, that is a big fire. That's an engine fire. Boy. That's a big fire.
Yeah, pull that right over. Oh, boy.
That is Danny Probert's off the end of the straight there. He's pulled that up as well. Just tried to bring things to a halt there. I don't know if he maybe saw that on the big screen there, but Brendan O'Grady
Come on.
Come on, Booker. Get in there, mate.
Get it in there. Get it in there. Safety, glad he's out of the car. We'll
Danny
get
Probert.
oh, look at that.
He's going to pull up to help too.
Well done.
Because what happened here was just... So turn 1 is going to be so hard on the car, right, Jared? Oh, no, it's already on fire.
Yeah.
Off the end of the straight, right?
I saw it immediately. It looks like, I mean, an oil line could have busted and then just spraying on the headers or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that would have been, that'd be sketchy, right? We've seen this, we have here. Now, unfortunately, this is one of the things we do know about World Time Attack is the drivers love that front straight putting on the show so much for the crowd, right? A lot of them say it's actually the highlight of the weekend, just about as coming and being able to do that full high-speed manji, but it's super hard on gear.
All right, so it looks like, again.
Hopefully Brendan does look like he's okay, which is the main thing.
Yep.
And that's Danny Probert there as well, just lending a hand along with our FIV team.
Yeah, that's definitely unfortunate, but like you said, you know, it kind of comes with the territory as far as, you know, hammering down. Looks like popping the hood. All right, so as the course goes hot/cold, let's throw it down to Tony down in the hot pits.
Yeah, thanks, Jared. Thanks, guys. I am down in the pits. It is certainly getting loud down here. They're just rolling through. These are some epic drift cars that you're going to see this weekend. Wow, we've got right to my right-hand side here is Gaz Whiter from New Zealand. He has been here about 5 or 6, maybe even more times, but he's never won this event. He is so excited to be here. They got the cars in from New Zealand, got them on the dyno, reprogrammed them for the Aussie fuel, and they are ready to battle. On the other side of me, on the left, we've got Jason Ferrin from the Keep It Re crew. A Barra-powered wagon. Basically, we're talking about something that your mum might have driven back in the day with a big horsepower Ford Barra engine, titanium exhaust, shooting flames out of the bonnet. This weekend is going to be such an epic show. If you're watching on the live stream and you can get to Sydney Motorsport Park, you need to be here for this show. Guys, let's go!
Oh, Tony's a little bit excited. Hand on heart, Tony and I were sitting having breakfast this morning, and the man has been taking notes. He is pumped to be here. It's his first World Time Attack, his pit report. He's excited to be here, and he knows the Aussie field back to front. He's got some great insights, and we look forward to bringing stories to you all through this evening. The drifting is scheduled to kick off tonight around 7:50 p.m. and you will, if you're still here, you make your way up the bank after.
If you're still here.
If you're still here after the presentation and after the Flying 500 and everything else here, and you're still having a great time, you make your way up to the celebrations bar at the top. Exclamation point, Jared Dan. Now, I was going to say that I was going to sell hugs with you again like I did last night, but that didn't go so well, really.
Yeah,
I tried that.
We keep it awkward. Yeah. I don't know if you've ever seen Step Brothers where the brothers hug.
We are a bit like that. Which one are you? Which one are you?
Dale, dude.
Dale?
Yeah.
Definitely Dale?
Yeah. Do you not get Randy Jackson's autograph on a katana blade if you see him? I mean, seriously. No, all joking aside, thanks for having me. Thank you to Ian Baker. I've been over here for 9 years. 2014 was the last time I was over here, and some great just fans, enthusiasts, from the hard park to everything. All the, there's a lot of different influencers here making some content. Twix has done a great job out there. Jeremiah of Donut Media, he's piloting that R35, that GTR with Cole the racer. He's doing double duty. They're sharing that car in different classes, but just some amazing racing. So thank you so much for having me. And you asked me about Formula Drift. The action does continue. We have Utah in just a couple weeks, as Ryan said, and then finally our final round in October to crown a 2023 champion. So the championship is really heating up. It's really fun. Turk does still have a dog in the fight, as they say, but Frederick Osbo, Matt Field, Chelsea Denofa, James Dean is in contention. So some real talent, really proud. We're celebrating 20 years of Formula Drift. I also announced Nitro Cross as well, so we've had 3 rounds of that. So speaking of horsepower, the gentleman that's all revved up, he's down in the pits. You saw and you feel it. I don't know what engine's under that bonnet, but Tony, how we doing?
Absolutely epic. And as we welcome back the internationals to this event, I've got some pretty epic names in international drifting. To my right, this is the machine driven by Ken Gucci, Kazuma Auto, GDR engine, Lexus combination thing. I think that's what it is. I don't even know. I'm going to find out a bit more spec on this thing, but what an amazing bit of kit. and Ken Gushi's been throwing it around. I do believe they had a little bit of mechanical gremlins. They've been working through that, but Kenny's here. He's got the shades on. He's hanging out with the fans. They're all kicking it down here in the drift pits. And then to my right, we've got none other than Daigo Saito. He will be driving this 1,000 horsepower new Toyota GR86. And again, look at the bonnet hardware. You've got Flame Show going on later on. It's going to be under lights at Sydney Motorsport Park. This is the place to be, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go.
No, he's getting more and more pumped up. He wants to get up the hill and get settled in, I reckon. He wants to go up and find the best spot outside the celebrations bar. It was a great night there up on the hill there, Jared. It was. We invited you to sunny Australia right in the middle of spring, and it got to about 8 degrees. But I think we might be going to have a look at some qualifying highlights, Jared. And it was, to be fair, it was a tough night up there on the hill. Gaz Whiter, the Kiwi 4-time champion, he qualified in 5th place. Take a look at his run here. Now, it was an interesting line asked for by the judges. You can see from this vision just how hard it was for the drivers to see. What the drivers were trying to do here was fill up his... This was really where all the points were won and lost, wasn't it, Jared? Through the window there. We called it the window. We wanted to see how far through that zone the drivers could extend out that run and try and maximise the points, and then just stay that 1 metre off the inside, 1 metre off the outside there. Gaz Whiter did a good job, and he is hungry for victory. Speaking of...
More Kiwis for your
Kiwis.
Oh, is it an inside job?
There's a few of us over here. I was actually joking about this morning. I thought that paint looked like the speed paint from yesterday that we used.
Right.
Taylor James, really hot in-form Kiwi at the moment. 2NZ, comes so close to that title. I think this could be Taylor James's chance to really cement himself on the world stage. I know he's been having a lot of conversations. He's looking to spread those wings. 900 plus horsepower puts him well in the game. Power Plus backed, Kumho Tyres backed, Matty Harvey. Now, this is Matt Harvey's first drive back. I believe he's been out of the seat for 7 months.
Wow.
No rust whatsoever.
That's a long time.
No rust. Matty Harvey is a weapon. He is fast. He is smooth. You see, he filled right up that outside zone there. Matty Harvey, definitely going to be one to watch in battles. Good luck chasing that man, because he's got an absolute rocket ship underneath him. Speaking of rockets, the Aussie rocket himself, GLA. Good-looking Aussie. Barton Mawer qualifies in 2nd place. And he was absolutely on form all night. You could hear this car. Really distinct sound, Jared. That 2.4 VET Nissan motor underneath the bonnet. It's a bit of a different choice. Most guys go for the V8. You saw how farther through the section. He really did extend that out there. Barton Mawer is the form driver in Australia right now of the Aussies. And he is going to be the one to potentially be the guy you need to go through if you want to put your hands on the trophy. But Glenn Ormerod, what an emergence from this young man. Been around now for a few years here at World Time Attack, and he threw it down and put it on the #1 step of the podium on his 2nd run.
I'm very interested to see how the smoke will play a role in head-to-head. You know, last night was qualifying. You might do well in qualifying, when push comes to shove, you literally have to do that. Push the other driver around the track. Smoke was a big factor last night.
Yes.
So vision, sight. Hopefully we get a little bit of wind. Not only, temperatures, but clearing out the smoke. That is absolutely crucial. So as, again, qualifying ensued last night, we will be streaming it live. We'll be up in the box, right, up there with the judges. But down in the pits, Tony, again, just creating more hype, more energy. Tony, what's cooking?
Look, there is a lot of stories down here in the pits. There's a lot of excitement, and there's a little bit of heartache, trials and tribulations. I'm here with Jake Jones. If you follow drifting in Australia and all over, you'll know the name. Talk about this new build. You look gassed, man. Talk us about your journey to be here.
Yeah, it's been a very sleepless week this last week. I got back from Japan, and I've spent every single day building this car for the last 5 weeks. And it was a bare shell when we started. So, like the full Power Tune boys and myself have been going hard at it. And it's literally testing us. They say things come in threes, but I think this is about 30 now. So, yeah, and then we got our first session then, and we got canned because someone spun out. So I'm freaking gutted. It's just like keeps continuing to just knock me back. It's trying to fight me so hard.
But you are a fighter, mate. The car looks spectacular. You've got a great team with PowerTune and all of your sponsors and suppliers that sort you out. We want to see you out there battling today. Chin up, do what you got to do. You'll be right, mate. We got you covered. Back to you guys up in the tower.
Yeah, the drift squid, Jake. I mean, just a busy gentleman. I tapped him on the shoulder, and he's like, oh, hey, like, didn't know it was me. Was absolutely elated. He talked about his journey there, and he's like, I just took the car off the dyno at 4 a.m. Like, it just in a...
I think we were waving at him last night when he was on the dyno while we were qualifying last night.
Just absolutely, he's knackered, man. He's absolutely exhausted. So
he's the epitome, though, of chase the drift dream, right?
Absolutely.
He's been at this, and I know, look, I don't think it's out of place to say Ian Baker has been instrumental in supporting Jake's career. Like, he linked him up with Team Orange, right? That's
right.
That's sort of how he got his first Japanese experience. He's been in the States. I know Mad Mike has played a mentoring role for him as well. He's been in New Zealand. He's now doing some stuff over in Japan as well. So he's definitely chasing that dream. Is Jake the likeable guy? And he's one of those guys who's always got a smile on his face.
Yeah.
He's never having a bad time as the drift squid.
He's like a human Labrador Retriever.
I just love it. Sorry, I keep getting distracted by this aerial view because it's fantastic.
Yeah,
every time we see this drone shot, it shows how packed in this. I really want to get up there later and have a look at that stylised show and shine. It is. It is.
I didn't know where that close to the
I
body
wasn't sure where you were pointing to start with.
I literally got in the Uber.
Yeah.
I came here Thursday, right? Thursday morning, and I haven't left.
No, I love this, right? This is this is what we do. This is what we do here at World Time Attack. And we go back down to Tony B in the pits, and he has with him our #1 qualifier.
I have Glenn Omerod with me, yesterday's #1 qualifier, mate. Talk us about your journey to be here. How do you feel? #1 position. Let us have it.
Yeah, I'm absolutely over the moon. I mean, Dad and the team, we've been hard at work. We've had some problems last 2 weeks, and we put everything in it, and it all paid off. And we still had a few problems in the first qualifying run, but we managed to put it on the second lap and ready to go tonight.
Mate, you went full send on the second lap. We were standing on the hill watching, and it just looked like a rocket ship going through the course. Obviously, 2 JZ-powered 86. You've had some support from a previous champion, Bo Yates, and that must help out, and your team and everything behind you. We are so keen to see you battle. Who are you most looking forward to coming up against?
Oh, look, everyone in that Saudi is awesome. It's anyone's win, and so I'm hoping that we end up on the top step at the end.
Mate, love the attitude. I love the team spirit. Back to you guys up in the tower for more action.
Thank you so much, Tony. As Tarzan Yamada is out there on course, that Spoon Sports Civic, now we can kind of elaborate on circuit racing. This vehicle, what's its intention, why so many darn names up there on that window. That is all by design of Spoon Sports and this Honda Civic campaign.
Just 25 hours is a really, 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 really long time to drive. So that's why there's so many names on the window, because the car was built purposely for a race and it had to accommodate up to 7 different drivers. Now, think about trying to engineer a race car for that, right? 7 different drivers, 7 different driving styles, different preferences, heights, build, etc. Even look, imagine trying to do that with our commentary team, right? Trying to accommodate you and I and Diggs. Then we're going to try and put Luffy in there somewhere as well. Keep a car going.
We got a Baja bug that BT and us, we all squeezed into yesterday.
That was similar.
We got orange mocha frappuccinos and we're hitting the road.
Yeah, I think we'll be all right as long as Luffy does the majority of laps. We're probably good. But yeah, so look, Charles Yamada putting this car through its paces out there. It is. Look, this is what we were describing yesterday. Is if you wanted to get a start at World Time Attack, go up the road, talk to your local Honda dealer and have a look at something like this, because for a relatively reasonable cost, you can get yourself into the Club Sprint class here, which we know sells out every year. And where do all the guys come from in Pro Open, everywhere else? They come from the Club Sprint class originally, because you can get into it, you can learn your craft, you can learn your racecraft, you can learn your setup, put your team together. And speaking of Tony, we're going to go back to, I think he's trying to wrangle himself a drive down there in the pits. What do you got, Tony?
Look, if someone would give me the keys to their car, I'd happily pilot it, especially an XD Falcon with a Barra. Danny Probert, you having a good time here at World Time Attack or what?
Oh, this is a killer event. It's a massive honour to be here again. Loving every minute of it. It's just crazy event, and there's so much machinery. It's so accessible for the punters as well. Like, it's just really unique that way. Amazing event.
Such a cool event, such a cool vibe down here in the pits. Come and check out Danny's car. It is by the only XD drift car in the world. Come and check it out here at World Time Attack International Drifting Cup. Let's get sideways later on.
Right on, Tony. Again, another vehicle that we just did not see in the States, so it's obviously really, really cool to see those, become drift cars. So Utes and Falcons.
So Ian Baker brings the world here, and we bring the world to
absolutely
everyone else by the Aussie time, by virtue of the Aussie time attack and drifting scene.
I'm telling you, I've gotten a lot of texts, and people are stoked that Keiichi Tsuchiya is here. My other Grid Life homies, an event, Grid Life in the States, that goes on there. Their whole team, Chris Stewart, Sean, Adam Jabay, I know they're watching, they're tuning in, they're loving just all this energy. Hyundai, they're great support, and we're about to see, speaking of Drift King, just all of these things, just the growth, just the industry overall. So, all right, we're talking about Tarzan Yamato, and I talked about another legend here, DK, and Luffy, I believe, is with Keiichi Tsuchiya.
Yeah, I'm with the king himself down here in pit lane. So excited to have him here. But most importantly, how exciting is it to be here at World Time Attack with the Hyundai EV?
ワールドタイムアタックで今回 EV、ヒュンダイの EV に乗るんですけれども、どのぐらいエキサイティングでしょうか。
今までヨーロッパ、中国、日本の EV に乗ってきたんで、それとちょっと比較してみたいなっていう、楽しみですよね。
Yes, and he's looking forward to drive it because he's driven in China, Japan, and Europe, and there are different EVs. So he wants to compare.
Amazing to have such a legend of our sport to here in the Hyundai EV. We're going to let him go because he's about to hop in and go show us what he can do.
And that was a show yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It was really cool. And again, this one-off vehicle, we'll kind of elaborate more once that car comes on track, comes on screen. But, Keiichi Tsuchiya, we've had some words at Okayama, Formula Drift Japan. We have a championship over there. And it's great to just, again, drifting as a whole, I am so proud. I even got emotional earlier this year in Atlanta in May because just personally where drifting has taken me, and in the finals is Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Chris Forsberg, two drifting veterans and legends, let's call it what it is, and they ended up in the finals. In 2004, those two drivers, actually Tarzan was there, because he used to be a judge, but all that being said is Vaughn Gittin Jr. Chris Forsberg were in the finals in 2004, the first year at Atlanta, and there they were in the finals again. But I looked to my right, my 17-year-old son, who wasn't even a glimmer in our eye, was right next to me. I cried, dude. I couldn't finish my send-off, man. I looked to Ryan Sage, and I literally was physically crying.
That's an amazing story, just the growth. So it's pretty cool, though, because we've been talking about day 1 and day 1.5, right, and just the growth and maybe the links, and we've thrown around a couple of names, but Tarzan would have been part of it, and DK's been part of it, the likes of Max Arito, the shared culture and the differences, but the camaraderie as well, right, to grow the sport of drift internationally.
And also concurrently around the globe, you got Mad Mike, who is doing it in New Zealand. You have, Drift Squid Jake, who's doing it here in Oz. Just everybody has their story, right?
Shanahan's, James Dean.
Absolutely.
It's terrible, but I go some sort of by the nickname is Odie Bakshis, right? And you've got your Latvian lover as well, and then we've got the those HGK fighters are their own little thing.
That's Christoph, that's his company.
Right.
Yeah, Christoph's
So just the global evolution of the sport is just fantastic.
And what I really, really love about it is that it is taken very seriously. And Mad Mike spoke to some VIPs. We did a Q&A with some VIPs that are up in a suite. And he elaborated on that, man, and just where at one point it was boy racers or these, rice rockets or whatever, nah, man, it's a legitimate motorsport, and that race craft and the skill, and now the vehicle builds. If you're an engineer, you look at those builds. I mean, on average, every Formula Drift car is 1,000 horsepower.
Yes.
So you look at, the Frankenstein engineering, the fabrication, the aftermarket world. I remember, seeing drifting for the first time in the States, Drift Show Off, seeing D1, and I was like, holy cow, this is huge, because in the States, import drag racing kind of died. It imploded because everybody wanted a piece of the pie, and there wasn't enough pie. So when I saw drifting come around, it had all the elements of action sports, motorsports, aftermarket, attitude, personality, engineering. Aha, ding, it just blew up. So shout out to Ryan Sage and Jim Lau, co-founders of Formula Drift. Jim Lau now works for PRI, Performance Racing Industry. Ryan Sage, a great friend of mine, co-host and president of Formula Drift now. So and again, kudos to all of the fans and the enthusiasts, just hanging out last night at the pub, the bar, and just the doting that was kind of going on across the board.
Can I just give a shout out to yourself as well, Jared? Because look, I do this, and I know I jokingly say it to you, right? We host a couple of events together because we do Mad Mike Son of Bash in New Zealand together, and look, it truly is interesting just to watch people want to have the Jared moment or the Mike moment or the Ryan Turek moment, and you guys are all so approachable. You always make time for people, and I really appreciate and I guess just have a respect for the fact that it must be quite hard for you guys sometimes. Sometimes you're probably not in the mood to smile or do whatever else, but you guys always do it because you recognise that you are effectively the public face of the sport, much like a number of the Time Attack guys are and everything else. I mean, we saw Slady wandering around yesterday, and unfortunately Tanuki's probably not going to do too much else, but Tim Slade will still be wandering around, right? He's going to shake hands, kiss babies and do whatever else. And aren't these drivers just phenomenal ambassadors now for the sport globally?
Absolutely. You know, just everybody tuning in and watching across the globe. I was texting my wife, and she's tuning in, and I'm doing some social media for Momo, which they're supporting the effort of Ferris, and him just kind of pushing it out there, getting that 127. He wants to get a little faster. His arrow was flapping all around. But thank you so much, man.
Just as a side question there, you're going to be a little banter, a little rivalry between Cole and Ferris as to who goes home as the fastest American?
Oh, no.
You guys wouldn't do
there's
that?
Support, man. We're flying an American flag, man. Stars and stripes, baby. America. Drop the A and get with America. I don't know how Diggs ain't American, man. Look at that mullet, man. Look at that Texas mud flap hanging off the back with that mustache, man. Hey,
Diggs has actually told me. Diggs has got an appointment with Mad Mike's hairdresser after this. He's twisting up the back into some Mad Mike spec dreads.
Yeah.
And that's going to be his look for the next year.
Oh, there we go. Mad Wriggles.
Yes. Mad Diggles.
Mad
Diggs energy.
Yeah. Big Diggs.
Big.
Yeah. No, thank you so much. And it just absolutely mint day. Perfect weather. Absolutely ideal. Like I said, the internet's exploding with what's going on here. Shout out to Mr. World Time Attack, and here we are. This is the Iconic 5.
The Ionic 5. I struggle to say it properly, but I do know what that is. That's the button, right? There's the magic button within it that turned you from me into Mike.
Yep.
Instantly by the pushing button, the drift button.
Just relax. I mean, I don't know if it comes with a talent button.
I'm sure it does. Does it not have a talent button? I was told that this car had a talent button.
It does not have a talent button.
It does not have a talent button.
You still have to drive it, Warren. And I know, again, when Warren gets, you doted on me, so I apologize, but I got to do it. But there's sponsorship available for the underneath Warren's vehicles, so when he flips the car, he promotes whatever company he's sponsored.
We're doing that.
You built that joke.
I did build the joke. So for context, what Jared is talking about is obviously over in New Zealand we have speedway cars, and there is, interestingly enough, a lot of speedway background amongst a number of the top Time Attack competitors because it teaches you that throttle control or skill supposedly onto it. Apparently I was missing the throttle control or the skill. Suchiya, however, we have no problem whatsoever.
Yeah, great
segue. Getting back down to Tony in the pits. Tony, who have you got with you now as Suchiya parks it up to listen to what Tony's got to say?
Well, thank you, Keiichi Tsuchiya. I appreciate you joining into the telecast. You were talking about Speedway a little bit, and I've got a car here that's a pretty unique drift car. It's Patrick Barley, and on second thoughts, Jared, I thought this was your mate's Time Attack car with Momo and Ferris. It kind of looks the same. It's a carbon Kevlar Corvette drift car. But anyway, look, I'm here with Patrick Barley, piloting this car this weekend. You've got a piece of broken car part in your hand. Mate, talk us through your weekend. What's happened?
Yeah, so this is the first year they've been running the sticky slicks out on the racetrack, and it puts an insane amount of grip out there. Like drifting last year to this year, like the level of grip is just insane in comparison. So yeah, I've been running this clutch pack for about 5 years now. Direct clutches did a great job, and it's that grippy that it's pulling clutches apart. So it's crazy out there.
Geez, mate, a bit rough on the gear, but look, a sticky tyre and a grippy car with heaps of horsepower is going to put a wicked show up on Celebrations Hill. I wish you all the best of luck, and I've got one other competitor just near me. Here he is over here. Ben Barnes, come on in here. Come on, champ, in you get. This young man is from Central Queensland, and he won Drift Masters, the event, and that was your ticket to be here at World Time Attack. Talk us through that. You were driving your Commodore Ute, you won, and now you've built this brand new car. Talk us through it.
Yeah, pretty much. So, yeah, the old Commodore Ute was a bit how you going, bit stock. Had it since like 2015 or so. She was getting a little bit worn out, so thought I can't really bring that to a big international event, so we built this thing instead. Spent the last 9 months getting it ready, getting it together from a rolling shell. Yeah, it's just been a bit of a dream come true to finally get down here. So yeah.
And obviously a whole heap of support. I'm standing here looking at the bonnet. A chance to give these guys a bit of a shout out because you wouldn't be here without that support.
No, exactly right, man. It all comes down to these fellas there, like Burson Auto Parts, Rocky, MTQ, Rocky as well, Raceworks, MCA Suspension, freaking Turning Point, Reef City Tinting. They're all the fellas. Hey, Auto Barn, Rocky, Novus Glass, Rocky. Yeah, they're all good lads. Hit them up.
And I love that Central Queensland's getting behind this sport. It is a national sport for us and it's an international sport, and we're going to go full send later on this afternoon with Ben Barnes. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much down there, Tony. That might have been the most Australian interview ever, Jared. She's a bit. Have you ever heard that before? How do you describe that build? She's a bit. How you going?
Yeah,
have you ever heard that one?
I always joke. I need a closed caption. Need a drop down screen to kind of translate for me. But as Keiichi Tsuchiya is heading off course, maybe a little bit of issues here. There's a developmental car. You know, this is Hyundai N, and the N lineup is really growing. This car was debuted at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Keiichi Tsuchiya, they wanted him behind the wheel. I mean, this has so many cool features. I got to rattle off some of these. It has track maps built in, tracking and timing. They really want to harness their 3 pillars, Hyundai, and that's, get this, Corner Rascal. Okay, which might be a tattoo I'm getting tomorrow. Racetrack capability and everyday sports car. These are the elements that Hyundai really wanted to kind of instill into this vehicle. It does have drift assist, which is really, really cool. So torque distribution, hyper responsive end pedal. But as again, you can see Keiichi pulling off there. We throw it back down to the pits.
So this is the one thing in World Time Attack that you don't like seeing, is when cars end up in this area here, because ultimately we can see with Tanuki here, we saw on the big screen before with Wayne Lee, the problem we had here in the front end was obviously there was a breakage here, the front wheels come off. When we walk back down through the car though, we can see a whole bunch of broken carbon fibre, but when we come around the back, this is where we can actually see a lot of damage. When we saw the car go off, it went off at high speed there. We thought that that might have just pulled up before the wall, but unfortunately it's made some reasonable contact there, and there's a lot of damage. Obviously it's mainly superficial damage in terms of bodywork and everything like that. There's not a massive amount of structural stuff, although the right rear is looking rather second-hand as well. So unfortunately for these guys, it is game over, and just so disappointing to see, because Wayne Lee and all the guys at GT Auto Garage have put so much time and effort to get this car here this year. Tim Slade's back as a champion of World Time Attack in the past, so it's not the sort of thing that you like to see. But obviously these guys now focus their attention on 2024 World Time Attack, getting the car back together and getting back here to chase that record.
Oh my goodness, absolute carnage, and that is not a good thing to see. It is not a good thing to see, but he's okay, he's A-okay. Like the car, these things are built to be quick, but they're also built to be safe. That's mandatory. That's the first thing you do when you build one, Josh Bucket. But look, hopefully they can recover. Look, take some sort of inspiration from what they were able to achieve. They had a few highs, and then there's the biggest low that'll set you back 12 months.
Yeah, look, and that's motorsport, isn't it? It can very quickly go from, wow, what an amazing job, an amazing weekend, to incidents. And, it's a funny game we're in. More often than not, you have more bad days than good. It's a kind of a weird sport.
No, it's just cars, mate. A 3-letter word, C-A-R.
Just cars.
That's all it is.
But it does make those moments of elation and success all that much sweeter, and I'm sure that the team there will take the 20.4 from earlier in the weekend and still call it a success.
And that's basically because you've got this addiction that you need a steering wheel in your hand and something under your right foot, and it'll never stop. We were just talking about that the other night when you first grew up as a kid. What was your first motor-powered moment, Josh Buck, and how old were you? First time you actually got to steer something with a motor, what was it?
It was, oh God, I'll probably get my dad in trouble here. He used to sell cars. I think it was a Statesman back in the day. I would have been 4 or 5 years old. He popped me on his lap and he said, "Oh yes, go around this roundabout." So got up on the wheel, curbed a few rims, and off he went.
Yeah, there you go. So sitting in the lap, I think I sat on my dad's lap the first time I ever drove something. But talking to Ryan Turek the other night, it was a motorcycle. It was like a little mini bike.
Yep.
Kids on mini bike. He started sort of in dirt bike before he even touched a car. But it's got to be some moment in any one of our lives, your life, my life, these people's lives, including out here right now, Tim Weston's life. that you want to arrive at this moment for a reason. You're hooked, and once you get that, no matter what the car giveth,
you're in.
Well, sometimes you'll get the love. You'll have what they call the race car love, where you can go, you know what, everything went really well today. I can put it away in one piece. I might even be able to use some tyres next time I race it and go, you know what, today is the day I wanted you to do that. Every other day you're kicking it. You want to sell it. You put a cover over it. You don't want to know about it. It stresses your life. You just want to get back to normal.
Sounds like so much fun.
Well, it's a sportsman racer thing, is it not?
You're really selling it.
Yeah, love the beast, and then burn it when it gives you gives you a bad day, literally. So, but you know what, these guys, especially in club sprint,
today's a good day. Today's a good day for these guys.
Any day we're on this earth, it's a good day. If we can steer some stuff around a beautiful circuit with family and friends from not only here in Australia but right across the globe, we're going to do it. And JDA is just making sure the suppliers don't run down.
Yeah, another case of the sponsors' finest for a top-up for the commentary team.
I tell you what, mate, if I get sponsorship by that drink company, mate, I'm going to give it away. I'm going to give it away. I'm not going to go running for Fella anytime in the future.
Well, here's Josh Muggleton. Either way, he's revved up. Don't know what he had to drink pre-session, but he's going along quite nicely. We're obviously in that awkward part of the day where, you know, PBs probably aren't going to come. You might see an odd sector or two better here or there, but you're probably not going to see an outright lap that is improved on. So, again, testing, developing, tuning. If you're in that top 5 at this point and you feel safe, and if I was in that top 5, I probably wouldn't feel safe based off how close the times are at the moment. But this is a great opportunity before our third session that proved to be nearly as good as the first session yesterday.
Well, I'll tell you what, Muggleton's just went minute 35.979 with lights all up green for him.
Yep, so first 2 sectors were not his personal best, but like I touched on, that last sector was a personal best, and that improved the lap by a couple of tenths for Muggleton and went 35.9. So, yeah, look, an improvement, and again, probably not what the team would have expected, but happy nonetheless. I'm sure they are.
Let's have a look at our top 5 platforms out there. Impreza WRX, Evo 6, another Impreza, Integra, GR Yaris, Impreza 86, Evo 6 WRX, and one Supra at the end of Haltech Club Sprint. Still all that minute 30-something out of that top 10. And even on screen here, some of these guys have been doing it for years. Mark Collingwood, this is the NA MX-5. Never expects to be at the pointy end. It's probably got 180 to the tyres, you know what I mean? It's a real package. But as we said, I think yesterday, he's gone 5 seconds quicker since it looks like he's had a bit of a revamp of the car, but still proudly displaying the NA plates on it. And a real fun machine, honestly. I draw a graph called a fun curve, and you know that's a pretty fat fun curve, that one. There's not a lot of hot peaks and troughs in that fun curve. That's
our mate there, Raul Victor, fun. By the way, just getting ready and primed
speaking of
for when he goes out. Speaking of fun,
speaking of a fun curve, let's actively ramp up the Rahul Victor fun curve shortly as he gets out there. But that car of Collingwood's nice little car. Honestly, hazard a guess, that thing's got to be, how many kilograms do you think we can get this thing down to?
4 or 5. 6 of the stretch. Am I close?
I do like you, Josh Bucket. I do like your honesty. No, I was looking for an accurate fact there, but it just goes to show we don't know everything. But 790, 800, I wouldn't know. All of our MX geeks out there will know that. And you know, we've got platform geeks out there. You know, we'll have a Sylvia geek. We'll want to talk to an Integra geek and so on and so forth. Again, because they become that because they own that car. They want to epitomise everything they can out of it. And one day, in some way, get the most amount of fun out of something. Now, look, Paul Kovachevsky, I'd love to have a look at his logbook over the last 10 years. This car has been a staple.
You reckon it'd be the same logbook, or has he run out of pages?
No, it'd be out of pages. I mean, your logbook, what's your logbook? It's like a telephone book, your logbook, wouldn't it?
It's actually not too bad.
Is it?
I don't race as often as you may think. Probably only 10 events a year, but probably not as many as that car.
Luffy, speaking about going to work, Luffy, you got some more action there for us.
Yeah, I'm down here in the pits and down here in the heartland of World Time Attack, because Club Sprint is what really World Time Attack really started out at back in 2008 at Oran Park, or back then as it was called Super Lap. It was all about sort of road cars that had small modifications, and we see here in the background here, the little Toyota Yaris is really sort of the, as you said, it's the pinnacle of that Club Sprint. It's still got the plates on it, it's driven to the track. I'm here with Justin Lewis, the owner of this car. Bit of a late start getting into motorsport for you. You're racing currently in the RX-8 Cup yourself, but tell me what World Time Attack means to you, and obviously being able to have a car like this here.
Well, look, when I first got this Yaris, I took it to the track for the first time, and I thought, wow, this is pretty cool. And then I did what every sort of guy does that buys a car that he falls in love with and starts spending money on it. So I entered it in the World Time Attack, which was my first event last year. Had a lot of fun. We got a 146. We did a 142.3 today. We've spent a little bit of money, but I've turned up this year, and like we're competing against cars that have got aero and, you know, heavy modifications and all that sort of stuff in the same class. And I'm very happy with the way my driver Ryan Gorton's handled the car.
And so what else can we expect from this car? Obviously, you said down into the 142s. Is there much left in the car and Ryan, or what's the plan for the car in the future? Will we see you guys back at World Time Attack 2024?
Yes, sure. And it looks like I've got to hit the bank balance again to keep up with the rest of the team. There's sequential gearboxes and aero and all that sort of stuff. But we're very competitive, even with a standard H-pattern gearbox. And you know, we haven't even got an air intake. We're still that's all standard as well. So we're pretty happy with the way it's performed.
Well, we can see him getting ready there in the background. Fingers crossed he can go that little bit faster in this next session.
Good stuff. And by the way, say hello to your dad. He's a good bloke.
Yeah, he sure is. There's a lot of good blokes here. You know, we've just had an official good bloke count that's come back in at 9 million. So we've got that many good blokes here. Good girls as well. We've got a lot of car people here, car geeks, car nerds, whatever you are, to be part of our stream and live here on the venue, Sydney Motorsport Park, destination New South Wales, on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. Chris Diggles and Josh Buchan with you. A red flag means that we've had some sort of distraction out there on track. We'll have to find out just exactly what's happened, but it was a good interview down there, and Luffy, as he epitomised, once you get a car you fall in love with, then you start opening up the old bank balance.
Yeah, particularly a platform that's quite rewarding and easy to drive. There's our red flag. Greg Kerber stopped on track in the Sydney Composites VF Como Ute. Things been running excellently all weekend. The car has proved to be quite reliable. I know they've had niggling issues just with minor stuff that you get with a brand new car, but this thing's been running well.
So that little bit of stricken Commodore we can certainly deal with. But a quick look at the Haltech Club Sprint Class leaderboard, and no movement just yet. But you know what? A whole lot of green sectors for the people that have gone out and had a go, but won't be featuring in that top 10. Grubel, Assad, Garland, the two Kazmiris, McKinnon, not bad. Shoots, Mikalski, Josh Muggleton and Jonathan Wong. Look at that, minute 36, 5:14 in 10th position. That Super Lap Shootout still sees Kazmiri have to race against himself. You know what? That's going to be an interesting dynamic to see how we can pull a Super Lap Shootout in that class with Kazmiri in those positions, and we might have to either run him first and last, maybe. I don't know.
He's got a brother who looks very similar if he grows some hair on the back of his head very quickly. So you never know. The brother Kazmiri might have to jump in for that session. He's a very talented driver in his own right. It's shaping up to be a very exciting Club Sprint top 5 later on this afternoon, but the Club Sprint winning time from 10 years ago, again, gets you 31st this year. So amazing what some evolution is in this category.
Crazy stuff. Great session, and it's now down to Charlie in the pits.
Guys, every time I come to World Time Attack Challenge, I fall in love with another element of motorsport. But this one, I can actually probably fit in my own car, which is quite handy. Asgar joins me from Ignite Gaming and Hobbies, and he has brought his drifting RC club to Sydney Motorsport Park, and they're just having a competition as we speak. Asgar, this is really cool.
It is pretty cool, yeah. So it's taken off in Sydney just recently. So we have got a new shop in Smeaton Grange. We're probably the only track in Sydney that does RC drifting, so it's taken off. Yep.
So talk us through the competition itself. What are we watching here?
So It's actually basically set up just like the real drifting. So we have a tandem event that's going on at the moment, and it's an elimination. So we've done a bit of qualifying in the morning, and then we've paired up 2 drivers, and we're doing a tandem elimination at the moment. So there's a leader and a chaser, and we've got clipping points like a real drift track.
And talk to me about your club members. You know, what kind of ages are they? Is it men, women, children, kids?
Yeah, so there's a mix. We've got some really young drivers from 14 onwards, and then we've got some oldies like myself. But yeah, so it's quite a wide range of drivers. There's couple of female drivers. My daughter actually is part owner of the business as well. So yeah, it's quite a diverse industry, but it's also very addictive. So once you start it, people keep spending and spending on it. So yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if it's RCs or another type of motorsport. It's addictive, and you spend all your money on it.
Oh, that's it. 100%. Well, there we go. 2 parallel stories, one after the other. One with a real scale car, one with a, 24th scale car. But who wouldn't want a little bit of this fun? Look at all this. Whether it's this scale or 1-to-1 scale, we've got more big action coming up with a beautiful Saturday afternoon here in Sydney. We'll see you soon. We're having too much fun here at Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge.
Now that you've got the power, let Haltech control it with our complete vehicle control solutions. Haltech have a wide range of vehicle management systems, solid-state power distribution devices, and display dash solutions. With Haltech, your engine has never been in better hands. Whether you're building a Time Attack Monster, a Street Warrior, or a Resto Mod Cruiser, with Haltech, we've got you covered. For more information, visit haltech.com or visit your local Haltech dealer.
What an insane venue. We're certainly seeing all sorts of automotive insanity, from either the full-scale version down to the scaled-down version, as we just saw. Gorgeous pictures here, Sydney Motorsport Park. Boy, it's not like we haven't had enough drama here already, Josh. Tell me, honestly, do you normally see this much carnage at your average motoring event?
Well, you don't see quite as much drama and change of fortune across the weekend, but I think one person who's doing half all right is Trent Grubel in Club Sprint. So
and you know what? Speak of the devil, you know what? Maybe Luffy might have more on that.
Yeah, mate, I'm down here with the current Club Sprint leader today so far, Trent Grubel. Obviously, great run out there yesterday, but obviously we saw you out there this morning. A little bit of a lock-up. How much more can we expect to see from you today?
Yeah, no, it was a bit of a shame to get that lock-up into Turn 6. We were already 3/10 up on our lap. We turned it up slightly, so look, from what we're seeing on the Delta, maybe a mid-32 is possible come shootout, but we're just going to go out and see, double-check, make sure she's all okay, and then kind of save her for tonight.
Well, look, it's exciting to see you guys out there and really starting to sort of push the limit. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on those timesheets to see maybe somewhere in the sort of mid-32. So good luck with that out there today.
Yeah, cheers, Luffy. Thank you.
They're the man of the moment, so thinks there's a little bit more out there, and there's not too many motorsports where you can almost have the luxury to say, you know what, I'm not looking for a 10th, because so many times motorsport here is about a 10th.
Well,
I think I can find a second.
Tell you what I liked, the battle of the frosted tips between Luffy and Trent. That was excellent.
Oh, frosted tips, here we come. It might be another one of these contenders. We're talking about the Mad Mike dreadlocks. I think Luffy could rock them as well. You could probably go a few.
No, those two are a class of their own.
Yes, they are.
Couldn't keep up with those boys.
Yeah, there we go. Battle of the frosted tips. Comments of the day coming from Josh Bucket. We're keeping an eye on Eamon Karmas out there. Gorgeous.
He's just gone PB in the first sector. Has
given it a polish.
Or is that Rahul?
No, it might have been. Let's just have a look here. We're talking about Eamon Karmas, the IGL Coatings Australia Supra. We're seeing on a flying lap. We've just, I don't know whether that traffic just interrupted his mojo at all, but I think he is going to try and push one here. You normally tell the intent. You get to those last couple of corners, if they're still trying, especially that last one. Some of the guys are more a last corner run-up. Some guys sort of start their run-up about 3 corners in. But he's going to try and put one down. We're looking for green sectors here. We've got some green sectors there for Middleton in the background, but we're keeping an eye on what he can run here. Karmas with the Supra.
40.5, not quite. So maybe that was that is a little bit off his PB so far. Potentially just a lap to reacquaint, but he'll be getting a nice toe off this little boxy Yaris in front if he can keep it together. A little wiggle out of Bosch turn 2 there on the Supra. They're actually quite nervous on the power. The current Supras that share a lot, obviously, with the BMW M3, M4, M2s and whatnot. So they build their power very aggressively on the throttle. So when you're trying to accelerate off slow corners with a lot of load, it's actually quite difficult to get the power down in those cars because they ramp up the torque very quickly. So it's a very intelligent way of making power on the road. Sometimes you actually need to bring it back for the track, and I know that's something that Eamon in his IGL Coatings Supra has done, as we can see. You don't want to lose it there.
One of those boxy Yaris's you were talking about. They're not gifted in wheelbase, those things, so we've seen a little bit of that happen when they're pushed hard as the wheelbase catches up with that car.
Yeah, that could have been,
absolute nuggets,
messy.
Absolute no. They are a bit of a beast to try and drive by the looks of them. Their dynamics, as you would say, compared to what you talked about in the Supra, too much torque for sometimes for the car, and again just wheel spin, damn wheel spin that comes up. Here we go, getting a bit of. Did he get a nice draft off the Yaris here?
Yeah, he definitely get a good draft off that. So pulls out of the slipstream then, and the Euro work tune Supra rolls on by.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. That he might just get him a.
He did go personal best in the first sector that time.
So he's got a toe. So look, so here we go. This is not a bad start to the lap if you got a toe off that. So he's hit that with a little bit more turn 1 speed. But let's just see how the rest of the thing is. And as you know, you can just fluff up in the next one and it's all gone. All that really great gain. Oh, look at it, just ride through there, big bump. It's an unfortunate place to have it by the look of it.
Yeah, it gets in the way, it really does. If that bump wasn't there, a lot more cars would actually just be flat out through turn 3. But you kind of have to drive based off the bump and the angle that you'll approach at. It's not really happening for either of these guys here. Eamon lets Kazmir in, the Yaris past, so won't be an amazing lap for either of them. A little bit of traffic out there which can upset your rhythm, but here is Kazmiri in that V-Sport Yaris.
So he's going to try and push it through here now. This is his attempt to have a crack, and Josh Muggleton, the GR, the V-Sport GR.
Sorry, Muggo. He's doubling up as well.
Oh, there's a lot of them doubling up, so that's why I look at the number real quick and try and make sure I get it right, because if the guys are jumping in so many cars, you have me convinced it was Kazmiri as well.
Well, at least he's going from one all-wheel drive to another. Yes. He's obviously in that WRX as his second drive, whereas Kazmiri's going from front-wheel drive Integra to all-wheel drive Yaris. So that is a little bit of a change, but those two gents are quality drivers. They won't have any issues figuring that out.
Yeah, it's just got to be a little bit, I shouldn't say upsetting, but you've got to put your mind in another gear, I suppose, when you hop in that different car, and try and remember the habits, and remember that maybe probably 10 minutes ago where you were lifting off in one car, it's like, no, I don't need to lift off here, I'm flat through here, this car likes that. This car likes it better here.
Yeah, well, speaking of, here is Kazmiri.
Here we go.
I apologise. So here he is in his Integra, having a bit of a dip.
Let's have all eyes on him and some ears on this. Let's have a listen to this. Let's see what Kazmiri can do here if he's got some intent and no traffic. He's ready. Tell you what, I'd love more turn 8 from the back of the car, hold the camera on longer, because I reckon we get a little bit more out of that engine if we do that again. We go to that long shot, and I reckon we got more at the back. Here we go. I think this is one that he's going to try and make stick, considering that he's only, I think this is the campaign, the start of the campaign.
He's not far down even on this lap, only 1.1 to the middle, 34.9.
34.9. We thought he might have been ready to start a fly, but he was busily in the process of creating one.
So he didn't actually go green in any of his sectors. He just kind of put a good, decent lap together. So, back up a spot.
That's a surprising chunk, and sometimes I think it comes down to just how smooth the lap became. It was just a smooth lap.
Yeah.
It looked slow. It's like I don't think he's trying anything. And the thing that doesn't give us the clue is sometimes we don't light up some segments here, but he's managed to find it somewhere.
No, great effort. And in the middle part of the day, you wouldn't really expect that. It is cooler than what yesterday was temperature-wise. The wind is fairly static. It's nothing too spectacular. So conditions are still quite good. Obviously not what morning prime time gives, but for Kazmiri to go out and do a 34.9 in that car at this time of day leads me to think that perhaps later on there's a better 34 in it, which would push him from potentially fourth, where he put that potentially onto the podium spot. As that Yaris is loose again.
That's Wesley Tang getting to know the Yaris a little bit better. I was just watching, I was listening to you and watching him, and Wesley Tang is trying to put one down here with this Land Speed Racing GR Yaris. So
did he grab the handbrake instead of the gear selector?
I don't know. Who knows? You just saw his attack into turn 2. He just went way far out this side of the turn and then reefed the thing around. But again, the wheelbase of these things, I mean, the horsepower to the wheelbase ratio, I don't know if that's a thing, but it always ends up in different body language for a particular sort of vehicle. But this car, these nuggets, they're real nuggets, these things. I'm surprised just how effective a weapon these things have become and how popular they are. And then we've got this Yaris worship. Just when we're looking for new cars to worship, Toyota still just keep the nose in the game and give us these great weapons. Have a look at that. The Supra and the Yaris are part of that GR range being executed here in Haltech Club Sprint. And, of course, right on cue, let's throw in a little bit of Hyundai weaponry.
Be rude not to.
Oh, well, it just happened organically just then. And we're talking about Price out there having a crack. Now, where did we have...
Well, so he threw a 39.0 at it in the first session this morning, ever so close to a 38, the magic 38, which is the next marker people look for after a sub 40. I think all his sectors put together would equal a 38, so there's definitely a little bit to squeeze from the Project U car here. You can hear and see he's trying his hardest to get the car around turn 5 there. Difficult part of the day again to do the time. Perhaps a few setup tweaks from this morning. Tiny bit of braking, a little bit of hop in the rear into Corporate Hill. Touch wide. Gets it done though. Needs to pull the car up. He had troubles there once or twice earlier in the weekend. A little bit wide on the exit there at the hairpin, but along the back here into turn 9, tips it in nice and late, nice and quick. Car looks visually fast coming into the penultimate corner. A little bit of scrape on the splitter, keeps it up on the cement. You don't want to drop off too much there. Makes the final corner and power down. That all looks fairly tidy there. Keeps it just on the track, which is a great effort. And he heads towards the line. No green sectors, but certainly putting it all on the line there and goes 39.4. So I think he'll be happy with that, considering that they wouldn't have been new tyres and, again, middle part of the day. So, again, potentially later on in our running in our third and final session, there may be more to come from that car, and I know the team will be hoping for.
We've got 2 Subarus, a Mitsubishi, a Honda and a Toyota at the top 5 in Haltech Club Sprint. And we may not just be done yet, because I haven't seen any checkered flag just yet. But this is that sort of day where all sorts of things can happen. We're just about to hit high noon here in this fantastic part of the world. And I just saw Rahul come through there. There's the flag now. So there we go. They've had a good run. A few of them slipped under the radar. Not too many greens lit up there, other than good consolidated passes for all of our competitors in this fantastic, star-studded, action-packed, best ever class of 2023 Haltech Club Sprint. And as it stands still, as we heard in the interview, Trent Grubel thinks there could be something that they might save for the shootout. Jamal Assad, obviously, from what we understand, that time's going to have to stick, but he's not bringing the Evo back after that big accident yesterday. Not today, though, for another day yet. Michael Garland, a minute 34.465. Minute 34.950, the Kazmiri in the Integra, and then the land speed car, 1 minute 35.197. McKinnon might feature tonight because if we don't have Jamal in there, we might put him in the 5, I would say, on default. Ben shoots in the Harrop angry boxer, 86 with a minute 35. Mikowski, Mr. Plasma Man, so close behind him by 1,000. Josh Muckledon, a minute 35.979. And Jonathan Wong, number 10 with the DNA Autosport Australia car. We keep the 30s coming from Rahul Victor, Ryan Marshall, Dwayne Fisher, Kim Tai, they all get him. Dr. Dre gets one. Eamon and Andrew Rubin, they all are in the minute 39s. Josh Muggleton, Greg Kerber finishing out to 20. And as we roll on, so many more. Welcome Fabrice and Adam, George, Adam Makarata, Ryan Gorton, Don Newton, Tim Weston, Wesley Tang, all the way even through Muller, Middleton, Munro, Mr. GT, Eleanor Terra and Paul Kovaceski. We're all having fun. The class of 2023 Club Sprint. We're having fun here today, Warren Lupp. I hope you're having a time to smell the roses too.
Yeah, Diggles, I certainly am. You just mentioned Eleanor Terry down here with the gorgeous little Hyundai i20N. How'd you go out there in that last session? PB, I hear?
I did get my PB finally. We haven't quite cracked the 146s. I've got a 147.2, so we are this close to getting it. I'm praying that we get it the next time, so we're just pushing and pushing. And the car is fantastic, and we are loving it out here.
It's always the case at World Time Attack. Whenever you hit a new PB, it's always about where does that next little bit of time ultimately come from. It's obviously you've been here previously with this car. How are you finding the car, and most importantly, how are you enjoying your experience of World Time Attack?
As every single year I come here, it is an amazing time. We make new friends every single year. The car itself has been performing phenomenally, as all the Hyundais always do. I'm a little bit biased, but it's gone faster this year, of course. The car feels fantastic, and it's just the best experience that I could ever ask for.
Well, we look forward to seeing you out there later on today in the next round of Club Sprint. But throwing back to Charlie now, over with some more news.
Well, speaking of new experiences, great experiences, I've decided I'm staying here at the Stylised Shannon's Show and Shine. All the S's, but I popped over to the Chemical Guys stall because where better to go than the place that can shine you so then you can show it off to everyone, Alex.
Exactly, yeah. So we're obviously very excited to be a part of the Shannon Stylised event. We've brought along a ton of our car care products to help the guys keep their rides looking as good as possible. Everything from snow cannons and wash to waterless solutions, wheel tyre shines, protectants and glass cleaner. So we've got everything here, everything covered for everyone to keep their car looking as good as possible.
And I absolutely love Chemical Guys merch. Every time I see my mate Chaz Mostert wearing it at the Supercars rounds, I try and steal it off his head because they are fantastic, fantastic hats. I was saying it's a little bit upsetting we couldn't get any water here because how satisfying is it to watch a foam cannon?
Yeah, everyone loves watching a snow foam demo. So unfortunately none this week, but we do have good discounts on everything. So if someone does want to give it a go at home, they can swing past and buy one.
Absolutely. I will say that is my guilty pleasure watching on TikTok and Instagram is videos about cars being washed. I'm a car girl. What can I do? What can I do? But it is fantastic to see so many people here at the Skid Pan really lapping up all the action. This is the biggest show and shine I've ever seen. So come on over here, immerse yourself in these beautiful, beautiful machines, guys.
Geez, that was a polished performance, I must admit, Charlie. That was very good indeed. Look at that. We've just got a whole bunch of people, a whole bunch of cars, and a whole bunch more stuff scheduled off track, on track, you name it. There's a lot of little mini micro events and happenings happening throughout these events. There always is. A lot of behind the scenes stuff. We get to see a little bit of it. There's a lot more happening throughout the pit area, but I tell you what, that stylised show and shine going off fantastically. Hashtag one perfect lap, of course. This is the Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge for 2023, destination New South Wales, at the beautiful Sydney Motorsport Park facility. And I just love hearing new raps on things. You know, I mean, we're talking to some of the Americans last night. Oh, this place is dope. And it's like, well, you know what? We've had it for how many years now, Josh?
98, did this place open?
1998.
Was it 98?
So is that nearly 25 years we've had this facility? And you know what? Hats off to the New South Wales government for acknowledging that facilities like this is an industry, and governments need to acknowledge that motorsport's not going away as an industry. It is here to stay. It's jobs, you know, it's everything. And you know, if you're looking to see where some future jobs and professions are going to come from, we'll look no further than where we are now. A government facility that not only encourages that, but basically, you know, nurtures it to the point that, you know what, yes, this place is used every day of the week. What great planet do we live on that a racetrack's used every day of the week?
It's good, it is.
And we're biased.
Yeah, certainly. It is operating most days of the week, from driver training events, corporate driving events, circuit events like this, race meetings, everything in between. Is hosted out here. Vehicle testing, photography, it all happens out here.
Film shoots, advertisements.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If you're ever watching TV, you'll more than likely see an ad where there's a car being shot at this venue. So, yeah, it's great to see the government getting behind the event here too at World Time Attack.
Oh, I spy a 120Y. I spy a 120Y. Just saw
Tell you
one
what, there was more negative camber on the rear of some of those cars there than on the front of Barton Mawer's 968. So, what's going on there?
Oh, look, it's a stance.
Show and shine.
It's a stance thing. It is a stance. It looks sick. It really does. Speaking of sick, Adam Kazmiri won't have too many happy tales to tell of him. So that's the reason for the red, and we don't know where that might have happened. Definitely behind our cameras. But
yeah, we're back underway anyway.
Yeah, we got one more crack here, have we? One more crack here, I think, of Club Sprint. But before then, we better get down to Charlie, quick sweep.
Well, most people would know Bosch for its power tools and OEM automotive products. What you might not know is it has a rich history in motorsport. And Blake has joined us from Bosch to talk us through the 100 years of Bosch Motorsport history.
Yeah, 100 years of motorsport, believe it or not. The cars obviously looked very different to what they do today, with aeros and big tyres and turbos and all that sort of thing. Our founder, Robert Bosch, actually started out making magneto ignition for race cars in Europe back in the 1920s. Had a lot of success, worked with, you know, the early Mercedes and that sort of thing, and the business has developed into obviously a large automotive supplier, but also the motorsport side of the business has really flourished. And today we're seeing, some fantastic implementations of systems like our Motorsport ABS, but also the sensors, fuel pumps, injectors that a lot of people will be more familiar with.
It's wonderful to see Bosch in action here at Sydney Motorsport Park. But talk us through some of the equipment we can see right here at the stall on this beautiful Nissan.
Yeah, so this is Chris's 180SX, which is a fantastic build and a great example of what can be achieved with, you know, high-level components. So he's got some electronics of ours there, injectors, throttle body, fuel pumps, and so on. But what's tucked away in the corner there is what's really interesting to a time attack crowd, and that's the Motorsport ABS. So I think a lot of people are familiar with ABS as a safety system in road cars, but Bosch has actually taken that technology and developed it specifically for motorsport. So it does still perform a safety role, but by breaking the each wheel to its absolute maximum limit, you're getting a lot more deceleration and maximum control into corners. And we're seeing that as about a second or 2 seconds a lap here at Sydney Motorsport Park, where when you're dealing with the times these guys are doing, like, that's a big chunk of time. So yeah, some fantastic performance to be found, and that's running in about 20 to 25 vehicles here today.
So exciting to see it here for the World Time Attack Challenge. But make sure you come over to the Bosch Motorsport stall. They're right here in the paddock, and you can get your hands on some products with 100 years worth of motorsport history.
And ingenuity and know-how. And we've got to thank Bosch for their ongoing support of the World Time Attack Challenge. And yes, it is an option that wasn't a thing before, but now it is. Motorsport ABS. And is it a performance advantage, Josh, or can you also engineer around that? Obviously, it's a driver aid. It's tunable.
No, absolutely not. You cannot drive as fast as what Motorsport ABS can allow you to. I mean, with your foot and a brake pedal without ABS, you can basically you modulate to the slowest mover of all four wheels. So if the inside rear here, for example, is under rotating, you have to release brake pressure to catch it, whereas Motorsport ABS, you bury your foot into the floor at 120 bar and it takes care of it. The fastest race cars in the world will have ABS.
Is that right? Absolutely. mind-blowing that, that's again becoming that, that accessory that, sportsmen, competitors are reaching for. So, I've done a fair amount of investment into the car to this, and then to go out and see the lap times go where they go through that Motorsport ABS system.
32.9, Trent. So he wasn't down in the first. He was PB in the middle, and then PB in the final sector. And as promised, there's a 32. That's new territory for Club Sprint. 32.9 from Trent Grubel in that car there. And if you take his best first sector from earlier, there certainly is a mid-32. So even though that's a fantastic lap, as promised, there'll be more to come later from that car.
Well, it didn't look like he was too much on the flyer until he started lighting up the instrumentation here, and then 32.919. We heard it in the interview with Warren Luff that he was thinking that perhaps there is a 32 here. We'll save it for the shootout, but there's the little shot across the bow for the shootout. Now you can go back and pat yourself on the back there. Grubel and team, you are shootout ready. You are provisionally number one. You're effectively in the clubhouse. You won't have to do too much more than that, I would imagine. Just watch how everyone else plays the game for the day. But there's a little bit of daylight now, a little bit more daylight between him and his nearest competitor, considering that number two, Jimmy Assad, is not here with the Evo to respond. As much as I was frothing over the concept of an all-night thrash and that this Evo just appears today, to me that would have been a fairy tale. But you know what? Sometimes we don't get all the fairy tales. We've got to read the tough books, and look, that was unfortunate. But you know what? When there's a little bit of this, there's a little bit of that. Bit of yin and yang, and there's some yin and yang happening out here. Bit of boxy yin yang. Michael Garland having another crank. And right now, that was the wrong place for Ryan Marshall to be. Just popped up out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's a shame.
I mean, let's watch him though. Garland, nothing's going to light up here now. No surprise. That was a big balk. Wrong place.
Yeah, you've really got to make sure if you're on a cool down lap, you're not online. You've really got to make sure that if you're on a cool down lap, someone might be on the best lap they've ever done in their entire life. I don't know if this is going to be purple or not for this car, but you just have to, particularly with how sharp and fast Time Attack is, you've got to be aware.
All right, quickly down to Warren Luff in the pits.
Yeah, mate, I have to apologise to this guy because I think we might have put the commentator curse on him before. The little yellow express rocket was back out there, just did another PB, but there's some dramas with the car. Can you tell us what happened?
Yeah, look, we're running a standard gearbox and standard H-pattern, standard gearbox, and stuck in fifth gear. So, yeah, not a fun day.
So obviously playing the role of team owner this weekend, but you're also doing a bit of racing yourself. You're in the RX8 Cup, rookie year, leading the championship. Can we see you here driving your own car next year at World Time Attack?
How did you find that out? Who told you that? Big shout out to Rick Shaw in the RX8 Cup. Yeah, unbelievable. Rookie year coming first. Looking good.
Well, we look forward to seeing you back here yourself driving your own car next year at World Time Attack.
Good stuff. Thanks very much.
Yeah, not good. Stuck in fifth. Time for another immediate upgrade, I would say.
Well, he did mention in the previous interview that everyone's got a sequential. That sounds like he just bought himself a ticket to buy a sequential if the current gearbox is not up to scratch. Here's Ryan Marshall here. No one in front of him for his lap. So he's got it all to himself.
Yeah, ironic.
He's gone PB in the first sector. So obviously he was just on a warm-up phase. Doing his own thing, and now he's pushing on. Nothing PB in the middle sector, but still up in the first. So you can hear the thing screaming to hold onto the road around that last corner. Keeps it on the road. Nice exit it looked like. So PB one sector, not so much in the second. Let's see where it ends up for him. 37.2 to beat, and he does a 37.2, but just slightly better of a 37.2. So repeatable and matches his time from the morning. So for me, again, that's a gain. If you can repeat the same time in the afternoon that you did in the AM, chances are you're going to go quicker when the conditions come back to you a little bit.
Yeah, it does give you that little window, that little glimpse there. And so many times it just turns up. It turns up in one sector and nowhere else. And And, you know, I just think because we are blessed all with a little bit more horsepower than average these days, is that there can be a little bit of compensation for just sheer 10th here, 10th there, is that, you know, if you can get all the horsepower down, you know, a corner might be perfect every other time, but then it pops up as, it lights up as a PB in there. And then you know you've had bad corners where the horsepower got you out of trouble, and it ended up just an average time, or close to. Like that's still a pretty good effort there.
Well, 7-2 a couple of years ago wins you the gig. So
well, that just still surprised me that popped up there when it wasn't showing anything like that early. But again, just ironic. He had room to do that.
Yeah, maybe it's a tactic.
Well,
maybe it's
I
a tactic.
I don't know whether it fires up. I don't think we go out with any malicious intent. It's just, you know.
Don't be silly. I've done it before.
I know. Have you? Yes.
More blocks than the Lego factory I got.
Why? Oh, you know, it's good to share. Good to share this stuff. Get it out. Get it all out. If you're starting to feel guilty about it, just let it
Great
all
work in the Rondo FE Motorsport car there.
All right, Trent Grubel. Well, there's some progress at the end of Haltech Club Sprint. Comes out at the end with a minute 32.919. Jamal Assad, minute 34.03. Michael Garland consolidates with the Goddard Rex, minute 34.465. So that effectively is provisional podium. However, not too far behind him is Adam Kazmiri times 2. Paul McKinnon, Ben Schutz, Alex Mikowski, Josh Muggleton and Jonathan Wong. And as we count down all the way to 18th spot in the minute 30s, and as we roll on with the class of 2023, plenty of names there, all having fun, a lot of them having PBs there as well. And all of these guys, all the way, Muller, Morris, Middleton, Munro, get those all in a row. Indawara GT, Eleanor Terry, that we just spoke to, and Paul Kovacheski, that Momo Porsche 944. All right, the 2023 Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge here at Sydney Motorsport Park. You can see all of our spectators parking up on the infield. You can see the massive mobile Hyundai dealership that's down there on the South Circuit. That's like Planet Hyundai down there right now. And let's go down now for another visit to Planet Charlie.
Planet Charlie, it's my favourite place to be, but also I am immersing myself in the World Time Attack Challenge merch stall. There are so many people here buying merch. I got quite jealous. I saw everyone walking around with World Time Attack bags, and I had to know what was inside them. Like this beautiful picnic blanket. You can get one for the kids. Of course, the One Perfect Lap book, which is also on my coffee table. Warren Luff, do you have one on yours? Then we've got these beautiful, beautiful T-shirts. Sizes range from kids all the way up to adults. So make sure you kit yourself out in World Time Attack Challenge. The merch gets better and better every single year. So, Baker, I like your style.
Yeah, how good's that? Andrew Brilliant joins me back in the commentary box, and he saw Charlie had the blanket. Andrew, I want one of those.
They look nice, man.
They should be selling them out, because if you want to sit somewhere up on the hill for tonight's International Drift Cup, thanks to Garrett Advancing Motion, you'll need that World Time Attack blanket.
Oh, yeah. Camping, going to the beach, whatever, man.
Yeah, that's a great blanket. Right. It is good. So they're selling them all out there. And you know what? I'll tell everyone right now, if it's like last night with a little bit of wind chill, buy your warm clothes now.
That's right.
Buy your warm clothes now. Oh, God, you nearly see this car from space. Of course, it's the Donut Media Wrapped R35. We are back into the M-Tron Pro class, it appears. We've got they've got the list up here. I know that we've got Pro-Am somewhere off into the future. But what we've got here is the Pro category right now, and it is Cole Powson's turn to shine.
Let's see what he's got. He's leading the board for the US cars, and let's see if he can better his time.
We've also got, of course, that Robert Newen, the Dale Malone car. Robert Newen having a go in the Pro category with it too. So let's see what the Super GT car can have with Rob steering it around. Now, look, I don't know whether you expect to see the 968 during this period. I doubt it, but we might be an opportunity to see the rest of them, including Cole. If you need less traffic, now's the time to get out there and just get that one perfect lap in.
Yeah, I mean, they might be saving it because they said that drive shaft has got a limited lifespan, and they're obviously made it to the shootout, so they might be waiting it out for a bit cooler track temperatures.
It's still not bad with this little bit of cloud cover.
It's not too bad out. It's actually a bit cool. It's cooler than yesterday by a couple degrees, I think.
Yeah, so it's almost playing perfectly into the hands of everyone that wants to go quick. Nuance is going to try and get his own personal standards down in the car. It is at minute 38.141. The guy knows how to steer, of course. You know, Mighty Mouse is, you know, the legendary little little CRX that's still sitting there in mothballs, just waiting for a new challenger to.
Yeah, and Rob has a pretty decent little history of his own in motorsport, man.
Oh yes,
he's a serious driver.
He's been driving a few things here this weekend. And he gets to drive this. It would have been an absolute treat. As you said, they don't let these go for sale too much, the Super GT cars.
No, almost never.
Yep. And let's have a listen to this thing come through. All right, so we've got Nissan V6 Central out there, which I love. Now, Cole, I don't know whether he's just getting himself all systems check. Brake and tyre temp, or whether or not this is something he's nutting out. God, how bad does it look? And I mean badass does it look with that donut wrap on it? Like it just explodes, and hopefully Jeremiah gets a steer of this thing at some stage shortly. So yeah, he's just getting it systems checked. His racer Cole's going to be starting to warm up for a lap, and right now Luffy's warming up with a bit more information.
Yeah, mate, just down here in pit lane we can see our good friend Cole coming onto the front straight to start a lap, but you were talking before about the weather, and in probably the last 20 minutes to half an hour you can actually feel the air temperature really start to drop. The cloud cover coming over now, it's always a great time of day. Whenever the clouds do come over, it's a great opportunity to be able to get maximum attack out there, because it takes the sort of temperature out of the circuit a little bit. Air temperature's probably right where it needs to be, so set to see some maybe some relatively quick lap times out of these guys. As we said before, obviously we'll see the Porsche back later tonight, so it'll be interesting to see what these guys can do. But hey, Diggles, you mentioned something before about hair before, I was actually thinking about it, and maybe if we could get Ian Baker onto the job, I reckon we get Elton John to do a remake of Rocket Man, but we'll call it Mullet Man for you. So mate, I reckon we're going to leave that one with Ian Baker for next year.
Oh, you know, I know I got drawn into the hair wars. I stayed away from the hair wars all day, Luffy. But no, it was a Warren Sayre comment to say that between you and Trent Grubel, you could go for the Mad Bikes and get a couple of dreadies in there. But you know what? It's I got dragged into a hair war. You know, that's one thing that Andrew Brilliant, we don't get drawn into too much, but you're just watching this 35's times coming through here, and he's lighting up. He lit up the first sector, but the second one just not as good for him. But you know, can he make it up from the last corner right now? Looks fantastic. All systems go. He went minute 25 earlier on today to consolidate his quickest American here at World Time Attack. Goes a 26.315. But again, as we said, if they are on that slick, is that you might just get that extra lap out of it if you wanted to keep pushing. If the lap wasn't quite the number you're looking for, that you should continue on with another lap if you want to do it back to back.
Yeah, so this is something that I don't think we saw in the years in the past of cars just doing multiple hot laps in a session. So I think that's been a great thing for the cars and for the fans. You know, it really helps you as an engineer, like as a trackside engineer. That used to be my job, and if you can turn out like 5 laps in a session compared to 1, it's a lot of information.
Yeah, and you know, the one-shot runs may be a thing of the past in the future if you do know that second lap and third lap might actually be you know, the perfect temp and grip level for the tyres. And you know, Barton's proven that. Actually, out of all the cars that have proven that is that Porsche, its ability to, you know what, it's here we go, try this, but try this. You know what I mean? It's it gives it back. Oh, Yasaki's son, he is on a flyer. He's just snuck in behind us here, the Avu Racing S2000. Here it is, Shibata Yasaku. He's having a good crack here.
Yes, he is.
All right, let's just keep our ears peeled on this Dynamite K series. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, she's. Oh, Yasaku-san, very clean lap. Remember, that's not their home track, so to find Sydney Motorsport Park in the way you have, sir, you deserve a PB. In fact, you can have one.
Oh, Brooke into the 20s.
Minute 29.596. Minute 29.596. That's a big number for anyone.
Oh.
And you know what? He'll want more. He'll want more. Now, remember, this is not the sort of car that you can just boost up and make another 400 horsepower. You know, this is a supercharged K series, so you know their horsepower level's pretty standard to the point that you know you can't go and make a 100 horsepower change. And why would you? The car's so nearly neutral. Like, I mean, it's so chuckable. You just saw him, you know, nearly back the car in. It's that neutral, but it is that, you know, front engine rear wheel drive platform.
Yeah.
You know, nearly a drift car, but not. And this is what these cars normally are. But you know what? Just to capture that without talking about it, that S2000 shape, another one that I hope lives to 100 years old, because hats off to Honda for that beautiful creation. Hats off to Avu Racing for bringing that over from Japan. And I'm sure we haven't seen the last of Shibata Yasaku's-san.
Oh, he's got to be happy with that, you know, breaking that 30-second barrier. I think that's, you can hang your hat on that.
Now, all we need in Pro-Am is Dream Racing to get themselves a 20-something. You know, everyone should take home 20s this weekend. If you come from overseas, take a 20 with you.
So now it's who's going to be the fastest Japan team, right? Because they're really close.
Yeah, we need to crunch that number, to be honest.
That's
we
right.
need to go and crunch that number because, you know what, if it becomes that, if it, you know, you can come to Australia and prove at Sydney Motorsport Park that you are, you know, World Time Attack ready, is that you do go away with a few bragging rights of your own. One, that you've actually made it and you got here. Two is that you actually set a not a bad number. Three, you want a little bit more. And four, you know, there's a benchmark that we'll always honour for history here.
Yeah.
You know, this is what we do. The more events we have here, the more history we have to collect, more data, as you would say, about, you know, some great things. There is a history. There's 100-year histories of great things. We're at, you know, what are we, 15 years total, 13 years here.
Has it been? Oh, time flies.
Yeah, and you know, I can't believe I have been, you know, since the very first one at Oran Park, turning up at Super Lap and seeing what it was all about, and then realising that this is a dynamic, explosive form of motorsport that has a true culture that Ian just wanted to continue to embrace and bring every year. And he's done that in spades, and if anything, he keeps getting cooler every year.
Oh.
Doesn't it just feel like every time we come here, it just gets a little bit cooler? It's stuff you just don't see. And you got to come here. Tanks. You got to come here to see it. So look, no improvement other than for that fantastic Avu Racing team, Shibata Yasaku. Minute 29.596, and I'm sure we're going to go and get an interview with that team, I would say, as quickly as we can, because that's a big number. Cole Powson did not improve, minute 25.945, but there were some really good, promising signs for the Life Motorsport team, and they might try and get it a little bit quicker. Who knows? I think if there's any more info to learn from that, let's see what happens with the rest of it this afternoon. But Mtron Australia bringing us the pro class, and not a bad top five. Rob Newen, minute 35.908, there in fifth spot. So, Andrew, brilliant. It's been amazing as usual. You better go down and get that World Time Attack blanket that you were looking for.
I got to go and get a blanket,
Yeah, go get a blanket. Let's have a breather, and we're going to be back with more after the break here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
Get your turbo from the people who live and breathe turbochargers. You want a bolt-on factory replacement? We got it. You want to upgrade your turbo? We got it. You want more boost for your race car? We got that too. And if your turbo experiences a rapid, unscheduled disassembly, we can repair it. Most of the time. GCG, the turbo experts. At GCG, we don't just sell turbos, we also service and repair them. Rebuilding a turbocharger is a complex and intricate job, that requires a mixture of patience, expertise and specialist tooling. With over 100 years of combined experience, GCG technicians are undisputed experts in their field. GCG, the turbo experts.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery, race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
Plasma Man Racing is a world leader in performance intercoolers and EFI intake manifolds. For over 25 years, we've been at the forefront of performance turbocharged induction technology. When you go with Plasma Man, you go with proven, tried and tested technology, a combined experience of over 100 years in the performance racing industry, and a product renowned for its quality, appearance and reliable, repeatable performance. Plasma Man, no limits.
Aren't we in one of the best places in the world? Destination New South Wales, Sydney Motorsport Park, and nothing fills the heart as much as seeing people out there having a steer, the ultimate automotive freedom. Take a beast, build it like you want, and then try and get out there and fight it. The GCG Open Class. The next heat, we've got Brett from GCG here. How's it all been? How's that garage sale going? And what are your thoughts?
Hi, Diggles. Thanks for having us up here in the box. It's been a great weekend. Attendance is awesome. Traffic through our stand is, we haven't had it like that before. The sale is on until we finish up tonight, and then so if you want to get up to 35% off, a lot of quality performance parts for your car, come down and see us on the stand.
And it's more than selling the products, it's the services that GCG offer as well that, we need. We're not quite at that throwaway world where you just throw away a turbocharger. You still don't have to throw away a turbocharger. They were initially designed to be a serviceable item anyway.
That's it. And here this weekend, we've already helped a couple of teams out with a couple of parts, and they're back on the track. So that's what it's about. We've got a workshop in Sydney and Brisbane, so we can help out customers with their performance turbos.
But they were a black art for many, many years, and there'd be, only so many people that could dabble in the mysterious art of turbochargers. But, with the technology, the way that it's gone, innovation, a lot of that used to happen sort of behind closed doors in manufacturers' workshops. But then, the open industry, these turbocharger companies came on strong. And, we're so proud here in Australia that we've got a pretty good turbo history.
We do, and supported well by the manufacturers. Garrett Performance Products have been around for 20 plus years in Australia, servicing the motorsport industry. We've been a premium distributor of their product for that period of time, and getting back to servicing, the product is serviceable. Plenty of product out there that's not, so that's a good point. When you're out there buying a turbo, think about the after sales support, because someday you want to fix it, and it could be a costly mistake if you're buying cheap up front and have to buy it again and again.
Well, that's it. I like to drum that into the young fellas' heads because I've got two sort of boys, 21 and 19, and just saying that, you know what, we're not always in a throwaway world. That, you know, you look after things, you spend the right amount of money, you service and maintain things, and it's not all about getting a new thing every time.
No, that's right. But listen, at the end of the day, if you're looking for a bit more power, you need to step it up. So the beauty of that is that, you know, if you keep your product, keep your turbocharger in good health, you can sell it. There's another guy out there that'll buy it off you. You know,
there's always a million turbos floating around the place, and you know what? When you look at some of the prices that they're asking for, why wouldn't you just go and get it from GCG? You know what I mean,
mate? And with our garage sale on at the moment, you're saving up to 35%. And on some turbos, that's near on $1,000. So it's a decent saving that you can have this weekend. So go down and see the guys on the stand. If you've got any technical questions or applications that might be unique, they'll talk you through it and help you out on the stand today.
And here we go. We're in this class that you guys support. It's the open category. And looking here on screen now, we're following a few of our competitors, and I did notice somewhere in the background, you can't miss it, it's this Ferrari that's turning up from Mike Burrows.
Yep.
You know, the Stance Works K-Series Ferrari. And, yeah, look, how good is that? I mean, it's pretty impressive, the diversity that we're getting. And you know what? You know, we don't always expect that the performances need to step up every year. But when you see the depth of the field start to broaden and more cars and wilder builds turn up and people from all over the world
I was going to say, the biggest thing that, you know, welcome back the world this year. It's been awesome to see these cars, and fresh cars. These are cars we haven't seen before, you know. That's the thing, you know. If you're going to keep coming back year after year, which a lot of the punters out there we talk to are coming back.
They all want to come back.
They want to see new cars and new tech, and something like this is pretty wild, you know. K-Series in a Ferrari, you know, there's something wild.
Well, you know what, every single year that we continue on in this game, you know, being different is almost going to be finite. We may not be able to ever do it again. But you know what, guys like Mike Burrows is like, well, we got an Evo just on screen, a little bit stricken. I want to see a bit more Ferrari, less stricken Evo, but maybe he's just a little bit fresh in the corner there. That is Darren Bishop. But here's that Ferrari of Mike Burrows, and you know he did distinctly go out there to do a different build. And you know, we're not all out to break the internet with everything we do, but just to get that feedback to say, dude, that is such a cool thing. You might get a few emails from Italy, hate emails from Italy about the Ferrari. You know, you don't like that, but a lot of people saying, dude, that is cool. And another PB. Burrows 44,496, so I mean he won't be podium with that, but just to be able to get it from the other side of the world to here,
and supported by another quality Australian manufacturer, you know.
Oh, Brett, there it is. There was the big off.
Yeah,
from
gone in a bit hot there.
Yeah, that we could. I'd love to have one more look in slow mo if we get a chance. So here we go. He's back on. I think we're back on track with 5 pictures. Yeah, he's got a few crumbs. Yeah, just a few crumbs off of that, but that's a big moment. You can't have that happen in turn one and get away for too many times. And he was just lucky we've got that little spill out area there. And another stricken one. Oh, we've put the kiss of death on the damn things. Here they are again. We've got an MRS stranded. What's that, near 6? And just as we were starting to get a roll on with a few of these cars, we just get this little interruption. This is how wild and unpredictable some of this stuff can be, because...
And we've got a flag out there, so...
Yeah, there we go. The flags had to come out, because, yeah, we did have the MRS stricken there, I saw in that footage just earlier. So this is Darren Bishop. We've got a double flag here, red and the yellow, so we must, where the hazard is, must be... somewhere that we need to alert the other competitors for, because we do have John Healy out there in his Datsun 1600, and that's a neat build. But yeah, that MRS of Justin Gorjanik's is stranded. I'm sure that's the one we're looking at there.
Yeah, that's the one. It's not going anywhere, that one.
Gorgeous little car there. So, so Brett, tell us a little bit more about the relationship with Under Suzuki. I do notice that GCG sticker has been on the car.
Yes, yeah,
so
and
helped Under out.
Yeah, we were trying to get him here this year. Time was against us, and time was against Under, unfortunately. He was he's mid-build, and yeah, just sort of ran out of time. We were hoping to get him here, and that's why we're doing the steering wheel giveaway down there. We've got 2 Under Suzuki carbon fibre lightweight steering wheels that you can enter the competition, and someone here, 2 lucky punters will walk away with $1,500 carbon fibre steering wheel later today. 5 o'clock we'll draw that. But we're hoping to get him back next year. So he's still in the program. It's not as though he's hung up the boots, so to speak. No. He'll hopefully be back bigger and better and on song.
Well, I look at it this way. You look at the age of, not that I'm going to highlight the ages of Tarzan Yamada or Kiichi Tsuchiya, but under Suzuki's still only a young man, and there's still a lot more in that guy's career that we haven't seen. But it kind of, World Time Attack kind of made the man.
Oh, it
so
did.
He's not quite obliged to come back, but we want him to come back because that, and the evolution of that car from the early days to where it is now, like, why wouldn't GCG want to be a part of that? Because I think every Sylvia fan in the world rates that as pretty much the toughest. Yes.
Sylvia out there, yeah.
Well,
like
I mean,
it's going to come back bigger and better, I'm sure. We're talking to Hunter quite constantly, and he was disappointed that he couldn't come this year. But he didn't want to come without his car. So
he's also a lousy spectator. I think that's the other thing, which I know some of these guys are lousy. If they can't be here and steer, they can't stand on one spot. They're literally just jump. They can't be here because it's like I'm not doing it. You know who one guy that did cope was Cole when Cole came over here and helped present to us. Although he did say that it's hard.
He was getting itchy.
Yeah, itchy feet. You're going to go in, as Baker said last night. If we were going to go in, we're going to go all in. Yeah, that's the Ian Baker attitude. And you know what? Even when the man that's created this event has that attitude, everyone else turns up with that same attitude.
Follows
so if you're going to come in, you're going to come in come all in and give it your best and whatever it takes. And this is it. This is one of the bumps in the road for some of our competitors. The sun now back out here. Gorgeous day in Sydney. And we have got people rolling everywhere around the place here. Hashtag one perfect lap. The course is primed. All we've got to do is just get rid of some of our broken machinery that seems to pop in there. But that's just a thing that happens, as we know. It's interesting that this just pops up randomly. These guys are really well prepared. A lot of them are veterans. But how many World Time Attacks is that now for you, Brett?
We were here at World Time Attack 1. We used to be called Super Lap. So yeah, we've been for all of them, so haven't missed one. Been a good supporter of Mr. Baker and his desire to one lap the world.
All right, Noel, here's another question I'll ask you right now without notice.
Sure.
Come on, petrol head. Let's talk to the petrol head, Brett, here. What's some of the stuff you've ever owned or steered before that you kind of wish you never sold?
I used to have a 1,000 horsepower R33 that... used to track race, and unfortunately, I sold it, and I watched the guy drive it away, and within 100 metres, he wrapped it around the telegraph pole.
Oh no! All right, well, you win today, right, Brett? You win today. That's a story and a half. You know what? I'm going to save that one, but you know what? Luffy's got more to share with us there.
Yeah, mate, I'm down here in pit lane with this beautiful Ferrari. Mike Burrows, it's so good to see you guys back out there after that all-nighter to get the gearbox back in. How's the car been and how are you enjoying yourself out there?
I'm having the time of my life. The car feels great. I think I went a bit faster this session. The car's put me into limp mode, so I came in. It was perfectly timed with the red flag, so not a big deal. We'll figure out what's unhappy. We'll get back out there for the next session. I feel great. The car feels great. We're going to go faster next time.
Yeah, look forward to seeing this car back out there, and like he said, they're definitely going to go faster.
Yeah, it's been born to go fast. It looks fast standing still. That's an amazing thing, and as we just talked about before, it's going to be so much harder in the future for our future customers, our young men and women that are going to be car enthusiasts of the future. How do we continue to inspire them? And we've got to show some of this good stuff from the past, and people are holding on to it. And Mike Burrows isn't a guy, he's in his 30s. Like, he's not he's not a young bloke, he's not an old bloke, but he's a guy on a journey. And we've got a lot of influencers out there that are on their own journeys, and a lot of it revolves around exactly what we're seeing here today. Turning up at events, being a part of a culture, not just sort of talking about it or putting your own take on it, but actually getting in and having a crack at it. So.
Yeah, being involved. And this needs to get back to a bit of grassroots as well. Yes. So I know there's a lot of trade people here, so the trade people through their workshops and so forth have to get their young guys enthusiastic and, not necessarily, building shop cars, but, get them out to the events and, whether it's time attack, whether it's drifting, whether it's drag racing, it doesn't really matter. Just get involved and they'll love it, and they'll come to the events themselves and grow up and build a car and bring their own families, you know.
Well, all I know is that when we start getting to the GCG Open class competitors, there's no 17-year-old blokes with their cars in here because they're not. You can't quite be there at 17.
No,
I mean,
that's right.
even in club sprint, if we were to do an average age of our club sprint competitors, and again, you can't be. There's not many P plates on those cars for a reason, mate. This stuff's not cheap at any level if you want to compete. But
you need to get them involved early.
Yes.
You need to get the enthusiasm. You need to get them, following the legends of the sport, here and overseas. And, motorsport's in your blood, isn't it? If you love it, you love it.
And you know what? It's not only getting the young people involved in the legends of the sport, is actually informing them in any which way we can, reminding them about who are all the legends up till now and how many more we don't even know. Like, I'm sure two of my oldest boys will know a lot more legends than I do when it comes to that sort of stuff. But they're growing up with the Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen sort of upbringing, where I was up with Keke Rosberg, Alain Prost, Patrick Tambay, and the Australian Touring Car Championship through the 80s, Brocky, Dick Johnson,
Yep.
Group A, everything that happened through that in Australia. That was my upbringing, Baker's upbringing as well.
Yeah, mine
Yours
too.
as well. You're on the other side of 21. So.
Yeah, that's it. And saying that, I'm lucky. I have my 21-year-old son here working with us down on the stand and, talking to customers and... so he loves his motorsport as well. It's a thing in our famay.
And you don't have to force them too much. Honestly, they either soak it up or they don't, and I think they've all chosen that. This is where the cool cats are hanging. Come to one of Uncle Ian's big bashes, and you're going to have a good time. We're just keeping an eye out there on track. That is now Peter Owen. He's had a few laps in the Owen Truss S15. So the open category going well here right now. But let's just quickly throw down to Luffy with more info.
Yeah, down here with Tim Slade, the Extreme GTR. These guys are meant to be on track very shortly, but Slade, you're electing to sit out this next session. How's the car going, and what are your thoughts for later on today?
It's good, thanks Luffy. We just did the one run this morning. We did a 27.3 last year. We didn't really maximise it. We did 26.5 this morning. Still relatively conservative with the car, so we're happy with that. We'll sit out, the hot part of the day and then make a couple of little changes, get a read for that at the next run at like 4:30, and then all in for the money run tonight.
So wind the boost up, tighten the belts up, and full send, you reckon?
Yeah, exactly. I think it's the engine builder that will be the most nervous of all when that happens.
It's always the case in World Time Attack. Thanks, mate.
Slady and Luffy, you're in Australian World Time Attack, territory when you can just, over the Luffy, Slady. Everyone's got a Y on the end of the name or an O on the end of their name. But out there, we've got Owen out there. I bet you he sort of gets the big O, Owen Truss, and having a hell of a lot of fun. Because as we've just touched on before about where we get our future from, it can't. Professional motorsport's only so sustainable. There's only so many dollars around for professional motorsport, but the recreational motorsport market is the future and where it's all going, because that's the client choosing to go where they want to go with the vehicle. Absolutely. And if there's something they can build where they identify with that scene, the industry still wins somewhere along the line. It's now no longer a motorsport for them, but a recreational motoring event, or an attempt at trying to participate in the recreational motoring scene. That's massive, billion-dollar industry.
Of course, and we're going to see, as you pointed out before with the Ferrari, we're going to see some really different builds, because some of these Japanese heritage cars are way too expensive now to chop up to be a sports car. So
that's why when you said you had an R32 GTR, I nearly started crying for you.
Yeah,
that's it. Even the Silvias, you just know that these are nearly out of. It's almost like home ownership to young kids. It's almost out of their reach. Having a JDM Classic, it's out of their reach.
But not only that,
save every dollar.
If they own a JDM Classic, do they really want to make it into a race car? So they'll go out, and if they're going to build a car, we'll see some odd cars coming out, or some unique cars with unique power plants in the next couple of years. we might even see some more, Hyundais on the track and the likes of that.
I think a lot of that will happen as we go into the future. I still think there's going to be a big Euro invasion because the Euro stuff's not as dear to buy second hand.
Yep, right, exactly.
That seems to be the only area that I can see that you can get into something of decent performance, but it's got to be like a Euro thing because any of the last sort of Japanese stuff is just unachievable. So I do think that there's probably going to be a bit of an Euro interest in there, probably more in the future. There's a growth area there for that because just of price. And even I'd even say this about, even if you wanted to pick up an old Commodore or Falcon, forget about it. I can't even believe how collectible AU Falcons have become, for heaven's sake.
Yep, that's right.
We are in weird times. We are in a flux period where I think everything just continues to blend and mix up, and time always tells in the future where we will be. This is a good snapshot every year to just see how the scene's going, and every time I keep coming it's like, well, hang on, we're just more awesome than the next year. Ian dedicates the whole year to make sure that happens.
Yeah, it's his passion. He puts the whole year into it, and he does a great job. Him and his team, they put on an event, and it's world class. It's And to be here in New South Wales as well, the government behind it, it's a great testament to the organisational team.
Yes, GCG Open class this session. We've had little mixed results there, and we heard the news there from Warren Luff that Tim Slade and the Extreme GTR team were just going to sit out this session, save a little bit of bacon for a little bit later on. And don't forget, of course, right at the end of our event, we have the Super Lap Shootout, which is, the top 5 battling out for one last perfect lap. Gorgeous scenes here, lots still happening, a lot of little micro occurrences are happening. See our marquees and tents and VIP areas, lots of little mini VIP area things happening in all of these particular tents and places, and you've been involved a little bit with that as well because you would have had quite a few customers and account customers come through and say good day as well.
And we have, and even I was just looking there, the show and shine, it's going off. There's plenty of people at the show and shine, which is great to see, and some cool cars out there as well. So it's
that's and out there you might find a 17 or an 18-year-old with a build, because that's kind of still where the young car thing is the young car guy is those vehicles to get to that standard. Mind you, you walk past an RX3 and you go, there can't be a young bloke owning that RX3.
No, I agree.
But you know what, there'll be something else out there that that they've got onto, and something clicks with them, and they want to start. And some guys just want to build cool cars all their lives, and then the bug bites, and you do something else maybe on the next build. Sometimes the one build is the one build for these guys. That's all it needs to be. I admire someone that can hold on to something for 20 years, and you know what, you still hear the odd story where guys have owned the car for 20 years.
Yeah, or gone and bought it back,
or gone and bought it back
and built it up again. So there's plenty of that happening. Like I look at Mark from Godzilla Motorsport. He's just stepped back and he's going into his back into his old GTR to go drag racing with his son.
There we go. So it's that priorities change over the years. You can be full on into something and then decide I still want to keep the hand in it. Back to that recreational motoring occurrence, another engagement of a recreational motoring moment. Mind you, Cole Powell, he's a professional racer. He's out there trying to punt this thing around. Minute 32 was the best for him so far in the Olin's close enough. Olin's Alcon STI Subaru Impreza. We've got the eyes on Cole now. He's from Salt Lake City in Utah. Cole's nearly every day of Cole's life he's steering something under full speed. Life Motorsport, they've built a car called the Sierra. Maybe we can get a GCG deal in there on the Turbo Sierras that they do. So they're like a single seat, almost like a dirt buggy thing, but they're not. You can put the sticky tyres on them, and they've gone to Pikes Peak with them. And they've developed that, and life's not boring. I talk about a bloke that doesn't have a boring life. Warren Luff, some more news, please.
Yeah, down here in the lane, and look, speculation is that our reigning champion Nathan Morecambe had issues yesterday afternoon. I'm standing here in front of the garage now, and the roller door is down. Oof. So speculation is that there was some kind of mechanical problem, and they've had to sort of take the car away, or they've left the circuit to try and rectify the problem. So still trying to get to the bottom of this story, but yeah, our reigning champion currently is not here, and the roller door is down.
Wow, how about that? scoop, what a scoop. Yeah, normally those roller doors will stay open to the late night tonight because, we are on our last day here. But, yeah, roller doors down, serious business occurring. Cole Powson, here's another quick lap for him. Racer Cole, he goes through for missed him. Minute 32.769. He lit up a sector there right at the end, so he found some improvement somewhere else. But then right at the end there, did not get it back. That got us excited there. When some of that stuff lights up green, we know that we're seeing some PBs happen. And all you want is Cole to get a good one in. Benny Tran, in case you couldn't hear it, that supercharged Integra out there ready to do a flying lap. Johnny Boston on screen here now. Johnny Boston.
A bit of drifting.
Nearly time. Either the tyres aren't there yet, or again the tyres are gone. One of the two. So Johnny Boston, plenty of... Oh, Jesus! Oh, Boz!
Hang on.
Again, we put the cameras on these people, and this is what we get in return. It's just all too coincidental sometimes, Brett, when it happens.
He might need some fresh rubber, I'd say.
Well, he needs probably some fresh... some fresh underwear as well. Well, not for Boz, like, honestly, for a guy that drives so much around it. Yes, that's a moment, and again, sometimes you wonder, with a different driver, something like that, you can get yourself in real trouble. But it's Johnny Boston, for heaven's sake. It was an attempt at something. They were on a flyer. They're trying to find a minute 20-something, which I know that's going to happen eventually, but they didn't think they were also going to go 3 seconds quicker this year in comparison to last year.
That's right.
All right, so we've got Ashton out there on a flyer there as well. So that's Damon Ashton driving the Evo 6. Here's a screaming RB. Let's have a listen. Well, hang on, we've got Benny down there as well. All right, Benny Tran. Let's have a look. Benny Tran on a flyer. Yes, a quicker segment there. The third segment was quicker. Still no improvement. 29.516. So he's backed up the earlier 29.252 with a pretty stout 29.516 with green in sector 3. So he's got to be happy that last sector was his cleanest yet. But even then, somewhere else obviously wasn't quite there. But I think Benny's knocking on the door of trying to knock that down low 29 something. But we look at our top 5 so far. Skyline GTR, Evo, Silvia, Integra, Silvia. Wow, so a few rear-wheel drive platforms in there. There's a lot of different ways to fire a cannon, and we get to see every single one of them. And this is a great combo we're seeing on screen here of Benny Tran. He's had it for years. Now, we probably can't appeal to we can't probably get Benny to get too many turbos. Benny's sort of gone down the supercharger
route. Yeah, but then there's a few superchargers out there. I've seen that today.
But you know what? I suppose if he had a customer that wanted to go that way, it's only a phone call or a click away to get on a GCG to do that. But this combo seems to work for these guys, and they seem to chase that little tuning philosophy. Oh, we've got to get a little bit more shout out there for Lane Brandis from WA, giving us a screaming RB out there. I'm sure yours sounded just like that, Brett.
Yeah, it did. It was a powerful beast, and but at the end of the day, it's gone to Skyline Heaven.
It did go to Skyline Heaven. A couple have gone there. More than one have gone there, which is a shame. But RIP. But
looks like these guys are slowing down a bit here.
Yeah, now that's interesting. Boy, Benny Tran didn't give us any indication that he's slowing down. We want to see if we can catch up on Benny Tran on our cameras, because it sounds like he might have another go at it here. He's trying. I can hear that Honda in my earphones here. That was Benny on the way down to turn 2 there. So I know these guys are sort of just cooling down, but here he is.
Here he is.
You know, he's on a bit of a tilt here. Let's see. Plenty of real estate used out there for Benny. He's no stranger around this track. He knows Sydney Motorsport Park like the back of his hand. down the main straight. We're hearing, I think, from Boston again, but we're keeping all eyes on Benny Tran, rather. Now, look, there's a bit of traffic on the inside. Hopefully they stay over. They're staying right over. I'm just worried about the next one. Just worried about the next one where Benny fits in this whole thing. Lane Brandis is cooling down. Hopefully, you know, that is a funny spot. I don't know whether or not that's going to affect him too much. Both sectors haven't lit up any different colour other than red. So if anything, short shift there down onto the main straight. Still pushing it hard, and he's going to try and finish this lap off, Benny Tran. He did go that minute 29.252 earlier on today, but you can tell just by
backing off there a bit.
Yeah, you know what? It was on a good one, and we just saw that long-range traffic hazard happen.
Yeah, got caught up in...
It almost happened in slow motion. As he came out of 8, and it's like, hang on, I'm not worried about... I wasn't worried about the first car there because he got over, but I was worried about the one at the next apex. It's like, Benny's going to be there in about 3 seconds.
Yeah, if you're on a flyer and that traffic gets in front of you, you've got to jump on the brakes quick there.
You know what I also think doesn't help in traffic with these cars is they're a lot wider than normal, so you don't really want to go around a car. You need a lot of space to go around.
The track seems a lot narrower, that's for sure.
And you don't want to run over someone's splitter or something. Now look, Boston's back having a crack here. So after that mission, and again, I think Andrew Hawkins, car owner, just said today that, you know, they're just going to wind this thing right out and just give it as much boots as they can. So, okay, for all you SR20 lovers, here we go. Let's get a bit of ears on for the SR20.
Running a good Garrett turbo there on that car, so that's good.
We know it works because the head gasket said that it did.
Yep, saw that last night.
And you don't mind...
Always working away in the garage.
You don't mind when some of that stuff...
Oh, Benny's off.
Benny's off now. That's not
Maybe
good.
there was an issue there, eh?
Well, it was a shame because that was... we thought that was a balk. Everything up to about turn 8 was a good lap on that previous one. But then, you know, even rolling down the straight there and backing off, we thought all he was going to do was just cool down, have another crack. But then that's done that. And I don't know, sometimes these guys can run light fuel loads. You don't know whether or not that's just flat run out of fuel. You hope that's the only problem with it. That's all I hope for all these guys. When they pull over, I just go, geez, I hope they just run out of fuel. You know, you don't know that they might have just blown the transmission out of the thing.
Well, it's the cheapest option available, isn't it?
Yeah, I like
top it back up.
I like that option.
Top it back up and go again.
You know, hopefully that's it. But I mean, he did have a little issue yesterday with it. He did take the blower belt off it coming onto the straight. Coasted to a minute 31 yesterday, which was a surprising time. But Mr. Tran is stranded. I think, what have we turned to? Just after 3. Just after turn 3, I think, is where Benny's gone. But we're out here soaking in the sunshine here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Benny's just soaking a little bit too much more than he would like at the moment. Would much rather be in pit lane, nutting over the problems for the stricken Integra. But as far as improvements were concerned, we thought we were going to see one right then and there. But like anything, every good script needs a twist, and that was a twist in the script. Just that little balk from Benny on that run, and that stuffed the whole thing up for him for that lap.
Has anybody gone quicker this session for the open class?
No, I don't think so. I'm looking at a couple of names that might try and get out in this group. I do know that by all means that top 5 is a pretty tight top 5. And let's have a look at it right now. They did sit it out, but they did reef that minute 26 out earlier on today. Tim Slade sits the session out, but that minute 26.516 means that he's ready for whatever comes next this afternoon, last session, or the shootout.
He's got a good second in his pocket there.
Big news, of course, Nathan Morecambe and the Gas Evo. You know, they're working on something. We'll definitely know about it later on, I'm sure, once Luffy can find out a little bit more. And out of our 16, Adrian Pasman, I just wish he had a little bit more time in that K24 Sylvia, because that thing's got potential all over it as well. Now, Warren Luff, some more information comes to hand. Breaking news.
Nathan Morecambe and his car were missing. Good news is I've found the man himself, our reigning GCG Open champion, but we're still missing a vital ingredient. What happened?
To be honest, the one lap we did yesterday was a good shakedown lap to put it in P2. But a low oil pressure warning came on, so the guys are just being cautious, and they've been changing the motor overnight, and it's still going into it this morning. So the car should be here by any minute now, so we should be out for that final session, just to make sure we can do a systems check, and then it would be good for the shootout tonight.
So no pressure, just one little quick run just to make sure it's all good and straight into the shootout. Mate, you're the man for the job.
we didn't want to do this again this way, but definitely Slatey up the bar this morning with the cold conditions, but we'll see what we can do out the bag. But yeah, we'll give it our all.
Best of luck, mate.
Thank you.
There we go. Just when you needed another plot and another twist there is that they are working on getting that combination back together, and they say they don't really want to push it to the last minute, but it looks like that's what's going to happen. I tell you what, we've been having a fantastic time. GCG Open class has been fantastic throughout the weekend, and Brett, we thank you for being a part of it for this session, but we certainly know that we've got to keep an eye on that next session this afternoon.
Yeah, that'll be the critical one. So thanks, Diggles, and enjoy the day, races and punters out there.
Make sure we get back to that GCG garage sale. I'm going to probably try and duck down there shortly. You should get down there too. It's all the way down there. Check it all out. That's where all the people are. A break and back from beautiful Sydney Motorsport Park this Saturday afternoon.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces, open arms, open all night. Come feel it all and feel new.
I'm Fraser Ross, driver number 59, McLaren 720S GT3, and my McLaren features the latest Motorsport ABS system from Bosch.
Motorsport ABS is my greatest asset in the McLaren. I'm able to change settings each lap depending on the grip available, wet or dry, and it gives me the confidence I need to win. Motorsport ABS can improve even the best professional race drivers' braking performance because it has the individual control over each wheel. When quality and performance matter, I can rely on Bosch Motorsport.
Absolutely beautiful scenes here, Sydney Motorsport Park. What a playground, an absolute playground. I mean, yes, it is a full bona fide race facility of the highest standard and what you'd call the ultimate A-grade circuit, but it's not a lot more than that. It's what's going around it, it's the people within it, and it's everyone that we're seeing out here for 2023 Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. Chris Diggles here with you. We've got Andrew Brilliant back on the microphone, and Andrew, a bit of Plasma Man Pro-Am not too far away. It's always exciting times here, and I don't know, it's, you know, as you said, you know, for some people this is more of a living than others, but you still get an energy out of an event. There's nothing like getting energy out of an event, and there's plenty of that. Yeah. So it's a shame. Look, we'll have a quick update while we're just talking. Have you had any more information from Team Tanuki about anything?
Yeah, it was definitely a suspension failure of some sort. You know, it turns into a big mess because you have to tell what thing broke first.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like a wheel wasn't bolted on or anything like that. Like, it's broken the suspension off. The upright went off with the wheel.
Yeah.
The upright's still in there, so something broke.
Right, so a suspension component failure, not just sheared wheel nuts or anything like that.
Yeah, and it had all been crack tested right before the event, so...
There you go. Now, here's a question. Now, I'm asking this myself. Did they go and get the wheel? I mean, is that still out there somewhere? You know what I mean?
It's been a minute, but I think they were trying to recover it.
Yeah. Honestly, are we onto that?
The wheel might be okay, honestly.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
they are meant to roll.
You know about some race fans around here, mate. If that went off somewhere over there, there'd be 3 or 4 guys going, I think it went down here, you know?
Oh, I reckon they'd be nice and bring it back.
Well,
man.
you'd hope
These
they
are
would,
Aussies.
mate. I am hoping that there would be some good blokes out there that would go and do that and return the wheel. But that was just a bit curious. Yeah, Andrew's having
slow motion.
He's having a froth moment here.
Yeah.
That's a funny term. Have you ever heard of that term, froth?
Froth?
It's kind of spelt like F-R-O-T-H, but in Australia you sort of say froth, F-R-O-F-F, and that means I'm frothing for something. And you know, if you're hungry, you're fanging for something to eat. So if there's something that might just make you froth at the mouth, something that drives you into a frenzy, something that drives you so mad that you foam at the mouth when you see it, that's what the term means. I'm frothing over that car.
Oh, I learn all these Aussie slang words. What was the other one I learned today? Chasing for sheep stations?
We're not racing for sheep
racing
stations.
For sheep stations, that's what it was.
And then Warren Sayre brings up one about we're not here to mess with spiders, but there's a word we normally put in the middle of that. But Warren so cleverly didn't put it in there, thank goodness, because we don't like swearing here. We keep this 100% clean broadcast so far.
Clean up here now. Yeah.
So far, but we don't race. People racing for sheep stations, cars to froth over. Well, I'm frothing totally over about 99% of the field here this weekend, and we've got some gorgeous shapes in here, like Corvettes, Janettas. The Lotus, like we see out there, is gorgeous. The Sylvia shape, the RX-7 shape, that FDRX-7 shape.
Yeah,
now this is almost the classic shape category. Throw some wings on them as well, and they just look even tougher.
And that GTR sounds good too.
He's going to put one down here, a gorgeous car. That's Jason Rex getting underway with Plasma Man Pro-Am. We might be lucky here to get a few good numbers in. And for the guys further down the list, PBs is all we can hope for. But we do have things like that Lotus out there learning every lap. Matt Plowman, he built it to go quick, and he just needs seat time in the car and to iron out all the bugs that cars get.
Yeah, it seemed like he was on track for a decent lap last session, got a little bit of traffic, so I'm looking to see if he can do it better this time around.
Hearing all the noises out there. We don't know whether we're going to see Ferris Khartoumi out there for a run. That's all good.
We've actually got a heap of cars on track at the moment.
Yeah, we're just trying to keep our eyes on it. We're keeping an eye on Rex right at this moment. But I do know we've got a few more rolling out in this group. I think we had to split this group into 2. Isn't it good that you can split a Pro-Am class into 2 now?
Yeah, that's the depth of field, right?
Isn't that good? Oh, yeah, we've got some cranky stuff on camera here right now. Just trying to grab our number. There it is. That is Nunzio Galino, by the look of it. So he's out there having a crack in this fantastic vehicle, the Evo 10. But then, yeah, let's have a look here. That is Matt Plowman. We've got to let it breathe a bit here, don't we? We've got to let it sing. It's an absolute little rocket ship, this thing.
Oh, yeah. TC putting in work there.
Yeah, plenty of TC in there. All right, let's see the rest of it here. What are you seeing there that you like, Andrew? What are you seeing?
Oh, I mean, I see them improving the way that car handles every time they go out. Right now, Dale Malone's right in the way there. Or is he? Has he got enough? Matt Plowman goes through. Here we are, minute 31.066. Very good.
So we've got our timing back just at the nick of time there. Minute 31.066. We had Dale Malone sort of warming up in the middle there, but he did get the lap in, did Plowman. And, the Sky can be the limit for these cars once you start to hone in, delete, get off the list of problems, narrow the list of problems down until you have none left. And, cars will give you probably 4 or 5 in one go that you've got to try and deal with. And sometimes the driver's a big part of having to make it all work himself, or the way they drive it. But that Lotus is another chassis that's got to be fine-tuned because of its midship layout.
Yeah, it'll help them a lot out of too with the mid-engine. You can just get on it a bit earlier.
Some cars were nearly just built perfect, just a perfect platform. It works so well. Oh, looks like we might have Jeremiah out there too. I just saw a bit of donut go past me, quite a big slab of donut actually. Yeah. Jeremiah Burton is in the house. So this is our most international field, We've got Ferris Khartoumi in this field, Tetsuhiro Kurokawa, Mitsuyoshi Nishio, which I hope we see the green S-Class out here. They were doing an engine change last night. Jeremiah Burton as well. So that's quite a field in here in Plasma Man Pro-Am. And I just hope they all get some laps out there. So I was just certainly hoping that the green Sylvia gets to come out. We have not seen him as yet. Malone bouts out another, minute 40.778. Here he is, Jeremiah. Having a fair crack out there. Now watch out for some traffic here. Is he going to be okay? Straight around him. Let's have a listen to Jeremiah Burton's progress. How good's Jeremiah working the splitter there? So he's getting a fair amount of effort out of this car. He can steer it. He is steering it here. So he's lit up 2 sectors for Jeremiah Burton here. He hasn't had many laps in the car today at all, actually. I don't even think we got too much out of him yesterday. But here he goes. Minute 31.48. Wow. Minute 31.48 for Jeremiah. So you've got to love that. And remember, we're in the situation where maybe 2 laps might work here. If you don't have any traffic and it feels good, 2 laps might work. You might get, and it's hard as a one lap based event to get on a little bit of a rhythm. Yeah. Because it's hard to get rhythm in 1 lap. Yeah. Like 100% rhythm in 1 lap. Yeah. To be able to have the slicks give you more of an indication. You know what? I might just try and do 2 laps here. He's got some traffic. Oh, mid corner. Jeremiah had all the front end go away. You know what? He's still. I mean, that's still got to feel good. Nearly 1,000 odd horsepower under your foot there, and I know that he probably steers a lot of different things. But Jeremiah's having the time of their lives, like we all are, aren't we, Warren Luff?
Yeah, mate, down here in pit lane, we're standing in front of this awesome Corvette that Ferris is getting ready to sort of go out in. We spoke yesterday about sort of the tyre warmers and the tyre blankets and the importance that plays in getting the cars ready to go out. You can see the blankets on the front wheels there, still connected, going down to the back of the car here, and you can see that box on the ground currently showing at 157 degrees Fahrenheit. Having a talk to these guys are aiming for about 180, which is about 80 degrees Celsius. So the tyre's getting a nice little sort of cooking there, getting ready for Ferris to go out there and do what he does. Blankets are just coming off now.
Oh, right on the spot is Warren Luff, and the temperature it'll do for now, and then he's going to go out there and he doesn't need to prove anything else out here other than to himself that he thinks that there could be a 26 before the Corvette goes back in the container. And I don't doubt that man at all. We have got some great people in this scene. And if you're famous in one part of the world, when you come here, we'll make you world famous if you come to Australia. And and again, it's subjecting the local fans to some of these guys. And again, you can only look at a screen for so long before you want to see something like that in person. Yeah. Feel it in person. And to bring the world back here to Sydney Motorsport Park, for me it's an honour and a pleasure to be a part of this event every year. And I know one year we went with the tag, Festival of Awesome. I still think every catchphrase that was ever created on the lead up to an event we should own for the rest of our lives. It is a Festival of Awesome. Have a look at this. I mean, we got one of our bigger YouTube influencers.
The world's fastest YouTuber.
The world's right now, what he's doing here is in fact getting what I call cred, C-R-E-D.
Yeah.
Right? Cred means you've actually got to not only talk on the screen really well and get up all your views and do all these crazy things and come up with the next stunt, the next thing you need to talk about, but once in a while show the world you can steer something and do it to a certain degree of dexterity. I think that grabs a whole lot of credibility. And Jeremiah's, him and Cole, they've struck this deal up. The wrap looks fantastic. I'm sure we're going to see so much media out of Donut Media in regards to the Australian trip, and that's good for us here too. Yeah. Because you know what, if we can get a few more of their eyes on this, we've got more eyes on this. Because I know that everyone in the Donut Media land, they love cool stuff to watch. That's why Donut Media became so cool.
Fantastic. Have you followed that channel?
Absolutely.
I learned things from that channel.
My boys learned that, and you know what? A lot of our young people are learning from people like this.
Yeah.
About the automotive world. Mind you, it's not. One thing about YouTube, it doesn't have to be 100% correct. A lot of the times, if it passes off as entertainment, it'll fly, right? We'll let it slide.
Shockingly good technical content.
But I mean, you can watch guys that'll be absolute sticklers to be exactly correct with a lot of things, and then there's also a lot of broad stuff I see where it's like, you know what, some of it I fully believe in, some of it I go, you know what, that's not quite true, but you just let it slide. You wish you could tell everyone that watches some of these videos that you see from some YouTubers where it's like, look, you know what, not quite the take, you should take it on. But have a look right now at our Plasma Man leaderboard. This man, the man of the moment, is in the head of the marshalling right now. Ferris Khartoumi is about to give us another shot in the Corvette, trying to get a minute 26 something. Richard Pereni will be in here as well. Look at that, second place now for the Ginetta. Wayne Lee and Tanuki. Well, again, Tanuki won't be here in person anymore, but the number, you can't take the number away from Wayne Lee. Right now, provisional third on the leaderboard. Drew Hall in fourth, fifth place there as well, all the way down to Anthony Shaw, and there we go, Andre Handmer, Jay Davidson. So when we look at that earlier run there from Jeremiah Burton, he was just there in that top 10, so a good run there for Jeremiah. And here he is, not going too far, he's staying in the car.
I like that the bonnet's coming off nice and slow, not in a panic.
Did you say bonnet?
Yes, I did.
Did you really?
You guys got in my head.
Andrew Brilliant says bonnet. Hearing an American say the word bonnet, and I love it. It's the hood. It's the hood. What do you call the deck? What do you call the
boot?
The trunk. You call it the trunk.
Oh, it's the trunk.
We call it the boot. Isn't it weird that it's the one automobile in one part of the world? It's a hood and a trunk, and over here it's a bonnet and a boot. You know what I mean? How did that end up that way?
Well, didn't we invent the car?
Yeah, you did.
So,
Yeah, I know. All right. So
you gotta give it to us.
So we should be calling it the hood and trunk.
Correct,
well, let's call it the hood and the trunk then, But when Andrew Brilliant goes, look, I like the way the bonnet comes off as well. Hello? Hey, good on you.
Too much time on the phone with Ian Baker. That's how I got here.
Absolutely. But now that the bonnet's off, have a look at that. And that's the gorgeous fruit. You don't expect anything less from the Life team. I mean, this is pretty much, I'm not going to say, look, what you're looking at there is
T1R.
Yeah.
Sydney's heart.
Yeah, it's, you know what I mean? This is pretty much where we're at in the scene. And you could probably look, honestly, in Australia, you could probably look at hundreds of engine bays where you'll go, dude, that's quality, because we have got it. We've got it in spades. Jeremiah, he's having a fat time here down under, and wants to go and have another run, I am sure. But
he'll want to crack that 30, right? For a first time here doing under sub 30, that's a big deal.
Well, that's what we need, Jeremiah. Jeremiah needs a minute 20 before we leave, a minute 20 something, and this guy, he wants a 26. I think we need to keep our eyes and our ears on this thing again. Twin turbo LS Corvette. If you want to make 2,000 horsepower with an LS, I shouldn't say it's easy, but it's definitely achievable. It's a real thing. Mind you, if you want to make 1,000 plus with an SR20, they're doing it here as well. Mitsuyoshi Nishio, new engine swap last night. Here we go. I want to see this wild guy go. He's going banzai into Advan turn 1, and so good to see this car back, because it's the fastest thing around Scuba just about, isn't it?
It's one of the faster cars in Scuba, yeah.
Like, it actually didn't give an unders record a touch up there, did he go close?
Not quite there, but he's really going fast, yeah. He's good mates with under as well.
So we've got Nishio, Khartoumi and Kurikawa, Jeremiah Burton. It's a who's who out there. Jeremiah's done his stuff. It's now whether Nishio can do it. Davidson, Perini, they're all in there. Can Nishio get a good number in here? It's got plenty. It's got plenty. And I think it did go 52 at Scuba, didn't it? It's a 52.
Yeah, 52, I think, yeah.
52's not mucking around. And, you know, it's a little bit of a sleeper, you know. Don't let the green paint fool you. They're a crazy team too. They're typifying that Japanese spirit.
He's putting it all out there right now.
He's a good driver. He is a good driver. He got that thing fair and square nailed out of turn 8, and that's making all the horsepower that a brand new SR20's bound to make. But can the boys keep the thing together for the rest of the afternoon? I love to see it. Nishio-san really throws that into the last corner. He asks whether the front end can bite enough, and it does. Cracks a few more gears in the transmission, and he is on his way for his first flying lap after a bunch of trouble. Here he comes, 31.01. 31.015, and I know Mitsuyoshi will have a little bit more now that he's got a settler in, but that's, you know, give this man a 20 by the end of the day as well. Let's hope. But that was a pretty good effort for, you know, really no real laps that we've seen out of the car.
And an overnight engine, so.
Yeah, and an overnight engine. That's the third lap around that we've recorded on timing for the event for that car. So that's, you know, they've had a disappointing lead up from yesterday, but it's good that the thing showed a lot of potential early on in the piece, and you could just tell by his body language he was throwing that thing through. Perini's already just gone past for a minute 27.755. We didn't catch Ferris too much on that thing. Looks like snuck in the back.
Yeah, I don't think he got a new vest, did he? Did he make it all the way around?
I don't think he did.
Oh, no, he pitted in at the end.
27.016 is what he's holding on to, but that thing's going straight back in. Straight back in the garage, and we interrupt this program with some screaming RB. Drew Hall. Let's stick with this thing for a bit of horsepower. There's nothing like the scream of an RB throughout the hills here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Kurikawa-san also putting the RX-7 away just in the short term, but Drew Hall screams past our box here for a minute 28.638, and still sounds like he wants to push here, Andrew.
Give it another go. Just keep running with it.
Davidson just threw maybe on a flyer, 2.06 that lap, best of a minute 30.111. Fawkes comes through for a minute 33.668 behind us, but we're having a look at the Ginetta there.
Perini's pipped lead.
Yeah, how's that?
7.527.
So that's another one under the radar that just jumped up and bit us. Perini in second spot, 3 cars, minute 27 now.
That is fast, man. That is really fast.
LS, VR, and VR.
Yeah.
There we are. So two VR 38s in the top 3. And Luffy's got some more information down in pit lane.
Yeah, down here with Ferris and the guys down here. Seems like we've got a bit of an intercooler problem, mate. Tell us what actually happened out there. You went out there, new set of tyres on, ready to go, and came straight back in.
Yeah, we blew the welds off the intake on this thing. Yeah, as you can see, the intercooler, we have a big old leak right there. So as I was coming through, I knew we were down on power, and I was like trying to push through, and I was like, man, this is really down. Like, let's just call it and just come in. And yeah, we're just like running on engine at that point.
Well, fingers crossed you guys can get this thing fixed and get back out there.
Yeah, no worries, man.
No worries, man.
Someone call the welder.
Yeah. How about that? Blow the welds out of the cooler. The old blow the welds out of the cooler trick. That's an old sport compact drag racing trick from many, many years ago.
That's how you know he had the boost.
Yeah, well, I mean, as he said, you know, he seems pretty laid back though, Ferris. It's not like he doesn't need, you know, we had a big old leak there, you know, a bit of Texas in him. We had a big old leak there, and, you know, it had a big old leak. He's got a smile on his dial. He knows he's got time to the shootout to do it, and we're going to have 3 cars out of that 5 in the minute 27s. And look between 27.540 and 27.527. And even then, you know, that Corvette, he might want to come and consolidate there. But I tell you what, Perini is finding some sort of performance here that is interesting. That, you know, for a car that last year, I mean, he did podium 3rd last year and for years was on the periphery. But I think the VR swap happened somewhere between that in the middle. And then now, look, the performances are continuing. This could be nearly the fastest Ginetta in the world.
Yeah, he's really switched on this year, mate. Like, he's going well. He's going really well. The Sydney Composites Aero and that VR's hooking up.
Well, remember last year he podiumed at minute 33.657. Now he's doing minute 27.
Yeah, that's what, compared to his last year times, he's really making it happen.
There's been some big improvements in some of these teams. Refinement, I mean, good old-fashioned horsepower, it's good to get more of. But that is very impressive, Richard Perini there. And 3 rear-wheel drive cars in the top 3. In fact, yeah, then GTR, then Impreza. So we throw in a couple of token 4-wheel drives there to finish the top 5. But that's rear-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive.
Yeah.
So you can never pick it. You can never pick that was going to happen.
Well, I reckon the slicks would help the 2-wheel drive cars.
Yeah. That would definitely help them too. That slightly longer life that you can get out of them, and as before, you know, too much wheel spin on one lap, and they're still they're goo after that.
Yeah, I won't say it stops being an advantage, but it'll close the window a bit.
But I would doubt that. We'd have to check with Richard. It's hard, you know, because the Ginetta, you know, you see Ginettas all over the world. You know, they're a manufacturer that go under the radar a little bit. They're dedicated as a sports/race car. I don't see too many street Ginettas, put it that way. You know what I mean? It's not.
They're nice cars. Yeah, they are.
They're it's an interesting automotive story, but this has got to be definitely, if anything, one of the baddest Ginetta G55s in the world.
For sure.
Is everyone happy that it's got a VR38 in it? Probably not. But you know what? That's the thing. We've also got K-Swap Ferraris here. This is World Time Attack.
Yeah, we love it all.
We just do crazy stuff.
Yep.
So, yes, we do K-Swap. Yeah, well, it's a dudes K-Swap Ferraris. They VR38. You know, Ginettas. Nothing's out of the realms of possibility in this neck of the woods, and that's what we've seen throughout the years, and even more so here in 2023. Plasma Man Pro-Am class. What I am a little bit alarmed about is that we did not see Nishio come back for another run in that Silvia, so that is interesting. Whether or not, well, put it this way, at the end of it all, it didn't have anything coming out of it. It wasn't blowing any smoke or anything. It was a hell of a test run for him, and he got himself into the 31s anyway. Mitsuyoshi Nishio, that 31.015 in 7th. But there, Ferris was about to come out, but no banana. Richard Perini came out and stomped a minute 27.527. Tanuki's time, 27.540. That's a really good time for him, but we won't see that improve, obviously, because the car is going to be taking a rest for a while. But I suppose tonight, that might mean Kurikawa gets into the shootout, because we normally, if we do have one have to drop out, is that you normally put number 6 into number 5. So mouth-watering scenario still to come here this afternoon at Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. A little bit more Plasma Man Pro-Am soon, I would hope. A break and back with more, though, just after these messages.
Are you after quality performance products for your car? Talk to the people that speak your language. At highoctanedirect.com, we bring you the best deals on all the top brands. Tomei, Turbo Smart, Hypertune, Nitto, HKS, Greddy, PPG, Haltech, Extreme Clutch, and much, much more. highoctanedirect.com, your gateway to automotive performance.
Now that you've got the power, let Haltech control it with our complete vehicle control solutions. Haltech have a wide range of vehicle management systems, solid-state power distribution devices, and display dash solutions. With Haltech, your engine has never been in better hands. Whether you're building a Time Attack monster, a Street Warrior, or a Resto Mod Cruiser, with Haltech, we've got you covered. For more information, visit haltech.com or visit your local Haltech dealer.
Oh, just too much fun, too much fun. Yes, we've got some drama. Yes, we've got some excitement. Yes, we've got just about everything you could possibly throw at a racing circuit happening here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Beautiful Saturday afternoon. Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. Plenty of punters out here soaking it all up, looking at the fantastic stylised show and shine. Pick what you like in there and try and dream to own one yourself. It's getting harder and harder every year. But talk about bringing up the hype towards drift tonight, the International Drifting Cup. Let's go down to Warren and Tony B.
Thanks, Diggles. Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone, to the International Drifting Cup pit area. Warren, my new mate, I've heard your voice for years at this event. It's a pleasure to work with you this time. Welcome back.
Oh, thanks so much, Tony. I must say you've taken to this like a duck to water. What an event. The sun's back, the world's back, the drifters are back, tyres about to head skywards this evening, and what a show we had last night.
Look, I'm just so stoked to be on the team for one. We've got heavy hitter Ali behind us. We were talking about it a little bit. We're going to do a bit of a walkthrough. We're going to show you some of the stuff that's going on. Team NZ are in the house. They've got a whole bunch of cars. They've been on the dyno. They've been rebuilding gearboxes. There's a heap going on. You can share a bit of content around that shortly. But we've got top qualifier Glenn Omerod over there. Very impressive last night. There's just heaps going on, and we just love the fact that the crowd is down here in the pits hanging out with us. What's been your highlights so far of the weekend?
Oh, look, it's just great to be back, right? I can't think of any better place to be to celebrate the sport of drifting than right here at Eastern Creek, Sydney Motorsport Park. Weren't those lights fantastic last night? First time many of us have seen them. And tonight we're in for an even better show as the boys kick off for battle. Now, these cars are starting to warm up behind us. Let's go and take a walk, have a look what's going on, because they're about to go out and do a demo in about 20 minutes' time. Let's walk over here, eh?
Yeah. Let's check them out. So right at the start of the pits here, we've got Luke Vesma from WA. He's been campaigning really well, and he's bringing that supercharged V8, LS V8 S13. And then to the left of shot, we've got Barton Mawer, who is our previous high-tech oils drift champion from last year. And this is a very serious SR20, Warren.
Yeah, I think it's SR 2.4, isn't it? The VET version. And I think what we wanted to highlight here, this is the old school drift play, right? This is racecraft coming to the fore here. You can see the boys have got the axle stands out. They've got the string aligners. They've got the old itometer there, right? That's what they're looking for, is to optimise setup for tonight. Now, if we take a look next door, I think it's about to get loud because Jason Fair and the Barra Wags, as Aussie as it comes. Monster power plant, Tony. You were saying north of 500 kilowatts?
Yeah, I think it's in the mid to high 600 kilowatt mark, but around 1,200 newton meters of torque at 3,000 RPM. That is what the Barra engine does produce with the big hypergear turbo strapped to the side. Now, rolling down the pit lane a little more is Gaz Wider.
Yeah, Gary Wider, 4-time New Zealand champion, Red Bull Drift Shifters champion from Liverpool, probably, arguably, the most talented drifter ever to come out of New Zealand. That's his dad, Tony, behind the wheel. They do everything together. Tony is a phenomenal human being. Harrop supercharger on the top of the LS And of course, the distinctive octopus manifold at the front of that engine bay, which creates that unique sound.
An absolute work of art as you look in the front of this car. If you get a chance, make sure you come down the pits and check out these machines. But that exhaust system is absolutely phenomenal. And as we move down the pit lane, we'll grab our cameraman again. We have none other than Mad Mike Woodette. Check out this Mazda machine. And did we say before that he's maybe got about the least amount of horsepower here, and it's still such an epic car?
We're not 100% sure, right? The ultimate athlete, though, Mike is always smiling. Something you want to take a look at here if you haven't seen drift cars before. Look at the camber on those front wheels. These guys are looking to attack that. Just look at the way that wheel should be sitting. Normally it will be sitting straight, right, or about 1 degree. Mike must be, 6, 7, maybe, who knows?
Absolutely incredible, and he's still running the big deep dish stretch tire style. He's cool, calm and collected. He's back off a bit of an incident in Japan. He took a bit of a hit in his other car. We're going to catch up with him over the weekend. We hope he's all right and ready to send it, but this piece of machinery looks absolutely fantastic.
It does, and it's just a tribute to Mike and his team. They always put together fantastic cars, turn them out, presentation immaculate, race suit, helmet, everything. And we can't leave Heavy Hitter Row without taking a look at Taylor James out of Tokoroa in New Zealand. Now he is absolutely, look at him just chilling at the back there. He's just relaxed, there's no smile on his face. He's just relaxed at the moment. There's no sweat, no nothing, no aggressive warm-ups over here, but Taylor James has invested a lot of money in getting this car over here, and he's got a brand new engine underneath the bonnet, and I'm hoping for big things for Taylor James tonight.
Now, didn't you say first time competing internationally?
I believe it is the first time internationally.
Is that right? Let's get a word from the man himself.
Yeah, with my own car, definitely the first time. I've done a couple of rounds over in Perth, borrowing a car, but yeah, for my first time, it's for my own car, it's the first time having it out in New Zealand. So.
And qualified where?
Yeah.
P4, was it?
Yeah.
Absolute phenomenal driving. The car looked spectacular on track. We're just going to get a few images here for the people on the live stream to check out. Welcome. We love that you're here. Thank you so much for coming down, and we're going to see you battling tonight. I'm sure Woz is going to get pretty excited up on the hill when you guys all get out there.
Hey, the most feral drift fans in New Zealand are from the central North Island. They'll be loud. They'll be on the stream. They'll be behind Taylor James.
I love that. If you're on the stream, make sure you're commenting, cheering us on. Cheer these guys on, Central Drift Team. We'd love to see you here. Thank you, Team New Zealand. Thanks for coming over. I mean, we've got Aussies. We've got some Kiwis. We love that. But over the side here, we've got some of our pro-Japanese drivers as well. None other than the man Ken Gushi from the US, and also Daigo Saito from Japan. So let's wander over and check out their absolutely incredible machines. So first up on the stream, the Kazuma Auto Lexus, driven by Ken Gushi. Now, is this the first time you've seen it? It's an absolutely phenomenal car.
I haven't seen it before, right, but it just screams horsepower. It just looks like a purpose-built drift machine. You can see the drivers are starting to suit up. The nerves are starting to come up. Ken doesn't look that flustered at the moment, right? He's a professional. He's been at it for a couple of decades. But this is a purpose-built ride by Kazama Automotives, 1,200-odd horse. It's here to destroy tyres. You've got to think Ken Gushi would love a piece of Australian silverware.
100%, all smiles, giving us a wave. Epic Machines we're going to send you to commentate this session. Thank you guys for joining so far. Catch you back to you guys up in the tower.
Oh, boys, you are capturing all of the hype and the characters of the International Drifting Cup. We're now having our V10 comparison. You saw the LFA take off first. You saw the Lamborghini take off second, and then you had that car, that Formula Supra of Ryan Turek take off after that. And in theory, they might all finish the lap together, but I don't know, the LFA, it's quite a capable machine. I'm keeping an eye out for the Lambo behind. He's only half a turn behind, and we're waiting for that Judd V10 Supra to start coming into shot. But boy, I tell you what, when Toyota went in with the LFA, they went all in. Again, a very sought after hypercar. It's not often that a manufacturer commits to a hypercar, but an LFA, this is They're getting him here. It's getting tight. It's an all V10 battle. The LFA is in there. Here's the Lambo. Now here comes Ryan Turek. He has got, you know, he doesn't have tons of horsepower and tap, but he's got 11,000 RPM. All right, LFA coming to the last corner there. The Lambo might be nipping at his heels here shortly. I can see him there. And Ryan Turek, oh, Ryan, he's going to be finishing fast with the most memorable V10 trifecta you could ever come across. So right now he's starting to weed him up at the finish line. Hurry up, Ryan, come on. Whoa, that's what we wanted. That's what the crowd wanted to hear. Of course, having a look at it looks fantastic, but having a listen of it is where all the experience lies, and that is just, again, something that just triggers something in the human brain, especially the petrolhead brain, that is supposed to be one of the most awesome sounds you could possibly hear screaming out of something mechanical. And hats off to the ingenious idea to have three iconic V10 vehicles here doing a speed comparison. The LFA, worth a few bucks. Lamborghini, yeah, let's throw a few more zeros on the end. And what can you say about Ryan Turek and the Judd V10 Supra, Formula Supra? Priceless experience, folks. And you just don't get these experiences too many places in the world. But here we are at Sydney Motorsport Park doing it here down under the Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. As you say, we get to this time of the day where we get a lot of entertainment happening on track. That was one way to really get our attention. It's been good that Tony and Woz have been catching a lot of what's been happening in the drift pits. Some of the guys getting ready to go out and do a little bit of work as well. But look at this for a rolling museum lesson right now. Yes, the LFA will go down in Toyota's history as their true hypercar. If they never build another hypercar again, the LFA's in pretty good company. And of course, you know, around the time of their Formula One exploits, when Toyota came back into Formula One, and a fantastic vehicle. I wouldn't hazard a guess as how many LFAs we would find in Australia. So really, when you see stuff rolling around at Sydney Motorsport Park for Yokohama World Time Attack, it's always a special moment, because rare and exotic vehicles is kind of what we deal in. And as they all come down through there, yes, if you were to ask every single fan out there, if you had to pick one of those three to take home, just say you won the ultimate V10 lottery, if you had to pick one out of it, just answer that little question in your mind right now. Which one would you take? And I'm not going to speak for everyone here, but there'd be a fair amount of people saying, oh, I'll have a little bit of that Judd V10. All right, what a wild ride we've just seen, and we're going to see another wild ride here. Now, look, you might not be able to return the favour here, Matt Hall, but Matt Hall is in the passenger seat here of Mad Mike Wedette's. What are we, humble? I think we're humble. This might be the one of the first of many Mad Mike creations, but it's the OG MX-5 20B peripheral port. He even brags that it doesn't even really have 400 horsepower, but he's trying to make a point here tonight that you can win drift battles without 1 million horsepower. But you know what he's going to do in the middle? He's also going to show Matt Hall how much fun you can have with a 20B peripheral port MX-5 drift car. And of course, Red Bull athletes, both guys. Here they are, two super athletes. Both these guys, athletes in their own field. Matt Hall, an air race champion, will go down in history as one of the greatest air racers on the planet. And Mad Mike, well, that's just Mad Mike for you. Telling him last night, he is one of these elite sports athletes. He does, and he is. You know, that's normally the job description. You are a sports athlete. A motorsports athlete. There's plenty of them starting to come through the ranks, but you know what, when you stand there last night talking to Mad Mike Wedette, you can't believe you are, except that he's just a normal fella. And you know what, Kiwis, they just seem to be naturally more grounded, a little bit more humble. And that's the good thing about Mad Mike. That's the universal appeal. And even having a bit of bench racing with him last night, I said, "Where's Netflix to cover you?" Honestly, as he said in his interview before, if he showed all the boarding passes that he had from all the trips he's done already around the world, it's like, why wouldn't Netflix want to chase these athletes, these different sort of athletes, other than the traditional stick and ball sports? And then when I hit him about that, I told him about the Netflix series Quarterback, and he said he can't even kick a football. He said he's the most onco person out of a car. Can't kick a football, can't swing a golf club. He actually admitted Mad Mike has blatant deficiencies in his coordination. If you can believe that one, Warren said. Yeah, good, mate. How are you?
Oh, it's a little. I'm not quite as fit as old Josh P. The run over here has taxed me considerably.
I actually filmed him running over before.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I believe you didn't film me.
I should have filmed you. I should have got Stewie to film it. But yeah, he's coughing up the lung here, old was. Keep a good lung for tonight, son. But yeah, you and Tony B nailing it in the drift pits. Have a look at our big Hyundai zone right there. That's literally like a mobile Hyundai dealership. And look at the lineup. If we're still waiting for Sachia down there, there's a decent lineup if the Drift King's there. I think he is right beside the Ioniq display. And you don't get an activation too many times a year out of an automotive manufacturer like we've seen. In fact, I'd go on record to say this is almost an unheralded, get that out, moment where we're seeing a massive activation by Hyundai. They do believe they need to be here, and they've stepped up. They brought the big game. They're talking the big talk, and Sachia is doing what they've asked him to do, and that's promote that product, which he's doing the absolute hell out of it. And that is our great Hyundai mobile dealership right down there. This gorgeous, sprawling, undulating, flowing chilling circuit that it is, and anyone that does come here normally goes home with fond memories of it.
You're a vocal poet, aren't you, really, Dukes? You just pull out these phrases, turns of phrase, you just keep on going, keeps on flowing, but fundamentally, Hyundai wants to be where their customers are, right?
Yes.
Who buys hot hatches? Who buys hot EVs? People who want to come to World Time Attack and have a great time out with the family, and then maybe on a Saturday night after the kids have gone to bed, we might go and find a set of twisty roads or something, just see how good that end goes.
Well, I remember when I think we were voicing over the show from last year, and Baker turns up in his new Kona.
I have seen that.
And he was raving about how these things absolutely fly. And I think he even said that he bought two because he thought, well, you know what, these things are such a good thing. I won't have any problem selling the second one. So, you know what, I tell you what, they're sowing the seeds of enthusiasm throughout the ranks. I can hear some 20B PP. We better get a break and be back here shortly to see how that pans out here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
Now that you've got the power, let Haltech control it with our complete vehicle control solutions. Haltech have a wide range of vehicle management systems, solid-state power distribution devices, and display dash solutions. With Haltech, your engine has never been in better hands. Whether you're building a Time Attack Monster, a Street Warrior, or a Resto Mod Cruiser, with Haltech, we've got you covered. For more information, visit haltech.com or visit your local Haltech dealer.
At GCG, we stand behind the products we sell. That's why you won't find cheap knockoffs, no-name imports or subpar turbos on our shelves. We only sell genuine brands that offer genuine performance and genuine reliability. We are the most respected turbo supplier in Australia. GCG. Genuine brands, genuine prices, genuine service.
Yeah, I knew we wouldn't be away for long before we had to come back here real quick and have a look at some sick stuff that's happening out there on the circuit right now. Yes, Sydney Motorsport Park, what a playground, a massive playground. I can also see off to the corner one of my favourite places, Sydney Dragway 2, another fantastic horsepower facility, but here we go, horsepower.
Mad Mike and Matt Hall in the car as his passenger. Matt Hall, stunt pilot. And Mad Mike, that is a meeting of the minds, if ever there was one.
Mad Mike.
Two Red Bull athletes excelling at the top of their fields. Just out for a Sunday cruise. Down the main straight they'll come, clicking off gears, digs, first, second, third, fourth, fifth. What do you reckon we can pull in here? 200?
Well, I think that's about all it'd have, wouldn't it? I mean, look at he's got that much camber on the thing.
It's carrying some momentum though, Dick.
Smash carrot, here we go.
Turn one's got to be a thrill for these boys too. It's such a big, long corner, and you normally don't get to drift turn one. Robbie White, Ricky Bobby, making it super here on Saturday at Sydney Motorsport Park out of the Gold Coast is Rob White with the Hendricks Motorsport NASCAR Park in the 370Z.
Yes, a bit of Ricky Bobby about it, doesn't it? It's got that screaming NASCAR small block in it. I call him Big Angle Bob because he did Drift Masters, of course, up in Queensland. I did one of those. He had a big angle competition, and Rob went in there nearly with all the angles.
This is interesting. This is our first look at Jake Jones.
Jake, he's here.
The Drift Squid's got out. Oh, Gary Whiter, four-time New Zealand champion Gaz Whiter, out of Carmo these days in the North Island, but proudly born and bred Dargavillian, and he is one to watch tonight. He would like to go away with silverware, as would this man, Dale Campaign, GH Haulage. SR power underneath the bonnet of the Dale Campaign machine, and he was on in qualifying last night. He's hasn't always had the best run of luck here at Sydney Motorsport Park, but he is one who would love a result. Saxon Moyes, youngster who I was told this morning is about 19 years old.
Is that right?
Yeah, 19, 20 years old, and that's that car had a previous life, I believe, as a champion. Oh, yeah, now that's a back entry.
Now that's the big angle I was talking about. Oh, I love some big angle, and that was a big angle there. That was 90 degrees to the apex. Before the apex, careful!
Andrew Brillians will be losing his mind at how much is going on there at the front of their BN Sports fronted Phoenix S415.
It's a carbon assault. It's a carbon assault out there.
Oh, there he is. Levi Clark, exiting Drift Team 324. Must have never lifted himself. That was Levi's pandemic build, of course. He's got it running now. We did catch up with Levi yesterday, and he said that car was his focus rather than comp car. Taylor James, 2NZ at the moment. He's got a little friendly wave for his fans who are tuned in on the live stream. Good to see a number of you out there. A lot of Kurt Blackie's tuned in. Jake Hakarai, you're tuned in on the live stream as well. Good to see you boys keeping us all honest here. Mossy's out there as well, I believe, somewhere in the live stream land. The boys putting on a bit of a demo here, but Diggles for us.
Yeah, look, we've got a few picked up there to do it again, and Matt Hall will go for another lap.
That pulling machine is ridiculous.
Isn't it insane?
Did you see the videos of it from last night, just popping the flames?
Yeah, it's insane. And you know what? Sometimes I think half the idea in the build is to, you want that big visual aspect.
This is a replay of Saxon Moyes doing the backy into turn 2.
You want big angle? Oh, that's enough, but watch this angle here as he snaps this back to try and just... he just wanted to see that apex right in front of him, but it's still not for another 50 feet.
I was trying to work out if he's actually going to try and make the corner, if that was just how he's going to end it, right? Because they have to stop drifting there. So technically, he did stop drifting there.
Yeah, it nearly paid off. Sometimes you've got to do that, and opportunities like this don't present themselves too many times where, you know what, I'm going to throw this thing in with the biggest angle I can.
Baker MSH.
Yeah, absolutely.
Baker MSH. Turn 1 at Sydney Motorsport Park, you want to do it, you're going to do it in the Ian Baker event.
And he did that so very well. It almost paid off for him. And you know what? We had the cameras on him too. Had that come off, that would have been a brilliant thing to keep for our highlights reel. It was still good for the highlights reel. It made it. anytime we turn the cameras on, these guys normally spectacular stuff.
They always will be, and there will be. They'll be putting on a show tonight, so they'll be on for our live stream viewers. It'll be 7:30, maybe 7:50ish Australian time, which makes it about 9:30 to 9:50ish to our New Zealand viewers. It will be a top 24 format, so you'll see 9 through to 24 battling in 16-8. 4-2 until we find our winner here of the International Drift Challenge. As we take a look at Mr. Keep It Reed. I saw you eyeing up his jacket last night, so I thought you would have loved that one.
Those boys are out for maximum attention.
I thought it was crisscross to start with.
Well, initially I thought that too, but I said I watch a lot of European tractor pulling, and they're the sort of tracksuits that they wear in Europe. But again, they both stand out. What characters! And you know what? This sport is, it's all about high intensity entertainment, but it's also individuals. This is truly one of the last individual motorsports where you can truly express yourself, build something, get the attention you're looking for, and make a name for yourself.
You're almost better to be different.
Yeah, well, that's it. Yeah. And it's harder to be. Look, if your driving doesn't get your attention, change your car, pretty much.
Yeah.
And if you can be known as a good drifter in a, you could be more of a legend in an odd build than being a really good drifter in a car that you see many of. You know what I mean? You could, put it this way: if you're in an S chassis, you've got to be a probably top 50 drifter to get noticed. But if you could have a crazy build like a,
like a Daigo Psycho,
like a Daigo Psycho
car, like that one.
All right, let's give Daigo a bit of microphone here. Just getting the grip levels up.
Do you enjoy the flutter? Does it remind you of the late 90s, early 2000s?
I enjoy it all.
What was it made that noise? Was it the HK sequential blow-off valve, I think it was?
It's cars make all sorts of funny noises. That's another funny noise that we've come to get used to.
Brad Suey's Estino Tyres current champion from last year's event, of course the Aussie-only event. Daigo seems to have picked up a bit more pace here, Diggles.
Yeah, that's not a bad little practice one there for him. Now we know that we want to get him, well, there you go, practicing, because now this becomes a little bit of real practice around here. A couple of little practice corners before, but this is the competition part of the course tonight. You certainly won't be able to do that tonight and get judged on it.
You can. That's the line.
See that little white box? The line's over there.
Yeah, the white box is the window they were aiming for last night.
So that's the line out there.
Yes. Now that's wild. That was wild.
That's angle. That's big angle.
Daigo, ever the showman. How does it go? No Daigo, no party?
No Daigo, no party.
Miles Singh, of course, long-term supporter of Daigo Saito in his motorsport program. Is there a crazy... we've got some of the craziest car builders in the world here this weekend, really, haven't we? So we've got Jason Ferrin out. And we're going to go down to Charlie. Charlie is with two of the maddest of them all down there in the pits.
I can't believe that this is the sandwich that I find myself between. It's Mad Mike and Matt Hall. They are both, it's a meeting of mad, crazy, thrill-seeking minds. Happened right here at the World Time Attack Challenge. I purposely haven't spoken to either of them because I want their real response. Matt Hall, what was it like being a passenger with Mad Mike?
It was actually amazingly relaxing because I'm full confidence in his ability, and I'm just like watching us slide sideways going, the main thing, I've just got covered in rubber. I'm like, wow, there's a lot. I don't know, it's like, while we're finishing, I'm like rubbing my teeth going, I've just got it everywhere.
That's such a Matt Hall response. Relaxing was the word he just said, Mike. Oh my gosh, it's such a treat for everyone. I've never seen a line of people so far on the fences. Like, you are the king, and we're so glad that you're here. What's it like taking this nutter for a bit of a ride, though?
Oh, man, I don't know about the king, but, for sure. I'm this kid chasing dreams, and, I heard Matt's story. We had Red Bull Athlete Summit earlier this year, and super inspiring story, and to be able to have the opportunity to be able to take him on. We've done a lot of cool projects now, I think, for drifting, to be able to showcase it to the world and, show the, the control, the precision, the brands that support it. And out here at World Time Attack is this incredible Ian Baker, all the guys that put on this event. It's good for me to be able to come over from New Zealand, put on a show, like you say, fans everywhere. I love it. It's all entertainment.
It's fantastic. We're so lucky to have you both. Red Bull athletes that we just love to see over and over again. So, Matt, Mike, sorry, I can't even speak. Can't speak. It's Matt, it's Mike, I know. I'll take you up on that offer. But thank you both so much for being here. And just the entertainment keeps flowing. Baker, we love you. World Time Attack is back, and it is bigger than ever.
Somebody find a way to put Charlie in a drift car for the next session. She clearly wants to go out there for a ride. We need Charlie in a car, and then we need Tony B live from the drift pits afterwards to get Charlie's reaction.
And can we throw a GoPro there? Because I think for their reactions, it'll be fantastic to see. Gee, we caught some footage there while we were going to that interview. If that's going to be the line tonight, we're expecting air.
No, that's not the line. That's
not that
off.
line. Not that line.
Not good.
Not that line. We're talking about the other line up the other end where you come back over that hump. And then we had some air. Literally, if we had a chance to go back about probably a minute to see that air out of that exit, I don't know which car it was. I just saw a whole lot of car in the air coming out of that.
What I actually picked up, and you can just see it just off the side of the straight there at the moment. Brad Toohey seems to have had some sort of mechanical issue there, and I did see the fireys out there as well. So hopefully everything okay with the Brad Toohey car, because the lunchtime demos at World Time Attack have a bit of a reputation as being they're a bit of a car eater. It's just so hot out here. Unless you're here, you just can't really picture how hot it actually is. That's the bumper of Michael Jinn's car.
Pretty standard result after a drift demonstration. Bits laying on the side of the track.
Held on by the finest of cable ties.
Yes. And this moment here, this is another moment during our insane drift demonstration, and that's a gorgeous drift. It's just a little bit too much dirt in that one.
It's a bit more of a rally style line. There's a couple of wheels off there. Few significant deductions for that one.
But I'm sure if we even went back probably, I don't know, 3-4 cars ago, and I want to see that corner with the car getting air flying out of there somewhere in that footage.
We had a lot of discussion about that last night for the line. You picked up on it earlier, Diggles, where they go off the prescribed race line and they fall onto the sort of bitumen asphalt surface and they come back on. It does unsettle the car, so you see a lot of lift through there, and I think we'll see it tonight in battles. And look, hang around here. You want to be here for the International Drifting Cup once the presentations are done and the lights go down, because the drifting under lights is going to be pretty spectacular tonight. 24, 16, 8, 4 and then 2 to crown a champion here. And this is an event that every single one of these guys not only wants to win, but I truly believe we probably have the most evenly balanced field we've ever had.
You know, all you want is a close field. All you want is close competition. And, you know, you trade 100 entrants that they're a mile apart for 30 that are really close together. You know, it is quality over quantity, and every time you come here, you got to do a direct comparison to the last one you did, whether it's one that you did in New Zealand, it's one that we've seen around the world, to even come to this international drift battle and to see it as tight as possibly ever. Just don't they make a mess of that main straight? Huh?
Unless I'm wrong, though, I think World Time Attack is one of the only events that actually has that drift section. I don't think you can actually drift it normally, so it is fairly equal and balanced through. We've been part of sort of some of the sessions earlier, and sort of talking about Ferris Katumi trying to learn the track, and just how hard is that to do compared to the local Aussie guys who are here lap after lap. For the drift guys, varies completely, because they can get asked for a different line every time they almost go out at every different event. So the line that's been asked for is perceived by all to be really, really difficult this weekend. So if you win this weekend, you are well and truly going to have driven very, very well, not once, not twice, but multiple times to get yourself all the way through the battle trees. We've taken a bit of footage over the top of the drift pits. The itometer alignment was going on before, Diggs, and a bit of warming up.
Yeah, well, look, you know, you guys were able to get out into the field and you know, obviously have to do a bit of work out there. But what is the vibe out there like? What are the builds like just as you walk past? You know, just mind blowing.
The easiest way to put it here is, I don't think you notice a difference in the quality as you go from drift to show to time attack, right? I think you used to come here maybe a couple of years ago, and the time attack thing was a little league of its own, right? If you take out the pro, because that's ridiculous money, right? Like, yes, you are seriously playing, but everything in the drift pits is a serious build. Everything in the show and shine is a serious build. Everything the time attack pits is a serious build. You don't come to World Time Attack to mess around.
Yeah, you don't come here to see average, do you?
No, you come here to see entertainment like this. Mitch Pullen, Levi Clark.
When you say average, this is your average show at a World Time Attack for you. Let's put average in that term.
This is average on a Friday night in Queensland.
This is an average Baker event right now. I mean, this is what you get, lunacy. And we're going to get some lunacy there, because Mitch Pullen, doesn't he Don't they both rev these small blocks like nothing else? I think they're both LS based. Mitch with the blower on it, and again another one similar to Gaz Wider, its own spaghetti exhaust system on it.
The octopus, is it?
It's the octopus.
Spaghetti and the octopus.
But honestly, you could go on a world tour. There we go.
Why is there a tank on the track? What's going on, Diggles?
Attention. Military exercise about to commence. Engage the tank. Cue the tank. He'll be there in about 20 minutes.
we did find out the top speed of this machine is 72k an hour.
Yep.
The top speed of what's going on? What is he up to?
Yeah, well, here we go. I think we're going to just have to,
I guess we'll find out.
Have another lap. I can't wait to see Mitch Pullen and the hot rod on the way down the main straight here shortly.
I think you'll find that these guys are going to run out of tyres, aren't they?
Yeah, they could.
Come round and left.
They could.
They're going to hang around here, are they?
Yeah,
what's going on, Diggs? Look, like they're just waiting.
Honestly, we're a bit privy to some of the activities here, but these guys are ready to do something crazy. Here it comes.
Well, what do you do with a tank?
Yeah,
what's the logical thing to do with a tank?
What are we doing with a tank here?
What do you do when you have a tank and two top talented drift drivers?
I think it's up to speed, this thing. It's up to speed.
Seems to me like if you had a tank, two drift cars.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you drift around them, do you?
Well, let's see what happens
maybe
here.
We'll be able to find out.
I'd certainly want to be somewhere within that armoured personnel character. He's up to 70. I'm sure it's up to speed there. Now, these guys are engaging this tank in some sort of weird and magical way. And Mitch Pullen ready to do something there.
Pull all the revs, you reckon?
Yeah.
That's top of third gear. The lovely young lady on the top is going to end up with the Matt Hall scenario with the tyre rubber in the teeth.
Yeah, it's very. And you know why Matt Hall's got tyre rubber in his feet? Because the spire wouldn't have gone away. You just go, this is great.
I thought he had I actually wondered if he had his flight helmet on.
Yeah.
It did look like he had his flight helmet on.
He might have. Here we go.
Let's just a casual thing for a Saturday afternoon. Let's just do a donut around the tank on the main straight of Eastern Creek on a Saturday afternoon, Diggs.
Yes, that's how we do it in Australia. I don't know what else everyone else around the world does on a Saturday afternoon, but yeah, we thought this would be a good thing to be able to do. And big angle, big skids, insane stuff. Mitch has got the harder job than Levi did because he did all the smoke first. But listen to this thing, Mitch Pullen.
Where'd the tank go? Disappeared into that cloud of smoke somewhere. Levi's come to a halt there, dude. What's going on?
Yeah,
back.
Levi, I don't know. Well, here we go. We've got a smoke screen here. And
now, I would not be... Rodeos. Oh. There we go, the rodeo. I love the tandem rodeo. Is there anything more drift?
No, there is no more drift than that. That is the
traditional victory celebration, right? Any bit.
Just letting these things sing a little bit there. It's the automotive equivalent of figure skating when you can put
there we
on
go,
a performance.
round and round she goes. Mitch Pullen's millimetres off that wall. As we see our tank just cruising on through. Now, what was that? Where did I see it? It's a 72 tonne. No, it's 11 tonnes and 72k an hour. That's right. 11 tonnes, 72k an hour.
God, that thing sounds so healthy, Mitch Pullen. It sounds so good.
This is just right outside our commentary box at the moment. So Mr. Diggles and I enjoying the aural sounds. That engine just sounds so happy. Mototainment, Mr. Diggles, like nowhere else on the face of the planet.
We'll have 100 little old ladies ringing the cops here shortly just because of something's going on over the road. I don't know what it is, but it sounds like they're up to no good.
Well, no, it'll be better. Something's going on over the road, and I think I saw someone had a tank.
Yeah, there's a tank involved.
There's a tank. Hello, what is your phone? Are you 111 or 911?
Hello, Triple O.
Yeah, Triple O is it? Is it Triple O?
Triple O. What's your emergency? Yeah. Oh, there's a tank involved. We've got crazy hoons hooting around, and why not? It sounds good. If it sounds good, rev it. And that hot rod, that tank, great action there. Just some madness for you folk out there. Just again, part of our Well, again, unique stuff that we told you were going to see something different when you come to World Time Attack. It's not like you can come and see the same old every year. We make sure you don't see the same old every year. You see more awesome activities. And what else can we dream up that we haven't done before?
I don't.
And you know what? Someone just happened to have an armoured personnel carrier in the garage. So we figured, how cool would that be? I hope he didn't drive it down. It's got Queensland Red Joe on it.
Right.
I just hope he didn't drive it down. That would have been like a week to get here if you can only do 70k an hour.
My math isn't good enough to work that out. We've still got a number of things to come too, right?
Yes. That was the six-wheeled armoured personnel carrier, of course, owned by Mark Truno. It's a 1952, first release in 1952, 16mm thick armour, 11 tonnes. I think they might have taken off the Browning machine gun, hopefully.
We did question that yesterday, didn't we? In terms of the inner gaming nerd who plays video games wondered where the barrel thing on the front was.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
Hang on, there are people on the back of that.
Yeah, it's a personnel carrier, so there's personnel in there. But Baker might have ended up in there. You never know, probably did. Engine, oh yeah, barra swap. No, joking. No, it's not a barra swap. It's a 5.7 litre Rolls-Royce straight 8, so it's just primed for a barra swap. That's what it is.
I was actually
at 11 tonne though. I don't know whether the barra can pull 11 tonnes. That might be the thing. There'll be guys out there saying, of course it can, just give it 50 psi and it will. But I just think that we'll keep the 5.7 litre Rolls-Royce B80 straight 8 exactly in there. And again, just another car that Mark Truno's...
He's a competitor too, isn't he? Mark was a competitor first of all.
He was, yeah. He had a VR38 powered 86 here before that, but he's been around a long time and is still a dyed-in-the-wool car guy. Look at the action there in the infield. The stylised car show and shine is going off. Quite a bit of Mazda rotary representation there in the middle, and just about every damn platform you would ever dream of wanting to have. There is an example of it there, and in fact, our lady on the ground, Charlie, has more for us to hear.
Well, guys, I thought I'd come into the paddock to bring my heart rate down after I was with Matt Hall and Mad Mike. It's not going to work because I just saw a tank being circled by drift cars. Guys, the entertainment is insane here at World Time Attack Challenge this weekend, but it's not over. We have not only Matt Hall coming up very, very soon, he is getting into his plane as we speak. We have the pit lane walk. Now, if you are here at Sydney Motorsport Park for World Time Attack and you've never experienced the pit lane walk, it is not to be missed. You get so up close and personal with the drivers and, of course, the star cars, the record breakers, the trophy holders. You can get so amongst the action. So I am at pit entry where you can access pit lane at 2:30 for the pit lane walk. I'm going to be at the front of the queue because it's not to be missed.
Charlie, the hostess with the mostest, isn't she? She's having a great old day out there. And the best thing about, do you know what the best thing about this, Diggs? That's not manufactured. Like, you could easily just go, she's just doing whatever. Yep. Charlie is genuinely excited about absolutely everything down there in the pits, and it's amazing. If Luffy is the ultimate news hound,
yes,
then Charlie might be the ultimate excitement fiend.
Oh, absolutely, and she's sussing it out. Her role is very clear. Get out amongst it and bring us back the vibes.
Is that a line building for the pit walk?
Yeah, well, the pit walk we know is going to be at 2:30, so we encourage anyone that's been here before that does the pit walk. You know, you sort of got to go to the end of the main pit building, so just near turn 1. There's a boom gate there. We want you all behind that because at a certain time we're actually going to lock out pit lane and allow you to walk from the bottom of the building up the pit lane there to the top, and normally I think it's one-way traffic. We let people come through from the bottom near that plane, and we're allowing everyone to be able to walk up to the other end there. So we're still going to line those cars up to do that. It's all a big logistical exercise. But while we're getting the plane sorted, Josh is out there in the largest temporary Hyundai dealership we've ever seen. Josh?
Hey everyone, it's Josh Buchan here. I've taken a break from the commentary booth and come to the Hyundai zone where I'll normally be hanging around. I'm here with Nick, technical specialist for HMCA in Australia, and we are basically running a bit of a show where we have customers coming in, booking a tech check for our Hyundais. Certain models are applicable. Nick, mate, can you talk me through a little bit about what we've got on our little sheet here that our customers will be receiving for their service and health check.
Yeah, of course, Josh. So yeah, basically today it's just an opportunity for HMCA to reach out to our customers, especially our loyal customers, and just give them an opportunity to see what happens in a genuine service. Being that connecting a diagnostic tool to see what fault codes they have, which is specifically to a Hyundai dealership with the GDS, and just having a look at all other aspects of the vehicle, whether that be their oil level, their coolant level, brake fluid, checking their batteries, checking their wipers, and then checking their wheels and tyres and suspension and brakes. So yeah, that's pretty much what we're here doing, just to give them that initial insight as to what's happening so they can go to a dealership and get those things looked at.
Now, if you do book this for World Time Attack, you do get a double pass for the event, valued at $275. So it's a bit of a kicker there. Plus, you get $100 off your next scheduled service for your Hyundai at your Hyundai authorised dealer. Now, our cars are obviously notoriously reliable. Is there anything over the last day or so that you've seen in cars that have come through that has stood out or maybe hasn't been where we would normally spec them? Maybe washer fluid?
Honest, Josh, to be honest, really, at the moment, the main thing we've been seeing is low tyres. I think that's a pretty common occurrence. Most people don't check their tyres just obviously because it's one of those things, get in your car and drive it. So yeah, seeing tyres has been a common one. Obviously, we've been seeing a few low batteries as well. But otherwise, yeah, we haven't seen any sort of issues with the vehicles themselves.
To be expected. So come on down, have a look if you haven't already at the Hyundai Zone. We've also got a couple of cool things happening. Thank you, Nick. You can see here we've got a massive lineup waiting for DK Keiichi Tsuchiya, doing an autograph signing session throughout the day in scheduled timings.
Oh, we're back. We're back, Diggles.
Well, there we go. We've been, we've just been in the service department. Now we're back sort of in the service reception. And God, the Drift Kings, he'll have, he might have a bionic hand before too long. He needs to sign all the autographs. And meanwhile, you're going to get from one crazy fast fella to this crazy fast fella, and that is Tarzan Yamada in this Spoon Civic from the US of A. And I was actually thinking while you and JDA were talking about this, is that, for a 25-hour endurance race, we should see more of that. It is the ultimate test. It's the best way to sell motor vehicles, is to race them. And this car definitely stood out as a serious competitor. I think it reflects how many Civics they sold in the US and how many... against, of course, the American market cars. They're really just dominating. And you need to do that on the racetrack too. And look, Spoon, what an iconic brand, an iconic tuner brand, mainly associated with Honda for like forever.
Do you remember the point that Tony brought up yesterday when we talked about this car, that when they did this race for 25 hours, you could only change one wheel per pit stop?
Yeah.
Imagine doing that. So you go and drive, you got to go try and cycle through 25 hours. Now, the context I put this in was obviously our commentary team. If we tried to drive this,
saw that.
Yeah, I thought that'd be quite fun, really.
Luffy's doing all the driving.
Luffy's doing all the driving, yeah. And the rest of us will be the people holding him up as we try and change one wheel per pit stop.
Well, I tell you what, it's an absolute pleasure to have him here. He is one of our staples. He is one of our. He's one of us.
He's a legend. He's a legend.
Well, he's one of us, and he was a hero before he came to Australia. And if anything, it's like anything. You want to make sure that we keep emulating these heroes while we've got them. They're living legends. And you know what? He's not a retired racing driver. He's a racing driver.
He's 100%. I had the pleasure of hosting him in the VIP suite just prior, and he's just an absolute gentleman. He stood and just took photo after photo, signed some autographs, little postcards he had with him. And I think he relates to fans both young and old, and his passion for World Time Attack is unparalleled. And one of the really interesting things was I sort of put it to the crowd and said, well, we get him to bring back one car. What do we put Tarzan in? And I also asked him, which was your favourite car? And he said Cyber Evo.
Yeah, there we go.
But I think that's pipe dream. I don't know that's possible to do it, but if anyone can do it, Ian Baker can do it. So you are watching, ladies and gentlemen, roughly a 330 odd horsepower. It's a hot hatch. We were just looking at the Hyundais. We'll probably look at the Hyundai again shortly. This is the current hot hatch of choice for the roads and available for pretty much any market probably that's tuned in on the live stream, right? We have a very Kiwi version of this.
Yes.
There's an Aussie version of this. There's a very stateside way of modifying this. And it's always really interesting just to watch how the different, I guess, tuning cultures adapt and just put their own flavour on things. And even I think within Australia, right, you'd have a difference between Queensland to Sydney to Victoria.
Well, again, it's all the location of, and access to motorsport facilities or any sort of motoring facility where you can, live out your dreams, which way you want to do it. As long as you want a steering wheel in front of you as part of the thrill, there is something to do no matter where you are right around the world. And, we have a hashtag one perfect lap. I'll have another one, hashtag one more racetrack.
Yeah.
That's another one I think we need to do, because these are what have been commonly termed freedom factories, which is not copyrighted that I know of, but these things are where you actually get to be free. Now, here we go. Tarzan, pretty neat lap, not too untidy. Runs that through. Now, look, I know that he can run a transponder in the car, or whether or not, we're hand timing him, but all I know is that guy out there is doing almost what has become instinctive. I remember over so many years of talking to these guys that it's like, how many laps must you have done? How many events must you have raced at? And you cannot get that out of these guys. But, one day someone's got to get some statistics together for us to just sum up how much experience these guys have had to get to this very moment where they're still doing it for us.
I think even if you were to quantify, you'd go World Time Attack experiences. He's been here every year I've been here, so I think this is my 11th. If he does 2 days each year and he does Pro Time Attack sessions, so that's 3 laps per session, so he's probably, he's well into that 10,000 hour apprenticeship. 10,000 hours or 10,000 laps? 10,000 laps.
Could be 10,000. Could be 10,000 laps.
I'd say for you and I, and for the commentary apprenticeship, it's 10,000 words, but that's just actually a normal introduction for you, Dix.
Well, that's before breakfast.
Yeah, that's just you.
That's a production.
Yeah, that was just you.
Yeah. No, well, we're all on a journey, and Tarzan's nowhere near the end of his journey. Just actually talking to a couple of the younger fellas last night, and you've got to go back now and probably scour YouTube to find it, or raid someone's old DVD drawer, then go and buy yourself a DVD player so you can watch DVDs.
The old option DVDs.
Yes, they were the best.
Classics. They're coming back.
Honestly, there should be a whole channel dedicated to that, or at least something that's on a streaming service that gives you just snapshots of old car culture.
Maybe if
DVDs.
we're lucky, maybe if we wait, maybe our friends in AV can come up with some sort of World Time Attack sort of 10-year DVD or something.
Oh, absolutely.
Netflix series.
If you had enough time to do a podcast series and pick out your favourite DVDs and talk about them, that'll be a very, I think, educational podcast. Again, some of that stuff's slow to pick up a lot of new fans, but you get every geek in there that's already on it watching it all, because I know that I've still done that with my boys growing up, as we'll watch those hot versions and the options and high ignition. High octane. High octane and all of that. Speaking of high octane, haven't we got a bloke to talk to right now? I think we might have the boss, the Bernie Ecclestone of Time Attack, Bernie Baker. Is that right? Who have we got? The enigma, the man, the legend.
Well, I wanted to prove that he wasn't taken away in that tank that we saw during the drift demo. He wasn't in the back as a passenger. Ian Baker, we are standing on the dummy grid staring at a parade of Lamborghinis. I'm pretty sure both you and I dreamt of moments like this as kids.
Exactly. I mean, everyone had a Lamborghini Countach on their wall when if they were a car kid, that's what they had on their wall. So, yeah, we thought we'd do something special. World Time Attack's all about stuff you never get to see. And I mean, I don't think you're going to see this very often. Like, we've got one of each model. We've got a Miura, a Countach, a Diablo, a Murcielago, and an Aventador, all in this one tent together, beautifully curated. We're going to put a few of them out in the track for the fans to listen to them roar.
Absolutely, and I think you're right. You're absolutely right. You are the mastermind behind bringing these experiences that we certainly maybe don't even see at all, but then to see them all in one place. But we have to take a moment and look around us. How many people are here, Baker?
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
It's fantastic.
I would say we've broken some sort of record here. It's just mental. Biggest by far. There was a queue to get in here was just beyond belief. But hey, the people have spoken, man. We're here. Time Attack's here to stay.
Absolutely, and bigger and better next year. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Yeah, I would say so. Like, I don't know how we make it bigger out of room, man. This is capacity, but yeah, it's on. Thanks for coming, everyone. It's awesome.
Oh, the man himself is an absolute privilege. And, of course, he's my boss, so I'm going to say that. No, he's an absolute gem, and we are so happy to be back, bigger and better than ever, as the Bulls go out on parade and pit lane walk is coming up really soon, gents.
Yeah, so look at that. We've got a police escort out there. It's not often we get the police escort, but we've got a passenger ride in the Lambo behind. I tell you what, the old 300C is going to, get out of my way. Get out my way.
I think is this for Beat the Blue? Is this a fundraising passenger ride?
I think this is the fundraising passenger ride, Warren. You're spot on. So the winner of that, if it was a raffle or whatever we had, this is the ride in the Lambo.
Yeah, it is for the New South Wales Police Legacy.
Yes,
Beat the Blue. So this is somebody's won a ride, and they are now ahead of both you and I, Diggles, because we've been coming here for 10 years and have still never done a complete lap either.
No, I've never had a complete lap during the full schedule. We're too busy working, but one year I'd like to have the commentators challenge where we all go down and hop in a car and try and do a flying lap.
We'll use the Spoon Civic. We use the same one, seven of us.
Let's use the Spoon Civic, or we use Dale Malone's GT300 car, one of the two.
I don't think I can fit in that.
Now, tell you what, the old 300C's got something.
Oh, here we go.
Guess what? Beat the Blue.
Done. He's going. He's going.
Hemi, never heard of her.
Oh, no, I thought he was going to... I was expecting... We saw a different Lamborghini doing... What did we see last night? 280, 290 k an hour?
Yeah, we sure did. And that's these machines are just absolute weapons. So we're starting with this fantastic hot lap. And Beat the Blue. The old 300C's got a few ponies there that it's not all showing.
Is that of the PR stable? Is that one of the? I mean, what do they start at? Sort of 12, 13, 14, 1500 odd horse? Is that?
I did see the
I was just reading the plate and I was just wondering, and it carries the same Astron tech as was it Giuseppe Timorello?
Yeah, that's
right.
Last night.
It
could be could be maybe another one of Giuseppe's or one of the customers from the shop.
Imagine having a race to the shop with the boys if you got a couple of those.
This is the sort of police escort that you want. You wish you could have that. Honestly, if you're on a normal highway and you saw a police escort for a guy in a Lamborghini, you'd instantly be sus at that. You'd be thinking, what the hell's going on here?
Some sort of rock star, right?
Yeah, it is. Either that or that's the perfect cover for a cannonball run. Yes. One of the two. And when we get to see the bulls on parade, I think of the movies like Cannonball Run.
We're not going to. With the amount of bulls on parade, we're not going to talk too much over that, are we? We're just going to let people enjoy the sounds of that type of parade.
If they're going to let them loose, if they're going to blow the cobwebs out of them, I'm going to hear the Countach on full blow. I want to hear the Miura, the Diablo, the Aventador, the Murcielago. I want to hear them.
One of everything?
One of everything.
One of everything.
It's definitely left the boys in blue behind this time, but that was it, about to give the Lambo a little bit of its head. That's part of the ride, the experience. You not only want to just idle around in a Lamborghini, you want that car to maybe show you a little bit about what a Lamborghini truly feels like.
All for a good cause. All for a good cause.
Yes, absolutely.
The New South Wales Police Legacy Fund. Look, while we're talking about that, actually, we sort of haven't talked that much, Diggs, today about Destination New South Wales. They must be stoked with how many people have come into town. You saw how excited Ian Baker was about the amount of people here.
Yep. It's an internationally acknowledged event, and Destination New South Wales acknowledges that we need more events to this country, international events, and we've got a lot of international visitors here. Yep, pull over. In another episode of Police 10-7.
Yes. You have that program here too?
Yes, we love it.
Yeah.
It's actually family viewing. We watch it.
Right.
But down here,
we don't have one anymore. We're not allowed it.
No, there we go. You're not allowed it.
No, it got cancelled.
Oh my goodness,
It
is a good show. It is a good show, but
light-hearted family viewing.
Lights and sirens as they try and pull up the Lambo, and showing no respect for authority is disappearing off. But we've got a passenger to appeal to. I'm sure the boys in blue are having fun in the 300C, and they get a bit of a taste themselves, I think. Unless we've, we might. I'm sure we've got probably bona fide, genuine coppers in the car driving at 300C. I think they're getting a taste for what World Time Attack's all about. I want to see the 300C go for a fly.
There's a trivia piece for you, Diggles. Have we ever had a trained police officer participate in World Time Attack?
Right, there's the first time for everything.
I'm thinking, right, we love to do various bits and pieces. How about we have a little shootout between the police, the armed forces. What else have you got here?
The fireys, the ambulance.
They're all trained drivers, right?
Yes.
I think that'd be fantastic.
Next thing you know, someone's going to build a drift fire truck next to you. Watch.
That'd be Ryan Turek.
Yeah, Ryan Turek
will turn up with a drift fire truck. But I think that'd be fantastic. They're all trained, and I think as a culture and a community, we've moved on from kind of our strained relationship with the boys in blue.
Yeah.
We certainly work alongside them now in terms of regulated events and the old cars and caffeine type things, the Sunday cruises. And
Absolutely.
I think that'd be fantastic to see a representative of the police out here, even if they had a control car type setup.
And you know what? It's programs like this that really help break down the barriers and just let you know that there are quite a lot of supportive police employees out there that the cops or whatever that are real car people.
Yes.
And you know what? When you get the right police on the right beat at the right show, they're into it as much as anything. Not that they'll always cut you a lot of slack because rules are rules, but it's all about safety and all that sort of stuff and making sure they enforce the law. But they're also very tolerant, realising that when you do go to a car event, the Gronk factor doesn't really turn up too many times at events like that. If anything, they're the upstanding citizens that you need to acknowledge that you got to give respect to.
I love that word.
Yeah, I like Gronk too. I like the word Gronk.
It is the quintessential Australian word. I love that
Hey,
word.
honestly, punish the Hoons and the Gronks when they're doing it wrong. But when you go to a car show, we don't pick on them because you're making the effort to go there and try and represent, be an upstanding citizen. And that was a great little folly out there. I'm sure our lucky passenger ride winner.
How good is that number?
Experience of a lifetime.
Sorry, Diggs, I cut you off mid-flow.
You're right.
No, how good is that number though? Just keeps coming up on the straight. 117.
Yep.
How good is that?
Again. Yeah,
that's
just
it. As the crowd starts to make its way and build towards pit lane, if you have not experienced the pit walk at World Time Attack, it is unlike anything else I can describe. I was trying to explain it to Jared DeAndy yesterday. So I said, it's probably like being at Disneyland.
It is.
On a school holidays in the United States. It's just so packed with people. And it's amazing just to be amongst that atmosphere of pure car enthusiasts.
It absolutely is, and we're very close to letting a lot of our car enthusiasts go out there into the pit walk shortly. But you know what? It's a good thing that you brought that up about that minute 17, because I think we need to let's rev the adrenaline up a little bit before we go for a lovely pit walk. And let's have a look at this flying lap this morning. We didn't think it was going to be 1 second quicker than yesterday's 1 minute 18, but strap yourself in for this lap. Quick through here, he pushes out there now. Through here, short shift. Now you watch him halfway through this corner here. You watch him halfway through this corner. 2 little goes in it, you see on the end of the apex. So let's scratch one perfect corner. That wasn't a perfect corner. There's another moment coming up here. It was still quick all the way through here, but that was the one moment I wanted to pick up that wasn't perfect out of everything else.
And the trick to watching this video too is to pay close attention to this, because we'll show you, I think, the in-car straight after this, and then it'll reconcile in your mind just how active Barton Mawer is in this vehicle.
Just about from here, it was all perfect from here, but this is the ultimate perfect lap. We've never seen a lap like this in the history of not only Sydney Motorsport Park, but World Time Attack.
Outright. It is outright.
Absolutely. Man, top of the pack, this is it.
I would love for Luffy later on just to have a little conversation with a couple of the drivers he knows. I mean, what does this do to the professional driving community in Australia? Does it, as you watch him conclude that lap? And are we going to go straight to the in-car potentially?
Oh, that was the moment.
Yeah, there we are.
All right,
now have a look at this. Reconcile this in your brain.
Let's just soak it all up. We won't talk over this. You don't need to. that will go down in history. A fantastic lap, 2 times there on the lap now. When you look at it after a couple of times, you know there's a little bit more in that for Barton, even though he took a second off it anyway.
Well,
oh, here we go. Strap yourself in.
On parade. The Lamborghini demo, expertly put together and created as the brainchild of Ian Baker. Here we go. Down the straight they come. Just getting a feel for the track there. That is the Conta. Are you a Lamborghini aficionado, Mr.
Oh,
Diggles?
absolutely. I was exactly what Ian Baker said. Yeah, one of those kids that had the Countach on the wall. I wasn't allowed to have the one with the lady on it, but I did have the white one. But to have a look at that, the Aventador, the Murcielago. Do we get the Miura in there? I'm looking on track there. I was just trying to pick up what's where. The Miura, which was the original 1966 to 1973. It had the transverse V12 in it. That's right, V12 in sideways behind you, which was a unique thing in the 60s, let me tell you. But
I'm still fascinated with the fact Lamborghini started with a tractor, right? So.
Yeah, well, that's right. A lot of people hark straight back to that history that, when you start, building tractors and then honing your skills and then realising one day, I think I want to get really involved. And this car, I think, also another one out of Pininfarina. They did a lot of the styling for Lamborghini in the earlier days, and that Countach. I mean, I can't remember how many times as a kid I drew that car. You know what I mean? Like I could nearly draw it in my sleep. You can almost draw a profile of a Lamborghini Countach in your head. Those wheels, those gull wing doors, those angles.
It's like it's purpose built for a kid who's doing tech drawing at school.
Absolutely.
In the mid-80s or 90s.
Absolutely, and you just. Honestly, if there was a bucket list Lamborghini that I could own, I'd go for one. I'd go for a Countach.
You go
absolutely.
Older? You go older?
Absolutely go for a Countach. If I had a choice of any of them, I like Countach from 74 to 1990 for it to look as good as it did in the 70s. That's a tribute to Pininfarina's designing style. You think of other cars like the Lancia Stratos or that sort of thing that they came out of. Italian motor vehicles. I mean, honestly, this is where...
No small smiles on those faces, are there?
This is where you get that sort of love for the automobile when you see things so sweet, and it tells you that it is sweet and sexy. Speaking of that, we've got a little bit of both down there with Charlie and Luffy. I won't tell you which one.
Oh, I know which one's which. Absolutely. Luffy, the moment has arrived. I'm very excited about it. I actually think about this moment for quite a long time. Obviously, presenting with you is very important to me, but pit lane walk has begun. And I will say that somewhere in there's some cars, because there's a whole lot of people.
Well, the scary thing is we've got to walk from here to the other end of pit lane, and but look, this is amazing to see the support for World Time Attack, to see so many people here this year. We're talking record number of entries, we're talking record crowds here at the circuit today, but we're also at the business end of the weekend. We are talking Shootout later today. The weather has been amazing, the cars have been amazing. Barton Mawer's lap record, that is just next level, which obviously we'll delve into a little bit later. But like you said, we're here on pit walk time. We've got bulls out on track. We're watching these beautiful Lamborghinis go round, and we've got a massive crowd of people here behind us.
A huge crowd. We've also got Matt Hall preparing, because not only is the entertainment on the ground, it's in the skies. And I have to say, there is a surprise coming. You will not want to miss a second of that show. It will blow you away. Now, Luffy, how are we going to do this? Because every time I walk somewhere with this man, he gets stopped for an autograph or a selfie. You know, he's so photogenic. So I'm not looking forward to trying to muscle my way through several hundred people with you.
Well, I reckon we're going to try and push our way, and I think we go along on the pit wall and try and scoot our way down that way, because otherwise this sort of 20-minute walk is going to take us about an hour and 20 minutes to get to the other end of pit lane. So let's go for a wander this way, and we'll start having a bit of talk about some of the cars and some of the things that we've seen so far today. So one thing that I can actually say is we had a chat earlier to Nathan Morecambe, because obviously the reigning GCG Open champion, they had problems with that car yesterday, and the car was actually missing in action first thing this morning. But I just saw Nathan before, somewhere in and amongst that crowd of people, about two garages over that way. I can confirm Nathan Morecambe's car is back. It's had an engine transplant overnight. They took the car away. They did a complete engine change in that car, and the car is back. It's ready to go, and he said they are going after Tim Slade, because obviously Tim Slade this morning in open class was a 26.5, so he's definitely lowered that benchmark. So Nathan's very confident that they've got what it takes. But again, you look across this sea of people. Somewhere across there also is a beautiful Ferrari 308 GTB. Mike Burrows and the guys from Stanceworks, they've brought that car out from America. Same thing yesterday. They had gearbox problems. They've worked overnight. They worked here till midnight. Security came along and said, it's time to go. But they were back here at 4 a.m. to finish that, and they've been back out there, and they are having an amazing time here. They've loved their time here at World Time Attack so far, and we've loved seeing them here.
And we spoke about it yesterday, how the Australian community really rallied around them to help them get that gearbox issue fixed, and they were so complimentary. They love the Aussies. They love coming over here. So good on you, World Time Attack community. You've nailed it. You've welcomed the Americans with open arms, but you also like to beat them on track as well.
Well, exactly. And speaking of Americans here in this end of pit lane, we've got Ryan Turk in that amazing Toyota Supra. The V10, it is bliss to the ears out there, and having a talk to him earlier today, he's really excited to be here. For him, he actually said coming to World Time Attack has been one of those bucket list events for him. So it's amazing to see guys like that have been all around the world. Races in Formula D in the States there, was talking about what races he's got coming up later on this year. And he's excited to be here, was talking about a new car build that they're starting later this year, and he's keen to bring that car back to World Time Attack in the future. So he's a fan of this event, and we're a fan of his. So looking forward to seeing, number one, what this new car build might be, because that Supra is certainly an amazing bit of gear, but also looking forward to having him come back. Like you said, the great thing about this year, it's the first time we've had international teams come back. We've obviously got guys like Ryan Turk here as well, and we look forward to seeing more of that in the future.
Oh, it's been fantastic, hasn't it? Just to bring the world back to Sydney Motorsport Park for World Time Attack Challenge. And again, Ryan's team, when I spoke to them yesterday, they were like, how cool is this? For them, it was a passion project. They said that they were actually sending each other short memes and videos of V10s, because the project took so long. It was to keep them motivated, because they were chasing that sound. They were chasing that symphony that only a V10 can provide. So it's wonderful to see them here.
Well, I was looking at some videos of that car online earlier. You look at that car on the chassis dyno on YouTube, over 3 million views of a car just on a chassis dyno. It's not driving anywhere. It's just going up through the gears, flame spitting out from underneath it. That car is the epitome of cool.
Well, it also just shows you how passionate our community is, isn't it? And you can see it by the amount of people that are in pit lane right now. You and I, Luffy, we can't even walk through there. There is so many people getting up close. You know, you and I, we spend a lot of our time in pit lanes across Australia and New Zealand. I don't actually ever see pit lane walks like this. Not only the level of access that you get, the drivers are standing there ready to answer any question that you could possibly have and talk so passionately about their cars, but also just the sheer amount of people that just love coming here.
Well, for me, I haven't seen a track walk like this since the last time I was at the Nürburgring 24-hour race. So that's the sort of level of the amount of people that we've got here. Like the start at the Nürburgring 24-hour race, you can remember there's up to 180 cars for the start of the race there. And so the grid walk there is just filled with people. And for me, this reminds me exactly of trying to sort of navigate your way through that grid walk at the Nürburgring 24-hour race. It is just wall-to-wall people. They usually have a concert there as well. That's how big the grid walk is, but this reminds me exactly of that. You just look out there as a sea of people. We've got blue skies, we've got sunshine. Ian Baker's done his job again. He's put on an amazing event for all these people, and it's great to see so many fans here. I was having a talk to someone before, and I think the thing that separates World Time Attack is that it's not just about what we see out there on track. That is obviously a very big portion of it, but when you go out the back, obviously you've spent a lot of time out the back there with some of our trade stands and our supporters and all that sort of stuff. There is so much to see out there from not only the trade stands, but also the cars, the show and shine. You've been down there. And then we've got our drifters of a night time. So there's just something here for everyone. You almost struggle to get around and see everything out here.
Well, I think that's what's so important to say as well, is that even though we have people sitting in grandstands, we have people sitting up on the mounds, everyone loves coming and seeing absolutely everything that this event has to offer. And sometimes, we can find that we just sit in one spot, maybe. It's not like that here. Everyone gets amongst it and really experiences it. There's so much variety as well. There is something for everyone. No matter what you are into, it is here. I have to ask you though, Luffy, you're the news hound, you've won this before, you're the ultimate guy. Everyone, when they think World Time Attack, they think Ian Baker, they think Warren Luff. They do. You must have a favourite though. from the current crop that we have, who I know you have to be unbiased, but you can tell us amongst friends who stands out to you. Who do you really back?
Look, you can't think about the current crop of World Time Attack competitors without going past Barton Mawer and what those guys did out here today. Like, to see that car in action out here, like, we were part of something so special in Australian motorsport history today, because like the time that car did, the previous outright lap record holder at Sydney Motorsport Park was Nico Hulkenberg back in 2007 in the A1 Grand Prix. And we're talking a purpose-built open-wheeler car, super light, massive amounts of horsepower. And Barton's gone like nearly a second and a half faster than that. And then to see him come back in, to see the reaction of his team and the fans and everything like that, and to watch that raw emotion of what that meant to those guys, and to Barton especially, because that car's been a massive project in the making. That car first debuted here at World Time Attack in 2015. First time for Barton driving it was 2016. And when you look back at the evolution of that car, the very first time that car ran here, it did a 1 minute 26.8. So we're talking over the evolution of that car, it's found 8 seconds. And we spoke about this earlier on in the weekend. Where else in worldwide motorsport do you see the evolution of cars in one category gain so much performance over that period of time? Like, from the early days of World Time Attack here at Sydney Motorsport Park, when Tarzan Yamada won the very first World Time Attack event here in 2010, I think the winning time then was a very high 1 minute 29. So we're nearly 12 seconds faster in a space of 12 years. So it is amazing to see the evolution of the sport, and it also now makes you wonder, where do we go to next? Like, there was always that sort of question mark over that lap of Nico Hulkenberg's. Was that ever going to be achievable from sort of those early days of doing 29s? When we obviously ran Nemo, we got down into the 25s, then we got down into the low 20s, and obviously in recent years, Barton's broken that. He's got into the 1 minute 19s, but there was always that lap of Nico Hulkenberg's, because that record has stood for so long, and there was always that question mark as to would we ever get to that point. We've now not only got to that point, but we've absolutely obliterated that record. So now it obviously marks the question of where do we go to next? Like, where is the limit? We now look at the unofficial lap record is actually held by none other than Aussie Dan Ricciardo in a Red Bull F1 car at a 1 minute 14. Now, up until today, we would have said a 1 minute 14. No, that's not even possible. We're at a 1 minute 17 now. We aren't that far away, and that is, we're talking a purpose-built Red Bull Formula One car, and we now have that beautiful RP968. Still a few seconds away, but is that the next benchmark that we're heading towards?
Oh my gosh, that question gave me goosebumps, because it is within reach, isn't it? It's very much, if you look over the evolution, as you said, it's gained 8 seconds. So 3, guys, you've got this. But talking about the future as well of World Time Attack, the Hyundai Ioniq 5N has been a big part of this weekend as well. It's been amazing to see Tsuchiya-san driving that car. And yesterday when we were doing the wrap of the day, he was drifting around here. It was just such a moment to see him. And of course, we have welcomed him with open arms. But it does beg the question about our EV future, doesn't it? And where Time Attack and where, you know, us as consumers are heading.
It certainly does. It's the EV, it's that hybrid technology. You look at how the performance of Formula One has really evolved over recent years with obviously hybrid technology and all that sort of stuff. You look at Le Mans 24 Hour, it's all heading towards that hybrid / partial EV technology and everything like that. So 10 years ago, you wouldn't have even sort of spoke about sort of bringing an EV to an event like World Time Attack, but now we're on that cusp of EVs like we spoke about, that Ioniq 5N Hyundai that we've had here. You look at the performance figures of that car. 0 to 100, 3.4 seconds, 2 electric motors, the front engine putting out somewhere in the region of 160 kilowatts, the rear 180 odd kilowatts. We're talking insane levels of performance, like a 0 to 100 of 3.4. You didn't have to go back that long ago, and that was the exclusive territory of your supercars, your Ferraris, your Lamborghinis, your Porsches and all that sort of stuff. these were cars that were out of reach to the average person, and we're now talking this for cars that the regular consumer can go in to your local Hyundai dealership and in the very near future be able to buy those straight off the showroom floor. So it's that next level of evolution of World Time Attack. We've seen massive changes in the aerodynamics in recent years and the amount of downforce these cars are producing. We're at that level of performance now where a top World Time Attack car is around about or just over the 1,000 horsepower mark. But again, with that EV technology, we're looking at sort of massive improvements in not only performance, but torque and drivability and all that sort of stuff. So it's that next level of performance that we'll wait and see what the future holds.
It's so great to see also the future here right now with so many kids and young teens flooding through the paddock and of course pit lane as the pit lane walk does come to a close. It's wonderful to see so many young people just embracing World Time Attack and will do for years to come.
And the other thing I love about World Time Attack is, and we speak about this so often right throughout the telecast, it's the diversity of cars. We look down here in pit lane now, we've got a Datsun 1600 right here in front of us. This is a car that was built in the 60s through into the 70s. Like my dad rallied one of these in the London Mexico rally some sort of 25 odd years ago. But the level of performance of this car now, like the original engineers at Datsun would be sort of horrified / so excited to see what their creation from some over 40 odd years ago has evolved into. You're talking massive amounts of aero, huge horsepower, and people being able to sort of come with all sorts of cars. We've got a Toyota Yaris beside it. We've got a S2000 here beside us. We've got Lotus Exige. We've got Mitsubishi Evos. We've got Toyota Supra. Again, there's the amount of different cars that we see here. There really is something for everyone up and down this pit lane.
And it makes motorsport so accessible, doesn't it? You see something here. Oh, please don't fall over, Warren. You're actually worth quite a lot of money. We need you for Bathurst. No, we need you. But yes, it makes it so accessible. You can see something here that can inspire your next project and then go into the paddock and find those exact parts that you need to create it yourself. I love that about the World Time Attack, that it just brings all of those people together. Honestly, again, goosebumps. Just love this event. And as we look down towards turn one now, there is still hundreds of people in pit lane enjoying everything that this event just has to offer us.
It certainly does. And again, when we come back to cars, exactly like what we've got here in front of us, we spoke about the little Toyota Yaris down there. Our Club Sprint competitors, these are the foundations of what World Time Attack started out as, because back in the days of Super Lap, when it first started out at Oran Park, it was highly modified road cars to see how fast they could go. And that Club Sprint class today is still the foundations of where this sport originated from. So we have got cars here that still have their number plates on. Some of these cars were literally driven to the track and will be driven home from the track this afternoon. So it's exciting to see, again, how many cars. Again, look, number plates. There's a car that's going to be driven on the road probably this week. But
So
it's
who's the gentleman that's driving this car
weekend.
home? Back to his house. Who's popping that in his garage this weekend? It's just so wonderful. We're so grateful also to all of our officials, our volunteers that come out and spend their weekend with us and make sure that this event can go ahead. Of course, it is voluntary, so they rally around. Everyone here is just so fantastic at being here for the whole event. So you're pointing at me. I was looking at the paint. Is that what you're pointing out to me?
So one of the things that we've seen this year, which was the first time ever, is this orange paint over the top of the ute here. Now, this car actually really excites me because I used to race a ute back in the day, some odd 20 years ago. But this high flow Viz paint has actually been used on a number of cars today, and it really is straight out of the Formula One world, because what it basically does is it shows how the air travels over the vehicle. So just prior to the cars going out on track, they spray all this paint around over the vehicle. And then what they're looking for is how that paint actually moves and rolls across the vehicle. It shows how the aero is actually working. And obviously one of the things they're very keen to see with the ute is how the wind comes not only off the roof and heads towards the massive rear wing that we can see. But obviously in the back of this, you've got this massive hole where you would normally have obviously the tray and everything like that, to see how the wind moves from the roof and across to the rear wing. And we've seen it on a number of cars. We saw it on the little Datsun 1600. We've seen it on some of the cars in Club Sprint. So it really is, it shows how that the aero side of this sport is a constant evolution, because people are always searching for that next new thing, and it's also about understanding how their cars are actually working. It's not just a case of, let's go get a big wing, let's just strap it on the car and hope for the best. There's a method behind the madness. You can see the orange paint on the underside of the rear wing, and you can see how it's been moving around with the air. It's all over the left side of the car. You can see how that high flow vis paint is streamed back down the side of the car. So they're going to take those lessons away and see what they can find out about it and apply those lessons, and no doubt come back bigger and badder and stronger than ever before for next year's event.
It's fascinating, isn't it? And it's actually seeing the testing happening right before our eyes, and then, as you say, they'll come back, learn everything from it, and then apply it when they come back next year. Everyone waving at King Luffy. We're standing up here on the pit wall. But as we reach pit entry, but exit for us for the pit lane walk, it's just, I can't stop saying it. It's just wonderful to see so many people here, but also talk to us. Oh, and a box of VB in the back of a ute, which is how nature intended it.
There is nothing more Australian than a good old Aussie Holden ute with a case of VB in the back.
Yes, I could not agree more.
Ian Baker's lips will be salivating right about now looking at that.
Absolutely. So congratulations, guys. Well done. You've done us proud. So, of course, we've still got so much more track action to come this afternoon. So, Luffy, we've seen that there's now a bit of cloud cover. The track conditions keep changing here, the weather conditions, I should say, as well. Talk us through what we can expect. How will that change things this afternoon?
Yeah, look, one of the things we know here at Sydney Motorsport Park, watch that puddle there.
Look,
one of the things we know here, and like at most circuits that we go to anywhere here in Australia, is generally the track is at its fastest either first thing in the morning or later on the day. During that middle part of the day, the sun is out, track temperature comes up, air temperature comes up. It doesn't really work well for cars to generate the maximum amount of performance. But as we get towards this later part of the afternoon, obviously we've got the shootout later on tonight. That's when I think you'll start to see time start to tumble again. We're going to see guys start to sort of turn up that turbo boost, because turbo engines love that sort of cooler air. And with the way that the sun's been out today, this temperature is going to it's going to hold in the bitumen for a little while there. We've seen also now in our open class where with the tyre blankets, the cars are running these days to be able to sort of bring those slick tyres up to temperature. It's all those advancements this year that we've seen improvements in performance. So I think the shootout's going to be really exciting later on today. I think we're going to see some more records tumble across some of the different classes, and there's some guys out there that have got some big aspirations for later on in the day. So the day is only really just getting started now. We've still got so much more action to go, and like you said, I know there's one part of the day, I can see it up there on the screen now, there is one part of the day that we're all very excited. I actually was lucky enough, I actually worked with Matt Hall at the start of the year. We were doing a Red Bull shoot. We did stuff all round sort of, we went out to Broken Hill, we were down in Wollongong, and I was actually driving the camera vehicle that Matt Hall was flying across the top of. We had the Red Bull Formula One car there, and having Matt Hall come over the top of you, about 10 feet off the top of the camera car, across the top of the Red Bull F1 car, it was something very cool to be a part of.
Absolutely, and that was top secret. I remember I got a snap sent to me and someone said, "Is this Warren Luff?" And I sent it to you, and I was like, and you responded with, "How did you get that?" It was very top secret Red Bull-esque stuff that you were getting up to. So the life that this guy leads, everyone, is just incredible, but very well earned. As Matt Hall does fire up his plane, we cannot wait to see him take to the skies and, of course, show us all these amazing stunts and everything that he is famous for. Gosh, he's actually pulling away now. And I can't wait for everyone to see this surprise that I know is going to happen. It's like watching everyone's faces, watching the kids. You can see them standing on pit roof now, getting the absolutely perfect vantage point to see him just entertain us from the skies. I was actually lucky enough in 2021 when Jamie Whincup retired. We did a big celebration for him at Bathurst, and Matt Hall actually delivered Jamie to the track by the plane. and it was quite interesting because I think Jeremy Whincup was a little bit scared about getting in the plane. I don't blame him, but also we have such a great relationship with Matt Hall. He is a top bloke and just a wonderful talent that I hope to never experience personally.
Well, speaking of top blokes and absolute legends, another legend of our sport is Diggles. He is up in the commentary box and he is excited about seeing Matt Hall get up in the skies.
Oh, Warren and Charlie, thank you for that. That's no mean feat. They're doing the pit walk, Warren Sayre. It's there's a lot of activity and action, and those guys have made it so effortless to listen to. Just sitting back, we've just got the ears on and we're listening to what they're saying. We're seeing all the pictures. And look, Buffy, you can say that all you want. I don't believe it myself. I'm not in anywhere near the legend status of the legends we have here. If there was a top 100,000 legends, I'm happy to go somewhere in the 70,000 somewhere area, because everyone's a legend that gets to a World Time Attack, because honestly, this is where legendary things happen. Matt Hall, he's a legend. He's the 2019 Red Bull Air Race World Champion. Has the most wins, 7 wins, 25 podiums in the modern air racing era. So take that in for a little bit of digestion, for a little thing. First came to the World Time Attack in 2019, pulled a huge vertical climb down the front straight. I think it's going to happen. It's the MXSR, an Aussie-made plane. It'll do 240 knots and 14G. And folks, wherever you are, make sure you're somewhere near the main straight to see the way that this Red Bull stunt plane is going to not only come around on Advan corner the wrong way for most of the time, but for him, he's going to be sending that thing. And you know what? A beautiful little bit of a headwind for him here, as you can see the
I'd suggest, just as a piece of advice too, if you're in the grandstand, I think that roof is going to get right in your way. You might want to come down the grandstand to the front, along the wall there, just to try and get a better view, because I think the plane will go skyward and you won't be able to see what Matt Hall's up to. He did talk about it earlier on in terms of what he was intending to do, and we saw him going through it mentally, Diggs, just preparing himself.
That was good. That was priceless.
Now, what he said to me is on a normal run he'll reach up to 12 Gs. Now a normal human being passes out at about 3.5. A Formula 1 driver can sustain about 4, and he's had to train his body to sustain up to 12 Gs. That's how many. That's what sort of forces he's putting his body through. So yeah, you might want to wander down from under the roof of the grandstand there. I think the roof along the pit lane there might be the old best place to be there, Diggs. Best seat in the house.
I think pit lane or the top of the pit building, because it says here on the program, where do you need to be for this part of the event? Look up.
Yeah,
that's
look up.
literally what it's going to be. Hold your breath and look up, because Matt Hall has nearly been giving the all clear to participate in some extraordinary activities for you people here at Sydney Motorsport Park, destination New South Wales. I hope you're having a great time. I'm having a great time, as we always do. In fact, if you haven't got your money's worth by now, you're a very hard person to please, I can tell you that.
What's the speed comparison you reckon between the Flying 500 cars and Matt Hall's plane? They're both launching up the same way.
I think he'd get dusted just quietly.
By the Lambo.
It's just what he does in the next 500 that no one else can do.
Yeah, when it's up in the air.
Of course, Red Bull gives you wings, and no better partnership than that. But here he is. He's got 2 of the finest wings out there, and we're getting him escorted in there, ready to go. So all systems check. He's looking at the flags. Not a lot of crosswind there. In fact, the conditions are nearly perfect for Matt Hall right about now. He's just warming up the tyres there by the look of it.
Scrubbing.
That tiny little rear tail.
This is what happens when you go in the car with Mad Mike. You start drifting a plane on the front straight.
All right, we don't need too much of a countdown. It's hard to do a countdown for a guy that doesn't need one. And he's going to get the prop up, get the speed up. The prop speed starts to come up. You watch the propeller start to gyrate. There's the wing check, the flap check. Here comes the RPM. Strap yourself in, folks. Matt Hall, it's over to you, son. We're just going to sit back and admire it. Microphones, if you will.
absolutely ridiculous, Diggles. That was amazing. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Matt Hall Racing. Just a phenomenal display of, what would you call that, Diggles? I think Charlie called it painting the circuit in the sky.
Not only that, but just as we heard, he's going to be pulling 14 Gs. We saw that, throwing that plane into these reckless manoeuvres where the thing was just completely out of control. The most chuckable thing I think I've ever seen. The ability for that plane to do what Matt Hall wants it to do was just truly incredible. I don't know why he's not called Mad Matt Hall.
Well,
we've got Mad Mike with that.
Don't start that. Don't start that.
He's already mad. Give him a round of applause as he comes back, because you got to admit, I don't know about you, I lost my stomach about 20 times during that demonstration.
I was half drawn between watching what Matt Hall was doing and just half watching the crowds, just eyes glued to the sky. I don't think a single person looked away from anything he did.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen in the grandstand, give him a big round of applause and some clap, cheer and whistle. Cheer and whistle. Oh, plain donuts. Come on, folks, let's hear the cheering. Let's hear the whistling. Get it all wound up. Wind him up. Wind him up.
I think the crowd likes that, Diggles. The father in me can also see the smiley face on the plane.
That's right. Yeah.
It's nice. It's nice. I like that. It's a happy plane. It's a happy day.
It's Stanley the Sick aircraft.
Yes. I wonder if the plane has a name. Do we know that?
I don't know whether he's got a name for it.
I would love to know that, actually. We could maybe. Oh, do you reckon we can get
Dowies again? Give him a whistle. Give him a cheer. He'll be able to hear you from there. That's it. The Australian burnout. The limit. Give us the limiter. Give us the limiter.
I don't think you let me finger out the window with a propeller in front of you.
Yeah, that's the way. Let it rip.
I would love to know what Matt Hall physically goes through after. If Charlie or Luffy are down there in the pits and they can go anywhere near Matt Hall after what he's just done, I would just love to know what the decompression is like, because a normal person
would have to be.
It's the closest to go. The closest I can describe it is I think it would be like going to space.
It would be. I'm sure they put some, and this is the word I've made up before, biotelemetry on him.
Right.
Which I'd love to know what he goes through. G's, his breathing, his heart rate. There's moments there where that plane was just motionless, floating in the air. He has this thing on a string like you wouldn't believe. Ladies and gentlemen,
make him pop.
Ladies and gentlemen, if that wasn't worth the price of admission, you are the hardest. You mustn't have a check your pulse. I don't think you've got one, because that is just a spectacular display. I mean, we've already seen some wild feats around here at Sydney Motorsport Park already this weekend, but to have something like
is he going again,
Captain?
Is he flying?
I think Matty Hall's on the way. He thought he'd come down, take a bow. He's going to ramp this up. So give him one more cheer and clap, cheer and whistle, and wish him the West. Wish him the best as he goes. Farewell. It's like a power skid, ripping out a big power skid.
I am really sorry to any of the drifters who have been here doing mangies down the main straight. And Matt Hall has put on one of the best we've seen.
He can't help himself. He wants to go again. Everyone, if there's not a smile on everyone's dial after that, you are a hard person to please. You need to come to the bar for some counselling.
I think that might have been a thank you on behalf of Matt Hall, and signing off.
Oh my goodness!
With an exclamation point as Matt Hall. He's disappeared over the skies of Sydney. Time to bring the heart rate down now, Diggles.
I told you that first time he threw it in there, so I lost my stomach. I absolutely lost my stomach.
I'm still looking out the window because I'm not convinced he's not going to come back.
No, I think that's.
You think he's done?
I think he's done. He's got to be low on fuel. He's got to be low on oil. Whatever they use to obviously run through the exhaust of the plane to create the stunt smoke. I like the fact that he went up, just as he went into some of those vertical stalls, turns the smoke off so you can see the thing just haplessly floating in midair. Now that's got to be a spiritual experience. You're facing, vertical. You're, probably a couple of 1,000 feet up, and then you just let that thing go.
Yeah.
And you've got the courage to turn the thing off, and then have the thing come back on again. That was insane. Absolutely insane.
Yeah. I worry if it's going to turn back on because I run.
You talk about people handling G-forces. If I walk into the kitchen too fast around the corner, mate, I do lose my balance. That's how bad I am on G.
Once you get to a certain age, I mean, you have a little watch of the old TV. Sometimes a little bit of motorsport action going on. You get off the couch too fast. It's a little bit too much.
If you get up too quick, I'm in trouble. I tell you what. Look at we call it the dummy grid. We call it the stylised show and shine area. We've got, of course, our Drift Cup pits located on the one side of that, but then so many classic and killer builds out there. I know we normally have a few awards amongst them given out throughout the afternoon in a few different categories, and I know that we may be across that before the end of the day, but a lot of people out there with smiles on their faces. This is the bucket list for a lot of people, and even my boys, had that on their list early in the year. Dad, we're coming to World Time Attack this year. We're going to road trip down and take it all in. It's like, go your hardest. So we want everyone to put that on their bucket list if they haven't already. And once you're here, we've got you. I think the hook's in, and I'm sure we'll see you all again in future World Time Attacks. But we are nowhere near finished, by the way. This was just a little distraction. We like our distractions. Ian Baker gets distracted very easily. It's normally with another brilliant idea. That was one hell of a master stroke to bring Matt all in here to just show that this ain't just any average event here. This is a pretty epic event. It is our Festival of Awesome. It is in the search for one perfect lap. It is Destination New South Wales. It is Sydney Motorsport Park, and it is only a smidgen away from some more on-track activity for the Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Here's some great recap. We're going to take a break because I'm going to go and I need a bathroom break. I think we all do after that. I lost me lunch during that demonstration. A break and back with more very, very soon.
At GCG, we stand behind the products we sell. That's why you won't find cheap knockoffs, no-name imports or subpar turbos on our shelves. We only sell genuine brands that offer genuine performance and genuine reliability. We are the most respected turbo supplier in Australia. GCG, genuine brands, genuine prices, genuine service.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Plasma Man Racing is a world leader in performance intercoolers and EFI intake manifolds. For over 25 years, we've been at the forefront of performance turbocharged induction technology. When you go with Plasma Man, you go with proven, tried and tested technology, a combined experience of over 100 years in the performance racing industry, and a product renowned for its quality, appearance, and reliable, repeatable performance. Plasma Man, no limits.
Oh yes, here we are at Sydney Motorsport Park, and just been on the phone, slight break. Big shout out to Rocky Rahame and Pack Performance.
Oh, that's how it was. I heard you say Rock. I thought it was going to be Dwayne Johnson.
No, well, it's close. It's he's just as big as epic here as the Rock. It's the Rock.
What's going on in their world at the moment? Are we back on track? Are we in demoing?
He wants some rotary and time attack. That's what Rock does. He's trying to get this thing RX-7 out on track. I don't know which one it was, but it'd be one I'm sure he's been involved with. Look, here we are, Kiichi Tsuchiya,
the Drift King himself. So we heard someone say before, the Godfather of Drift, right? This is the true Godfather of Drift, the originator of the sport in Japan. We've had a driver swap, have we?
Have we really? So is this more about trying to put a lap down instead of a drift?
Well,
mate?
that would explain, because Josh is supposed to be here calling Club Sprint next. So.
Well, no, if that's Josh having a crack there, well,
I don't recognise that helmet. That's Josh.
That's Josh. That's not.
He's done that before.
There's a few.
Attack the section, son. Go on. There's straight up to the top end of the track.
There's quite a few strings to the bow of Josh Buchan, so he's snuck a loose ride in here. I thought it was Drift King. He might end up being Drift King's stunt double the way he's carrying on with that. He can do a good one as well.
He's trying to score an opt-in. Do you reckon he can alternate 3 tonight?
Yeah, he could.
Anyone breaks will throw this into the drift.
He could.
Now, Diggles, we were talking about this earlier. Did I hear right? 487 combined kilo. What is that?
I think
the power numbers this thing makes.
I think we've got so much on the front, so much on the back. You can see a majority of it's going to go to the back.
Yeah, twin engine, wasn't it? Twin engine in this Ioniq 5N by Hyundai. Great to see Hyundai putting so much investment into motorsport, both globally and here in Australia. And who knows, maybe they'll even bring this little weapon across the Tasman, because I'm sure Kiwis would love to see this going sideways as well.
And you know what? It's even got an engineered soundtrack to it, so it's actually not just completely quiet and sounds like an overgrown vacuum cleaner. It's actually got a little bit of a note to it. Now, they've deliberately designed a note into this, and it works really, really well. Josh Buchan, how are you? Jeez, I tell you what, he is a gun. Is he not a gun or what?
Now, is he a metre off the inside there and a metre off the outside? That's where he needed to be. Judge section.
You've put the judge hat on just there for the moment.
I'm trying. We're going to be here till probably 10 o'clock tonight.
Absolutely.
Looking for an IDC Drift Champion here at World Time Attack as we start winding towards the conclusion, the pointy of the day. Diggs, what do you reckon? Have we still got a few fast laps in us, or are we... What are the track conditions like now? Is it too hot?
We almost need to run the 968 around a couple of three-quarter fast laps just to suck all the debris off the track just for now.
Right.
It's almost turned out to be the most perfect vacuum cleaner for the track. I know we've got all sorts of crumbs all over the place, so thanks, Josh, for putting some more out there.
Yeah, he's having a good old time, isn't he? But, enjoying himself.
They look good, don't they? Look good, the Ioniq N.
We've all been there and knocked the windscreen or wipers on too on a roundabout on a wet day. Rear-wheel drive Volvo wagon with the Diggles on board.
Yes, maybe a little bit of that. But it does have a soundtrack to it, this car, and I think you can even have that internally as well. So you can actually dial yourself in a note to this car to give you any, a taste of just a noise that just gives you enough to... And you know what? Electric vehicles also, there is a safety thing. You can't hear electric vehicles, so it is good that they make some noise. They need to. Not always screeching tyres, but just that little tone that they've given it. It really does sort of add to the presence of the vehicle.
A little buzz, really, isn't it?
It is.
A little bit of fun. It's actually I actually think it's quite a menacing-looking car. It's quite beautiful in its appearance.
Well, we're starting to get all these really wicked angles that Hyundai are putting out there, like their Staria vans, their i30s, all those really weird angles and shapes they're doing. They're putting a few sharp edges into there. The things are looking more amazing than ever every year. So the styling department's really hitting a little bit of a benchmark there, setting the standard. It is giving us that little car of the future feel in a car you can buy off the showroom. There's a lot of buzz and excitement around the formal release of the Ioniq N. And there's already, a waiting list. They're going to open expressions of interest if you want to buy one. There's going to be that period where you, I suppose, it's a pre-sales, situation. Not yet. They'll let you know when all that's going to go to pre-sale and start, taking names for who wants them. Because this market is the fastest growing new vehicle market in Australian motoring history. EVs are taking up more and more sales every year, taking them off the fossil fuel burning vehicles. And Hyundai are right at the front of that, realising that you've got to be in the game. And you know what? I'll go back one step and thank Elon Wiley one more time. Thank you, Elon, for setting the standard. We just lost the camera then.
Josh Buchan having a lot of fun out on track.
He's gone for it. He's lost. He's
never
lost.
just drove.
I was just going to skid his way back into the dealership.
Was that the abort call, was it?
Yes, that is.
All the run.
Yeah.
All the run. Right. Mr. Diggles, love you and leave you.
Righto.
And I'm going to go and do some hosting in our VIP suite. We'll be back shortly. And I think, are you about to go club sprinting, are you?
I think I will. I won't be doing it with Josh Buchan unless he drives that thing all the way around for us. Yeah. Putting out all the noises that an electric vehicle shouldn't put out, but I'm glad that they have. Because he's having a hell of a good time out there, so I may not get Josh up here immediately. I'd love to see his this sprint he does next time to get up here. But here he is, setting it up into the corner. Big throw. And, right here I thought, right the way around. Why not? Let's light them up. Smoke another set of tyres off it. I'm sure it's not the only set of tyres it's had on it since Thursday when we were doing a hell of a lot of this carry on. But that was a great demonstration. We are in that... I think the southern, well, I'm sure it's the world's largest temporary Hyundai dealership is where we're at. And all right, here's an idea for a new project. What about a Staria van drift vehicle in the future, or a Time Attack minibus, a Time Attack Staria? That's something to think of in the future, because I think those vans you can see there in the background from Hyundai are a pretty wicked van there as well, and I think they look great with some rubber and some camber on it. It's Haltech Club Sprint time, and when you have a look at this group, we're nearly at the end of their tenure Club Sprint. This is the third session for them today, third and final from memory. Let me just have a look at our Club Sprints looking through. We are at that stage where this will be the last session for all of our Haltech Club Sprint vehicles. When you look at the top 10, the top 5, is there going to be too much wiggle room between now and the shootout? I doubt it. You could throw a blanket over a whole bunch of them. In fact, you could throw a napkin over a huge group. But at the moment, it's going to be provisionally Trent Grubel, Jamal Assad. As we said, Jimmy won't be in that shootout. But you know what? You can't take the result away of second unless someone like Michael Garland finds himself another 4/10 of a second. Maybe he can get the WRX in front of the Evo to be on second on the podium. Adam Kazmiri's doing double duty with the JDM Yard and Land Speed cars, 4th and 5th. Paul McKinnon, Ben Schutz, Alex Mikulski, Josh Muggleton and Jonathan Wong, our top numbers so far in Haltech Club Sprint. But our minute 30s spread all the way down to about 18th spot from memory. There we go, 39 for Ruben Martin is our 18th. 1 minute 30 something on the class of 2023 Haltech Club Sprint leaderboard. And we've had plenty more competitors all the way through having the time of their life, and this is their last opportunity for all of these competitors to get some numbers down. And you know what, if we light a few segments up here in green for some of these other guys, I am more than happy for them, because you know it takes a lot of commitment to get an event like this. Sometimes it is 12 months in the planning, sometimes it's years in the planning to get here, and all we want is good, clean, straight, fast laps. You know, maybe not always straight. We love a little bit of action, but let's just see how hard they push. Big shout out to Squeak watching on the live stream, mate. Yeah, we know that we're channeling a bit of mods through the weekend here as well. We'll be never forgotten, and you know, World Time Attack is always a time that we can think about the big man. I'm sure you're thinking about the big man every day, but I get triple thoughts on the big man when we come back to events like this, and was wasn't I spent some time here. I've got some great photos of the three of us, the three original amigos having fun. But thanks, Squeak, for the feedback. I think listening there in Tassie. So yeah, Club Sprint, they're still all pushing out there. So out there now is Fabrice Chiron, the Subaru Impreza rather, from DC Jap Automotive. We've got Martin out there, Collingwood out there, Terry, being Eleanor Terry, she's out there having another go. And she's just nibbling away at the PBs, has already got the PBs racked up for the Hyundai i20N. But we don't mind if everyone goes green in this session. You know, if anything, we've had a little bit of time for the track to cool off, and we've done some crazy stuff out there since, you know, our drift demos, the tank. Thank goodness Matt Hall sort of took a little bit of heat out of the track for us by not being on it, rather being above it. But, yeah, we're going to get to some business through the Club Sprint categories here. We've had a fast section for Muggleton already, and let's see how that pans out for him. This is not too bad for Fabrice Chiron. A whole bunch of minute 35, down to minute 36 in the top 10. Let's see what Fabrice does on this one. It's close, minute 40.601. His best has been a minute 45.37. So that car is right on a pretty tight streak, considering that on the 25th lap he did that time. And here he is quite a few laps further down the track, not too far away from it. They're all out there having a lot of fun there. The hairpin hooligans out there, Daniel Holohan in that MX-5. Collingwood, as we said, is out there now. He's in the Team Jacoby Drive MX-5, Mark Collingwood, the NA car. Kazangas out there as well, Artemis Kazangas. So represent. We're all having fun by the sounds of it. I can hear it on all of our trackside cameras. Artemis, let's have a look at where Artemis has been there with the RX-7. He's gone minute 51. Minute 43, there we go. So Muller comes out of nowhere and goes minute 43.957 to PB for him for the session. You know, we're seeing speeds of nearly 250 k an hour trap speed. Like we got 250 out of Muggleton. I'm just trying to read that. 249 out of Muggleton down the straight, 244 from Muller. So we're seeing some good finish line speeds here at 244, 249, 230, 223 for the hairpin hooligans. An improved sector there for Kazangas, goes minute 51.362, so another PB. Rack up another PB there for him, minute 43.957, as we've already said, was for Muller. And on the screen here, of course, Mr. Paul Kovaceski in the 944. Checking out all these speeds here. No other green lineups just for the moment, but we're keeping an eye on Paulie out here in that 944. An improved segment there for Collingwood. So let's see what Collingwood gets out. Him and the I-20 there of Eleanor, 194 k an hour trap speed, 232 k an hour trap speed there for Western now. So Western entrant number 64, the TME Motorsport Evo 10. So they're all starting to get a few times. Let's just see what we see for trap speed now on this lap for Stephen Muller. 233 trap speed for Muller, minute 43.957. 240 k an hour there for GT. Mr. GT, I should call him. That's entrant 76. I do apologise rather. No, it's not. It's entrant 66 rather of Indawara GT. And the man has just run himself a half marathon. Sick ride, man, sick ride. Josh Buchan has done the trip back. Smells a little bit more like, he smells more like a bogan than ever now. He's got a little bit of a tyre smoke reek to him now. But
the shoes are off, mate.
The shoes are off.
The shoes are off.
That's the smell. That's not the smell. That might take away the smell of the tyre smoke anyway. But, oh, Josh.
Told you I could drift.
No, mate, I thought, gee, Sachia's out there. Gee, Sachia's gone blonde, I thought. And then there he is. Well, I didn't know whether you were going to go for just a nice, tight, fast lap and then it turned into drift very quickly.
No, I got the brief. They said,
brief.
look, you can bring it back. The tyres, you don't have to. So I felt obliged to put on half a show at least.
You left the tyres out there, and you know what? We'll see it just about near here where you left the tyres out. Just about here is where they're all...
Did you like my circle work into the pit lane? I thought was the pit lane, but then it was closed.
I did see that. I
thought that was the best entry of all time.
I did think that was the perfect exit until that had a close sign on the exit.
Yes.
But I did like the way you finished that. That was the finale. That was like the Buchan finale. There's a trademark to it. And the next time, I reckon we'll just have the exit ready. And
Yes, indeed.
It's like waving as you're skidding as you leave, and it's like, thank you, kid.
Well, look, folks, that is the brand new Hyundai Ioniq 5N. That's what you can get fresh off the showroom floor. So treat yourselves if you're into a bit of circle work. The brand is happily there to oblige.
Well, Haltech Club Sprint's throwing a few PBs up for everyone, including Collingwood, minute 47.518. Here's Kovaceski. Let's see how he goes in the 9.44. Is he going to get a little bit more out of it? Not on this lap. Let's see now if he gets a bit of clear traffic. Minute 49.481. He hits the finish line trap at 215 kilometres an hour. Kazangas, 233 in the RX-7's just come through as well. We saw 249 there before for Muller or Muggleton. So yeah,
in the WRX?
I think it is, yeah.
Yep.
So it's had some good trap speed there.
You didn't think I'd miss Club Sprint, mate. This is the final session of our weekend for Club Sprint before the top 5 shootout. And this is the last opportunity for anyone just outside that top 5. So McKinnon, Shoots, they're all within distance. Even 8th, 9th, very close, all in the 35s. So definitely a chance to get into that top 5. There's only, 8 tenths from 9th to 5th. Being Adam Kazmiri.
And of course in the absence of Jamal Assad, you would assume that we would put McKinnon into that shootout, but that still means Kazmiri's got to do something twice there, and you know that's a logistic that I don't think they worry about thinking about until they get to this scenario and then realise how we're going to pull this one off for the Super Lap shootout.
Well, how are the two different teams battling for Kazmiri's services? Yeah. It's a little bit controversial, isn't it? But anyway, we'll see how he tracks in the second and third part of Club Sprint here. But last part of the day for the cars on track that you'll see. So this is their last circulation of Time Attack 23. They've all done a fantastic job. Club Sprint's probably been one of the cleaner classes for on-track activity. You've only basically got Jimmy Evo's incident that put him out of the weekend, really, is the only drama that Club Sprint's had.
Yeah, apart from that, we've been fairly clean, as you said, very clean, very tidy. They're pretty mild-mannered, well-behaved, but yes, some of them might have 1,000 horsepower. Yes,
yeah, correct. Some of them do have 1,000 horsepower.
Yes. Some of them have 200. Some of them have 500, and a hell of a lot more of them have more than that.
Well, Kovaceski in his car, like you say, 217 down the straight. You can do that with about 220 horsepower. So, you know, you've got something like that versus Trent Grubel's WRX doing closer to 260. You need at least 500 kilowatts at the wheels to do that. So, big speed out of those cars and a wide gap in performance through Club Sprint, but that's what makes this class great.
It absolutely does. That's the end of that session. So that's one of the 3 Club Sprint classes to finish their 2023 campaign. Yes, and right at the end, we had Weston go minute 42.687 to give himself a PB here for the weekend as well. Tim Weston gets one out in the Evo 10 at minute 42.687. So I think there are about 3 or 4 guys in this group that did go green all the way around and going back into the pits saying, well, there we go, that's it. Let's sit back and watch how the rest of the afternoon and evening finishes off. And I don't know when the last time Paulie gave this thing a freshen, but it just keeps on giving, this car. And I think it is the 2.5 litre. I know that the late ones, I don't even think it was the 4.4s, went to 3 litre, but the big 2.5 litre cars.
Is it 944 or 924?
I think it's a 4.4. I think it's
is
a
it?
4.4.
Looks a bit narrow.
Let me grab the entry list there and have a look for Kovaceski at entrance 67. It says 4.4. It does say 4.4 on there, but you don't get as many these days as what we've had in the past. And you know, initially these things weren't ever really praised as a good vehicle from Porsche. We were all on 911 fever and everything that sort of came out.
928 of the era, and 968. Ironically enough, not as much, but
I am a big fan of the 928. They were a beastly thing. There is still a few of those around, but you know what? All it's got to do is just sort of tickle the inspiration of someone that wants to invest, and who knows, we might see some more 944 in the future. Or we've got to keep getting Paul back forever. Sign a lifetime contract with World Time Attack and keep bringing the 944 back, because it is as much a part of Club Sprint as any of our new guys there as well. And you know, we're encouraging the new blood, and we're encouraging all of our old stages to never give it up. Just keep on bringing it out here, and not only entertaining us, but entertaining yourself.
Famous brand there, TME, for the Evo 10 when they came here and went into production car racing. That was the main workshop that did all the work.
All right, so no, we've got Adam Kazmiri in there twice, but we haven't seen the man out. I think we're about to see the first appearance, if everything's good, for him in the next session. And he still might even turn up in the third session yet. Paul McKinnon, as we said, is probably going to be in that shootout tonight, unless, you know, Ben Schutz comes up with something in that Harrop supercharged 86. He'll be out here shortly. We haven't seen McKinnon in the session either, so we might just have to keep an eye down near 7th and 6th now to just see who might be that substitute that goes into the 5 for the Super Late Shootout. So we don't need to know too much about what Trent's done. He's already laid the number out. He said he wanted to save it for the shootout. He's already done it.
Well, actually, McKinnon's Evo, if you remember, dropped a whole heap of oil out at turn 3. His WRX dropped a whole heap of oil. So that's another car that might be out. So that could be 2 spots in the top 5 up for grabs in this session.
We could have a couple of super subs in there. And look at that, all the way down. Some of these names yet to come out. Kim Tai, Rahul Victor, Andrew Price, Greg Kerber. I think, well, he's supposed to normally be in this session, Greg, but he might have slipped under the radar. Stephen Muller, Wesley Tang, George Jeffcott. They are still part of the class of 2023, and yet still maybe to light green up in this last couple of sessions. Jeremy Morris, the Sheepy's Garage Hyundai there as well. Here's Rahul.
Your mate, here he is.
He's ready. Just don't tell Rahul that the cameras are on him, and he will be able to entertain us again. And you know what? Hats off to all of our rotary competitors out there, and may there be many more to come, because I know that you did say, you know, no Pistons, more problems. But there's a whole rotary community worldwide that will continue to praise that engine until they take their last breath or pop out their last apex seal.
That's a good reference too. Oh, look, don't get the jokes in the way of reality. The rotors are a proven product. They are stretched to within an inch of their life, most of them, and they produce a ridiculous amount of power for the capacity rather. Effectively, a 13B is, you know, in cylinder terms, it's only a 1.3 litre-ish, right?
They go pretty well. They go pretty well for what they are.
So power for capacity is outstanding. We often praise a 4-cylinder road car for having 200 or 300 kilowatts, whereas you can have a 13B with half the capacity, making 500 fairly easily. So amazing engines, unique sound, and you know, it's only us people who don't use them, who tease them. A little bit of envy in there, I think.
You know what? You might not get away with something like that at the event they have here called Rotary Revival.
Never heard of it.
You never heard of it?
No. Is that where they rebuild all the motors all at once?
Oh, Josh,
reviving all the rotors?
Josh doesn't back away from it. He just goes headlong into the challenge. Well, we're getting a little bit of that right around all of our tracks. So we get one at QR, we get one here at Sydney Motorsport Park. I think we've done one at the Bend already. Rotary Revival, and 300 rotaries turn up.
Wow.
So, and you know what? Sydney's got a hell of a lot of them. And
I'm sure this man makes an appearance, because in Club Sprint, I don't know, we can actually check the lap board. There wouldn't be too many people who have done more hot laps than that RX-7 there of Raul Victor's.
Yeah, no, that's probably true. He's had plenty out there.
25 laps he's completed.
We've got Rodney Middleton out there too, so he's got the other RX-7 there for Rotomaster Racing. So 2 RX-7s in the one session. But yeah, Rotor Worship will continue on forever. And you know what? The ones that do own one that come out to Rotary Revival, when you talk to them, they've got a couple more at home.
Yeah, okay.
I know too many people myself that have that collection, have a collection. and just actually talking to Rocky Rahayam from Pack Performance just before, haven't they got some just lurking around? Their workshop, absolutely amazing. They have made a whole industry out of the rotary engine, and they did it all from the drag strip onwards. So now the world's quickest rotaries get their parts from Billet by Pack. They're all pushing out there still. Again, Australia's, the world's slipperiest Supra.
Yep, indeed. Eamon Karmas in his IGL coating Supra. Again, he's done about 25 hard competitive laps over the course of the event, and he's doing a great job there. Last time you'll probably see Eamon on track. I've actually gone out in this car and done a 36 as it stands, so where he's at the moment in that 38 range is a fairly good effort. So not too far off, only a few little changes and tweaks to make, and he'd be right there. And you can see slipping around, back of the car moving. Again, very sensitive on the accelerator of these cars, so you have to be very progressive with your power input, coming off slow corners. And particularly this one here, it's probably where you get the most aggravation. You can take this thing in nearly 4th gear around here to try and settle the power down. He did a good job out of there.
Not a bad run so far for Eamon. Now, I've just seen a trap speed of 258 from Kazmiri in the Integra. So I saw 258 trap speed. So he's been lurking around out there, Adam Kazmiri. I saw that pop up on timing. But yeah, that's not a bad lap. You can hear him feather it there. The right foot kicks in, and that's good that Eamon's right foot's dialed in now. And it's so hard to get a rhythm. It's not like you can go and do 20 laps straight, but just to try and get 1 or 2 laps in where you get into that rhythm and go, well, maybe I can go faster now when you're in that rhythm. But that looks so good through that turn. Do we ever talk about the curb weight or where we were with these cars? I know we were talking about a few of them, but again, they're not a light thing. They're not a light thing.
They're not. Most modern cars inherently have to be quite heavy for safety standards. So even, a sports car, like let's say the i20N, for example, not to pick a car on my side out, but an i20N still has quite a high curb weight relative to, say, something that its older day equivalent is, like a 205 GTI Peugeot, let's say, back in the 80s. That was, 800 kilos or whatever it might be. I would say Peugeot. I saw a friend of mine earlier, Mark Gamage. Hello, mate. You're watching out the paddock. He's restored one. So something like that, the i20N's sort of replicating these days, that fun, light, hot hatch, is still well up over 1,100 kilos.
Now, look, we've had a few fly past timing here, including Kazmiri, which might be trying to be on a flyer. I thought I saw Muggleton also pop past. We've just had Fisher scoot past as well. And no shoots as yet. Nakarata goes through. Might be trying one on as well. We just might get a little bit jammed here shortly. But as we watch Rahul come off after a couple of laps, and not that for him.
If that is his last time on the circuit, excellent work, mate. Good couple of days in sport for that car there.
And no headlines that time.
Here's one of your favourites, the Supercharged 86.
Yeah, she's a cranky thing. And hats off to another great Australian company, Harrop. Harrop have long been associated with performance. And, they're on a supercharged kick.
All the road.
Benny Shoots. All right, Benny Shoots. Let's have a look at what you might be able to dish us out. Can you get yourself into a Super Lap shootout here? You need a tiny bit. You literally... Wow.
36.8. I actually think, and look, there's 1/1000th between Shoots and the car behind. Which car is that? Mikowski. So there's 1/1000th, and I think that is the top 5.
Yeah.
So I know it's 7th and 8th, but I believe that might be the position for the 5, and it's 1/1000th. To measure that over a 1 minute 35, nearly 4K track, average speed of upwards of 140 kilometres an hour, to measure that in distance would be length of splitter. It would be absolutely nominal. So it's amazing it's come down to these fine margins, and here's Shoots just trying to put a little bit of distance between himself and a spot in the top 5.
Let's just let this blowing boxer eat just for a little bit here. Let's get the old earbuds on. Let's see if we can finish the lap with this car. Oh, just as we say that, he cools down. Or is he cooling down? I'm hearing someone else there. Let's have a listen. No, I thought he had one on. I always just talk him up, and then that's just what happens. But, That's an angry beast. He had left it all on the table coming onto the final corner, but that's decided for him. Benny Shoots won't try anything just yet, but unless he gears up for another one here. Let's have a listen. No, short shift into that last corner. I don't know. He's still
half-warming the time. No, he's coming in.
No, he's thrown us the dummy there. He went for a bit of a swing. I thought, here we go, one little bit of tyre warmth. I thought, hang on, your tyres have got to be pretty good. They certainly would have been warm after that last attempt.
Eamon's peeled out of it again. That could be the last run for him for this year's World Time Attack. Rahul is back out. Who would have thought?
The deceptive car, isn't it? Because it's wrapped two different colours on one each side. It's just got a blue wrap and then sort of like an orange wrap. It's you think you're looking at two cars in the one lap, but it just depends on what side we see them from. But what a collector's car these are, you know what I mean? Honestly, when they first came out, everyone said, well, why would I want one that's heavier than everything that's ever been there before it? But then they grew into the classic.
Is that what they said about them?
Well, they just weren't as well received. I mean, even from Series 4 on, we were questioning whether or not the RX-7 going this way, a little bit heavier, carrying a bit more pork.
Here's Muggleton in the V-Sport Yaris. 35.9.
By the time they got to FD, and then it's only when they started to work on the FDs. It was all about when it came out. On paper, it didn't look too appealing at all. And then they realised that 13B had been developed a lot more, and then it was taking a lot more boost standard. And then, 500 in no time flat, as you were alluding to before, really woke up, overcame the deficiency of what the weight was giving it, but still an amazingly engineered car, including these little nuggets. All right, here we go. He's having a throw around here, is Mr. Muggleton. Their biggest speed.
Oh, track limits are not to be worried about there.
Track limits.
We won't mention that.
Aren't encouraged to not be exceeded. Put it that way. If you need a bit of room there, get a bit of room. We're all about safety here. So if you need room, go out there.
Use it.
Go out there.
He's using all the road there, right out to the little extra cement that they give you. You can see the car dip down. Certainly having a big old push here is Josh.
And it's hard to, the very tough three-cylinder sound, it's kind of growing on me. It's a funny sound to try and embrace, the three-banger. But you know what? When they start to haul from that, you start to think, well, you know what? This is the sort of sound of engines that we may be still hearing for a little while yet. And if it's a little three-banger that can punch out 400-plus horsepower, well, we must embrace it where we can.
That was a really tidy lap. He used every millimetre of road in more or less every part of the circuit. So it'll be interesting to see 41.3, best of a 40.4 at that point. It just goes to show how much heavy lifting a set of new tyres does to a car. You can, for your regular track day goer, sometimes it's hard to spot a gain unless you've got a set of new tyres, and then sometimes it's false economy. You think you're only making a gain. Oh, I put the fresh tyres on and I just ragged it and the time was there. Whereas sometimes you just have to trust the process and feel the car and know you're doing a better job, so that when you do put the new tyres on and you get a gain, it's not just because you've thrown it in harder, you've actually driven it more efficiently. So like I've been mentioning in the telecast for the last couple of days, sometimes you can go slower than your brand new tyre run through the day, and an experienced hand will know that the car's in a better spot, that you're in a better spot. So when you go that next set of tyres, you're going to go faster again than what your first set of new tyres is. I always say to people I coach, when you put new tyres on, that's your exam. Everything else is school, it's tutelage, it's learning, it's testing. Put the tyres on, that's your exam. Have I learned? So
it's how many times you turn up for class, really, isn't
exactly.
it? And with track time comes that practice with repeating the same process. Whoa, I'll tell you what, that was a little bit of a blind awakening there, because he's on a little bit of a flyer here. Is Di Newen in the 350Z. He comes across Corporate Hill, and here is the Supra trying to find himself a little bit of space. And he had a little bit of a pucker moment there, I think. He controlled it well. He realised that he might have had enough room. The speed differential was enough for him to judge it in an instant that he could get past this.
Oh, hold on to it, big fella.
No, that's
I love to see it.
That's tonight, sir. You can do the International Drift Cup there tonight, and he's coming off nearly immediately there. He was on a flyer, Di Newen, and just that little interruption over Corporate Hill just might have just wrecked the mojo there. Might have just wrecked the mojo.
That's got a bit of Hyundai Ioniq 5 about it.
It did have a fair bit of that about it, and that was unintentional. That was unintentional, not the direct malice that you were trying to.
I didn't mean to slide. The thing just had too much power for me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's the first time he's going to admit that was too much power for him. So that was a nice little semi-drift. Bit of semi-drift.
Hang it out.
Yeah, isn't that...
Link it back the other way.
Yeah,
why not? You're here to party.
Link it back the other way. Here we go. One more session of Haltech to come, I think. We still might have one or two still lined up, and I'm sure, Josh, that the little computer in your head is clicking to say, yes, there's a few more that I'm expecting to see.
You're right about little.
But it's interesting about speculating about McKinnon's position and whether or not he is going to be able to front, or whether or not we are going to be two soldiers down out of the top... top 5 or top 7, because McKinnon at 6, if he was going to be the substitute to make up for Jamal, but if Paul misses out and can't front, well, it might have to go down to 7. Ryan Marshall, Rahul Victor, Kim Tai, Dwayne Fisher, Andre, Dr. Dre Tam, Eamon Karmas, we saw Andrew Price, Ruben Martin, Josh Muggleton, Greg Kerber, rounding out a 2023 class, a action-packed class. Quality like you wouldn't believe, all the way down. Look at these guys, all names, some of them new names for the class of 2023, other names we've seen before, and it is so good to see. So a little bit more club sprint to come, but before that we need to catch up with our lovely friend Charlie.
Well, engine management software powerhouses Haltech are back supporting the World Time Attack Challenge again for another year and naming right sponsors of our club sprint category. But to make it even better, Haltech have brought a bit of international flavour with them this year. Now, Rich, tell us why and how have you brought America to Sydney Motorsport Park?
Well, Charlie, it's the first year that internationals have been back after the COVID crisis. We love this. It's an international competition. It's the World Time Attack Challenge. So we had to bring some of the world to World Time Attack. As you said, we're the club sprint sponsors. We love those guys who do the DIY stuff in their own garage. They put in those hard hours themselves. So the perfect guy for that was Mike Burrows. He has built that Ferrari, the K24 Ferrari, in his own garage. Over a number of years, he's been working on it, and he's our type of guy. So we thought, Mike, why don't you come over here to World Time Attack and hang out with us at Haltech?
Well, of course, Mike is hanging out, but there's plenty of other people hanging out, getting up close and personal to all the products here, getting them hands on some fantastic merch. So make sure you come and check out Haltech. They're right near the dummy grid here at World Time Attack.
Absolutely, and great sponsors for 2023, the Haltech Club Sprint class. And you know what, they've got that many new generations. They're all frothing for the Nexus. They all want Nexus R3 and Nexus R5s as their ECU of choice. It's a fantastic product. Aussie based, I know that's been purchased, but it was proudly Aussie. I still rate it as Aussie no matter what. I still call Australia home. But
they're a fantastic product. I mean, I had Haltech in my Skylines when I was busy spending all my money on them before Hyundai days, and went from a Platinum Pro, which was your entry level, and then I had an Elite 2500. The Nexus came out afterwards, and it was all, I guess, proven on the world stage with the fastest cars in the world, all using Haltech equipment.
Mate, they are huge in the United States. I shouldn't say at the moment. For the last few years, they've really sort of forged their market in the United States of America. And, there's a lot of ECU companies out there. And Haltech, they've definitely stood the test of time. They've been around for a fair amount of time. And as I said initially, primarily as an Australian company. But you know what? When you're a success, other companies come looking to either knock you out of competition or go, you know what? I think we've got a product here that we want to grab on. And it's not only, of course, in time attack cars. We see it, as you said, in quick street cars. Drag racing, there's quite a lot of vehicles running the Haltech product. As you said, either the 2500 and Elite or getting into the Nexuses, the R3, the R5 especially. We've got a few guys here in Australia running them on nearly 4,000 horsepower engines.
Wow.
The Nexus.
What do you reckon that'll do down the straight here, Diggle?
Oh, it won't do anything, mate.
A million.
I can tell you what it will do right now. It won't do that. It'll get you to 215 mile an hour in 3.6 seconds, but it won't do you much after that.
That's ridiculous. Brian Marshall has just gone PB, 0.2 up the road from his previous best. His two best sectors, Sector 1 and 2, and then didn't improve Sector 3. So 37.0 by him. Quick car, 236 across the line. Probably only, I say only, 10 or 15k down on the Trent Grubel Evo. So great job there. Jay Wong finally put in a much nicer lap, and that has put him, I feel, into the top 5.
Well, he's come out of nowhere, hasn't he?
So 35.7. I've gone down to Jay Wong, Jonathan Wong's pits, the DNA Autosports Supra. I've given him a couple of tune-ups every session, looked at some video, looked at some data. He is one of the best track day gentleman drivers I've ever come across who's never competed. So he's a huge talent, and it's great to see that he's finally put a number down that is worthy of what his skill set has. So that's great. And I can guarantee there's more in it than that. So excellent work.
How good is that? Because he wasn't even sort of
nowhere for the whole gig.
In any contemplation, I knew we just needed a nice little excitement, a little bit of a twist at the end of the Haltech Club Sprint story. You had to wait to the last session of the last group to throw him into the mix. And I've been enjoying the lap here from Kim Tai with this beautiful Exige Sport 410.
Probably the closest thing to a road car, like a standard off-the-shelf road car. It's 410 Exige, has a 6-cylinder engine in it, very quick car out of the box. So that's great to see that even with a fairly standard road car like that, you can turn up and compete against something like this.
Yeah.
It's a fair way away from what it was when it left the showroom floor in 1999.
Oh, and again, if you had to start from scratch and build one, you wouldn't want to be tearing up perfectly good WRXs to do it anymore, because, I mean, when you get this far down, yes, they don't have the resale that they would have had if you kept them stock. Absolutely not. These things are hard to accrue in value once they get to this standard. They sort of must flatline out of the value and go, well, look, it's not going to be a $500,000 WRX anytime soon, but if you want an adrenaline machine, I'm sure you'll pay the money they're asking if it's ever for sale. Michael Garland, that's the Got It Rex Subaru Impreza, and this is a cranky beast. It's been developed over the years, and let's have a look at some trap speeds here. 251 we just saw, 253 from Kazmiri. Garland only 202, which indicates that he has rolled off the throttle.
So there's a fair wedge off his PB, which has that, I guess, third spot semi-locked up for now. I think the battle for third and for fourth is probably the hottest out the lot. If we look at positions 7, 8, and 9, they are within 200s. No, not even. They're within half a thousandth. That's ridiculous.
Never seen this before. Never seen it that tight. Never seen it, and we're just out of the periphery of the top 5. But to how much we don't know, because we ain't seen McKinnon, we ain't seen Assad, so we might have to put 2 substitutes in there.
Well, .005.
That's crazy.
Fighting for that last spot.
You almost wish
in the top 5.
You almost just wish you could take, the 8 out of that, what we see on the list there, and go, all right, boys, you all have a bit of a crack. We might see some upsets on a shootout, but, we won't bend the rules any further than what we can. That would be great. When you see them that tight, you just wish they could all go each other in that little group there, even though they might not feature in a shootout. That's a pretty tight group. And again, this is an organic progression of tight motorsport. No one ever thought that we could get them that tight. You could slide a 3,000 feeler gauge between them. There they are. In a variety of different combinations. Mind you, this one's a little bit more four-wheel drive heavy in Club Sprint than what we've seen, say, for example, in Open today.
Yeah, well, there's only two two-wheel drive cars.
Yes.
So Kazmiri in the front-wheel drive Integra and Jay Wong in the rear-wheel drive Supra. I really do feel that there is call it 1, 2, 3, 4. I think there's a 5-car battle here for that fourth spot. I think 1, 2, and 3. It's going to be hard to beat Trent. We know that. It's going to be hard to get to Jimmy's lap 34.0. Garland with a 4.4. Unless he's got a set of tyres, you can see he's a fair wedge off the pace. So unless he's got something there, I think, from Kazmiri onwards, down all the way, you could probably include Muggleton if he had another run. But I think all the way down there, imagine going into the last session being 10th and coming away with 4th, or on the other hand, being 4th and then leaving and saying you barely made the 10.
Yep. It's lucky enough not everyone can just deliver a knockout blow right at the death here to upset the apple cart. But he's having a good go here, Kim Tai. He's getting a fair bit of value out of that car and, driving the wheels off it. Street registered still. As you said, it's the closest thing you can get to a race car and drive it on the street. And, hats off to Lotus for such a great design.
Yeah, they stick to their guns. Yes. They're fairly stripped out. The door handles on that car are the same as what you can get in a 2002 Elise. So they found a formula back then and decided to stick with it. And pattern, and look, it works.
Why waste money on stuff you don't need to redesign again? That's what I've been wishing designers did for years. But then again, without new ideas, there's no design. So he's going to have another crack out there. He's pushing. Marshall's getting plenty of track time out there, but just whittling away. Trap speeds at 227k an hour. Ty in that little Lotus went 234 down the straight on the last lap there that he had done. But minute 37.012 might just be a little while away here for Marshall. Just listening for more intent through the camera microphones, and he is just making up the lap here, not doing anything out of the ordinary. Certainly not a lot of throttle position there at all. So just nursing the car around for the rest of the lap, unless he figures that he might want to engage it one more time, light the fuse one more time. This session, not too many minutes left on it, you would imagine. So there might be a little bit of rubble laying around that we'll have to sift through to see who the top 5 might end up being. Because
I believe so.
You get to this end of the day, and there is some stuff starting to hang off a few things, and they're not coming back out again. And it's
you see Trent like Grubel in the lead, Rexy. He's not come out, and that doesn't mean that there's something wrong.
No.
It just means that, mentioning before, these cars are designed to do one lap, one perfect lap, to be on brand. It's not an enduro. They're here to put on a lap time, put on a show, and those guys will be saving a set of greens and Trent's favourite frosted tips for the shootout. I saw him and I was getting into Baker's Kona N just before, and he said he liked to comment. So
he did.
There you go, mate. He's a great guy and an awesome operator.
Well, during that same sort of time there, Luffy then started to engage me in the hair wars. And
you've got the frosted. You got the business at the front, party at the back, though.
Yeah, well, I think it was called the Texas Mud Flap by JDA there before, which is like, I'll take that as a compliment.
Texas
no other way to take it, really. So, all I need is some pit vipers and I'm away. But I think JDA was going to give me those sunnies that he had already. So there we go. The Haltech 2023 class is just about run and done. This is the way the class of 2023 has ended up, and how the Superlap shootout looks a little bit later on still remains to be seen. But we can throw all sorts of conspiracies out there. I know one thing: we won't see Jamal Assad. Will we see Paul McKinnon? Yet he has every right to say that he could be eligible. He may not have come out. He may be
definitely.
gone.
But
he may also probably have the right to tell everyone else that he's out.
Yeah, we're assuming that car was terminal, but it may not be.
We might be able to. So there's time to thrash if they want to, but they need to at least notify if they are out, because he may be of consideration right now. And then we might be able to get Jonathan in there and the other our next reserve. But have a look at this. Congratulations, Ryan Marshall, Rahul Victor, Kim Tai, Dwayne Fisher, Andre, Dr. Dre, Eamon Karmas, Andrew Price, Ruben Marden. That's 18 cars in the minute 30s or quicker, 39 or quicker. Josh Muggleton, Greg Kerber, not a bad showing for the Commodore utility, certainly not the slowest guy here. Fabrice Giron, Adam Clark Lynch, George Jeffcott, Adam Nakarata, Ryan Gordon, Diane Ewan, Tim Weston, Wesley Tank, Stephen Muller, Daniel Holohan, the Hairpin Hooligans, David Lahr, Jeremy Morris, Rodney Middleton, thank you, Jonathan Munro, Indawara GT, nice to meet you, sir, Eleanor Terry, well done, ladies, and Paul Kovaceski, the OG Momo 944, the epitome of Haltech Club Sprint and the spirit in which we're fought. Josh Buchan off for a break. We'll have a break here in the commentary box just for a mere moment before we're back on track with more action here at Sydney Motorsport Park. I hope you're having a cracker time.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Plasma Man Racing is a world leader in performance intercoolers and EFI intake manifolds. For over 25 years, we've been at the forefront of performance turbocharged induction technology. When you go with Plasma Man, you go with proven, tried and tested technology, a combined experience of over 100 years in the performance racing industry, and a product renowned for its quality, appearance, and reliable, repeatable performance. Plasma Man, no limits.
Absolutely no limits here. The sky's the limit, and look at the view from beautiful drone shots of this circuit. Andrew Brilliant with you, Chris Diggles as well. And what do you think, mate? Honestly, you've been to a lot of racetracks in your illustrious yet relatively short career because you're only a young guy. But how does this rate as one of the true circuits? Does it make
Sydney?
your top 10? Does it make your top 5?
I love it. I love it. You know, you want to know why I love it? Because it's a track where you can't have any one thing. You've got to have it all.
And right.
Yeah, and even with the sectors, there's like every sector has a bit of like handling and a bit of power and a bit of everything. And while it seems like a really fast circuit, it's more like a mid-speed, but it's got some hairpins too. So you really have to have it all here.
Yeah, look at these. These people have got it all. They've got the VIP area here for World Time Attack Challenge. That as the sun starts to set on some amazing classic cars. And when I mean classic, you know, maybe something from the 1980s or even 1970s. Heaven forbid, those old vehicles in there. They've never looked better. They look fantastic. That stylised show and shine. Yeah, as you say, you've got to have it all here.
Sweet, so the classics from the 80s and I'm from the 70s.
Yeah, well, that's it. I grew up as a teenager in the 80s. Hashtag One Perfect Lap, worldtimeattack.com. This is the venue. Destination, New South Wales. It's a truly international, world-class event. And how are you guys going? You're loving that down there. Ah, that's convenient sign placing. M-Tron Australia. Well, what a coincidence. We might be going pro here very shortly, thanks to M-Tron. And all smiles, that's the way. Smiles on the dials. If we were to do a little bit of a market research right now, hands up in the venue if you think you've got your money's worth. You should all have your hands up. I don't know, there's quite a few cars. Maybe the Judd V10 of Brian Turek might have said, yeah, well, that's my admission. That sound of that Judd V10. Was it Matt Hall? Well, put me in for that as well. You could add another 50 to 100 little instances and happenings that have happened around here. We go, you know what, that is an experience that you pay for, and you don't feel any regret for doing that. That we'll all walk away with no regrets this weekend. Every single World Time Attack, I walk away with no regrets. Yeah, the only regret I have is I wish it could go for a week, but I know it can't. Awesome can only last so long before we're all worn out.
Yeah.
And you're normally in bed by 7:30, 8 o'clock at night, I've noticed.
Oh, you're just giving it to me forever on that one.
No, I'm not. That's the worst thing I can say about Andrew Brilliant. He's an early to sleeper. He's an early to bed.
Have a seat and then woke up the next day.
Yeah. He's early to bed. This guy. He's an early. I wish I could go to bed as early as you do, mate. I wish I could. I don't know. There's so much energy. You feel so much out of this event. The people, everything. That the adrenaline just, you can't sleep. I can't sleep. You're good at probably deflecting your brain to a point. I'm going to go into a thought process here, and you're probably like me. Once I dedicate my brain to doing something, it sort of protests in a way, and then I'm off to sleep. You just got to clear that brain. And I don't know what your brain clearancing process is, but
oh yeah, you get the inertia.
Right, well, while we see the S2000 starting to warm up, an update from Warren Luff on the M-Tron Pro Class.
Yeah, guys, I'm down here in pit lane and we're standing here in front of the beautiful RP968. Now, obviously this car won't be going out in this session right now, but it's a good chance to get up close and personal with this car, because when we had the grid walk earlier, there was that many people around. We wanted to get down and get close with this car, but when you actually get up and close and personal with this car, you can start to see how impressive this car is. We've spoken a lot about aero with the cars using the high-vis paint and all that sort of stuff, but when you can actually get up close and see how big this sort of front wing area is in terms of not only just sort of the overall width of it, but the depth in which it comes in under the car. You look into that beautiful engine bay, there's that billet engine in there that makes just over 1,000 horsepower that was obviously responsible for setting that record lap. You look up and over the roof of the car, you can see that massive rear wing at the back, those air ducts on the roof of the car there. It really is just such an impressive piece of machinery when you can get up and close and personal with this car. When we come around this side of the car, I had to talk to the guys, and I am actually allowed to do this. We have a look in the office here. So this is where Barton gets to sit for that record lap. And you can see, again, the whole purpose of this car is all about speed. You can see the paddle shift there. You can see the traction control, the boost, everything like that. There's traction buttons, there's pit lane speed limiters. There is so much going on. You think in that 1 minute and 17-second lap that he did earlier today, and he's got all these things to sort of to play with in the car. It really is an impressive piece of machinery. And like what we spoke about, when you look at the development of this car, from when it first ran here at World Time Attack, the very first year this car ran here, it ran a 1 minute 26.8. You're talking an 8-second improvement over that very short period of time in the development of this car. The big question now is how much further can this car go and how much closer can it get to that outright lap record of Daniel Ricciardo's?
Yeah, that's all the very big questions there. And Luffy, yeah, getting right in up close and personal with that car. It's got a presence, hasn't it, Andrew Brunin? You get anywhere near the proximity of the front of that car and you just go, man, you know, that's 2.6 metres wide, the front of that car.
Yeah, it's big. It's a big car.
You know what? You know who's showing us 2.6 metres of width out there at the moment is Shibata Yusaku's son, and why wouldn't you? It's the S2000 from Avu Racing in Japan, and he's got basically an open track to try and get himself a PB for the weekend. It went 29.596. You'd almost be happy with that, but you know what? This guy's done virtually no laps here. On his path here at World Time Attack. You can only do so many laps. It says here it's his 7th lap. So let's just see what he gets here. He's not lighting up any of the sectors just yet. But you know what? In true Banzai fashion, watch this. I was expecting full tilt S2000s through there, but not at all that time. But boy, we have had some good ones in the past, haven't we? We've had, I remember Nob Taniguchi out here driving the S2000. I'm trying to remember which shop that was with. Was it Deep Stage? Might have been Deep Stage from years ago. The S2000 that Nob came out and drove there for a bit.
Top Fuel?
Top Fuel, that's what it was.
Yeah.
I knew it was a drag racing term. Top Fuel, Team Top Fuel, that's right. With their S2000. They're another iconic chassis. And my opinion is Honda didn't make that car long enough. You know what I mean? It was like it literally had a short production run. I don't know whether that was always their intention.
I was thinking about aero, like how long it's physically.
Yeah, but how long that car was in production? Because it's not like we've had. It's not a current car. You know, it was something that was developed, and then like I can't remember the actual overall span. For all those people that will know, will be able to tell us. But you know, they didn't make too many of them.
I love those long hood.
Yes, the hood,
cars.
The bonnet, yes.
I love the long bonnet cars. It's actually quite a good car aerodynamically as well, that one. No, they've really worked hard on it, I think, Honda did from the factory.
You know, if you ever do a top 10, you know, most influential Honda vehicles produced, you'd be hard for everyone. If you're looking for some bench racing tonight, here's another bench race topic. Name your top 10 most influential Honda vehicles that they've made.
Well, NSX is
NSX is like nearly king. It's not like NSX. No one should topple the old NSX out of there, by the way.
Yeah. You ever seen the suspension on that thing?
No.
Oh, it's just art.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's for like.
Are you talking the OG NSX or the new NSX?
The OG one.
The OG one, yeah, the Ayrton Senna developed one. All right, well, Charlie, there's some news there from our lovely lady in the pits. Where are you, darling?
Oh, well, I had to come because, guys, you know I'm so passionate about women in motorsport. It's something that I've dedicated so many hours to, showing women all the different ways that they can get involved in motorsport across the country. And funny enough, I bumped into the wonderful Alicia, who runs Women in Drifting right here at Sydney Motorsport Park. They run come and try events under absolutely no pressure at all for women to come and see if drifting is for them. So, Alicia, I know I just pounced on you and said, come and talk on camera. So we're just going to have a nice bit of a chat about what you've created and how women can get involved.
Yeah. So you can just check our website, Australian Drift Club. Under the events, you'll find the Women in Drifting event. You can just book online. We have it here on the Wet Skid Pen a couple of times a year. It's a come try day. You can bring a male with you to have a support network, or you can come on your own. You just bring your own car, and we put different layouts throughout the track, and you just make your way through it. It'll be a very easy one to start with, going to an advanced track, and yeah, it's just very exciting, no intimidation, and very easy and fun, and you meet a great bunch of people.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for creating something just for women that can come and try a new form of motorsport. We all know that I've fallen in love with drifting pretty hard over the past few months, so I think I might have to get myself along to an event. I'll bust out the Mustang and see what it can really do.
Sounds good.
Fantastic to see women in drift, and how long before we actually, it's like women's sports, women rugby league, women's soccer. We just had the World Cup here in Australia. I'd love to see a top 16 all-women drift battle. If we get the baddest drift girls in the world to do that one day, I'd love to see that, because they could probably be just as competitive as the boys would be in it, and it's so good that they've got the display out here. It's into GCG Open class. We've got Eric Sue back on, and Eric, it just keeps getting better and better and better. Where were you when the stunt plane went up there before?
I was just down in the garages looking up like everyone else. It's pretty cool.
Did you lose your stomach like I did a couple of times when he threw it in there? It's like, oh, that'll be me. That'll be me.
No, but I was just picturing myself in the plane, just...
Nope.
Yeah. Just having a hard time.
There is a horror movie out there called Nope. Have you heard of that movie? Well, that's just, I'm looking at it, they go, nope. Yeah. When he went into anything like that, it's like, okay, nope, no way at all.
Yeah.
Now, look, you know, we were talking with Josh about how tight Club Sprint ended up. Now, Open, there is a little bit more daylight sort of amongst the top 3 or 4, but we've still got a whole bunch of guys trying out there for the shootout, and we are a little tighter further down, especially between Bishop and Boston there. Mind you, Bishop's got to do a hell of a lot to try and get over Johnny Boston's minute 34.24. Are we locked in, and can we see those 5 that we see on the list actually turn up for the shootout? Are they all functioning, do you think, and ready? I know that probably the dark horse might be Morecambe because they were changing engines, I believe.
Yeah, I think the car is back now and ready to go. But Bishop, his PB is a 130, so it's going to be pretty interesting there. And then Nguyen in the S15, they also had a repair after the last session they ran.
Right.
So they got a little more in it too, they said. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3 is going to be tight, I think.
Very tight indeed. And you know what, actually the other one that I hope is in good nick, even though the last time we saw him today, he was getting towed off, and that was Benny Tran with a minute 29.252. Technically, he is going to be in that shootout if he can get that thing back together, but it was not looking good. But I know, when you've raced the car as long as Benny has, you know every nut and bolt on it. If there's a problem that's going to stump you, well, honestly, that's got to be one hell of a unique problem, because, when you've had the beast for as long as he's had, problems can get solved. It's just another problem that pops up on the automobile.
Yeah. So we're going to have 2...
Oh, did you hear the shudder on the front of that Datsun 1600 down the straight? That was John Healy pushing that splitter to death. That was some carbon destruction right there. Yeah, we got. Did you hear that in the background?
Yeah.
I only just caught a glimpse of which car it was.
I felt the vibration even from up here.
Yeah, that was when it sort of goes through the very core of your body. Here we go. Look at these classic shapes out there. Here comes Mike Burrows trying to find some space. In front of him here is Adam Pasman, that I know there's a representative time out there. But look at this. It's K-Swap the world. Yeah. It's the K24 S15. It's the K24 308.
Yep. We haven't mentioned Magnum PI yet, have we?
No, but that was the car.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Can we get Tom Selleck out here one year?
No
one would know who Tom Selleck was.
Yep.
One year, wouldn't you love to get all the washed-up guys that were famous in cars, like David Hasselhoff and Magnum PI, and the guys from Hardcastle and McCormack with the montage kit car.
Don't forget Don Johnson.
Don Johnson, the Bo and Luke Duke, you know, anyone that was in a decent car. Vin Diesel, I've already called him out.
Yeah.
Already called Vin out. Where are you, Vin? And anyone where a car was part of their fame on TV. Starsky and Hutch, that's another one.
Yeah.
We can almost have a Hollywood cars lineup if we could ever do that. But you know what? This is the modern version of Hollywood. This is, you know, the influencer world. This is the YouTube world.
Right.
And Mike Burrows, just with this amazing car, to see it in the flesh, you can only look at the screen for so long before you want to see things in person. And he is already hooked. The hook is in.
Yeah.
This guy loves this track, loves the vibe. Yes, it's been hard work to get to here, but I'm sure by the time this man finishes at the end of the day, he's have said, I have lived this event through the end, to the core.
I'd like to really see, I hope he turns it up. They're running a pretty big Garrett G42. And if he turns up the wick, that's going to be some serious power.
Yes, GCG Open class bringing us all the action. Of course, he's running the Haltech on board this thing as well. So it's got a nice few angles in it that makes it work really well. And Mike, just one of the most personable blokes that I've met. Like, he took that much time last night to talk to myself and my sons. He had a bit of time on his hands too because he was waiting for parts. So it's not like he did that much to do other than listen to me. Didn't know who the hell we were until the end of it. But just still a guy, humble as ever, look you in the eye, so polite, talk to you about everything. Feel free to go and have a look at it. I even stood on his front splitter accidentally. It was on his front tray.
Accidentally.
I thought I heard it creak and break, but I triple checked it before I left to make sure I'm not the one in the way of Mike Burrows achieving any extra here. I'd hate to be that guy that ruined it for him. And I know it's not me. So here you go, look, Adrian Passman, a relatively new build. And I'd love to see some green light up for this thing. This has got all the potential in the world. I do think it is the Supercharged K Series again here, so there's a few of them sneaking around the place. You know, the difference between having something that if you do turbocharge the K Series, you can expect, 600 to 800 if it's been, built engine, easily 400 to 500 unopened. But the Supercharged K Series, they're hoping for something that's just going to give you more linear appliance of power. And you know what? Doesn't need to be a 10,000 RPM engine. Then it can be an 8,000 RPM all day. Look at Ferris. He's got one of the most expensive camp chairs out there. Probably a $500,000 camp chair out there.
Yeah.
And Ferris ready to go. This is Ferris Khartoumi's day off. This is what this is. He's ready to go at any old time. And obviously they fixed that intercooler. I'd say the old tick. I wonder if it's still warm, the old cooler. I'd be dipping that back in the ice bucket, wouldn't you, before there? You don't want all that heat soak in there. So come on, Mike, what do you got? There we go. Minute 43, 155, another PB for Burrows. Keep going, Mike. It's all yours. I want to call him Mick because that's kind of an Australian thing to do, If you're Michael, you're a Mick, If you're Eric, I'd still call you Eric,
Yeah.
Andrew, I might call him Andy, but, we don't want to say that. But it's Mick Burrows. Mick Burrows here. But Michael Burrows, but Mick when you come to Australia.
In the States, it would be Mike.
Mike, it would be Mike. You go to Mike. If you're Michael, you're Mike. Over here, it's Mick. It's both, it's like Mick Dundee, Crocodile Dundee from the early days. He's probably on his birth certificate Michael Dundee, but, turned into Mick. So
got it.
A Michael over here turns into a Mick. Just like when you come over here, you lift the bonnet. Lift the bonnet and slam the boot.
The car looks like it's pretty
gorgeous.
planted.
No, it's a gorgeous thing.
It's not, seems pretty stable when he's doing that 142.
Here we are talking about, we wanted to do something different from all the other builds, and I say the sea, we need a Hyundai Staria, time attack van that could take 4 people at once. Can we do that?
That'd be sick.
Can we put 4 Ionic N motors in it just to make it really exciting?
There you go. Let's talk to Baker about that.
Remember the old Renault Espace Formula One chassis minivan?
Yeah.
I think Hyundai needs a Staria in their life. That's a time attack car as well. Take VIPs around.
Well,
Honda
HPD, they did a CRV with an IndyCar motor in it.
Did they really?
Yeah. It's called the Beast. Check it out.
The Beast. So that's where is that car right now?
That's in North America.
Yeah.
Google it.
Well, we need it here next year then. Tick another box of Baker's hit list. It's a Baker's hit list. Put it on the hit list. All right, here we go. Mick Burrows backs it up with a 43.984, so 2-minute 43s there for him and a whole bunch of fun. We're still not done yet at all. Not done at all, I can tell you. No stretch of the imagination are we done. There's few agendas out there still to be met. Out there is entrant 48 right now. That is John Sabelic. That's Supra. The JZA 80! Just as we mentioned the man, he disappears over Corporate Hill backwards.
He did save it, though, so that's good.
It is. The commentator's curse. That's now about 25 different times I've talked someone up and they've lost it in front of us. But thank you for that, John. He's A-OK. Now, remember, there's not one Supra out there you could possibly consider bending because they're all too expensive. And that one, yeah, look, what do you do? We've got a few Aussie crumbs out there now, a little bit of the Aussie bush out on the track. Where's that 968 vacuum cleaner that we need out there? Where's the official track vacuum sweep of Sydney Motorsport Park? Because, boy, how good did that thing work? Yeah. He's out there now just near the hairpin, and he's going to try and resume here. But here it is, just as we talk him up. Just as we talk him up here, John Sabelic, and right here, over to you, John. Tank slapper. There we go. You're a passenger there for about 2 or 3 seconds, and she's okay. He's okay now, but earlier, not so good.
Yep.
But look, it's good to see. We've got the JZA 80, hopefully forever. You know, my favourite car to play in the early Gran Turismo was the Castrol one. You know, the factory Castrol Supra.
Oh, the GT500 car.
Yeah, in Gran Turismo.
Yep.
And remember, would you believe there'd be that many people here of the original Gran Turismo generation that have had kids and got married and got a house? And we've got a new generation of kids that are on the things like Beams NG and all these new gaming platforms. But you know what? I don't know whether Luffy even had time growing up playing car games as a kid. He was driving real cars. Warren, what have you got?
Well, I'm sitting down here with my mate Ferris. I'm sitting on arguably the most expensive chair for viewing World Time Attack. We're here on the front of our Corvette here, mate. Good to hear the car's all back together. Are we ready to go faster?
Yeah, hopefully. As long as it stays together, we're going to go faster.
I've heard about driving the wheels off a car, but driving the top welds out of an intercooler, that's a new one. So quite impressive, but great to see the car back out there. How's your whole experience of World Time Attack been?
It's been great. The level of support, the people here are amazing. Like, Plasma Man came over, they took the welder, like, we'll be back. And they took it to their shop, they welded it up, handed me a brand new welded intercooler. I'm like, dude, you guys are awesome.
Well, good to see you guys back out there and look forward to seeing 126s.
Oh, I'll do my best.
Yeah, there we go. And just another one of those great companies. He's dropping it right in there. He'll probably have a deal for life with Plasma Man after that. Why wouldn't you? What a high profile and pleasant gentleman. So cool and laid back. And, yeah, one of the baddest Time Attack cars in North America. And, you know, there's nothing more apple pie than a twin-turbo LS Corvette. I mean, that's a hell of an apple pie. That's a spicy apple pie there, I can tell you.
Of course.
Speaking of spicy sorts, down to Charlie with some more info.
Guys, keep those intros coming. I really, really like it. You're just writing my bio as we speak. But you know also that I love a bargain. And we have found the best one of the day. Absolutely. You have to make sure you come on down to the World Time Attack merch stall because, Sam, cameraman Sam, we have to make sure we look at this. T-shirts for $20. Old stock. It's a fire sale, guys. This is not a drill. Get yourself down. Come and see my mate Sonia. And it's kids stock as well. Right behind us there's a whole bunch of people. When I had to battle through to get to you, Son. Tell us, what can people get when they come down here?
We've got all the old stock from World Time Attack from the years that's led up to today. I've got all heaps of kids stock as well. Yep, all $20 and I'm here. Yep.
Done. She's here. She's got the cash register ready to take you well hard earned for an amazing range of World Time Attack merch. Don't miss it, guys. Once it's gone, it is gone.
Oh yes, bargains, 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 and $20 shirts. Go grab them, and they've still got the WTAC logos on them that we love so much. And I noticed that maybe we might be nearly out of hoodies. So if you haven't got your warm weather clothes from the World Time Attack merchandise trail, you better go down and make sure there's some hoodies left because it might get a little bit cold tonight here, Eric.
I think it is gonna.
Well, the wind chill came in last night and we're all standing there on the hill watching the drift and it's like, oh. And it's like, hang on, I warned everyone, you better come up dressing warm because it did get a little bit chilly. And then once the drift cars did start, it did kind of warm everything up. Everyone forgot about the cold. Now here we go. Interesting that Tim Slade is out there. Is this one little sort of final crack at it to see if he's right for the shootout? Who will know? Time will tell.
Looks like Bishop's now in 5th.
Wow, there we are. Bishop, minute 33.87. Snuck that one in. Eric was pointing that out.
Yep.
That happened on lap 25 for him. So that is provisionally knocking Boz out by a 10th. So Johnny Boston up till then, and you know what, we never thought we'd see a little bit of shuffle like that, but it just pops out of nowhere like it has done on the past. And Eric, you spotted it on the screen straight away that yes, here Bishop's gone in front of Boston by about not even a 10th of a second. So we're Tim Slade out there right now, the Extreme GTR, the Skyline, the iconic 32, one of the if there's such a word, screamiest, dreamiest, creamiest R32 Skyline with that RB engine on board. He's now going to warm it up here now, Slady. I think we've got to let this thing eat here and get your ears on, folks. Get your ears on, get your gear on, strap yourself in. Let's see what Tim Slade can do. All right, flying into Advan. Right behind him was Newen as well. So Newen getting up there. So some real quick Nissans on track right now. Now Tim, sounds good. Let's have a listen. All right, just Tim Slade up in sector 1. We're going to keep an eye on him here. Morecambe is on track. Morecambe is on track, so hold on to your hats, folks. We might have a couple of double stories here for you. Cole Powelson on track as well, as is Dan Day. So here's Newen. Newen finding a new way around. Let's see what he can do and keep an eye on Tim Slade for Sector 2. We've lost the Extreme GTR just for the moment. Here he is now, coming into the very, very critical tight turn where if you get this one right, you're like green on the second sector. He's green on the second sector, ladies and gentlemen. Tim Slade knows that Morecambe might be coming for him because he did say, Tim, I'm coming for you. But you know what? The Extreme GTR got himself out nearly a second or so away from Morecambe before they had engine troubles. So now that Morecambe's got a new engine in it, this screaming lap, here it comes for Tim Slade. You're about to hit the stripe. We can see Benny Tran out there beside him, but here he comes, Timmy Slade. Oh, 26.192. Just holds it a little bit further out of reach for everyone. A minute 26.192, and maybe, just maybe, top of the podium today after last year getting pipped by Morecambe when he came home with a semi-wet sail, and Slady was already in the clubhouse with a disabled Skyline last year.
Yeah, speaking of Extreme, sounds like they still have another click more to go and boost, so that's going to be really interesting to shoot off.
Oh, good ears there from Eric, good ears from there, thinking there might be a little bit more in it. But you know what a great consolidation mission for him. Minute 31 now for Powelson, so Cole's improved. Day goes minute 34.183, so he improves as well. So Cole's finding a little bit there in that fantastic Subaru Impreza, driving it for Olins and Alcon. Ashton now on a flyer. Minute 30, 8.41 for Ashton. So Ashton's put one in there. Brandis goes 33.235. They're all improving a little bit here. There's a little bit of shake-up, but not too much. Cole's kind of put a bit of daylight between him and Brandis. Day there in 10th. But there's still a little bit more to happen here. Ashton, minute 30, 8.41. Not a bad pass at all. Minute 30, 8.41. Benny Tran, though, I did notice we saw the Integra out there amongst the traffic, and he might be trying to find a spot. Ashton's not giving up on this run either. It's whether they all sort of find each other at the wrong time of the track. If someone's agenda is a full flyer and someone in front of you, their agenda is not quite there. Benny Tran, he's now on a flyer. Let's see if we can find Benny Tran on our cameras here, because he's just gone through turn 1 into turn 2. Here we go. Let's keep an eye on Mr. Excitement here for the front wheel drive brigade. pretty well flat through there, Eric.
Yeah,
I mean, that sort of car just rewards flat-out driving. Bottoming that tyre out on the guard. That's right, you call them fenders, we say guards. That's another part of the car that's different.
Whoa, using the whole track.
Each side of the hood are fenders. Each side of the bonnet are guards, right? It's just interesting. Guard from mudguard, I think, is probably why we got guard.
I think it's pretty amazing what the Australians have done with Hondas.
Oh, haven't we? Right, and Benny Tran especially, BYP. I'd have to ask Benny how many decades he's been playing with the Honda platform. Now, let's have a look. He's lit up the first sector. Second sector looks good for Benny Tran. Oh, it's not as quick as he's been before, but this is a good consolidation run for him. He's definitely going to not lose his position in fourth, but whatever effort he does here might still end up with some results that he needs, because it hasn't been a perfect World Time Attack for Benny Tran. Sounds all good here. Oh, that's a cranky one. Minute 29.0. Minute 29.08 for Benny Nelly into the 28s. But what is an impressive run indeed. And Ewan, he's just off the side road here. I don't know what's happened to Rob. You can see him in the background there. So Rob's just over the fence. The gorgeous S15, a little stranded, obviously. Out of fuel, out of power, out of electricity. Don't know. At least it's not on fire. We've had that in droves. It hasn't really looks like he's heard anything in any way externally on the vehicle. But flying through here on a hit here is Boston having another crack at it. Can Boston get back at Bishop? Boston, can he get back in the shootout here? Johnny Boston, he's now on a flyer. Bishop pipped him to get in the shootout at minute 33.87. Boston's only mustered it, well, only. He's nearly 3 seconds quicker than last year. Minute 33.87. So GCG Open is belting out some amazing scenarios in very short time here. Just when you think the last session might be a settler, Benny Tran uncorks, I think, to date. Last year he went 29.861. This year he's gone 29.082. So he's found a few tenths. If indeed we're talking about the fastest lap Benny's run, he might have done a ton of laps where he might have actually got something a bit faster than that. But it's on the day that we count. And that's definitely an improvement of about 6 tenths from last year, Benny Tran. An absolute rocket ship.
He's still on track. I wonder if he's going to go for another one.
Let's just see. Just see. It might be one of these fast finishes, you know, just hurries the thing back, which is not a bad way to get it back. Some guys go right slow, way slow. Other guys just like to hustle those things back. So, look, the interesting thing was as we saw Morecambe's name slide up there in the previous timing chart, but not do the full lap. So maybe it was a couple of corners out the back and then back in through turn 4. That's why they all slip off our radar, because we don't get to catch them down the straight any more than once, maybe, or if not that at all.
Or maybe they're saving it for the shootout.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you've done an engine swap, I mean, so many times you just find out that, you know, you've got to remove a huge amount of fittings and mounts and nuts and bolts and wiring and all sorts of things. And, you know, sometimes it is a fitting here or something there. But, it's all heating up here in GCG Open. What's it doing down in the pits? Warren Luff.
Yeah, guys, down here, just been having a chat to the crew from Nathan Morecambe, and I can actually see that car coming in at the top end of pit lane now, and it is being towed in.
Oh, no.
It is a drive shaft failure on that out lap. They got to about turn 4, and something broke on broken a drive shaft. It's actually being towed back in now. I can see it coming down the lane. You guys should probably get a good view from where you are.
Well, there we go. News from the pits is Morecambe. The reason why Morecambe didn't come back for a lap is after they've just done a brand new engine in it. It's done a drive shaft, literally its first new lap out. So now it's a drive shaft thrash, and hopefully there's no collateral damage from that. You know, he said he didn't want to come in this way right at the death with all of these variables in place. You'd rather be ready for the last session and then the shootout with a couple of settlers under you and a car ready to go. Not a whole bunch of variables. Yeah, he's got our attention, Eric Sue, has he not?
Yeah, this thing's pretty tail happy.
Yeah, Dan Day getting the most out of it. Geez, he's just getting a little bit of a haze out of one side, whether or not that is the exhaust or whether it's working the tyre onto the fender. Minute, some times an incremental coming through for Day. He's been relatively quick in one sector. He also has been a little bit untidy in others, but, you know, sometimes that's deceptive. It looks slow, like he's been wasting time, but sometimes that's just as fast as he's trying to do it. sometimes you wonder whether or not he has got the foot down earlier than he ever has before, and that sometimes upsets the car, but also might carry a bit more speed through it. And we've got enough scenarios and enough corners here to sometimes compensate. We can compensate. And here he is, John Boston. We've got a red. We've got a red, all-course red at the moment. And Boz won't have another crack at it there. It's a shame. I just wonder how many more minutes we've got on the stopwatch for this session, where GCG Open would let that car out just for one lap. Here's Morecambe back. It's got the tow rope on it. But if it's a drive shaft, whether it's the centre shaft or one of the actual back, he's thumbing to the back there or something, I don't know. But they'll be going for a really fast pit change here. So if we're going to go for thrash cam, now's a good time to go to thrash cam. I know we don't normally have enough live air. But, thrash cam on this thing. Honestly, if we were to film what's happened with this vehicle since yesterday, or some of these teams, Ferris has had problems, Burrows has had problems, and some of our Japanese teams have definitely had problems, but they've been thrashing and fixing. It's not, sometimes a trip to Australia sounds good until you get here and then have to overcome sort of areas of automotive adversity like we've seen there. So,
these cars are being pushed to the edge, so, things are going to happen. Repairs are going to be needed.
Sometimes there's a twist to the end of the fairy tale, and right now Rob's just trying to see if we can get the bonnet up here. We might need a bit of simultaneous fastener discharge to get that up. And there we go. And again, it's a beautiful piece of jewellery. This, and we looked remember we looked at the man jewellery the other day. It is one of those cars that just has detail through and through. Yep. And I just know that, how, mind you, they're also just seeing whether there's something basic in there that they're grabbing. There's our toe strap. Righto, they're looking for the toe strap. They found it, and now it's time to get him hooked up. And, the thing's just obviously lost power. And, have we got some residual leakage there where it was? Maybe it was. Warren Luff's got more information as the sun starts to go down here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Luffy, what's doing?
Yeah, interesting thing that you said there about the sun starting to go down, because when I look behind me or look in front of me over here, the sunlight over the top of that hill at turn 1 is blinding for these drivers. When you look up and down pit lane now, you can see a lot of these guys have got their visors down. It's this sort of next half an hour where visibility into turn 1 and coming out of Corporate Hill becomes quite difficult here at Sydney Motorsport Park. But also talking about Nathan Morecambe, when you heard that car being sort of towed in, you could hear that rear drive shaft. It signalled that it was coming from somewhere at the rear, and you could actually hear one of those drive shafts moving around in there. So those guys have got some work ahead of them to make it out for the shootout later tonight.
Well, speaking of the sun going down towards turn 1, it is shining a beautiful light on this quite rare Toyota GR86 that I have found right here at MCA suspension. Sorry, Josh. And one of the things that I was really surprised to learn is I thought that they said the car was on air bags, but it turns out it's on air cups. Now, Josh, can you please explain to me and everyone else who doesn't know what an air cup is, what that means?
Yep, so we basically take a more conventional sort of suspension design using a normal spring instead of an airbag. So it runs on a conventional sort of setup, and then there's a cylinder on top of the spring that can expand when air pressure's pumped into it. And so that allows the car to raise as well. So underneath the cylinder, the air cylinder, there's just a normal setup, so you get to play with the usual sorts of things, change spring rates, have the car work and perform how you'd normally like it to, whether it be for comfort on the road or performance on the track and that sort of stuff. And then you flick a switch and the air compressor turns on and raises the car about 40 or 50 mil or so.
It's just amazing what technology just keeps coming and developing within sort of MCA suspension, and of course all kinds of motorsport. But looking at this beauty, she is a rare one. We were talking just before and you said that you had one on order for quite a while and couldn't get one, so bought this one privately. And then the body kit that we see on it here was only attached a couple of days before you had to drive here to World Time Attack.
Pretty much. That's usually how it goes for World Time Attack events. The cars are only just ready in time. So this body kit's from a brand called Adro. I think they're based in South Korea. I wasn't going to wide body this car. I've wide body most of my other cars, but this one I was going to save. However, I saw this body kit and I was like, man, that looks amazing. I need to do that. So ordered it. Took a little bit longer than we planned because the car suffered an engine blow up in the meantime while we were sort of waiting for the kit to arrive. And then, anyway, finally got it back and only had a couple of weeks to organise the entire process of getting the car wrapped, the body kit wrapped, test fitting it, getting the wheel fitment right and all that sort of stuff. So it was a big effort, but thankfully we got it all done.
Well, she's an absolute beauty. Make sure you pop over to MCA Suspension, check out the GR86 with a wide body kit. Guys, I think I'm going to stick around here a little bit longer because the sun's shining on this wrap. Oh my gosh, it's a sight to behold.
Right you are, Charlie, the Plasma Man Pro-Am class. Our final session of 2023 just about to kick off here as that beautiful Aussie sun goes down on a nearly picture-perfect Sydney day. And Andrew Brilliant joining me back on the microphone. It's been an amazing couple of days. The script isn't finished yet. What have been your most recent observations and any news or any little tidbits that you can fill us in on?
Well, I think we've started to cool the track down. I would suspect, just based on the open class times, could be everyone's turning up the knob, but it does look a bit like something getting low.
Hang on, we've got some debris out there. A little bit of debris of someone. That's not in a good spot. I'm not a motorsport expert, but that's not in a good spot where that was.
It's just at the start of the session, so they might just do a yellow and get someone to pick it up, but it depends if there's a bunch of junk out there, so we'll have to see. I didn't see what happened, did you?
I'm hearing something else banging or flapping here in the background. It's like someone's, maybe the splitter, someone's splitter's flapping there. Now, look, this will be interesting because hopefully maybe some of our marshals have got out to that piece of debris because he's nearly near that right now. Is the debris still there? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That's not in a good spot. If someone comes around there on an absolute flyer, I'm still hearing some.
Sounds like it might be that car. Yeah, it could be like a mid-floor underneath that we can't see here. Something's definitely hitting that, and that's flutter again. That's it bending with the airflow. The way the frequency changes with speed.
Sometimes I'd find you just go and drive it as fast as you can to see if it fixes itself. Let's just see what happens here.
That's a valid strategy.
Yeah, because it's either going to fall off or it's not, isn't it? So let's just see.
Find the limit.
See, it's gone away now. There we go. Sometimes you just think, well, that noise there, it's knocking. Maybe it'll wear itself clear so it doesn't make the noise anymore.
Well, he does have like a 00 grit 200 km/h sandpaper there, grinding it down.
Doesn't he? What? All right, here we go. He was making the noise, I'm sure, last lap. Oh, what a treat. We've got a couple of amazing 35s. And look, Jeremiah Burton gets another go at it here. And you know what? Jeremiah's having a lot of fun. I'm sure his experience here in Sydney is one to behold. And I can't wait to see what Donut makes of all of this trip to Australia.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Handman just goes past us in that S13. And here goes Jeremiah with plenty of suspension getting planted to the straight here. Keeping an eye out on our entrant there being Jason Rex. The noise has gone away. See, I knew if he just drove it flat out, it'd go away.
There you go. Handmer messaged me that it's this new PB by 1.5 seconds.
Is that right?
On last year's tyres.
On last year's tyres. All right, debris still there though. I'm just catching that in my peripheral vision that it may be just offline for some of them, but I don't know. Some people attack that exit a little bit different to others. So while we're just checking and settling into Plasma Man Pro class, Luffy's got some more information on one of our other competitors. Luffy.
Yeah, a bit of an update here on the Nathan Morecambe car. This crew have got to be one of the hardest working crews this weekend at World Time Attack. They had issues in testing on Thursday. They did an engine change last night and then a drive shaft failure just in that session just there. I asked the question, I'm like, if it is a drive shaft, can you repair it? Have you got spares? The simple answer is, well, they've got 4 spare drive shafts, but they're just evaluating as to if there's any other damage there, but they're confident they'll be back out for Shootout later on.
Yeah, there you go. So four drive shafts spare, but yeah, the collateral damage is always a wonder. Sometimes you've just got to almost be a ballistics expert to see, well, what happened first, what took something out after that. Here it is again, Andrew. This is just as much a treat for you as I'm sure it is for Matt Plowman watching this Lotus go around.
Yeah, well, the conditions are getting better, so let's definitely follow this.
If we were to have a top 3 sexiest cars of 2023. This has got to be in my top 3 sexiest cars here
Top
this
3?
weekend. And you know what? You don't design for sexy though, do you? There's not like an algorithm you put through your simulation software to say, okay, and also make it sexy.
If they both had the same downforce, I'd go sexy for sure.
Sexy over function, but this is it's got it all. It's ticked every single box, and you know what? Happy customers, Matt Plowman. He now gets to sow the fruits of all the effort because he's the one that's been throwing in a lot of the financial effort. He knows every nut and bolt on the car, and you know it's an absolute treat when it all comes together for these guys. Such an amazing vehicle. K-swapped as well. So that Lotus Exige. It's got to be in there as one of the world's sexiest Exiges. Actually, I'll put that in there. But here we go, a little bit of a survey here. That was the noise. There it is. That was the noise. That little, whether it's worn something off completely there or it's just delaminated. No, it's cracked. It's got a crack through it by the look of it.
So that's where, on that car, if I remember, that's where they put the skid blocks, the little jab rock skid block.
It's just a bit of skid block.
Yeah, it might have just come loose.
A little bit of wear. Yeah, no, you know what? You need a longer screwdriver, mate. Here it is. You notice that? That's not coming out. Give me the longer one. That's the way. And all else fails, give me a 3-foot pry bar and we'll get to the bottom of it.
Yeah.
Bang, bang, that's the way. Oh, God, I can't do that for too long. It'd smash my hand up if I did that.
Big man with hammer.
Yes.
Yes.
I was actually looking, of course, at Ryan Tuick. He's got this massive breaker bar with this massive socket on it. It must be to just nip those centre centre wheels. Hello,
got
there you
the
go.
bits out of there.
Well, hang on. That's someone's bit. That's the bit we were looking. That was the bit we kept spotting.
I think that was he set down the flags to go run and grab it.
Yeah, right.
Those were the yellow and blue flags.
There we go. Okay, so we just needed to get that debris off there. Luckily, no one had gone right into it. I'm sure everyone, if you hadn't seen it on your warm-up lap, you want to be there on the flyer and not be anywhere near it. But, that does kind of thwart what you may be trying to do. If you want a wide exit out of there, you don't want to go right over the piece of that.
No.
No matter how light that little piece may be, it's you hit anything at speed. We've even seen, drag cars, when they hit one of those centerline reflector cubes at 150 mile an hour to destroy the front of the car.
Yep.
A piece of foam.
Yeah.
So it's not good when it's hit at speed. Come on, Matty, get yourself some love out of this thing, Plowman. Now it's time to do a fast one. Remember, we had to cool down through that time. We needed the flag out near that area to get rid of the debris. Now it's time for Matt Plowman. The sun's starting to set. The track conditions coming around for him. And, horsepower-wise, we've got plenty there if you want to use it all. And again, the attitude on this car different to others as far as where you can get on and off the throttle, where you want to put that, towards the apex. The characteristics of what the car does when you do lift off, if you do need to lift off with a mid-engine car.
And you notice how it looks more settled now?
Yeah.
It looks like they've improved that setup over the course of the event.
Yeah, so some damper adjustments there. The car isn't... and again, a few more corners to see because there are, as Josh has been pointing out to us all weekend, exactly where every single bump is on this track. So
Josh knows a lot, man.
Josh Buchan's feedback.
He knows.
For a guy of that age, he's got an old head on his shoulders and quite a spiteful one at that. He doesn't mind throwing the burn in the middle.
No.
He'll
let it burn.
And he's done more Ks. If we all had Fitbits on, he's done the most amount of kilometres running out of anyone. I'm at 0. Everyone else has got a few Ks up.
He's a little judgy on the drink sponsors, though.
He is.
Yeah.
He is. There is a. Honestly, if he was to wear a jacket of his choice, it'd have 96 decals on it, all of some interest that's towards him. He did also remind everyone who's paying his electricity bills. So there's nothing you can't hate about the guy. He's brutally honest, increasingly versatile and very, very talented. And huge career, whatever he wants to do, whether he wants to go and be a pro driver or anything in the media, he can do everything. And then on, I can't wait to be working more with the guy if we get him again. It's hard to track the good ones down, mate. I mean, it's easy for me. You just ring me up, I'm there. You don't have to track me down, I'm here. You guys, it's hard to get you on the schedule. Big shout out to the guys that aren't here like Toshi. I'm sure he's having a watch wherever he is around the world, and we miss you here too, Tosh. Of course, looking down to us from heaven, the big Moz as well, always in our thoughts. And you know what? It's just another fantastic event where we remember everyone we've come across in this great sphere, and we can't wait to share the rest of the world with this event for many more years to come. As long as Baker has an idea in his head, and God, he's got plenty.
He doesn't quit.
He doesn't quit. He just wants more and more cool stuff, because, you know, the first thing he asks everyone, he'll shake your hand and go, "Are you having fun? Are you having fun? Is this good?" Like, he's always looking for people to tell him that we're having fun and that we're enjoying it, because really at the end of the day, he goes out of his way, like no other promoter that I know, to just try and deliver that value for money, deliver that difference. And anyone that comes in and joins the circus, it's a little bit of a circus, slight freak show, you name it, a whole lot of serious stuff as well. You got to say you're fairly enriched by the experience, because motorsport, this is the way motorsport kind of should be to me: fun, diverse, eccentric, you know, articulate.
We got all kinds of eccentric,
random, sick, loose, yeah, you know, every other word we can put in there. By the end of the day, we're going to put in there, and that's the celebration. You can't quite get all this at Goodwood too, by the way, by the look of it. I've seen Goodwood. It's pretty sick. It's an event. It's a bucket list event, but this should also be a bucket list event for all car enthusiasts. All right, the Plasma Man Pro-Am class. I don't know whether that's just all the one group that we've had there, but I did not see any more of the donut car, so maybe he might sneak out soon. But look, Ferris, Khartoumi, I think not too far away. An improvement for Rex at the death, minute 31, 5:05 there for him, 31:066 for Plowman, so that wasn't too bad for him on that last lap either. Richard Perini, though, one of the surprises, the Janetta, I think maybe one more go at it. Wayne Lee, well, we know Tanuki's going to go down in 2023 history as a podium so far. Drew Hall would have to do a hell of a lot in the shootout to usurp him. Jay Davidson's going to be in there, and I would say on by virtue of the substitution rule that we normally have, Tetsuhiro Kurikawa could very well be in that shootout here a little bit later on, if that Dream RX-7 is still alive and kicking, and we'll find out shortly, because I think we've still got a couple left that want to come out in this group. Andrew Handmer, as you said, an improvement on the car. Stephen Fawkes, Daniel Callow, Dale Malone. Going to see a few of these shortly. Luke Hando and Anthony Shaw. 17 cars. I think that's the biggest ever Pro-Am class we've ever had. 17 cars.
Yeah, it's a huge class. That's fantastic.
And the quality's just gone from strength to strength.
Shows how much people want to be here.
Well, you know, when you look at where you can go, where the next logical step is, and then you look at Pro-Am, it's like, well, you know what, I'll nearly go and build a pro car. You know, you're nearly at that stage, you're going to build a pro car, but I want to drive it still. That's the Pro-Am difference. And then some double duty in that class as well. So, you know what, 17 in there, and if half of those end up in pro in the future, well, you know, we've got a good undercard. And, you know, that's one thing that's hard to do. It's hard to get an undercard for the pro class, but the Pro-Am class has certainly impressed us, and this is a man that continues to impress us with all the news. It's our pit reporter, of course, Warren Luff.
Well, here I am with Barton Mawer, the man who has obliterated the Sydney Motorsport Park lap record here. Now, Bart, when we talk about the highs and lows of motorsport, it doesn't get much higher than what you got to experience this morning. But now let's talk about the lows and what we're dealing with now.
Yep, there's the low shot. The low shot of a broken foot, Warren. I was so excited, you might have seen, jumping up and down on the car, and I foolishly took a massive leap of faith off the roof of the car, landed on the right foot a bit too hard, and it actually it did break. I wasn't planning any of this behaviour, believe it or not, and that there was just a broken foot. I haven't broken a bone before, so a couple of firsts today.
It was amazing to see how the adrenaline just obviously took over there, because you jumped off. I was there. I got to experience that emotion with you, to see you jump off the roof. You were still elated, high-fiving everyone, hugging up. It was only once you started to walk back into the garage, I could see the pain sort of start to come over your whole body. And as soon as you sat down, just this wash of pain came over you. So what have we actually done?
It's actually just fractured their heel. And I went to Westmead Hospital. I've got to say, they were amazing. Mitch there looked after me, and it's fractured their heel in multiple spots, but they've said it'll contain the shape and just keep weight off it. It'll be right, and the good news is we've probably got a year before 2024 time attack, right?
Well, let's go back to talking about that epic lap this morning, because it really was just an amazing lap. It was so good to see what this car is up there on the big screen. Now, talk us through this lap for us.
Yeah, I was a bit nervous, as you can imagine, with all that concrete dust down, and we've been having trouble here mid-corner anyway, and I had a moment there. Doesn't look as big on the onboard, but the brake performance has been really good this weekend. We've improved that, and very late apex at turn 2. And at about this point, I started thinking, actually, we're on here. I felt like it's pretty good. And like we seem to have at the moment, it just seems to come on and on through the lap. Turn 4, fourth gear, I was able to commit to the throttle early. I was able to get over to the right. I knew I was on a good lap because coming out of turn 5, I was up on the revs. Almost needed 5th gear, brake deep at 6, and it was just coming on. I haven't even seen the data yet, but I'm sure I was a bit quicker at Corporate Hill with the minimum, and I just started committing more and more. Went in really deep at turn 8 hairpin. We have a little bit of understeer here, but it wasn't so bad, and I was able to get on the power, and it was barking up this back straight, just plucking gears and TC on, and then I was almost flat through this quick right, and then took a little bit more curve here, bit of a lucky line over the curve there, and then I knew the last corner was good. I didn't think it was going to be a 17. I was sort of feeling like a low 18, so I was pretty excited to see the 17 on the dash.
Yeah, I must say, like I've had the privilege of standing down there at turn 1 and watching you drive this car through there. I reckon it's the first time I've ever actually heard you lift through there on turn 1, because that cement dust, when you first went out and that first time that you came down, it actually gave the viewers and myself a great view of how the aero in this car works, because the plumes of smoke coming out of the back of it was just insane. But look, obviously we're not going to see you out there later on in the shootout, but it's been an absolute pleasure. And I'd have to say, with Tim Slade being out, you are now a 4-time World Time Attack champion. So congratulations, my friend.
Thanks, mate. Sounds good when you say it like that.
So most importantly, I know you're going to speak on behalf of the team here. Are we going to see you guys back next year, and how much faster can this car go?
Well, it can go faster. Like you said, I actually lifted through turn 1, and that's a rarity for this car. Our Mantaries don't lift. I did lift through there. We've probably got a bit more to come with the engine, and as you know, we just keep peeling off time. So if Rod Popestek, the owner, wants to keep going, there's more potential there, and the car's still running. So as soon as his foot heals up, we can go again.
Mate, we look forward to it. Look forward to seeing you back next year. Congrats on being a 4-time champion.
Oh yeah, unfinished business, and you know what? You cannot write the script any more than that, Andrew Brilliant. He goes and breaks his first ever bone he reckons he's broken in the celebration of the minute 17. So, you know what, as much as, you know, I've got a great amount of admiration for Barton, you're getting a bit carried away, Bart. The adrenaline, all that boost and aero's got the adrenaline up. And, you know, I knew you shouldn't have started to rip the gutter off the side there. I mean, that was an impulsive move by Bart.
Yeah.
And then to break it jumping off. I mean, he literally leapt off the top of that vehicle and did the ankle. So there's another twist to the story.
Yeah.
Broken bones. This is a contact sport. I'm sure. Couldn't he be Ricky Bobby and just saw the cast off? No, they'd be doing too much damage there. It's too late to go some hand controls there for the brake pedal. Was that the right foot? I think it was the right foot.
Yeah.
No, wrong foot. Wrong foot to be braking, Bart. That's the business foot.
Well, listen, he deserves all the success and more, man. He's driven that thing, and there was so much in the tank, like just from the sector times and how much stuff is on the track. Fantastic.
Oh, look, we've still got a little bit of unfinished business here, because we're going to see a few of our international stars in Plasma Man Pro-Am class. Our second group, it is Tetsuhiro Kurikawa, and I do think, as we assumed, he might make it into the shootout tonight, because they're just wanting a 20-something. They've been right down at the pointy end. Kurikawa 31.203. He went a minute 30.124 yesterday, and we'd love to see him get a 20-something. Oh, there we go. So Davidson minute 30.111. I heard a bit of V8 action out the front there. So Khartoumi is back out there. But right now, Kurikawa with, we've got no Lee, so Kurikawa could still be in there at 6th. But we've got Ferris out there, Perini out there as well. So they're all still having one more go at it. And let's have a look, just pushing now. Geez, if we don't have Screaming RB, we've got some battling Boxer and a hell of a lot of LS out there. A whole mess of LS just about to come around shortly. And I don't know. Can Ferris get something that he wants here? Or has he got to wait for the shootout? 3 1 minute 27s there. 1, 2, 3. Khartoumi, Perini, and Lee. Of course, Wayne Lee won't feature tonight because the squirrel, the angry squirrel, as He's definitely had his nuts stolen from him for a little while yet. But you know what a journey. What a journey to get Tanuki to where it was, and Wayne starting to get a feel for the car. Minute 19 in it with Tim Slade. Look at this. It shouldn't be Rubbin. Rubbin's nearly racing here. These two guys getting up in each other's in this other's space. But, you know, we've still got to try and push them through. Here we
drafting.
Go. It is. And you know what? Not a bad idea, I'd say. Not a bad idea at all. So Davidson through. Minute 29, 3-4 for Davidson.
Wow.
Minute 29, 3-4-0. So just a little tweak there. Gets him still in fifth outright for the class. Plasma Man Pro-Am, still a little bit more life in it. And there we go, Kurikawa. Hopefully on a flyer if he's got more tyre left. Kurikawa, Perini, minute 29, 5.56. And Kortumi, come on, now on the fly. We've got to try and grab that Corvette somewhere. It's out there near turn one, that Corvette. Let's find him. We've got some stuff to find. Hall, minute 27, 5.73 for Hall. Minute 27, 5.73. All of a sudden, that is threatening towards maybe a podium spot if Hall can find another 10th. Not even that, he doesn't need a 10th.
200s.
Here we go, Ferris out there. Oh, a lot of traction control kicking in there. I heard this thing on traction control for most of the lap on Thursday. Wheel spin, wheel spin, wheel spin. I wonder how many PSI he is running through the LS when it's all going for big horsepower. Like that, if that's just wheel spin up the hill there, if that's traction control, we can hear.
Sounded like it.
All right, come on, Ferris. Big first flyer for him. Nothing's lighting up on our screens just yet, but hopefully he's got a bit of clean green here. Hopefully Perini's also on a flyer and not going to get in his way right now. Performance-wise, they're both, you know, very, very similar speed cars, so hopefully Perini's still trying to keep a lap down because Ferris is riding behind. Had to back that thing in there through the corner. He got in there a little bit too quick and then realised I need another angle to get out of here, but he's still going to try and leg one here. Remember, we think that the slicks will give you a little bit more here. So let's see whether Perini and Khartoumi improved. No, minute 27, 4.49. Perini, minute 29, 9.47. And these guys are just going to lift off for the moment. If they need a little bit more space, they've got a little bit of time to find it. But yeah, minute 31, 8.63, an improvement there for Hall. But minute 27, 5.73, rather. I'm looking at the wrong one. It was actually Davidson. Minute 29, 3.4 for Davidson. Hall, minute 27, 5.73. So, look, Hall is not too far. If he could get a little bit of time left now, I mean, that can still happen in the shootout. That can almost happen, you know. And again, you know, as we said, Wayne Lee's in the clubhouse. He can't do anything else. He effectively could be going up to get himself, you know, on the podium, or in the Super Lap shootout, Drew Hall does something that he just needs. What does he need? 0.033 of a second somewhere in those 11 corners.
Yeah, right. It's interesting that Kortomi's top speed is up now, and he's matched Lee, who had the highest until now, to 286. Is that right?
Yeah, 286.
There's actually a few cars up to 286. What's that? Yeah,
286 apiece. Yeah, Khartoumi, Hall, Wayne Lee. 286 as well, so the Corvette's showing every bit of 180 odd mile an hour trap speed through the start finish line. Look at this for a gorgeous traffic jam we have out there. What a scenario we have. You know, we've got to move the FD to get to the Ginetta, and we've got the Corvette in behind. Jeez, it's a shocking problem to have. But all we want is a bit of clean air for these guys to have another crack at it. Let's see what Richard's up to. I'm hearing a lot of VR38 under full noise here. Yes, let's see what Perini does now with another shot at it. Already provisionally on the second step of the podium, but considering how much this Ginetta's been surprising us with performance leaps, is he after the Corvette now? Can he be after the Corvette? Are we going to light any sectors up here? Has he got anything left here, Richard Perini, at the end of the second day? After obviously, you know, months of preparation, some testing on Thursday. Still pushing by the sound of it, Andrew. Still not lighting green up in the first sector, though.
He just keeps going, this guy, man. He's just got to get his new best every second he's out there.
You almost need a version of push to pass for some of these cars, you know, where it's like, you know what, now I need 400 horsepower between here and there if I can get it down. This is the realities of this form of motorsport, is that, you know what, unlimited engine modifications allows you to have push to pass. You can put nitrous on a lot of these things if you want. but no one's that game. We don't, just a few more pounds of boost, that's all we need sometimes. Look, Sector 2, it's going to be a nice consistent run there for Richard, but it's not proving to be the grip levels that I think he was hoping for, because he really doesn't have too much to nip the Corvette there, especially considering we've seen the Ginetta leap like it has in times since yesterday. But look, a clean sector for Nishio's son, so he is out there. Here we go, Ginetta, the flying run for him, minute 30.633. That'll probably do it for Richard Perini. I have to wait for the shootout now. So that's a Corvette, a Ginetta, a Silvia, a Skyline, an Impreza, an RX-7, an Evo 10, an S13, an Exige, and a 35. Nearly not one car identical except for the Silvia out of that. So 2 Silvias in there. But look at this one. This is one of the King Silvias, I call it.
King Silvias.
He's ready to go, Nishio's son. He's going to have a go here. Mitsuyoshi Nishio. All we want these guys to do is have some happy laps. All right, he hits trap speed. He goes minute 29.093, gets a minute 29.
Fantastic.
Nishio's son gets a 29. You know you're someone when you can get a minute 20-something around here. 265 kilometres an hour trap speed, and Nishio's son got one in.
Does that put him in the fastest Japan car this year?
Oh, I think so. 29.093. He's still having a go here, so maybe those slicks are still giving him the love if he's on them. Because remember, that's an option. You don't have to run them.
You don't have to, yeah.
You know, if you want to stay on the 50s, you can. I don't know, what was he running what was he running at Scuba?
Almost everyone there is either still running those, or there's some guys on Hoosiers. Kind of like an unwritten rule to have a DOT.
Yeah, right. Well, look, he had a bit of a go there, and then we saw, looks like we got a little bit of red and a checkered flag to close the session out. But Nishio-san, you know what, when he comes down pit lane, hopefully we can keep our eyes on him here just for a bit longer, because the session is formally closed. But I'd love to try and give him what we've tried to give all of our international visitors when they do get out of the car, that huge round of applause and a bit of appreciation. So at the end of that session, and you know what, it's time to get ourselves prepped for shootouts a little bit later on. The Plasma Man Pro-Am class of 2023 looks like this so far. Ferris Kotumi, minute 27.01. Richard Perini, minute 27.527. Wayne Lee and Tanuki, minute 27.54. Drew Hall, only behind by a little bit, minute 27.573. Mitsuyoshi Nishio now going to be in shootout territory. Jay Davidson, Tetsuhiro Kurikawa, Nunzio Galino, Matt Plowman in that fantastic Lotus, and all the way down even to 17th position. Jason Rex, Stephen Fawkes, Andrew Handmer, the whole bunch of them, man, a whole bunch of fun. Thank you for your participation, and we're waiting for the shootout a bit later on. But now Warren Luff, more info from down in the pits.
Yeah, like you said, we've got the shootout coming up shortly. We've also got the shootout of the fastest Americans going on this weekend, which is, let's talk about it. That's the real one we want to win this weekend. But obviously, Cole, this time last year, you and I were both here in pit lane. You were talking about you're wanting to come back to World Time Attack. You wanted to bring your car back. You're here now. How's the car been, and what can we expect later on tonight going into the shootout?
Well, the car's been fantastic. We've made a lot of good changes to the car. Mainly, we were able to get the slicks on it. So that's what we normally run back in the States. So being able to get on that tire was a big advantage for us. And I dream about this event every single year. So it was great hanging out with you last year, but it's better to be behind the wheel. And there's more in it. So you expect us to turn the boost all the way up. We got a set of fresh Yokohamas, and yeah, we're going to try to throw it down in that shootout.
So when we look forward to the shootout later tonight, obviously temperatures, you can feel it now, that ambient temperature's starting to drop, track temperature's going to drop. What setup changes are we looking to make? Obviously you said maybe let's turn the boost up, let's have a real big crack at it, but how's that going to affect the drivability of this car?
So we've had troubles getting heat in the slicks, and so that is my only concern, is the track's going to be a little bit cooler and you're expected to outlap and do a flyer. So I may have to borrow some tire warmers just to be 100% sure, but that is the only disadvantage. Everything else is playing in our favor, and that's why I have the utmost confidence that we're going to throw down a good one.
Well, as you saw, Barton Mawer is currently walking around on some crutches there, so they may have some tyre blankets you can maybe borrow.
That's a good point. I think I'll mosey on down there next.
Oh, look, fantastic to see Racer Cole Powelson and Luffy there. And you know what? It's just an infectious smile. The gentleman from Utah, of course, Kyle as well, the whole Life Motorsport team. Of course, this weekend with Jeremiah Burton driving with the donut signage, it's been great to see. You know what? Another one of our fantastic visitors here. It won't be the last time he's here. It certainly is his first time for a little while anyway. Down to the drift pits now, we've got JDA, Jared Deander.
Oh, thank you so much. Really appreciate you guys having me. Congratulations to all my Americans, man. I speak American. I don't speak English. No, not at all. So we're going to bum rush some of these drivers here. We're down in the pits. The sun is setting, but guess what? We're going to put an exclamation point on World Time Attack Challenge. Keeping it reet. Oh, man, look at this guy. Looking so good. Jason, keeping it reet. Again, this vehicle does not exist in America. I love this thing. I can't wait for you to bring this to the States. How cool is it to be part of World Time Attack Challenge, man?
It's amazing. Always stoked to be here. It's always a show. It's what it's all about. Have some standout cars and get them out there and blaze some tyres.
All right. So, do you know who you're going up against? Have they forged the bracket? What are your expectations tonight? Are you going to win this thing, or are you just going to burn it down?
You know, we're here to take it all the way. Everyone knows that. Everyone's here to do the same thing, but we'll give it a red hot crack. First battle, I think we've got Michael Ginn there with we've got the 1JZ JZX90, I think it is, and yeah, we're going to try and put it on the door, I reckon. What do you reckon?
Yeah, absolutely, man. So are we getting tattoos? Do you have any tattoos? I don't know. Your arms covered up? Or you got...
Pretty tatted up. I got this one here from my lovely wife, Daniela, back home. So some people say, yeah, tat life, you know.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about. We're gonna make some bad decisions tomorrow. We're gonna get some weird tattoos. But are you in?
Let's do it.
Yeah, that's right. All right, Jason, keep it a rate. Don't leave me hanging, bro. Throwing out the shaka. Let's bum rush. Who else do we have? Look at this guy, dude. This guy, Gaz Wider. Stand up. Look, he's sitting down. The old salty fisherman over here. Gaz Wider, Kiwi Az. Thanks for joining us here, man. I mean, did you just blow the dust off this thing and said, just got out of bed and you're ready to throw it down?
Yeah. Well, we got a call from Brendan Thomas, who does the drift shifter stuff, and he said, I need you to come to this event. And I was like, okay, man, you run a good event, so here we are.
You're so, like I said, just kind of got the eye boogers out, just, start her up. You don't even know. I mean, when was the last time you drove this car?
It was drift shifters, and then we did a summer bash, so probably a year ago. And
you qualify fifth.
Yeah. Well, we got 4 laps yesterday, so there was a lot of time standing around waiting for these grip dudes to get off the track. But we've had a long wait again today, and we're straight into battles. And most of the drivers haven't even done a chase run, so it's going to be interesting when we get out there.
Yeah, I was bringing that up. All joking aside. Qualifying is obviously crucial, but it's not at the end of the world, right? You just want to get in the show. We have this top 24, which I've never been part of. It's an interesting bracket as opposed to a 32 or a 16. But now push comes to shove. Literally, you are a weapon when it comes to head-to-head, man. You know the ins and outs of this vehicle. You know the proximity. It's a pretty straightforward shot. Are you ready to take down your competitors?
Yeah, we'll give it our best shot, but I mean, yeah, as I said, I haven't done a chase, so you've just got to throw it in there and hope for the best, really, and feel it out. I mean, that's all you can do, and I'm not coming all the way over here to pussy around, you know. So.
Gaz, give it up. Back up to the box. Again, drifting, going down here under the lights. Let's set it.
Oh, yes, but between now and then, we're into our Haltech, sorry, not Haltech. My goodness, that was our club sprint. That ain't no club sprint, let me tell you. We have just dived into another successful Aussie company, the Turbo Smart, flying 500 head-to-head, and that was a rude interruption, that was.
I know.
Nelson Granger against the R32. So what did we get there? I didn't quite see the result. 32, was it? I think it was.
Look, they went past at a flash of light. Diggles, mate, I've been out in the field running around all day. Pleasure to be back up in the tower to call the Turbo Smart Flying 500 head-to-head for the first time this year, 2023 at World Time Attack.
All right, well, now, I tell you what, if it's Audi or Evo, it's your poison. But right now it's all Evo, but here comes the Audi at the stripe, and it's all Evo over the Audi. That's a little bit of an upset. I honestly think that Audi RS3, especially from Daniel Dow, as I said, that's run 860s Jambo a couple of weeks ago. So
rapid,
very impressive. But hey, you can't keep a really tough Evo down.
We hope that Evo can get some better laps out today. We had a couple of issues yesterday. Never really got a good solid run down the Sydney Motorsport Park front straight. But let me tell you,
there we go. All he needed to do was keep that thing rolling, and he's got one in there for the Evo. Unfortunately, our 2JZ, plenty of horsepower, but only the back tyres to get the power down. That's why sometimes in these sort of roll racing style situations, four-wheel drive just seems to dominate everywhere it can. But who can take out the Lambo today? I don't know. It's 2J RX7 against the Lamborghini of Giuseppe Tamarello. Whoa! Who's going to topple the Huracan tonight? It might just be another Lambo walkover, but I think we've got enough beasts in the field yet.
There's a few, and that RX7 had a bit of sideways action just coming past a couple of 100 metres, or just after 100 metres or so, on the gas and just left to right, a bit of a shimmy. It would be very scary getting a bit crossed up right next to that yellow and black wall. Wow.
Look, I've just had a little, someone sent me through a couple of little sort of seedings, and we do have the odd little solo going to be going through here.
Okay.
So we can line them up. So I don't know whether it's a random draw or whatever, but yeah, there is the odd little solo going to be coming in here. But before you know it, I would assume we're going towards trying to crown a champion here tonight, an elimination style, last man standing.
Bragging rights, all of those things.
Oh, Mr. Johnny Habib, one of my true friends from many years ago, ran something called the Australian Pro Street Association with Johnny Wilson and Simon Krieger, and that's one of the OG modified street blowing cars. 600 odd cubic inches of big block Chev with a couple of kits of nitrous oxide. He's just waiting to take on an import car somewhere along the line. Here's this GDIR again.
Yes, we saw it yesterday.
This thing.
Yeah.
This is a roller skate on steroids, honestly. This has got some horsepower. If he can get it all to the ground, he's just got to keep an eye out from the R87 beside. All right, Turbo Smart flying 500 head-to-head. It's all skyline at the beginning, but here comes the Pulsar. Oh, the Pulsar swaps lanes. Nelly swaps lanes, but it's all back and safe, and everything's good. It was only 500 metres. Nothing can go wrong in 500 metres, can it?
If they were side by side at that moment, that would have been a scary moment. I guess it's good that there was a couple of car lengths in it. Wow.
That was a hell of a walk. Hang on, Andrew was supposed to go and take on the Lancer, or maybe this is a couple of bit solos, I don't know, but here we go. Oh my goodness. What is it about a bad drag Evo that just lights the world up? It does light the world up. They're a hard thing to keep together. You want to try and go 1,000 horsepower through four-wheel drive, you will find the weak point. You will find the weak point.
Tickles me diggles, it does.
Yeah, it's nuts what we're getting out of some of these cars, and you know
the shot of the sunset at Sydney Motorsport Park.
I wonder if we're going to get that. I wonder if we get the massive moon. Did we get it? I can't remember whether we got it last night. They're telling us it was around for a little while, but sometimes it can just disappear.
What a beautiful scene. We're not even finished this day yet. I know. Had a chance to sit and watch some Time Attack cars. That was absolutely fantastic. A lot of entertainment still to come. And the Flying 500 is fantastic.
Would you believe, Tony Bish, only a few hours ago, I'm going, God, this day's dragging on. And now I'm getting to this going,
slow it down.
God, the day's gone fast.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, what does that to you that you're thinking, well, I can't believe, I thought we're done. We're nearly midday. And I thought, oh, geez, we've been here forever, 5 hours. And now I get to this and go, man, it's all happening too fast. I don't want it to stop.
I don't want to go home yet. This is too much fun.
I don't want it to stop. I don't want the fun to stop. The fun certainly won't stop when the sun goes down. Have a look at this. I love it. This is, you know what? I do like a bit of the head-to-head. I think it does add. It is one of the hottest motorsports in Australia at the moment. You know, the roll racing that we're seeing not only here at Sydney Motorsport Park on a regular basis under lights. QR gets it as well. The Bend starting it as well. You know, there's a few tracks out there that really are embracing this. And you know what? It's such an accessible motorsport. It is a recreational motorsport, but honestly, at the end of the day, especially up in Queensland, in no time flat, if you don't come with 1,000+ horsepower, you ain't going to get in anywhere.
And it's good as well, you know, you're not doing the hard launch off the line in potentially if you're running your street car, let's be honest, but, you know, even some of these absolute weapons that they've brought out to the track, it's always those really hard launches in drag racing that can do a lot of damage. Obviously, that is part of the drag racing discipline to get your 60-foot times down and reaction times and all that fun stuff, but the tactics here with Flying 500 to get the roll on, to get the gearing right, to get the acceleration on boost, all of that stuff, or on the converter, it's a lot to it, you know. We just look at it going flying down the front straight, but there's quite a bit to it, and you put them side by side, and it's a lot of fun.
And, you know, you try and, it's like we've done it with Time Attack for years. What is the ultimate weapon? What is the perfect weapon to use in this situation? And, you know, GTR Skylines, Evo Lancers, WRXs, they are almost the ultimate platform. That four-wheel drive, you kind of need it because we're not on a fully sticky drag strip here. So a lot of the drag-style cars don't do so well in this. They've got the horsepower, but they're only putting it through half the tyres.
And they just light them.
But then I also wonder through, you know, Skylines with auto transmissions, right? Cars with auto transmissions, it's very important to make sure that you know, you are up on the torque converter. That you are, if you are a 3-speed auto, that if you are rolling that first 0 to 50k an hour that you've got to do, you know, that thing's got to be moving and getting the converter nearly close to locking up, because you know what happens if you drop it after that? You spin those tyres, shift the gears. That's not as effective as you want it to be. This is a great battle. Is this a rerun? Right now, it is all the way to the finish line, and it's Evo again.
Evo again.
Oh, the Audi can't take a trick at the moment.
Well, I think the Audi's taken the inside line both times so far, and that inside line closest to the wall does have a bit of that dusty sort of debris from the racing all day that goes on. A lot of the dirt and dust gets blown to the wall there. So I think anyone on that inside line, I'm not going to say they're totally disadvantaged, but I think they're a little bit more cautious getting the power down.
All right, giving the Supra a little bit of a head start here, but let's see what happens. He lights it up, and does the Evo come apart? Right now, past him, gets him in the deep end. I am hoping you people out in that main grandstand area are truly appreciating what the horsepower must look like from side on, because when you grab a gear in those things, it's 1,000+ horsepower. You grab a gear, those things just rocket, mind you. Speak about the ultimate. You talk about the ultimate package. Oh. This is nearly game over. Hurricane, nearly game over.
Yes.
Ultimate roll racing weapon. Go to the dictionary. It's probably got a picture of a Hurricane.
Precision racing machine.
Not exactly the entry-level car you can use in roll racing, but mind you, you sometimes don't have to spend as much that you spend on a Hurricane to get a similar result. Mind you, beside him there, Michael L. Curry, LOL13B. It's got a 2,000 horsepower 2JZ under the bonnet. It's gone 7 flat at 200 mile an hour over the quarter.
Yeah, gas racing machine.
Only back tyres to hook up. And look at this, the Lambo just walks him. Absolutely just walks him. Wow. I'm sure if we went over the road here to Sydney Dragway one, you know, Wednesday night with a little bit of a prep track, we would see the RX-7 turn that little result around there.
Yes,
sure. We are on 500 metres, which just is past the traditional quarter mile. So, you know, the Lambos are still, you know, when you breathe on them, they're still very, very quick cars. And I think that's definitely an 8-second Hurricane over the quarter. So that would be a pretty good match.
Yeah, after you see it, you know, 500 metres down, it's still pulling. Like, it is still wanting to move. And if we had more track, I'm sure they could just keep going as well.
Well, if we wanted to measure them 0 to 300, that's when that thing really starts to come on. Now, look, Johnny Habib has got no one there to go against, or has he? He wants to pick on an import somewhere.
Look at the back tyre on this thing. And the front runners, you know, there's cheese cutters up front and a monster big tyre on the back. Have a listen.
Get that up, ya. Hey, get that up, ya. Let's get 600 cubes up, because, you know, we needed to up the average cubic inches. Yeah. So let's throw nearly 600 at it. And I don't know, Johnny does have a street engine at 540 on E85, but I don't know what he's got in there at the moment. Oh, there we go. Roller skate. It's the roller skate on steroids all over the joint again. Just spins those tyres on the GTIR. And considering his sort of running type of drag rail, you would expect that thing to eventually hook up, but I don't know what's better. It's the scream of the RB on the throttle. It's this crazy, obviously 1,000+ horsepower GDIR.
Yeah. And
can't buy a trick.
Lightweight, all drive, big tyre again. Really monster tyre. And look, it gets going. But yeah, it's just you see tyre smoke nearly the whole way down the 500.
Okay, Hawko, let's get some boost cut here. Yeah, lovely. And as he told me yesterday, went 860s with this car the other week in a full street sort of trim layout. So he's had the old Jet R32 for a little while, and continues to take it from the 10s into the 9s into the 8s.
RH9 number plate. I think that's the whole point, right? The flat shift coming past the comms tower here, bang, and the big candle out the tailpipe. It looked absolutely awesome.
Yeah, it's got a fair bit of Group B about it when it does that. I love that. And you know what? There's a lot of kids out there that want that pop. They want that crackle. Geez, they love the crackle.
Oh,
I've got some hoons around my place that just want to crackle past you. Crack.
It was Blofeld back in the day,
now
right?
It's crackle.
Yeah, it's a pop and crackle
now
tune
it's an
now.
exhaust crackle. And they want this dual clutch pop that you can't get unless you get one.
PSG,
you know what I mean?
baby.
How do you pop? You can't shift and key bang at the same time. You just don't have enough hands, right? You just can't do it all at once.
All right, double barrel R32 from Croydon Racing. Rob Margin, I believe he's driving it yesterday. I'm sure that's him in the hot seat of that R32 as well.
Of course, I think we are turbo 350 or 400, 3-speed aura. Have a listen to this. He's going to need everything he's got against this Evo. Whoa, he gives it to the Evo by half a car. He gives it to the Evo by half a car. That was the tightest one we've had so far. I'd love to see a little tiny replay if we've got the time, but that was half an Evo. That was about all it was. He was coming on strong. If we were another 50 foot longer, I'd say that the Evo would come around him, because, running through a heavy-duty puck-style clutch, when you do bang that gear, that's fully engaged. You've got that 1,000 there. With the auto transmission, you're losing it on the torque converter. It's horsepower, but you're slipping it. So here we go. He grabs the second gear here. He's away. And now, look, the Evo's got to grab another. Here comes the stripe. And, he was on him. It was
close.
He was on him. That was just on a car and closing fast. All right, come on. Can someone take the Huracan just once?
Well, Evo King has put down some ripper runs today. They've obviously sorted out whatever gremlins they were dealing with yesterday. I'm keen for this one. Let's go.
He's got some in the early stages, but then that's just Huracan. Too many cylinders, too much class, and I think if everything going right, I still don't think an Evo on steroids is out of contention, because that sort of stuff, you saw that if you can get it all together, it's going to be a really good match.
Yeah.
And if that GDIR Pulsar ever goes straight, well, watch out.
Yeah.
All right, Johnny Habib gets to take on an import here.
Taking scalps.
This is our domestic versus import sort of battle.
Grudge match.
He's going by himself again, Johnny. I'll let it rip. No, he's just going to take it easy.
Red light.
Oh, he went a red light. All right, well, can we roll him back? I think do you get one chance? Here in Australia, it's the home of the second chance, third chance, fourth chance. You know what I mean?
But the Aussie muscle car up against the import car, I don't know, we got a lot of import fans here.
For people watching right around the world, this is a Holden Tirana, an iconic Australian car. And again, initially was a production vehicle, four-door, there was a hatchback. We didn't do a station wagon in it. We essentially did only two shapes in this car, a four-door like we see, and the hatchback. The hatchback Tirana, initially the L34, the four-door, then the hatchback, the A9X. Legends at Bathurst. In the 1970s, a guy called Peter Brock and numerous others made the Holden Tirana an iconic Australian muscle car. Nowhere else in the world do they have Holden Tiranas other than here. And big blocks do go with them.
Oh, Skyline's up it.
Johnny, you've been done by the import this time.
He had a lot of left to right action. Oh, my heart was in my chest. Oh, God, beating.
Metric 1, Imperial 0. Just on that little matchup there, I tell you, it's good, isn't it? It's good. But yes, the Holden Tirana. I suppose if we took one to America, they could call it a Tirana. You could call it a Tirana. And but it's actually there was a drag car years ago called Tyrannosaurus. I thought it was a really good name for it. It's same deal, big block Chev, couple of kits on it. They traditionally came out in Australia. Now, of course, the early Tiranas came out with the 4-cylinder. They came out with the pushrod Starfire. They had the Holden 6-cylinder in it, of course, the red motor. Then they had the V8, so the 253 and the 308. So that's all the engine combinations that Holden gave to the Tirana
from the factory, and then people have shoehorned all sorts of things in over the years.
Well, small block Chev, straight in. We've seen just about every engine combination in that. You know what I haven't seen, and I'm glad we haven't, a Barra in one. Let's hope that never happens.
Is that blasphemy? Automotive blasphemy in Australia?
An RB seems acceptable. I've seen beautiful earlier versions too of the LC and LJ Tiranas with the RB in them. They are a beautiful swap. No matter which way, you grab yourself a Tirana at the right price and you're holding on to a bit of rolling superannuation. In fact, what Johnny Habib does as a little bit of a side hobby, he finds those Tiranas, he restores them and sells them on. And Johnny's got just amazing contacts to grab these things. And if you follow him on Facebook once in a while, he'll let you in on the latest restoration project because he loves those Tiranas.
Yeah, magic.
Come on, can someone take out Giuseppe? No offence, Giuseppe, but can someone take him out? Come on. We like a bit of we love a bit of tall poppy syndrome in this country.
Take him out.
The underdog. We want the underdog. He's just too tough. He's giving it a go to the stride.
Whoa. That R32 Skyline from Croydon Racing, I think the squat on that car was almost facing the sky. There was that much power down, and look, not a bad run. Whew.
Not a bad run. Look at the launch here. Now, look. It doesn't matter what happens here. It's about where you start before the green light. You need to be at 50k an hour. A fair and even start. But you know what? Marjan had the scramble button on or something, and it was only the extra cylinders and capacity you would think that got the Hurricane through. But an amazing battle, and we're whittling them down here. The horsepower overdose is just amazing.
Got close. Probably one of the closest to take down the Hurricane so far this weekend.
For those people watching from all over the world, a tall poppy, I don't know whether you heard of that in any parts of the world, the tall poppy syndrome, whether it was developed in Australia, is essentially meaning that, I suppose you wouldn't call them haters, but you know what? Getting tall poppy syndrome, you want to knock over
an underdog to maybe take down the big dog. You
want to take down the big dog. It is tall poppy. When you get successful, it's an RB-gasm.
I just stopped.
It's an RB-gasm. I didn't want to talk over that. They were howling away. I thought, let them howl, let them do it. And auto against the sequential shift. I still now forgot who won. I think it was the white one, was it not? I don't know.
It must have been
Can we get a replay of that?
It was thumbs up from Hawko.
How good are these things? Here we go. They engage. One's an automatic. One's got the clutch pedal in it. So you can do a little clutch bash if you want. A little clutch. Here we go. Look, it came on deep in the end, but it was. Yeah. Look. Now we look at it like a bus length. That's what it was at the end there. So I hope you're enjoying our little side-by-side battles here. The Turbo Smart Flying 500 head-to-head. Giuseppe must have topped it up with some 98 before he brought it out. Well, actually, I don't know. Would he even be on the Magic Corn Juice, the E85? I know normally when they go and get workshopped and get twin turboed and everything, you obviously you don't know. Do they end up on pump gas or do they end up on Martini? What else do they end up on?
Well, that's
do you end up having to use an exotic gasoline, or do you do it all for regular 98, or is there E85 tune-ups that are going into these things? I don't know. All I know is if you're guzzling neat E85 every lap, you better be checking that tank.
Oh yeah, she's drinking. Absolutely.
There might be the odd splash and dash just yet. So does that mean it might be the white GTR against the Lambo? Maybe.
Getting close to the pointy end of our first ever head-to-head, right?
Yeah, well, I'd love to see, I'd love to see it just go on forever. But you know what? If you want to come back to Sydney Motorsport Park, any other regular weekend here, you can get into a little bit of this roll racing and see it for yourself on a larger scale. We've always called it the Flying 500, but this year the head-to-head idea really works out well. Nothing turned up under 1,000, definitely. Mind you, you also see what sometimes that 1,000+ horsepower looks like, because we got an Evo going back on a tilt tray and a whole lot of oil getting picked up near turn 1.
Yeah, saw the oil collection powder going down there at turn 1. Let's hope that doesn't cause us any issues for the shootout a bit later on. But we've got a Lambo lined up, and no contenders yet, but the R32 is rolling around. The white R32 JDM versus Euro. maybe we're getting to the pointy end here.
All right, let's have a look. All right, those people in the grandstands and all the way around the place, give us a big clap, cheer and whistle if you're going for the Lamborghini.
I can see some hands waving up there, yeah.
All right, folks, that means maybe the rest of you need to put a big round of applause and a clap, cheer and whistle. Who's going for Godzilla?
Yeah, we got him.
Oh, boy. Oh, yes. They're looking for the underdog. Mind you, how can you call this thing an underdog? That R32 is just amazing. Now, look, are we giving him a little bit more room to maybe do from 50 to 80, or what are we going to do there? I don't know. Unless we've got something else going on. Is there someone else still featuring here? I just out of screen. We just hear something else.
There
coming
is.
in. Oh, yeah. So Hawko's back. He figures he's in somewhere here.
Okay.
So he wants to have one more go here. He's just waving to them all. I'm going to have a go. See you later. So he's going to want to do it one more time.
But that's it. That white R32 from Matooks is going to be going up against the Hurricane. I'm very keen for it. Who have we got lining up with Hawko?
I don't know. Have we got one more guy to line up? He hasn't raced Johnny Habib today. That'd be a good thing to see. But, I don't know. We just that other Evo there, maybe going to come out.
Yeah.
Can we sneak him in there? Hawko's ready. I mean, that is so street, it's not funny. It works well in a roll racing environment. I mean, some of these things are so highly strung, you would think after, a few hot laps. And remember, in typical roll racing events, you're not getting another run immediately. You are, well, look, in a perfect world, you never stop and wait. You normally can roll around and
cool down.
Especially at QR, you effectively become this whole rolling grid.
Yes.
That you don't have to stop. And that, I think, also appeals to a lot of people because limited waiting.
Yep.
There's the whole share environment too, because a lot of the time, you can have the passenger in there if you want.
Yep.
So, when you can compete in motorsport and you share that experience sharing, motorsport's where your experience share is where the growth is.
Pass the addiction on to your mates.
Absolutely.
And then you cause a rivalry amongst your mates.
Absolutely. So experience sharing is the new form of recreational motorsport in so many different areas. Roll racing, it's massive. We can mention another really sick event that happens here, Power Cruise, and boy, that's a completely different thing altogether. When it comes to the share experience, you get to put a whole carload of people in and go out there and enjoy this amazing circuit. I've done more laps around here in the back of a 1,000 horsepower street car in Power Cruise than I have actually steered anything myself. Hashtag one perfect lap. I've still got a few more of those maybe to hope for shortly.
Yes.
Super lap shootouts not too far away, a bit of V10 Judd Supra. So for all those people in the main straight and grandstand area, probably don't want to go after this because there will be a bit of, according to my schedule, a little bit of Judd V10 Supra coming past the grandstand.
Beautiful.
And folks, I want 1 million iPhones filming that thing. I want 1 million iPhones all at once with your flash on.
Yeah.
If you can put your torches on when he comes down the main straight here to show Ryan some respect, maybe try that. Can we try that?
That's it. We can see you guys. I'm sure the drivers will be able to see you guys. Yeah, get that involved. Here we
Let's
go.
try that out.
Yeah, lining up double barrel and jet RH9. Here we go to R32 Skylines.
Oh, it's an RB-gasm like you wouldn't believe, and it is the R32 automatic that takes up Hawko. I think Hawko was just going to have a fair old crack at him there. And
Was he just hanging back just a little bit? It seemed like, double barrel from Croydon. I mean, he would know that car, obviously getting, a lot of the work done with Croydon. He works with them quite a little bit there, and he'd know the car, and it looked like he was just hanging back a touch. Maybe let him have a go. Who knows?
Just another bus length. All right, here's this battle we're looking for, folks. So remember, if you are going for the Lambo, if you're going for the R32, here we go. Oh, he's jumped. Is he there? Oh, I tell you what, a little bit different smart there for the Giuseppe. A little bit different smart for the Giuseppe. We go on! Oh, ladies and gentlemen!
Has Matooks taken out the Hurricane for the first time this weekend? Hazard lights are on. Is that the I've just taken that scalp?
Now let's have a look here. Now look, Giuseppe went right up and then realised maybe he got there a little bit too soon. He flinched. By then, the R32 is gone. Horsepower plenty both sides. It is the Skyline.
Half a car? Is that half a car's length? Wow.
That was a great race. You know what? That's what the fans wanted. We're not throwing no race here. No one throws too many races at all. It's all about, I need to get there to the finish line first. Just enough to get him there, and what an epic. If that was indeed going to be our final, because you know what? These guys will keep going forever. Hawko will just run it until he's out of fuel. But if that is supposed to be our final, what an epic final.
Brilliant.
Tony Bish.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Obviously, a couple of really cool workshops going up against each other. A bit of the JDM versus Euro. We've got the whole story going on here, but that was an epic final. About half a car length in it. Lamborghini versus Matuk's R32. Wow.
Now, don't forget, folks, if you're in the main straight in the grandstands, I would not get off my seats just too much and go too many places just yet, because according to our schedule, there should be a pretty cranky Toyota Supra not too far away. And I think if you haven't been in the main straight grandstand at all over the weekend, that's not a bad place to cop this, Judd. If indeed Ryan Chiric is coming out, which I believe in our schedule he should be. We've got the big fella JDA down there near his pit, so I would dare say there it is. But a round of applause for the winner. And is that Anthony Matuk? It is Anthony Matuk. It is Anthony Matuk in the World Time Attack Challenge, Turbo Smart, Flying 500, head-to-head winner. And you know what? Let's take a little breath. Chat amongst yourselves for a minute or two. We'll go to a break. We're going to be back with more excitement here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Stay with us.
Yokohama.
So we are here in pit lane. As we can see, it is just on nightfall now. I'm here with Josh Buck, and it has been an amazing day up until this point. We have seen records tumble. We have seen some amazing feats. We've seen Barton Mawer try and sort of jump off a car, and that didn't go too well. But we start to think ahead now. We're going into shootout territory. What can we expect going into tonight?
Well, I guess the attrition rate, first and foremost. What cars are going to be in the shootout, and the ones that maybe have, lucked their way onto a ticket into the shootout, can they upset the apple cart and maybe take a podium spot? I know with Club Sprint, the battle for the shootout was with nearly the top 10. There was drivers within a few hundredths. So it'll be super interesting to see what actually cars make it out for the shootout and if they can upset the apple cart.
Yeah, it certainly will. And probably the big thing that's going to affect everyone is the changeable conditions. Obviously, from the heat of the day where it was starting to get reasonably warm out there, track temperature was probably sort of a lot higher than what it is now. We can feel it now. I've even borrowed a jacket thanks to our friends here at Yokohama for the jacket. But obviously, track temperature has dropped down now. was talking to Cole Polson before. I joked with an interview with him earlier that he needs to go find himself a set of tyre warmers for that beautiful GDR. Went down, saw the guys at the RP968, because obviously with Barton being out, they've loaned him a set of tyre warmers, so he's got a nice new fresh set of slicks for that GDR there in the oven, getting nice and warm. So I think the interesting thing is going to be is who can adapt to these changing conditions. The cooler temperatures are obviously going to be good for engines, but tyre temperature, especially in that club sprint class, could be a bit of a problem.
Yeah, totally. Luckily, they're on, probably a tyre more suited to these conditions where it's a bit cooler, being on a semi. Same with open. But yeah, definitely in Pro and Pro-Am, that's going to be an issue. Have you driven around here at night before at all?
Yeah, I have. I've been lucky enough to do a few sort of night things here. It's amazing, like the amount of effort that's gone into the lighting. Thank you so much to the New South Wales government, obviously, for the input of these lights. But it's amazing to see the difference of how this place transforms under night. Probably one of the cool things that you're going to start to see is those glowing brakes going into turn 2. Down here into turn 8, you're going to see a different kind of a spectacle. You're going to see flames starting to come out of some of these cars. So it's going to make for some amazing viewing. And as I said, the shootout territory that we're now going into, this is where bragging rights really start to sort of come into play. So I think we're going to see some fast times. But like you said, it's going to be interesting to see who we're actually going to end up with out there.
Yeah, if we cast our mind back to last year, my old teammate Nathan Morecambe, he won open class in the shootout with his lap. He was nowhere all weekend and then came out of from nowhere to win the event. And it can happen like that, and that's our event, right? One perfect lap, and you can do it on Friday morning, or you can save it for the shootout on Saturday evening. But yeah, it's starting to get quite cold. The wind's quite dull as well. So these are excellent conditions. I think that the other thing you're going to see is get the titanium skid plates going, and let's get some sparks happening too. So there's plenty of big front splitters out there. So that's another element as well. It's going to look awesome for all the crowd here. The crowd's hung around. So I'm pumped. I can't wait for it.
Yeah, speaking about awesome things, I'm just looking up onto the big screen now. Our friend Ryan Turk is out there in that awesome Supra. You can just start to hear it there in the background. This car, if you haven't seen this car online before, if you haven't been watching so far today on the online, this car has got one of the best engine notes. It's sort of, when people talk about how Formula One cars have lost their sound, this is exactly what this is what a Formula One car was sort of 10 years ago. Yep. It is probably one of the most hyped cars online, and with good reason.
Totally. If you've ever been to the Australian Grand Prix in years previous, the walk to the track for us drivers back in the day was 7 a.m. and listening to the two-seater F1 car wake up the streets, and this feels exactly like that, but we're waking up Sydney this time. Much nicer city.
It certainly is. But anyway, we're getting ready to watch Ryan Turk out there put this awesome Supra through its paces. Diggles, I hope you're up there in the commentary box, because, mate, I know you love this car and I know you're a massive fan of it. So, mate, you can have a bit of a chat about what is, I think, your favourite car here this weekend.
Just taking a quick spell. He's gone for a bit of a walk. You've got Tony B up in the tower. Thank you, Luffy. Thank you, Josh, for those words. And the Formula Supra is on track. Ryan Turk. This thing, V10 power, 11,000 RPM as it roars down the front straight at Sydney Motorsport Park. Welcome back, Diggles.
Yes, I had to just duck out for a quick moment. It's been a wee few hours since I've managed to just go and have a bit of a debrief, but now I'm all good. And look, to tell you what, no better sound in the Australian wilderness than a bit of V10 Judd in its natural habitat, a racetrack. So you know what? I think we're just going to let this breathe for a bit. Let's get the ears on, folks. mate. You are an absolute... Hey, ladies and gentlemen, as he's coming around, everyone on the main straight, turn your phone torches on. And if we can get him down the main straight one more time, we're going to give him a clap, cheer and whistle and wave our phones in the air and try and see if we can get his attention in there, just to let him know how much we appreciate him being here. What do you think?
Look, I think he's certainly got his own attention coming onto the front straight there, over the dirt, keeping it absolutely pinned. It looks like he had the front wheels in the air. Check this action replay from Olens. Here we go. Runs it wide, keeps it buried. That's front wheels in the air for sure.
Oh, Ryan, that's full commitment. You know, when you go in, you go all in, and that was fantastic. I think he might be gearing up for another little go. All systems check. But folks, if we can light up a few phones and get his attention on the way down the main straight, let's see if we can get Ryan Tuick's attention just as an appreciation, or at least when he's coming into the pits. If he does this time, I don't think he's ready to come into the pits though, Tony B.
Nah, let him get out there, let him warm the track for the shootout coming up. But we are getting the full theatrics of Sydney Motorsport Park this evening. We're seeing flames shooting out the exhaust. We're seeing a bit of sparks coming off the diffuser. This is what nighttime time attack style racing is all about. The theatrics of a well-lit racetrack.
And you know what, he's the sort of perfectionist where he might, considering how much thrashing that thing took out of that turn, I wouldn't be surprised. He's the sort of guy that would want to come and have a look at all that. I mean, it's a pride and joy thing. It's much about... Look, come on, ladies and gentlemen, give him a clap, cheer and a whistle. Give him a round of applause. I hope he can hear you. Just keep making noise for this car, because he's made enough noise for you. So come on, ladies and gentlemen, as he comes in, Ryan Tuick, clap, cheer and whistle as he comes past where you are.
Yes.
And hopefully you can get a wave out of him. Give him a clap. Put your hands in the air and give him a clap. All the way from the other side of the world. It's...
See a couple of phone torches. There we go. Light them up for him.
Light him up, son.
Give him a round of applause. That is awesome.
Here we are. Here we go. Down to Luffy immediately.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Hearing the beautiful sound of that V10 go past. But I'm down here with my good mate Cole. Now, we've joked before when we were talking about going into the shootout how the importance of needing some tyre warmers. I said, hey, I know a couple of guys that aren't going to be using theirs. You went for a wander. What have you found out?
Without hesitation, they gave me everything I needed immediately. And I love that about Time Attack. We're out here competing against the clock and supporting each other, and that's just what makes this event so special. So that's the kind of support we've been getting this entire week, and why we're doing so well right now.
Like you said, that's the great thing about the whole World Time Attack community. So it was the guys from the RP968. They gave you the tyre blankets, wasn't it?
Well, I wanted the fastest one available, so yeah, that's the pit I went to.
Good to hear, mate. Best of luck for the shootout. Look forward to seeing you out there.
Oh, boy, it's just a bit of everything, isn't it? You know, here we go. We've got...
How these drone shots are just fantastic.
I knew this place would scrub up under a night drone. It looks fantastic. But how's that? There's Luffy interviewing Cole. Now, last year, both our sort of in the pit reporters.
Yep.
And then here we are now. That chemistry, that infectious smile that Cole has every day.
Yep.
He was born with a smile on his face. He's the happiest when he's got a steering wheel in front of him. And he certainly is happy to surround himself with some amazing people. And, of course, the whole Life team, including Kyle as well. Judson, of course, is over here again from Utah as well, caught up with those guys. Just good people that you want to see every so often when time permits.
Do you reckon Luffy's a bit keen for a steer? Do you reckon he'll hang up the headset and go for a steer?
Mate, if things go to plan in his head, he's in the 968 for the shootout.
Amazing. That would be great to experience.
Yeah, well, remember, I think one year under Suzuki heard his thing, and then Firando had his car. So Under hopped in Firando's, and within about a couple of laps, fired out something nearly on the podium or on the podium. So, pure skill right around the world. We're all joined by one thing, the love of a hashtag, one perfect lap. Time Attack epitomises it. World Time Attack, I personally, without being to any other Time Attack event in the world, think that we've got the best one here in Sydney, Australia. What a destination. New South Wales. Everyone says it when they come here. I've got the hook. I'm on the hook. This is the culture. This is the car culture that I think we all embrace and accept, that this is our chosen form of motorsport. When you want to see quick stuff, it turns into a festival, not motorsport.
But it's more than just that as well. You've you've got the Time Attack was, I mean, the original hook, but you've got the drifting stuff. You've got the show cars out the back there, the show and shine. Just the whole trader alley. Obviously, we've got so many other trades partners and suppliers that are getting involved. They're seeing the attention that all of this is getting, and it's like, hey, we need to be involved in this event. It is the coolest event in Australia.
And if you've got something sweet, that E21 still down there, wouldn't that be weird if that was my old E21? I doubt it will be, but just to go to prove that, you know, look at these things. These guys own them. These are real people owning real cars. I used to say real people, real steel, but we've got to adjust now. Sometimes there's more carbon than steel. I was going to say plastic.
Plastic, aluminium, carbon. It's a mixture.
Let's leave AU owners out of it, right? So,
too good.
Or about 10 other cars out of it, you know. Back in the old days, old school was chrome bumper. Now, like, you've got to embrace, you know, when, a VL Commodore was 1986.
That's old school now for some people. You know, the kids that are growing up and their parents, like me, you know, I'm nearly 40. Like, maybe the kids coming through now that are, coming through. Hey, Dad had one of those cars. That's now an old school car.
Well, my uncle had a VL Turbo. Yep. That was 1986. Mm-hmm. And would you believe, actually, VLs are so popular. Yeah. At the end of the month at Heathcote Park Raceway in Victoria, we're having the VL Nationals.
Yeah, right.
At the end of this month, I think.
One make.
Yeah, one
model.
Nothing but VLs at Heathcote Park Raceway at the end of September. So that's going to be on, and we've already got so many workshops interested in that. So isn't it amazing? Car culture, whether it's whether you're the Sylvia boys, the Golf boys, the Euro boys.
Yeah, Euro versus JDM. You get the Aussie muscle. You've got a bit of everything.
And the van boys and the Ute boys. Yep. The drift boys, the burnout. Well, let's not talk about the burnout boys. They're loose. They're another level of loose.
Well, the next thing, what about all the Time Attack girls, the drift girls?
Yes.
We're going to shout out to the ladies out there. One of our own, Charlie. Yeah. She went down to the pits and saw the girls there putting on the drift only or female drift day here at Sydney Motorsport Park. So that's awesome. We're encouraging the girls to get behind it as well because, hey, if we can do it, they can do it too, and probably better, to be honest.
Well, you know what? I was impressed even with Eleanor out there today. And you know what? I missed our entry list for the drifters, but how long before we're getting a chick team in there? Like, I don't know why we don't have a drift chicks team.
Well, I got to give a shout out to one of my friends. I know she's down there in the pits. The Drift Cat from many moons ago.
She can be the captain of the drift chicks.
Her car is down there on display at the Motul 10. That was going to be here in competition. They had a bit of an engine drama before coming up to Sydney, so it's just on display this weekend, but she'll be back.
What about a drift roller derby for the drift chicks? You know what I mean? That's what it is.
Okay.
Crazy.
Alrighty.
All right, so look, they're all, some of them are cruising away. Look at that V-dub down there. Have a look at that. Oh, of course, the obligatory BMX on the roof rack trick. That's a tune. That's a deal.
And there's the Subaru there with all the green undercar diffuser that looks like roll cage and everything else, the colour combos and styles.
Here we go. It's all happening.
Australia 101.
This is the Kangaroo Flying 500.
Australia 101.
They're actually recovery kangaroos. They're off to go and get Tanuki's wheel. So off you go, Skippy, Boomer, off you go.
Was that wheel recovered from earlier today? Do we know that has been recovered? Because that went right up that embankment into the grass.
I was hoping that that was recovered. Because obviously we've got 6 foot plus fences on the boundaries. Yes. We've got the huge hill. It did what it had to do. It took a lot out of it, but geez, it was hooking.
Yes.
Guess what? Strap ourselves in because we are in the beginning of a super lap shootout scenario. If I am not mistaken, Tony Bishop.
Amazing stuff.
I would say this is it. Haltech Club Sprint. We are starting with, as we find out our names of our last 5 that made it in, and this is the tightest field we've ever had.
I had the pleasure of having I had a couple of hours off today and I was able to enjoy some Time Attack racing. I sat down here on the fence along the front straight and it was just really refreshing. I mean, I've been over in the drift pit most of the day, but I absolutely love Time Attack racing and the Super Lap Shootout is what it's all about.
All right, well, here we go. Jonathan Wong, the DNA Autosport GR Supra, so you would say in theory was 5th because we get 5 cars in this shootout.
Yes.
So Haltech Club Sprint, Super Lap Shootout. Jonathan Wong gets in there. Well, let's just say he's number 5. So normally that's how we do it. I don't know how we're going to do it with Kazmiri though, because of the 2 different competitive, 2 different cars that he has in here. I still don't know how we're going to handle the Kazmiri scenario. Whether or not you do have to stagger him, go next and go last. I don't know how it's going to work. But you know what? That's not for me to decide. It's for these people to decide their own destiny. Ladies and gentlemen, our first flyer. And remember, the next competitor starts coming out very soon to warm up.
Yes.
This is what we do with the Super Lap Shootout. We normally take the next competitor straight now underneath Jonathan Wong to warm up, and Wong's on a flyer. This has got to count. He doesn't get 2 shots at it here. This is the last shot of the weekend for Jonathan Wong. They're lucky enough to get that one last lap.
One perfect lap is the catchphrase of this event. If you're taking photos or videos, hashtag us. Make sure you're sharing it with your friends. We want to spread the love of Time Attack Racing, and we want to root this guy along and cheer him along.
He's up a bit. The Supra very neutral through that corner. Good clean power. You know what? One clean perfect lap might just be enough for Jonathan Wong. We'll have to keep an eye out on the time when it comes through. Now, he went minute 35.775 in that last session today. So let's see where his minute 35 finishes now at 0.755. So he's got to try. He's compared to that 35.755. He was already up in Sector 1. Sector 2, let's have a look. Does he light it up? I doubted he was a bit untidy. No, he does. He does. He's put it on kill. He's put it on kill, Jonathan Wong. The highest he can place so far is 5th. And you know what? We don't know by the end of it whether or not anyone else is going to be jumped on in just a set, because if he goes a little bit quicker than number 4, number 4's got to defend that, or else Jonathan Wong goes to number 4.
And we're getting the awesome images, big stopping brakes. You're getting the massive glow of that red line.
He does.
He's got it.
He goes minute 35.636. Watch that one, minute 35.636.
So up 2.7 from his previous. Wow.
Where we go, minute 35.636. He's taken a little bit out of it. He only needed a 10th, and he's got that. But let's just see what happens now, because I do believe that we should have one of the Kazmiri cars, and here he is getting ready. He's in the land speed car, so that is Adam Kazmiri in the Yaris. So he's got to watch that, because what did he do today, Kazmiri? Let's have a look. This is the time that we'll see come up. He went, if that's the case, minute 35.197. Is that right?
Yeah, 135.197. 197. Just flicked up on my screen here.
Yeah, that's right. So when you have a look at the 35.636, a real quick update with Warren Luff was...
Yeah, guys, just down here outside Nathan Morecambe's garage. Stuck my head in. There's a massive amount of activity going on. Saw Nathan up the back, gave him the thumbs up. He looked at me with a wink, gave me the thumbs up. So these guys are good to go.
All right, lock yourself in, ladies and gentlemen, for our Super Lap shootouts for all of our categories tonight. But here comes Kazmiri on his flyer. He went 35.197. He's going to warm it up now. So let's keep an eye on the little GR Yaris. He hasn't had a lot of luck with the car, but it's all his track right now. That 3-banger, that wheelbase nearly bit him there at the end of turn 1. Let's just now watch the steadiness of Adam Kazmiri. He's a really good steerer. Little 3-cylinder, back on the power.
They are so rapid for such a little car, such a little engine, but they are so quick, so lightweight.
Pushed over the bumps, they're still banging gears as he hits the bumps, so Kazmiri's going to send it. He's up in this sector by the look of it. So that minute 35.197 might be in a bit of trouble, but mind you, he's only got himself in front of him, so really at the end of the day, he's doing it all for you. Oh, the popping, banging 3-cylinder. Oh.
And pushing.
Yeah.
Absolutely pushing on this lap.
Bit of traction control kicking in up over Corporate Hill. Very critical part of the track, which Kazmiri probably has in his dreams, this pit. Ready? Settle the car.
Oh.
Turn it in. What does it want? Where do you need the throttle? Bang a gear to maybe settle it down. And here we go. Let's see if this 3-cylinder grunt can do it. He's up again, Kazmiri. All we want him to do is do his very, very best. And the time slips is not going to lie here. The stopwatch is going to tell you whether or not it was good or not. That's about as much as you can expect Adam Kazmiri to dish out on one flying lap, one last time here tonight for Haltech Club Sprint. The Super Lap shootout is well underway for these guys. And here he comes. He goes minute 34.667. That changes things. Minute 34.667. He's just jumped in front of himself.
Wow. There we go. The times are tumbling. Club Sprint is a very competitive space to be.
God, is this... can we see this happen? Everyone just finds this magic potion, which is perfect track conditions at the moment, and a memory of what you've just done for the last 2 days. It's the last bit of reflex memory as a driver. You've now got to go, right, one more time, what do I do again? And what's it going to want?
And this is the first time we've competed at night in the weekend. So this is the first time these guys have gone out in darkness, under lights. You know, are there breaking points? Obviously, they're doing a bit of muscle memory, they're just getting G'd up for this one final lap. Here we go, rolling out.
It's Garland, right? So he went. He had gone minute 34.465, but we just saw a minute 34.667. Kazmiri didn't quite grab Garland. He's grabbed the other Kazmiri car.
Yes.
So he's grabbed himself, which is this is the first time we've had someone grab themselves in position, of course. Garland. Now I think we're going to let this boxer sing here as well. I think so. He's just getting those tyres warm. This is this little sort of warm-up lap. You normally come out of the pit exit when the previous competitor is on the flyer.
Just goes past, yes.
So sometimes it's still a very short, sharp, fast delivery of a result here. It's an edit of what we've seen over 2 days. So let's just see what Garland's got for one more lap. You know what? There might be a few dials tweaked in some of these cars. In other words, you know what? We've done with 700 to 800 this weekend. In the spirit of a shootout, maybe we do the dial up a little bit. Let's give it 900 to 1,000.
Air density is different, the track temperature, all those sort of things are different. Let's just give it a bit more and go harder.
Let's go a little bit 80s Formula 1 / Group B special stage, somewhere between those two things. So this is going to be good, and you know what, for all fans of all platforms, you've just seen Wong in a Supra guided around beautifully. You've seen Kazmiri guided around beautifully in a GR Yaris, and you know what, Boxer fans, Subaru fans, you can have a dose of this too, because this is a little bit of Subi on steroids, and I think Garland's not going to disappoint here. It is an opportunity no one shows off, but geez, isn't it a great way? Isn't it a good bit of, they call it in NFL, you know, an audition tape, they call it tape. This is some good tape to have. This is a good moment to be on TV on, let me tell you. It looks good. Here we go. Let's let it breathe a bit too, Tony B.
Yes.
Sorry. Continue. We've got to give it a few more corners, folks, then we'll be on it. Loose there for Michael Garland, but nonetheless a very clean lap. There's some greens out there. There's going to be a whole lot of greens by the finish line. Wait and see. Last corner of truth. How does it feel? Can we give it the rest? When can I press this magic button that says go and give me the rest? All right, here we go. Garland's up in first. He's up in second. His final super lap, shootout lap of the weekend, and it comes to this. 34.198, he takes 3/10 off. Minute 34.198. Everybody gets a PB.
Well driven, very well driven. It was a pleasure to just watch that machine do a lap around Sydney Motorsport Park under lights, and it looked really steady. There's a couple of moments a little loose, like pushing hard, and he got there.
You know what? It's weird. We want to talk up the intensity of the shootout, but we want to hear these things just go for it. And you know what? We need a break from that. Luffy's got another breaking story.
Yeah, one of the big problems of these single lap shootouts, especially in a little front wheel drive car, is rear tyre temperature. First time we've seen this in the shootout so far. We've got greens on the front and a used set on the rear. Just had a quick chat to him and he said they're definitely going to run the used on the rear just to try and sort of get some better temperature in for that one lap.
There we go. So this is Adam Kazmiri, I assume, in the
race suspension,
the Integra.
Yep.
Oh yeah, he's not mucking around. He's got to try and get something into this thing. So we've had a pretty stout Supra. Look at it. Look again, Kazmiri, just such the professional. Brakes, tyres, brakes, tyres, brakes, tyres. Let's get some feel in there, because this guy, geez, where's his resting heart rate been the last 10 minutes, considering he just ran the Yaris at 110%. He's now got to, find that out. He's going to do a little bit of that, I think, like Luffy says. He needs that rear tyre temperature. If he gets that thing stepping out too much under brakes, physics takes over, and especially with a car with, this isn't a mega horsepower car. This isn't a 1,000 horsepower Supra. It's not a 1,000 horsepower WRX. It's an Integra with very, very stout K-series deal in it. But you can only do so much with the front wheel drive. But you know what? They are, for the speed that they do get out of these things, they're a very efficient platform and so still relevant.
Yeah, and that's it. It's the weight, the power to weight, the balance of the car. It's not just about obviously the maximum horsepower on it, and we're going to see this get around Sydney. I was in the straight. I remember hearing audibly the roar of this car coming down the front straight in the last lot of the last session before coming into the shootout here.
So we're going to give him a few moments to get this ready, and by the sound of that, we are another one of these supercharged K-series. It just it sounds that way. I don't think it's NA. Like, it's too fast to be NA, but then mind you, we know some pretty fast NA cars out there. Mighty Mouse. So you know what I mean. There's nothing wrong with NA.
And look, you've got the JDM yard stickers front and back of that machine. Those guys know their Hondas.
He knows this front-wheel drive platform well too, Adam Kazmiri. Steps out of the Yaris, short wheelbase, 3-cylinder, 400-plus horsepower, hops in another completely different hot rod. Even if we conservatively estimated 500-plus, but it's the lightweight of the car that makes it a weapon as well. It's an all-round weapon, and he's just getting himself ready. I think we've got to let the fans listen to a little bit of bad Honda for the Super Lap shootout, and we'll pick him up out the back. He picked it up, he saved it. Sorry, Adam. Back to you. Big commitment so far from Kazmiri. Just that little lock-up of the brakes out the back for those people watching on the big screen. So again, struggling, sparks and everything. We're getting it all from Adam Kazmiri. He knows it's the last throw of the dice. This Integra, I don't know whether or not he can carve up 5 tenths to get the Subaru, but anything's possible. This is World Time Attack. This is Club Sprint. This is our number 2, Kazmiri. 35.031. 35.031. If it wasn't the lock-up out the back, Tony Bishop, you'd have to agree that's probably where it was. Luffy, what's happening?
We've got the last of our Club Sprint competitors here, Trent Grubel, ready to go out. We spoke before about the Honda being front-wheel drive, only putting new tyres on the front. I can confirm the Subaru here, 4 brand new Yokohama tyres.
Woo, woo, woo. Flash ready to go, and that's the maximum commitment you can do. But as Luffy, we touched on before all day, it's how hot can they get between now and the flyer. So
yeah, getting tyre temp or tyre temp from the pit, getting tyre temp on the warm-up lap, and then going for it one last time.
Yeah, and you know what? This is for the Boxer fans a little bit of double love because yes, out of the 5, 2 Subaru WRXs, a Supra, a Yaris, and an Integra. So that's not a bad snapshot every year of just how equal the platforms can be on any given weekend here in Sydney, Australia. So Grubel going through the motions. He's pretty much been in the clubhouse at a minute 32.919. Anything that he does here is for their own gratification. And you know what? I'm sure they'll even say it's for you, the fans, because I know it is.
Absolutely, absolutely.
These guys never turned out to want to be rock stars. They just wanted to be enthusiast motorsport guys. You know, they want to steer something fast. There's different ways to go racing. This is a different way to go racing, and you know what? They don't want all the attention, but we give it to them because we think it's the most dynamic form of the sport that you can use these vehicles in. And Club Sprint's just lit up again this year. Have a look while we're looking at the top 10 from today. Look at that, 32, 34, 34, 34, 34, 35s.
And look, I heard a comment.
35, 35, 35 even.
I heard a comment that if you're doing, you know, like a 29 or in the 20s around Sydney Motorsport Park, you are somebody. And this is the Club Sprint category, and they're sniffing on that 29 number. They've got a little bit more work to do, but they're in the low 30s. That's a very impressive time.
It's hard to talk up any more drama to this particular run. Whatever Trent Grubel does, it doesn't matter. It's already locked in stone. Pretty much the field stays as it is. No one jumped over each other, but there was a few little scares where we missed at the end by a tenth and a bit. So Grubel's got this in the bag. Now, brand new tyres on it tells me this is all for a 31. He's already going down in history this year as this is the quickest ever Club Sprint time we have seen in history. So all he can do from here is bury that into the 32 somethings, or as you know with these cars, something else. All right, folks, ride with Trent Grubel one more time. Sector 1, down in Sector 2. If it's still a 32, what can you say? 2 of the quickest times in Club Sprint history. But whatever it's going to be, he is going to be the winner for the Haltech Club Sprint class of 2023 by a decent margin in the end with a minute 32.919 already today. But here's that final lap for Trent Grubel. It finishes with a 33.122. Still one of the quickest Club Sprint times we've ever seen. And yes, you guys need to be proud and happy. Well done. That is one hell of an achievement from the team and one hell of a class of 2023, Tony Bish.
Amazing to watch. Absolutely love it. I love the team was all similar to us. We're all like waiting with bated breath. Obviously he takes it out, but you could hear the tyres complaining. He was still giving it a push for you guys here at Sydney Motorsport Park and everyone tuned in on the live stream. High fives, pat on the back. They got it done for 2023.
Well done, team. And it does feel probably as euphoric as if you've just, won anything in your lives. An achievement when you do it as a team. that room is the best love you can feel. If that's the closest thing to love that you can feel, well, give me more of that then.
Pile it on me.
Pile it on me. Over here. All right, it's got to be Pro-Am, and I am wishing big things for this man. This man might just be a guy we need to know more of, because then we can speak of him in the same way as we speak about Tarzan Yamada, Keiichi Tsuchiya, and everyone else under Suzuki, every other legend that we've met from the land of the rising sun. They have constructed this S13. It's the Plasma Man Pro-Am class of 2023, and this is the Super Lap Shootout. One flying lap. Nishio-san's going to be out there with his first crack at it. And wow. Let's just hear what Nishio-san's got. He's going to throw it all into this SR20 this time. Mind you, I don't know, I'm hearing some popping and some stuff. I'm hearing stuff maybe not happy. I hope that's not true.
Just barking flames out of the side, really fuely. Have they got the wick turned right up? Oh, it's such an incredible piece of machinery. I mean, I've been running around everywhere this weekend, but this is an absolute treat to watch these epic cars do battle in the final shootout.
The thing is still popping there. I don't know whether that's just light throttle. You know, sometimes these things on light throttle don't play the game, and that full throttle they do. But he hasn't really sped up, gone up to speed here. Hasn't gone up to speed, but let's just see now that's under full power. We might even grant the man, I know that, you know, rules are rules. Rules are rules, and we still might grant the man another option at that. I know that, you know, internationally we'd love to just say, look, if that's something relatively simple that you think it is, you know, we'll do it. Anyway, well, let's sort that part out in the background. Nishio-san nearly ready to go. If he can get that little miss out of it, he might be all right, or we might be calling it quits. But here he is, Rubel, 2023 Haltech Club Sprint champion. Oh, he's happy. This is it. Look at this. This is what it's about.
One perfect lap. Taps the sign on the helmet. Really feeling it.
Puts the handbrake on. It's all happening. And that's the euphoria. That's the euphoria that you want to feel. You absolutely want to feel that moment. That you know, there's an achievement there.
Yes.
You may have achieved a lot of other things in motorsport up till now, but you know what? We're a different event here. An achievement here is definitely one amongst your peers. In fact, the world's best peers you can have. And you know what? The world watches you at these events. So here we go. Luffy's just getting him ready, but Trent and Luffy down in the pits now.
Trent Grubel, Club Sprint Champion for 2023. How does that sit with you?
Oh, mate, it's bloody awesome, mate. I'm just so wrapped, like, not just for me, but for the boys. If you don't know the backstory about this, it's been late nights all week. We've gone through a piston. We've had a control arm fail on Thursday. The car got rebuilt. It's just been an unbelievable nightmare away from the track. So thank you to everyone. It belongs to them, honestly. Like, I'm just lucky enough to sit behind the steering wheel. The boys did it all, really.
Yeah, it was great to see the reaction. I was there in the garage when you crossed that finish line. You can see it means so much to everyone, so congrats again.
Yeah, no, thank you, Luffy. Cheers.
Well done, and he'll be on the podium later. Luffy's doing that podium later. Don't jump on the roof. Don't jump on the roof, please. We don't want you to break your ankle. Geez, Barton, that's a bad example, Bart. Honestly, I've never seen time attack turn into a contact sport, but I loved it. He did it all himself too. You couldn't even call a foul on anyone. All right, so look, Nishio-san may be gone, but look, we acknowledge the team, and we know there's always next year. Gingerbread Racing, is that right?
Jay Davidson.
Right, here we go. Jay Davidson gets a run. So where's this going to turn up? Jay Davidson, I'm just trying if we can find where he was earlier on in the Pro-Am. There we are. Davidson was minute 29. This is what got him in. The minute 29.340 got him in. So with no Lee in this list, this is Jay Davidson in at number 4. Nishio was in at number 5. So this does mean a lot here, Andrew Brilliant. You've been watching there from the sidelines.
It's fantastic racing.
Conditions are good.
Yeah. PBs all around.
One more crack here for Jay Davidson tonight, the Gingerbread Racing team. And again, earlier on in the day, you would just think you're not in there. but you've got to wait around to the end. You've got to be sometimes the last car in the garage that still runs to be in some of these finals. But you know what? There is an attrition rate out there. That's racing at the end of the day. You've got to have a run of luck that works. And he's having a good crack at this. He doesn't have to do anything here other than, well, when you have a look at what Davidson's done, he could get Nishio if he goes quicker than 29.093. So he could effectively finish 5th in total. Remember, he's 6th. He's still officially placed 6th unless he runs a time quicker than Nishio-san right now. To my understanding, here he goes. Davidson, last one of the day for him. Oh, 28.058. 28.058. He does it. He does it by nearly a second.
Wow.
He did it by nearly a second.
That's going to set the pace. Everyone knows the track's good.
28.058. I'm just trying to count back there. Minute 28.058. Technically, on paper, Nishio-san might go to 6 with that. All right, down to Luffy. More in the pits.
Yeah, mate, just had a real quick chat to Richard Perini on the way out. Notice he's got 4 used tyres on the car. Asked him the question. I'm like, is it strategy? He goes, nope, we've just run out of new tyres.
Enough said. All right, so let's just see what the quickest second-hand tyre pass Richard Perini can do then. He's all over it, Luffy. So, yeah, look, just scrolling down notes here, I think Nishio-san might end up in 6, Jay Davidson might end up in 5, because we can't take Warren Lee's place away from him with that time. That's kind of our rule, you know. If you run the number and the car doesn't finish, you still have that number.
Yeah.
So that was a good run there, though. Davidson found a bunch. Mind you, Mr. Perini seems to be enjoying his last lap here today.
He's enjoyed all day.
Well, so far, technically, he is number 2, one up from last year. Podium last year, and now number 2 behind a very, very good operator, which I can't wait to see here shortly. Sounds good, though. We better get a bit more VR38 in before the end of the lap, all right. Thank you, Richard Perini. Minute 34.06 with second-hand tyres and enough VR38 to keep me occupied for a little while. Thank you very much. Down to Luffy in the pits. Perini's done, but what have you got down there?
Yeah, mate, I'm standing beside this beautiful Corvette. Noticing again, he's running on a used tyre. Had a chat to the guys. They've actually gone back to the medium compound. They found that they struggled on the soft tyre earlier, so they've actually gone back to a used set of mediums. Found the car handled better, had better traction.
I think we just better let this one eat as well, I think.
Yeah.
We're going to let this one eat. All track cameras, make sure your microphones are ready.
It sounds ready.
It sounds ready. From Texas, Ferris Cortumi, the Chevrolet Corvette. Stars and stripes. That's what it kind of needs, just American flag across the T-tops there or something, you know what I mean? That's just what it needs. That's the last thing I think I'd put on, and that'd be done.
It's as American as you get.
So you can see the American, this is as American as you get. Just about everything. It's, of course, yeah, Aussie transaxle, but anyway, the rest, over to the US for the rest of it. So, Ferris, I know you're going to give us something out there. If it's anything close to what you've already given us, we're already going to thank you in advance. The stage is yours. Don't do that again, though. There we go. Yes. Oh boy. Commentators curse number 291.
I think I was holding my breath too.
Off you go, Ferris. Honestly, I am not a witch. I'm not a warlock. There's no superstitions amongst me or conspiracies. That's just rotten luck. Say too many things sometimes, and then that just ends up in your lap, and it's like you kind of feel guilty. You got to own it. Ferris has got it going though again, so let's just see. He's got to warm up this. It's the way Lightning McQueen should have looked, to be honest. Honestly, I like to see Lightning McQueen come back that way, you know. Where's all the time attack Lightning McQueen friends in the deal? Go get some. Go get some. Anytime you're ready, Ferris. This is going to sound good on every camera because we've got a turbo each side. So any which side of the car, you're going to get some. You're going to get some smashed carrots as well. You're going to get some flamage here, I'm sure. Under the lights, how good does it look, Andrew?
Oh, it's fantastic, man. The first year we did under the lights, I was just like, oh, this has got to be the way.
We are going to also have a moment in history where an American team takes a top spot at a Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. I don't think we've seen the US do that. It was so close with Sierra. But it's not since Sierra, do I think, from distant memory, that this could very well be the very first #1 for the USA to take back at a Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. He's come all the way over. He's pretty much the king in the US, king in Texas, definitely. It's all yours, Ferris.
He's already down on center one. Might be struggling to get temp in the tires as well.
Yep. Got to let it rip anyway, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a big round of applause. Our 2023 Plasma Man Pro-Am class winner, Ferris Gartube. Minutes 27.828. But there was another moment. We had Ryan Turek this afternoon. Ryan, and then we had our own Ferris moment. Let's go back and have a look at one of those big Ferris moments there, where it just didn't all quite. We're not enough. I tell you, in Australia, we've got wide open spaces in Australia. We've got as much room as you want, but on some racetracks we don't have enough. Ferris is out there deep, banging, throttle on. That is one commitment. He still went a 27 on that lap.
Wow.
With all of that, he still managed to catch that up in time, but you can't say there hasn't been enough effort and intent by Ferris to come all the way around the world and then prove that he can go and win in 2 different countries. So there's not too many races that can say they've done that. There's only a handful, you would say, that can in modern time attack history, pull off an achievement like that, and he's done it with the American product. They help with a lot of different companies, and he's going to bring this thing in here, folks, and I hope we've got enough applause and enthusiasm when he does come in to make one of our beautiful guests very, very welcome and appreciated, because it's been an absolute treat, Andrew, has it not, to see it?
Absolutely.
Had you seen the car in the flesh before running?
Yeah, no, I hadn't. I hadn't until the day. I kept walking by the pits checking it out, man.
So another one that saw it for the first time, and you know what, a whole lot more people saw it for the very first time, and we certainly appreciate what Ferris was able to pull off there. Looks like Bods did get into the shootout, the open shootout, so that's coming up next. the GCG Open class, and Johnny Boston gets a bit of a go, and I'm sure when Ferris gets back to the pits, we want the crowd on pit row to get into him, clap, cheer and whistle. They love, if you get the clapping and the whistling, the hands above the head, clapping for the man. Hopefully he'll see your appreciation, and we just wanted that great atmosphere here. I know we've got them already hooked on the atmosphere generated here, but I want you guys to show extra enthusiasm. I mean, you guys did pay to come and see these people, but yes, I still think if you feel you need to applaud, do it when he comes. Down to you, Luffy, it's all boiling up.
Yeah, down here in the pits there, Jet 200 is out on track. Johnny Boston needs no introduction. He is a legend of World Time Attack. But here with Andrew Hawkins, car runner, mate, it's been a mission to get here. Tell us about what's happened in the last couple of hours.
Look, we were in 5th place for most of the day, and we actually lost out, got into 6th by only like 300th of a second. We're pretty devoted, even though we thought we'd never even get this far. But then obviously another broken car means we found out we're in the shootout. We scrambled. I actually went around the pits talking to my sponsors saying, can you help us out? And they all, you know what, it's more like mates came together. We all chipped in. We got some new tyres for it outside of my tyre budget, and we're going out. And it's either gonna work or it's gonna blow a head gasket trying.
Mate, we look forward to watching this one. Good luck.
Thanks, mate.
All right, live pictures there, Johnny Boston. We heard in the background there, Ferris had come down pit lane, and they're all blowing up about it. The LS was getting a good old zing in the background, and Eric Zhu, we're getting into GCG Open class, and I've seen the smile on your face watching all of this. You didn't think motor racing can get so intense so quick. I mean, this is the way we're trying to finish the event, but it just all of a sudden sounds like it's do or die. It's in the red zone.
Yeah, I think, especially the open class, I think like there's successful S-class cars. It's a great class. Diversity's there. This is awesome.
Going to let the SR sing a little bit for everyone at home as well there, Eric. So pardon our silence, folks. We want to get in on Boss here because, you know what, the best thing we can do is keep our trap shut, listen to the car. You can tell what the driver's up to. And Johnny Boston, so many laps around here, he can just do it by reflex. But let's just see how the car looks and sounds and what he's up to the next few corners. You know what would be a little bit of icing on the cake for this team if they could do a 20-something with this car. They know that where they are might be a bit hard to jump on top of the next guy, Benny Tran. Dropped a gear there big time or something. I don't know. It's heard something was weird there for a sec, Eric.
Yeah.
Back already. He's up the sectors though, so keep an eye out on this. Johnny Boston, he's lit up the sectors. He's a little bit fast on too few corners. He's a little bit fast in the first, second. Is it the third one? Does he get a 20-something? Johnny Boston sends it. Minute 29. Minute 29. 911. Won't put him any higher than 5th. But they would have loved to have run anything quicker than a minute 33 this weekend. They went 3-0 and then they thought a 9. Can we do it? There it is on the last lap for them for the weekend.
Yeah, these track temps must really help with the soft tires. You know, just keeping them sticky throughout the whole lap.
Well, knowing the team owner, you got him down there, Luffy. How does he feel?
Another feel-good story, World Time Attack 2023. You said coming into the round you would have been happy to do a 30. You're in the 29s. How does it feel and what does it mean to you guys?
Mate, I actually told the guys, I said, all I want to do is do a 31. And they said, what if it does a 30? I see backflips. They go, what if you do a 29? I said, you know what? As a joke, I said, if I do a 29, I'm going to go bankrupt on the after party on Sunday night because that car should not do that. But this team, these boys, and all the work we've done in the last 30 days, and John Boston's driving, I can't believe it. It's so good. Wow, I don't know what to say anymore, and that's rare for me.
Congrats, mate. Congrats to you. Congrats to Johnny Boston. We'll see you back here next year.
Thanks, mate. So good. Thank you.
That is exciting stuff, and yeah, Johnny Boston is the hired gun. Andrew Hawkins, the owner of the car, which he's developed for many years. fresh new set of tyres seem to have done the trick, and I know Andrew's tuning philosophy is the owner of that vehicle. It was a full send there as far as the wastegate's concerned. That it would have been as much boost as the thing was going to eat.
Yeah, I mean, he said it himself, like, it's either the trim or the head gasket.
Yeah, and could have been everything. Could have been everything. Let's just see, Johnny, but they're going to be happy down there. There's going to be a lot of... Hopefully we can keep his ankles in, hopefully no one breaks any more ankles here today with celebrations. Let's see if we can sort of be safe, but it's hard when you're that elated. And, we're talking about 5th spot there, so that was a personal milestone. Look what happens with a personal milestone. Doesn't have to be podium, it can be a personal milestone like this with a car. It's something you set yourself as a team to do. Here it is. It might as well be the World Cup. It might as well be the biggest race they've ever won, except that is just that combination, getting the most out of it.
And that's it with Andrew. Like, he's been building this car for almost 15 years, like off and on. So, like, it's great that it's going this fast now.
It sure is, and this is the moments that dreams are made of. And inspiration flows hopefully forever. Here he is. Don't jump up on the roof, Bosso. Be right. Here he goes. He's had a big day probably anyway, Johnny Boss. He is a cool cat, and he knows how to turn a wheel. All right, but so talk about a bloke that knows how to turn a wheel and knows this track. Benny Tran, come on, let's get some blowing Honda for the fans for this flying lap. Benny Tran up in Sector 1, Benny Tran up in Sector 2, and that is one dynamic lap from Mr. BYP. He's leaving it all out there on the track. Benny Tran, you've got it here, son. Keep an eye out on this one. Benny Tran, last lap of the day. What does the Honda do? Honda fans, 28.581. 28.581, a big number for Benny Tran. 28.581. Wow, that is the number. That's 11 tenths, 110%. All eyes on the prize. One last go, one perfect lap. That's another perfect lap, Eric Sue.
Yep.
We should start changing to hashtag another perfect lap, because it just did everything right. Everything right, that car. What a weapon. I mean, could you see anywhere else that wasn't that perfect? There was a couple of moments there, but it was only because, the car was only twitchy. It was nothing else.
Yeah, no, it sounded good the whole time. I mean, it was in VTEC the whole lap.
And you can just tell the man's got so many laps around here, and God, for some reason, I almost feel like he wrings the neck of the car.
Yeah.
Some guys you don't see an attachment to the vehicle. Some drivers, it's just them and the car.
Yeah.
But Benny Tran, you feel him choking this car to the last inch.
It sounds so angry. It revs high. It's great.
It's one of my top time OG Hondas. Honestly, you want to have some of the baddest, angriest Hondas in the world of Time Attack. Put Benny Tran on the list. Put him on the list.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah, put him on the list. He's podium. He's podium. So 28.581 for Benny. And whatever Morecambe and Slade dishes out here shortly in GCG Open Super Lap Shootout, we've got enough memories to froth over for years. So good stuff happening.
Yep.
All right, so 41. This is Bishop now. So Bishop has got himself in a situation. Minute 33.87. He now kind of needs, I think, just trying to do me sums there, what Bishop needs to do. He's minute 33.87. Let's just see whether he usurps anyone. It's hard when Boz goes 29.911 and Benny Tran goes minute 28.581. What can Bishop do here? All he can do is do his best, but I think this is another one of these cars where you go, you know what, one more time tonight, maybe some new tyres, maybe all the boost, because one more perfect lap could be just
I think all the boost. I think all the boost is it's going to be the way for the Evo.
It's good to be living in a time where you can build an automobile, still be effectively, you know, a private owner of a vehicle like this, and we go, you know what, we're going to go and play Super Crew Chief on this decision, and we are deciding as a team to send you out, send the pilot out, and engage in.
Send it.
Absolutely send it. It's got all of the good elements that we like about a qualifying, except that this is at the end of the day. You've had to have got to this moment to prove yourself already.
Yep.
One more shootout lap. What can Bishop do? If he can get over Boz here, can he go quicker than 29.911? Maybe that's the number we need to look at. Okay, Bishop. All right, here he goes. He's finished 2, he's finished 3. 4 and 5 sorted. How good does he come out of here, Bishop? He's just down on the first sector. Oh, and had a good double look at it. It was early on the throttle. Went for a bounce, and again, back to the bounces that Josh talks about. Just bumps, they're not bouncing, it's the car that's bouncing, it's the track that's got a bump. It's just a bump that unsettles the car. Some cars drive right over that, you know what I mean? They don't know about it. Depends on where your fast line is. Sometimes there is just something there that's the nemesis of your car's setup, just for one corner, so you deal with it. As a driver, you just try and move a little bit somewhere beside it if you know it's a problem. So, he's got the brakes hot there. He's certainly still trying to pull the thing up and have one more shot at it. So let's just have a look at this. No, Sector 2, he's lost a bunch there in Sector 2. So I have a funny feeling the 29.911 that Boz did might just stand here, because Bishop's going to have one more shake at it. And he is punting it through the finish line one final time. And it's a 34. Minute 34, 7.68. So minute 34, 7.68. I think there were some good parts of the lap there, Eric, but obviously something to convince him that pursuing it any further, was just for his own, his own entertainment or whatever discretion, whatever he wanted to do.
I'm not sure he had new tyres on either.
No,
I don't think he did.
Yeah, and I think sometimes that's the open facts, isn't it? I think that's probably the one secret that got Boz into the 29s that one last time is that they went for a new set of tyres. They knew that they can get some temp into that they're going to be good to do what they need in ideal conditions. That one last variable. But yeah, guys, like Bishop, maybe that's it. And I suppose when you are dealing with the four-wheel drive vehicles, is that you have less tyres to probably cycle. All right, down to Luffy in pit lane. It's all unfolding.
Yeah, just having a chat with the crew out that was just out there. Tyre temp was the problem, especially in the rear. Earlier in the day, they were obviously doing 2 warm-up laps to get the tyre temp up. Obviously, now with the shootout, only that one lap just really struggled with getting the tyre temp.
Yeah, that's the only downside about conditions like this, unless, you've got the warmers out there. What you can get into it during this one lap, you would normally try and get out in about 1.5, 2 laps at, 3/4 pace. We're asking you here to, and you can't arrive at the final turn as fast as you can go here, because you can't get everything up to temp that way. So this is all the preparation they need. It's the pumping of the brakes. Let's get some brake temperature in it. Tyre temperature is important. The most important thing here is that, but brake temperature is important too, Eric.
Sure, absolutely. I wonder though, in the pro class, because they're running slicks now, do they need more than a lap to
Yeah. Good point. Well, there's word around that. Yeah, you do. Second lap, third lap in, they're only coming into their prime. So
yeah, I know traditionally in pro racing, it takes more than a single lap to warm up the slicks. So
yeah, Nathan Morecambe at least. What a shoe to be seen. An exciting sports athlete. Yes, I'll go further than saying he's a racing car driver. He's a sports athlete. You've got to look at these guys with the same sort of personal ability as a top NBA, NFL, you name it, golfer, whatever.
Well, they need to have the reactions.
Yeah, well, you need to be the elite athlete that you are as a driver. And Morecambe is the shoe of this car. The Global Aircraft Services Evo Lancer is, the team's pride and joy.
Yeah, down here in the lane with Nathan Morecambe's crew. Can confirm 4 brand new Yokohamas on that car. Tim Slade being pushed into the lane. Also 4 brand new Yokohamas.
Absolutely, I'm going to let this thing eat for a bit too, because Nathan Morecambe, I want to hear what the man's doing out there. Oh, geez, lots of front end bounce there on the brakes, Eric. What's that from?
Probably the suspension setting, but a lot of these teams, because they're running such big splitters, they really need to work out their packers and their bump stops and stuff. So, I mean, I'm not sure it's optimized. They didn't have that much track time this event, right? Because they had issues to address.
Well, look, he's up in Sector 1. Hold on to your hats. Don't go anywhere. Hold on to your hats here. Nathan Morecambe, the car was a little bit jittery coming into Turn 2. He's hitting the right apexes. He's trying to get the right amount of power down. They're sending it all through the turbocharger, as that wastegate won't be opening anytime soon, I don't think. Here we go, tight turn. Morecambe's done it a million times before. Power on! Here we go. What else have we got? It's a clean sector. It's a very clean sector for Nathan Morecambe, and he is coming. He is coming to the end of his final lap. After all the dramas, all the things, closed garage doors in the middle of the day, engines getting built, changed, broken shafts, all sorts of things. Nathan Morecambe, do you have to do it again? If you do, do it now. Minute 27.366. He goes better again. Minute 27.366. It's not quite Timmy Slade, but it is a PB for the car, considering what's happened for the whole weekend, Eric Sue. That is still an exciting lap, but I knew it would have had to have been superhuman if he really was trying to take Timmy Slade.
Yeah, there's a bit too much gap there to make up. I think he did the best he could, but maybe next year.
Yeah, look, the old heart rate gets up when you see 100% effort, and that car was doing everything right. Morecambe, minute 27.366, 3/10 quicker than what he'd done earlier, and considering all the variables that they would have had to have tried to rectify, here's a bit of the Oldens action replay, and just out of here, he just gave it the berries. There was a couple of points there on the lap that was a little bit untidy, and he'd probably be the first to admit it, but that was a hell of a flying lap, considering lit up all the sectors, and a very good lap from Nathan Morecambe. The finish, only one car left in GCG Open. He is in the clubhouse, or was in the clubhouse until Shootout. Tim Slade, the Extreme GTR. No matter what happens here, and I don't know what can happen here, honestly, I am not going to talk another scenario to you, Eric Sue, just for 2 minutes. I honestly don't want to talk anything else up. I think what will happen out there. I think we've got to let the RB eat shortly, but before then we better get back down the Luffy.
Hey guys, got a good story here with the Extreme GTR team. With the engine tuner, the question was put to him, what can we do? And the answer has come through. Wind the boost up, let's go.
Well, I'm glad Luffy's got the word. Thank God we waited until the official team orders to come through, and now we know.
Yep.
Team orders are, we've gone the boost. I guess then if you think of the motivation from the team, is that they might want to send the open class where it's never been before, I don't think. I'm just referring to my open class results from previous years. We ain't seen it. Well, I don't think up until now we'd seen it in the 26s. We certainly, I don't think I've ever seen it in the 25s.
Right.
So are we about to send it? Are we about to send more benchmarks than ever before to the record books?
There's our telemetry screen right there.
Live telemetry right now. Is that in the Extreme GTR team? I think it is. Yeah, how about this? We were technically on board with Tim Slade then. The only thing I didn't see was his heart rate. All right, let it eat. We're going to let it eat, Timmy Slade. We're nearly there. I'm hearing some noises out of that RB. I don't know what it all is, but you can't say Timmy Slade isn't giving it 110%. That RB, it's got all the turbo in it. You can hear it through the dump pipes. It's got all the turbo we can have. It's got everything. He's up in sector 1. He's up in sector 2. Are we going to the 25s in open? Timmy Slade, Extreme GTR 25, 926. 25.926. We've seen open go from 27s to 26s to 25s on the last lap of the day for GCG Open. Absolutely mission accomplished, Eric Sue. What a lap.
From what I understand, full send is nearly 1,000 Newton meters. Yeah. So that's a bunch of torque.
Well, between you and me, my ears listening to the engine, that's either a bit of TC in there or that was all the turbos, I can tell.
Yeah.
When you hear the noise out of some of those turbochargers, and it's like, that's all the turbo we got there.
Yeah.
Is the RB all right? It could be, however.
Could have been both. All the boost and all the TC.
Well, let's have a listen to the thing as he comes through. This is going to be a magic moment too, by the way, folks. Another one of these fantastic World Time Attack magic moments. And give you a big round of applause and a clap, cheer and whistle for Tim Slade. You know what, even if you don't follow supercars and you know of Tim Slade, you know what, give the man the credit. He's a driver, absolute driver. And we're so lucky to have some of the very best drivers in Australian motorsport get to drive these beautiful vehicles built by some of the best teams in the country. And you know what, that association is not a normal association in mainstream motorsport. We are really a niche thing in the world of motorsport. And you know what, when you get the very best in a niche motorsport, the moments are so much greater. Less numbing effect, more cut through. That RB is spent.
Yo, it's
that RB is spent. Just quietly, just listening. All right, here we go. Luffy's got the magic moment. Give it to us, Luffy.
I'm down here with our 2023 Open Class champion, Michelle. We can see the emotion. We know it means a lot to you. What does this mean? And also to do a 125.
A 125 is just amazing for us. It's great. We were hoping but we were just going up in increments, and that was an amazing drive. So we're really excited.
Well, congrats to everyone at Extreme GTR. Obviously, Tim Slade did an amazing job for you guys. Look forward to seeing you back next year. You've got a championship to defend now.
Well, yes, I guess so. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how much the budget can keep stretching with this. But, yeah, no, it's a very, very exciting and emotional moment. And I've got so many people to thank. The teams that our team is just a well-oiled machine at the moment. And, yeah, it's just amazing.
You go enjoy it with your team. Go and enjoy it with your driver.
Thank you.
Yeah, she done. That thing done. She done. RB done good. RB done good.
It did its job.
RB done good. How's that for a moment? Right there, right in your face. Hey, she done good. She is. Mission accomplished in one way.
Yep.
History made in another. And an amazing lap. Look at this maximum brake effort from Tim Slade. That's where I heard that it had all the turbo. You know what I mean? That surge, when it's on surge.
Yeah.
An insane moment, and another insane moment in the Ian Baker kaleidoscope of famous moments. And, you know, you can get the very best script writers in the game to try and write you something half as interesting, but it doesn't quite end up the same. The reality of it, this is the true reality of it. This is a team from Victoria, I think. Actually, I think they are, yes. They come here. A fantastic team. They've been doing it for years, chipping away at it, chasing the dream. Never thought it would probably all come up to this. But you know what? Sometimes you let the fantasy in a little bit. You know, the dream's always there, but sometimes the ultimate fantasy comes in, and this has got to be one of those moments. One of those pure moments in motorsport. It's very hard to get these days. So very hard to get. And Eric Zhu, great calling of the class, but Andrew Brilliant watching from the sidelines there as well.
And clapping.
This even gets you out, mate. This gets you pumped. I'm glad.
Oh, this is just good racing, man. Just watching everyone get new bests.
Maximum effort. Now, you know what? We've got our ears peeled out there because I had a captain's call from Mr. Ian Baker myself. Who else can ring me in the middle of a live broadcast and say something? And he rang me. But down to Luffy first. Luffy, here it is.
I'm with our 2023 Open Class champion, Tim Slade. Slade, that was an awesome lap into the 25s. Tell us about it from your perspective.
Thanks, Wazza. Just well done to Michelle, Mark, and Brad and the entire team. We didn't really get to where we wanted to last year with sort of not being able to do the last few runs of the final day. So felt as though we had a bit of unfinished business. So it's nice to get the win. It's nice to get in the 25 bracket, but I'm kind of disappointed because it was quite a good lap, and we had a little issue, so we dumped a heap of time basically from Corporate Hill for the rest of the lap. So I think there was a low to mid 25 there, but it's still nice to jump into that 25 bracket.
Well, congrats, mate. Go and celebrate with the team. You're the 2023 Open Class champion.
Slady, we were loving the minute 25 talking. He goes, you know what? Yeah, it wasn't that good a lap. You know, it's like Slady, that was the crackiest lap we've ever seen. And he goes, you know what? It could have been a little quicker 25. You know what I mean? It could have been a little bit quicker of a 25. So low coolant. No kidding there. No kidding there. Engine oil pressure 0. Well, the thing is turned off. Coolant temperature 86, so it didn't get super hot, but low coolant. I wonder where some of that went. All the way back. That's where it went. Now here we go. Arvu Racing. That is, of course, Shibata Yusaku, the S2000 from Japan, just warming up. He's going to have one more attack at it, and he's going to get a good crack here because in the clubhouse is Barton Mawer. Well, literally, he's nearly in the hospital. Barton, not in the clubhouse. He's nearly in intensive care. Was Barton. Tim Slade. Well, Tim, of course, Tanuki was retired hurt. Cole Powelson will be out in the Donut Media car. We've got Yasaki Sung out there, and we haven't seen Ewan either, but I also understand a captain's call from Ian Baker, and we are going to see Mitsuyoshi Nishio sneak out in this session and give another crack at it, because apparently they had an issue with the nitrous fuel system on the car then, because guess what, they were about to give it, all of it, and the gas. And they just had a little issue there with the fueling circuit for the nitrous, so they allowed them to just redo it. Are you ready? Come in after the open shootout. So when you see the green Sylvia, it won't count, but we're going to love seeing it. So here we go. Let him go. Let's let the S2000 sing for you folks all the way around the world. Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a big round of applause all the way from Japan. And here for one last lap, Shibata Yusaku. He goes through and flies for a what? Didn't get Yusaku. Yeah, 32.449. 32.449 to finish off. But that earlier minute 29.596, it's a big effort to come all the way over with a combination and go, well, what would ever run in Sydney? Now you know, the benchmark. Minute 29.596 on his very first attempt. And Andrew, brilliant, turn one. You can certainly lose a few tenths just there.
Absolutely. You lose so much speed through there, and then you hold it all the way till 2.
Oh, I missed that moment, would you believe? That's how fast these cars get to go. By the time I kind of started riding his time down from the previous lap, he had already done that in turn 1 and I missed it, but washed a little bit of time off on a couple of turns there. You can't say that wasn't 110% effort.
Oh yeah, you knew he's all in.
I reckon he kind of nailed it, so give him a round of applause if you see him out there on track, or when he comes in. I want you to really treat him like a rock star when he gets to the pit lane. But a part of our Mtron Super Lap shootout for the pro class, as we've already seen, Barton Mawer retired hurt, Tanuki retired hurt, Shibata there, Cole there, Rob Newell we haven't seen, but here he is, so photogenic. What a gorgeous car. Beautiful shots here under the Sydney evening at Sydney Motorsport Park. Brand new tyres too. The Life Motorsport, Donut Media, US invasion of Australia. I hope Jeremiah Burton had a cracking time. We'd love to hear a little bit more about what Jeremiah thinks of this event, obviously in future broadcasts. And geez, we didn't get to interview him much either, which would have been nice. In the meantime, while Cole's warming up, Luffy's chilling out.
Yeah, I'm down here in the lane with the guys here from Life Motorsport, watching Cole up there on the big screen. We spoke about it before. The guys at the RP968 kindly donated their tyre warmers, so Cole was really worried about sort of tyre temp going into this shootout. So we know he's got a good set of tyres on there. I did see it rolling out. They're a brand new set of Yokohamas, or as Cole would say back in the States, he's got a sticker set of tyres on and he's ready to go.
And he's going to use every single bit of it if he can get it all up to temp. He's going to put all the boost into it as well, so this VR38 is loaded to go.
You know, that car is 5 seconds faster than they were on AO50s.
Isn't that amazing?
Isn't that amazing?
5 seconds quicker.
Yeah, I think it just punished these big, heavy cars.
Yeah.
But so that this is, you know, and this is for him. You know, he lost to Faras at the Super Lap battle in Coda just a few months ago. So I think he really wants to put it down and show that they can be the fastest US car.
All right, folks, just for all you people, let's listen to Racer Cole one more time. Cole. That's no good. That's not the attack of turn 2 that we want.
Yeah.
At all. At all.
Maybe you got a warning light or something.
Yeah, mate. I don't know, safety or something.
It doesn't sound.
No, he's got the hands out. Got the hands out saying normally. It's like the Queen's wave now. It's just giving us the parade wave. Oh, okay.
What is this?
You know what,
Cole?
I love you every which way there, mate. But, we'd much rather you going at 110% out there. But, yeah, look, it was all on here. It had it all. Brand new tyres. You can see the vortices now on the end of the splitter. Look at that air working. And then through here, not bad attack. And then somewhere between now and turn 2, it nearly went lights out. Now look at him go. Fingers out.
Number one.
Number one.
Is that what that is?
Number one.
Oh.
He was ready to do it all. But there must have been something come in which we'll get to the bottom of. That's the one thing that we're not going to find here too many times, the secrets. You know what we find here? We find no secrets, only stories. And
he's still going, though. I wonder if it popped a boost pipe or something. It's just doesn't sound quite right.
He'll have some explanation for it. There is no record for slower slap, by the way. But, you can certainly the most beautiful car going slow could be this one. Yeah, maybe it doesn't sound right there. Maybe, I don't know. He's barely nursing it there, but he's got plenty of time to hear the applause when he does get around the top loop and down the main straight. So when he does get near you, folks, and he puts the hand out the window, you should clap, cheer and whistle for this car and this team. They've supported World Time Attack. They've told everyone about it back in the US, and they're all for it. They are all for it. Give him a round of applause. What a car. What a team. And as much as he couldn't put it on for you guys then, he's here for you guys. They get such good energy fed from these events that it's enough to inspire you to come back. And, he hasn't missed too many since they first came, by the way. If he didn't come with a car, he came himself to be a part of it. So, Carl, whatever happened there, we'll get to the bottom of that. But I'm sure as we come down on the pit building, you should give him as much noise as you can for Cole Powson and the Life team. Of course, we've got to thank M-Tron, our great sponsor of the Pro Class of 2023. Exciting action. What an ECU for motorsport is M-Tron, another proudly Australian-made ECU and product, and used in a lot of our toughest time attack cars and drag cars in this country. All right, so what's the news?
It sounds like you're there. If something's wrong, they'd shut it down, I think.
It's just, of course, his partner Kyle. Some sort of issue there, business partner Kyle. He just said, well, there we go, whatever it was. They're not going to risk it too much and pop it out, but there'll be a story there that we'll get to the bottom of. Hugs all round anyway, you know what, at least at the end of the day, no one's frowning, you notice that?
Oh, yeah. Well,
not a lot of frown there today, not a lot of frown now anyway, whatever it might have been.
Well, they got a minute 25,
Yep.
That's nothing to sneeze at, and then...
Well, it's running, It's there. Anyway, we'll find out from the guy shortly if we can see Luffy around there. I know he's busy chasing it out. We know that we did have that captain's call if we do want to see... he's gone. Where's he gone? Oh, here he goes. Got to get the hat on.
Yep.
Here he comes. Got a fresh set of Yokohamas on his head. All right, Ian Warren Luff, down to Cole Powson.
Cole, the start of the lap looked amazing. We could see the sparks coming off. Something obviously went wrong out there. Talk us through what happened.
I let some YouTuber drive the car before me. So he had an issue in the previous session. The transmission threw a fault. We tested it briefly in pit lane the best we could. We thought, we're going to prepare to go out there and throw down. And unfortunately, that transmission problem did not completely go away. So, it is what it is, I guess. We're really happy with the 25.9. Exceeded our expectations for this event, but that track is pristine right now. It's an absolute tease that I got to taste it just a little bit. But all in all, I really can't complain.
Mate, it's been amazing to have you here at World Time Attack 2023. Looking forward ahead to 2024. Can we expect to see you back?
Absolutely. I will be here no matter what.
Mate, look forward to it. See you then.
Cheers, man. Thank you.
Righto, give him a round of applause, Cole and Kyle and the whole team from Life Motorsport. But there you go, transmission fault. Hard to detect on the fly, but yeah, just something that has popped up there. So that sort of wraps up what we're doing here right now. But we're breaking back with more because I think we're going to go to the podium very soon for all of our competitors, for all of our categories here today. The Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge here. Just about run and done, but trophy shortly. A breaking back with more.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
The Bosch Motorsport BR540 high-flow in-tank fuel pump sets a new Bosch standard for quality and performance. With class-leading fuel delivery at high rail pressures, it's ideal for both boosted and non-boosted engines, suitable for most fuels, and compact in size. The BR540 suits high-horsepower motorsport applications. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Yokohama.
Are you after quality performance products for your car? Talk to the people that speak your language. At highoctanedirect.com, we bring you the best deals on all the top brands. Tomei, Turbo Smart, Hypertune, Nitto, HKS, Greddy, PPG, Haltech, Extreme Clutch, and much, much more. highoctanedirect.com, your gateway to automotive performance.
oh boy, has everyone's pulse settled down just for a moment? Good, because you're going to need to save your energy. Make sure you got something warm on. Strap yourself in for the evening's remaining entertainment. However, we are very, very close to wrapping up what's happened here on track for the 2023 Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge at beautiful Sydney Motorsport Park. Under lights here, Destination New South Wales has again put on a world-class event. I've never seen that many PBs doing a Super Lap shootout ever, and whether or not that's a tale of preparation by some of the teams up till now, they're not get that perfect lap or that opportunity, but then to have it in perfect conditions, some with new tyres on it, probably contributes as well. But some fantastic results there during those Super Lap shootouts in the various categories. So this is what we're going to see. This is where it all just rotated the earth again one more time. This was that one perfect lap. And that push, RP968. An incredible effort from Barton Mawer. Recollecting on that lap, Barton said he actually lifted, which he never does in turn one due to the concrete dust. There's a moment right here where it just has two jumps at the end of the exit, and from here on end, I don't think there was too many mistakes from Bart. You watch the in-car straight after this. Honestly, you are watching the wildest game you could ever watch. It's not a game, it's reality. And I don't know why this car ain't in a game. By now, this car should be in a game. After this event, why wouldn't this car be picked up by a game manufacturer? Rob Popestick, we've got to get you into a game. Barton, we've got to get you in a game, including the detachable ankle. Let's just see how he goes here. Look at this. This is full attack. Listen to this. Early on the throttle. That big 4-litre billet, so much torque. Couldn't believe over that other turn he took that whole corner in fourth gear. So this thing is playing on a lot of the torque characteristics of that Thor engine. And it was just about perfect from here. Bangs the transmission a few more times. Unleashes all of the horsepower he possibly could muster. And belts out an unheard of, ever. Minute 17, 8.60. Let's go inside. I'm not talking. Listen to this. Unbelievable lap. It's a surreal experience. Honestly, the quality of camera in there as well. That is just the epitome of World Time Attack. One perfect lap. We thought we saw it yesterday, minute 18. Now, this is just seconds away from Bart breaking his ankle here as well. So let's have a look at this footage, because the man goes crazy here for a bit. We watch this, right? We're going to take all of this. He's hugging cameras. He climbs up on the damn thing. And pretty soon, you watch this. Ready? I'll do the sound effect. Do the sound effect. Hang on, ready? Oh, right there, maybe. Maybe this then. The adrenaline's in. He's not feeling it. He is not feeling it. And there he... What a way to finish off that highlights package. We're in extreme sport this time attack business. Look at Bart. Bart's grown himself another whole personality. I tell you what, how funny is that? That is gold, Barry. That is gold. I'm breaking back with more because we're getting some formalities underway. Under lights, including more fun here. Don't go away.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
The Bosch Motorsport BR540 high-flow in-tank fuel pump sets a new Bosch standard for quality and performance. With class-leading fuel delivery at high rail pressures, it's ideal for both boosted and non-boosted engines, suitable for most fuels, and compact in size. The BR540 suits high-horsepower motorsport applications. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Yokohama.
Are you after quality performance products for your car? Talk to the people that speak your language. At highoctanedirect.com, we bring you the best deals on all the top brands. Tomei, Turbo Smart, Hypertune, Nitto, HKS, Greddy, PPG, Haltech, Extreme Clutch, and much, much more. highoctanedirect.com, your gateway to automotive performance. Are you after quality performance products for your car? Talk to the people that speak your language. At highoctanedirect.com, we bring you the best deals on all the top brands. Tomei, Turbo Smart, Hypertune, Nitto, HKS, Greddy, PPG, Haltech, Extreme Clutch, and much, much more. highoctanedirect.com, your gateway to automotive performance.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery. Race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
Yokohama.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Plasma Man Racing is a world leader in performance intercoolers and EFI intake manifolds. For over 25 years, we've been at the forefront of performance turbocharged induction technology. When you go with Plasma Man, you go with proven, tried and tested technology, a combined experience of over 100 years in the performance racing industry, and a product renowned for its quality, appearance, and reliable, repeatable performance. Plasma Man, no limits.
Well, here we are at the trophy presentation area for 2023 World Time Attack. It has been a year of records. We have had record number of entries. We've had track records broken and we've had record crowds. Official numbers coming through are putting us in excess of 40,000 people over the 3 days. So it's been an amazing effort here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Getting on to the trophy presentations. We are going to start with the Club Sprint, the Haltech Club Sprint. We saw some amazing competition out there in Haltech Club Sprint. In third place is Michael Garland.
That's the local PA.
Michael Garland, Club Sprint. In second place, in Haltech Club Sprint, Jamal Assad. And your 2023 Haltech Club Sprint champion, Trent Grubel. Now, guys, we are going to leave the champagne spraying till a little bit later on. We'll get everyone back up here. But, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for your Haltech Club Sprint trophy winners. Yeah. We now move across to our GCG Open class. This was hard fought right to the very end there. In third position from BYP Racing, Benny Tran. In second place, the 2022 champion in GCG Open, wasn't quite able to get there this year, but certainly put up a massive fight. These guys worked hard right throughout the weekend. Nathan Morecambe. And our 2023 GCG Open with a new record for the Open class, Tim Slade, Extreme GDR. Put your hands together for your 2023 GCG Open trophy getters. First time on a podium, Slady? All right, thanks, guys. We'll get you back up here for some champagne very shortly. Moving across to our Plasma Man Pro-Am. In third place, Wayne Lee in Tanuki. And this guy, it gives me great pleasure to get this guy up here. In second position, Richard Perini. And in first place in Plasma Man Pro-Am, the smiling American Ferris Khartoumi.
No way!
Well done, guys. Now moving across to our M-Tron Pro class. This was a hard-fought one all weekend. We saw records broken, we saw ankles broken, but we'll get to that one very shortly. In third place, Cole Powelson, Life GDR. In second place, back here on the podium again, Tim Slade in Tanuki. Now we're going to have to give this guy a little bit of time to get up here on the podium. Your 2023 Yokohama World Time Attack champion, your M-Tron Pro, and our four-time champion, Barton Mawer, RP 968. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, your M-Tron Pro Class winners for 2023. Now, if I can get all of our trophy getters back here up on the podium, we'll get a photo of everyone up here, and I'll get Baker to start handing out some champagne. So can I get all our trophy getters up here? Our Haltech Club Sprint, our GCG Open, our Plasma Man Pro-Am, and of course our M-Tron Pro guys. Just wait, guys. Come on, Ferris, you don't get away that easy, mate. Where's Cole?
Oh, shit. I'll get the fuck out of the way. Is it one of them?
All right, guys, the stage is all yours. Spray that champagne. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for your 2023 Yokohama World Time Attack champions. We're going to head over to the drift now, so put your hands together for these guys and we'll see you back here in 2024.
Go.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome along to Eastern Creek, Sydney Motorsport Park, the home of the Garrett Advancing Motion International Drift Challenge. What a day we have seen. 1:17 by Barton Mawer and the team. We've just seen the champagne fly, and we've got more to go here as the drifters take on the track here. A real technical section. We've got 24 of the very best from Australia, from New Zealand, from the United States, and from Japan going head-to-head tonight to try and find us a winner. Going to be all on Mr. Diggles. Have you got a little bit more in you?
Oh, absolutely, was. Absolutely. If we have to go, we've got to go. We're going to go until that big hunk of spunk gets over here from the United States of America to join you, Jared Deander. Now, he's got to be there helping Ferris, of course. They've done the champagne. We've heard from Ian Baker. We've seen a fantastic day. The circumstances, you can never dream of how they're all going to end. But, yeah, there's a lot of love in the house. The first ever American winner of a class, which we were calling it sort of this afternoon. And even then you could tell that genuine joy from Ferris that he's not only done a first for a World Time Attack, that he's the first American to do it there as well.
There's some celebrating going on tonight. The Stars and Stripes fly proud, and hey, who knows who's going to be on the podium tonight for the drifting as well, because it really is anyone's game with the way that this field stacks up. Ian Baker and the team have put together an absolutely world-class lot of drivers, and look at that Sydney Motorsport Park under lights. This is actually the first time we've been here for a competition round with the new lighting towers installed, and the government does such a great job. What is it, $30 million worth of lights or something? So what you are looking at here is what we call the scrubbing zone for drifting. If you haven't watched drifting before, obviously the drivers are given an opportunity to warm up rear tyres just for maximum grip. As much as it sounds silly, top-level drift cars are actually looking for grip. They're looking for speed. They're looking for mechanical momentum going forward. So they do need to get heat into both the front and rear tyres. It's almost the same game as we saw being played by the time attackers. And, hey, who knows whether they're going to have that same challenge as we just saw Luffy alluding to with the time attack guys, where it was getting really hard to maybe bring those tyres up to 10. Now, here is your qualifying order. Glenn Ormerod, the young fella, coming through with 95.3 points to top the order last night over the current number one ranked Australian in the regional competitions, Brody Mayer, the GLA on the side of that car. Brody Mayer wants to put his hands on that trophy. In third position for Kumho Tyres Power Plus, it was Matt Harvey with a 94.7. Fourth position, Taylor James, the Central Drift team out of New Zealand. Tokaro's favourite son scored a 94, just ahead of the four-time champion Gaz Wider out of Dargaville in the North Island of New Zealand. He was in position 5 with a 92.3. Sixth position taken by GH Haulage backed Dale Campaign out of South Australia, and he's going to be a real threat. So let's have a look at the top five. So it was Gary Wider. Here's a look at his run. So this will give you a look at what the judges have asked for. So you've got to get right out to the outside of the track there. That is the only way to be set up for the second zone there. You've got to fill that out. Now what you're looking at here is what we call the window. If you look at the track, there is a white line just towards the edge there. You've got to try and fill up as much of that zone as you can while getting out as close to the edge of the track as you can. Then you need to stay 1 metre off the inside of the track, 1 metre off the outside of the track. Do that all textbook perfect, you lock in a high score. Taylor James did it pretty well. That machine looking absolutely immaculate. Taylor looking to put his mark on the world scene. His first venture offshore in his own vehicle. He has driven over in Australia before in a borrowed car, but it's not the same as having your own steed underneath your big right boot. Taylor James locked himself into position number 4 last night with a very, very solid and smoky 1,000 horsepower plus run. Speaking of power plus, Matty Harvey.
How good?
Matty Harvey, me big old mate, to be frothing at this one. Matty Harvey was a real favourite of his, and Matty Harvey looked very fluid, really fast. There you saw that line, nice and smooth, just stayed right out wide. I love how the little camera slow-mo there just picks up as they accelerate back onto the track. Now obviously the track has not been used by the time attackers way out there. That's just for the drifters. They go way out wide. Brodie Mawer. Brodie Mawer is the name on everyone's lips. He is the form Aussie at the moment. Comes out of Tasmania as well. And it would, in my mind, it would be fitting to have a Tasmania loop line. I would absolutely love it. So a little shower of sparks there. You see the little bit of the application of brake there. Brodie Mawer absolutely filled that window there. Just ran right over that white line there, and he filled the zone right up, put it on the inside of the track, then to the outside of the track. Now, what the drivers are looking to do tonight, and you'll see it here as we take a look at the number 1 run from Glenn Albrod. When you are leading, the ask from the judges is deliver your qualifying run. You need to deliver exactly as you did last night, right on that line, right on those clipping points. Deliver with precision, keep it smooth, and you need to deliver a run that allows the driver that is chasing you to emulate you as closely as you possibly can. It is on you to deliver that run, and the points are yours to lose. So, fantastic night as we take a look at the battle tree there, Mr. Diggle. And if you were in the top 8, it locked you into the top 16 straight away. So Glenn Ormerod has a bye. Jordan Sanderson lines up against young Patrick Barley. Brendan O'Grady, he was looking fast last night. He's got a bye, and he will battle the winner of Daigo Saito and Warwick Hill. Taylor James has a bye, and he takes on the winner of Luke Viersma and Anthony Billick, the man with the best haircuts at World Time Attack. Gaz White locks himself into the 8, and he battles the winner of Mitchell Jeffrey and Danny Probert. We go to the right-hand side of the tree. There is Brodie Mawer. He's going to take on the winner of Ben Barnes and Matty Hill. Youngster Saxon Moyes, 20 years of age. Ken Gucci or Jake Jones await him in the top 16. Matty Harvey, qualified P3, he locks himself in a potential opponent in Mad Mike and Rob White.
Yes, Ricky Bobby
in the top
and
24.
Mad Mike.
Dale Campaign out of South Australia, he's in the 16, and he's going to take on the winner of Jason Ferron and Michael Ginn. As we see the drift rod, you love this. This had you frothing.
Yeah, this is a little bit of everyone, I think. Something wild, something different. And something different are the two most commonly used words. I want something different. Well, you don't get any bit more different than this.
The pedigree here is immense. Levi Clark was the Formula Drift round winner when we were here last time. The last time Jared was here. Right, so we had this up on the top circuit, and these guys are just going to put on a little bit of a... These are doing demonstration runs, right? These are not actually anything to do with our battle tree tonight. These are just our demonstration cars. They're just going to sound... What will happen here, right? The unofficial drift grapevine. These guys will get a bit of a feel for the circuit. You might find there's a little bit of hand signals, a little bit of communication. What's the track surface like out there? Just going to feel it out. These cars are not competition cars, right? These are demonstration cars you're seeing now. So they're not going to hang quite with the precision that the competition cars would. But the pilots behind the wheels are top-tier competition drifters. Levi Clark is amazing. Mitch Pullen is amazing. And they're going to throw it down pretty hard out there, just for the entertainment of the crowd here up on the bank. Now, watch this, Diggs, and see if we get the flames out the engine again.
We're going to let this thing eat, so we can pick up a little bit of PA here. Let's have a listen.
Hear those throttle adjustments, Diggles, as he just goes up and crests over the hill there as they roll back down that main straight. And I can tell you, it seems from the outside like it's quite simple to do.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely
Jared
not.
put it best last night. A competition driver's going to come back in, they're going to tell you go and do it. And I bet you can't. Now, this, what you're going to see here, is going to be a grip lap. I believe it. I was told it was a grip lap. Jake Jones did not do a lap last night, so for safety reasons, he is entitled to a mechanical safety lap to make sure the car is safe to compete in battles. The reason for that is obviously you cannot put somebody in a dangerous position by asking them to chase a car that's unproven.
That's your
common sense. Yeah, common sense approach. So Jake did. I mean, he will chase in his first battle, but just unsafe, obviously, to release someone who hasn't tested the car at all. So, I mean, Jake and the boys have been working 30 days or something non-stop, I think, to try and get this car here ready for World Time Attack. But Jake, as we know, has a great friendship with Ian Baker, as do many competitors within the field. And you see there, Jake just trying to make sure that car is okay. He's just sounding it out, testing the throttle, just making sure everything is A-okay. Okay, so we're now going to hear from our head judge Dan Mackey, and he'll talk to the technicalities of exactly how the course here at Sydney Motorsport Park works.
Welcome to the International Drifting Cup 2023, brought to you by Garrett Advancing Motion. My name is Dan Mackey, and on track we have last year's champion Brad Tui in the Destino Tyres Australia GT86, leading Daigo Saito from Japan. Joining him in the box this year will be Brendan Dunker from New Zealand and Adam Monk from WA, both with over 20 years of experience and a combined judging team of over 70 years experience. The line has been set to be smooth flowing lead, encouraging much full throttle cloud-making action as we can squeeze into this section. It will allow the chase to be right up, banging the door of the lead driver most of the entire trip around Sydney Motorsport Park. Let's unpack this in a little more detail. Leaving the line, the drivers will head over to the right side of the track for a weight shift, touch and go before transitioning to the left long fill zone. Judges will be looking for moderate angle to chase driver to sneak up onto the pocket of the lead car. Decelerating into the short outer zone 2, the drivers make their second transition on the layout. This is crucial to set them up for the wide outer zone 3, right in front of the judging box and the crowd on Celebration's Drift Hill. Filling this zone, proximity is key here. Going too shallow and over the ripple will upset the chase car and not score well with the judges. From here, it's a dogfight, full throttle all the way to the line, ensuring to stay on minimum of 1 metre off the track edge. Maximise angle and throttle for both drivers. The driver who has the most aggressive chase from here will likely take the win. World Time Attack Challenge would like to thank the Australian Drift Club for putting this video together for us. Tickets are available through our website, worldtimeattack.com. You do not want to miss this show.
Thanks so much to Dan Mackey, our head judge, been working very hard behind the scenes as our first battle lines up. It is young Patrick Barley against Jordan Sanderson. If you're new to drifting, basically the way that this works is the drivers qualify on the first night. Whoever qualifies higher gets to take the lead, and then they reverse roles and a chase battle commences where the lower ranked driver has the first look at the section. So here they go, launching off the line here. The key here is to stay close to your opponent. Need to make sure that you do not impede them as they switch across and try and fill up that outside there. Nice run there from Jordan Sanderson. Now Patrick Barley's got trapped on the inside there. Patrick Barley just got trapped up the inside there. Didn't really have anywhere to go. Couldn't feed at any angle whatsoever. He's now just got tucked into the pocket behind Jordan Sanderson, and he's just kind of trying to close up the proximity there. But I think he got trapped early on in that run, and that may very well hurt him. Now something I am going to be really clear on, just because this is a very different type of feed than what we're normally doing. Jared and I will be calling to the live stream cameras.
Yeah, man.
We are going to... Hey, Jared, how are you, man?
Warren, thank you so much, man. Absolutely great. I mean, the team did such a good job earlier there in, obviously we're talking about traditional racing, but now we are going drifting, baby, sliding sideways. We're ready to send it. A top 24 format, which I, in my 20 years of drift announcing, have never had a top 24. So, again, we are down under, so let's have some fun, man. Down under, going sideways, going slantways, sideways, whatever way you want to go. So, International Drifting Cup brought to you by Garrett. Thank you so much. Warren, you've done such a good job, man. Thank you so much. You've really, elevated the sport here, both down under as well as in New Zealand. The Destinos, baby.
Moderately over Asian men can jump. Sort of not very high.
I mean,
that was
you are wearing Jordans.
Yeah,
so let's be honest. Jump man, front man, whatever you want to call it.
I was wondering there just what was going on there. It almost looked like there was something on Patrick Barley's windscreen. I think it might just be the reflection on the Lexan window, because the Lexan, I think, is quite a common feature of a car of that type of level, because it is carbon Kevlar. It's probably one of the lightest cars in the field.
Hey, by the way,
yes,
a little bit of wind tonight, so ideally the smoke does dissipate. I know you loved that word last night.
Yes, I learned that word last night.
Dissipate.
For the first time,
so we're looking forward to the smoke clearing out, make sure that both we, the fans, everybody, and ideally the drivers can see the outside zone. Yesterday qualifying a little fickle. I'm just going to call it fickle.
Yeah,
is that a good word?
That's a great word. It starts with F. Yeah, let's go with that. We're not going there. We're not going there. As they accelerate off the line. See the tyre smoke coming off the rear there of the Sanderson. You've got to be really light in the butt, doesn't it?
Yeah. Barley leading here. Sanderson coming in. Very shallow angle there. Patrick Barley, I know he had some issues with his clutch. He says the grip level is really high, but now the colder conditions, is it going to add more grip? There we go. Patrick Barley, good angle there. Big, massive angle. And then there is the Ute just diving into the smoke. again, I look at this track, correct me if I'm wrong, Warren, it's one big outside zone.
Yes, perfect description. Just lots of gas.
Yep.
There's one decel zone in the whole thing that you're allowed to use. They use a section of the track where the time attackers haven't been all day. What we have no idea of is what sort of rubber levels are on the track, right? There's been slick tyre rubber put down by the top time attack cars today. It's had a hot day of action right up until, 7:30.
I feel like it's a fly trap. You know, it's like sticky, right? So it's like sticking, and the flies are just going to stick right there. And but
look, we've got some of the best in the business out there. So there are a couple of different things. Yeah, there's a couple of different things going on here because some of the drivers who have a bye in the 16 have actually elected to take a single run. And the reason for that, obviously, is if you were tuned in during the live stream today, Brendan O'Grady had that mechanical when he was out doing the demonstration. So he is entitled. I was explaining this earlier to the young fellas who were up here doing work experience, the Diglets. Yeah, for safety reasons. The
Diglets.
The Diglets.
Okay, those are the Diggy
Juniors. Yes.
The Diggy Juniors. The minor mullets.
Yes.
Yeah, not the major mullet, the minor mullet.
Yes. Actually, Brendan O'Grady's just turned back around there and he's come back off the track. So, Jared, we have had a real good look at the tree. We're talking about some of the battles that are going to come up and some of the ones that we've called out here. Certainly a lot of anticipation back in New Zealand about Gaz Whiter and Taylor James being in the same bracket.
Ooh, really? Oh, no, it's a shame.
Bracket. So, one of those two is going to have their night ruined potentially by the other, assuming things sort of fall into place. But look, and I don't mean that in any way being disrespectful to the other drivers.
No, you are.
Form continues the way we expect it would, right? With a top 5 qualifier, you would expect them to progress beyond the 16 unless something outside the ordinary happens. So Taylor James, Gaz Whiter on the same side of the bracket. And then on the other side there, I saw Matty Harvey and Dale Campaign looking similar. But before that, you got Mad Mike and Rob White.
Oh.
So, probably
right out of the gate.
If you were thinking about the two probably most professionally run sponsorship-based programs in the respective countries, it is Rob White and it's Mad Mike.
Yeah.
Right? They would the two biggest brand exposures, Red Bull, etc., super cheap, big brands.
Yeah.
Right?
You know, and that just contributes to the elevation. Everybody asks me, what's going on?
We've got some breaking news, have we, from Tony Bishop. Tony B, come on down there in the pits.
Guys, I am all set up here in the drift pits with the team. Saxon Moyes' car, the whole team's tuned into live stream. All the cars are warmed up, ready to go. We are excited for this competition tonight. Let's go, boys.
Well, Tony's excited. Tony's hyped, man.
Woo!
He's been pumped up. This is
absolutely
Tony's first experience of the International Drift Cup. He was here last year as part of the nationally run comp that we had in place of the world being back.
Yeah.
And you are part of that, Jared.
Yeah, man.
Look, I'm stoked that we are.
What do you call me, the world?
I'm calling it. I'm going to do that. We are
the world. We are the children. Yeah.
I watched a great video the other day of Michael.
Come on now.
Now, speaking of the world, Daigo Saito,
man. Ledge.
Yeah, he was the benchmark, wasn't he, for such a long time? I think
he was.
Yeah, and he was that guy.
He was.
And then I think you could probably argue that more recently James Dean would be that guy.
There are so many guys.
Yeah,
so many guys out there. But yeah, James Dean, Frederick Osbo. I venture to say Chris Forsberg, Von Gittin Jr.
What's that other guy's name that was here? Ryan Turek. He's not bad either, is he, really?
Come on, man. Why are you throwing shade? He's up there. He's cracking some beers, man. Hey, how the Formula Supra, how cool was that, man?
That was so cool. That was so cool. And you reckon he's up there in the celebration?
I know he
is.
I thought we were going to be up there. I didn't know we were going to be here in the box. I put on my, my thermals. I was layered up. It was cold last night.
You are nicely attired by Momo.
Yeah, thank you to Momo.
You've been busy this weekend.
I have. It's been fun.
Working with Ferris.
Ferris, congratulations. I guess the fastest American since Sierra, right? And just for him, I was over there at the podium. Congratulations to Ferris. Repping the Momo Corvette. Zestino. Put some Zestino on it, baby. Let's get spicy.
That is Warwick Hill behind the wheel of the 2JZ BMW, but he's got a lot of... now he's clipped a cone there. It's going to be interesting to see how the judges view that. Daigo Saito,
go for it.
Yeah, flicked it straight on out there. Daigo Saito gave Warwick Hill a lot of room there. Gave him a very chaseable run here. Daigo Saito just laying on... Oh! Now, what happened there, Joe? Was there a little puff of some... Little dirt kick,
little pink eye for the stinky guy. Daigo Saito out front. You saw him filling all that out zone. you talked about Daigo given a window of opportunity, but Warwick did not take any sort of attack or approach here as we take in our Olin's action replay.
It was almost like, I'd almost call it too nice. He almost took it, because there's so much room there for him to tuck into the pocket, right? Emulate the run, transition space is there, but he's just sat a long way back, and then he's come right to the inside of the track to try, and that is the trap that the drivers always fall into, isn't it? They fall too far back. Now, what was that? Yeah, this one.
Daigo made a correction there. He went to that outside zone. The car got disrupted. He did have corrections and straighten the vehicle out. Warwick did not seize that opportunity. I think that was a big opportunity for him to catch up, get that proximity, but now Warwick will lead.
So this is Brendan O'Grady just doing a little sight run here. He is entitled to do that, as we talked about earlier. So it is just a by run where he's just testing the car out after some, look, it's 1,300 plus horsepower, right?
We caught fire earlier, so that's a good thing that the car is back up and running. So the zoo caught on fire. We don't need no water. Yes, actually we do. We don't want to let that zoo burn.
Now, something I want to talk about too, just because, Jared, you brought it up, we are down in the commentary box.
Yes.
We are calling to the live stream camera feed. Our view of things will be slightly different to the judges.
Yep.
And you and I are not judges. They are not listening to us. They do not care what we think.
You know what? Whatever. You know
because,
what? And
look,
absolutely.
You've been the Formula Drift fourth judge for the last 20 years.
Call whatever you want, man.
You've decided you are the global puppet master of drift.
No, I am not. I do not have. I am not Jim Henson. There is no Kermit the Frog. It's not easy being green. Regardless, it is easy being me because all I get to do is just have my opinion, and that's how it is.
And that is all we are.
That's the bottom line, brother.
I think somehow you just missed.
I just grew a mullet all of a sudden. I don't know what just happened.
I was impressed.
All right, here we go. Warwick Hill, Daigo Saito. Let's see what kind of angle and proximity we're going to see here. Daigo Saito. I'm looking for Daigo to really put on the pressure here on Warwick. Look at this. He's going to initiate here. Daigo Saito right there. Boom. Drops into the pocket. Good smoke coming out of Sestinos. And then there. Watch this. Daigo. No, he does not. See? Watch him lunge forward. Yeah. And there it is. Daigo does get that proximity. Makes his presence being felt. Good angle from Warwick, but Daigo, by comparison, lead versus lead, chase versus chase, taking a look at those comparisons, and I would say Daigo probably has his victory here.
Yeah, so we'll take a look at the replay here, and we'll show you what Daigo Saito did here. He obviously played the game. He played a technical run here. Daigo Saito, he just sat back, gave Warwick Hill a little bit of room here. I think he wanted to gauge out the pace of the Warwick Hill machine. Daigo Saito knew that he always had the grip and the speed to close that proximity back up. I think he just sat back there, right? He just didn't want to get trapped. Let Warwick Hill move to his outside zone. Then he went out after him, whereas conversely, the first run we saw Warwick go straight to the inside, try and shortcut across the track effectively. And I've heard judges sort of describe it in the past as, well, you're doing sort of 10, 20 metres less around the drift circuit, and the judges do tend to penalise you relatively heavily for that.
You have to think that Daigo Saito's spotter was said, hey, there it is. Daigo Saito gets the win. Daigo is advancing on into, what are we at now, the 16th?
We are just filling out our top 16. So this is the 9 to 24 that really confused you.
I don't know where Chicago is. 35 to 54, whatever. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Here we go. All right, so who do we have here on the line? We got a couple S chassis, Dale Campaign, and who is that there?
That is Anthony Hector-Billick, the man with the best haircut in World Time Attack. He has the WTAC letters shaved into his head.
That is totes adorbs, as the kids say.
Yeah. Billick's been here